Are you ready to explore the hidden corners of our existence? At Paranormal M, we bring you real accounts of the paranormal that will leave you questioning everything. Subscribe and turn on notifications for an unforgettable journey. My friend Jessica's old house. The house I grew up in and lived in with my parents until after my college days was haunted by an older man who had a bad temper and didn't like being messed with, as well as a little girl who loved to play and be a kid, but was also tormented by the male spirit. I'm not sure if she was his daughter or what, but I'll get to them later. I met Jessica when she was in high school and I was in middle school, but we didn't actually start hanging out and becoming good friends until after she graduated and I was about to graduate high school. We shared a mutual friend, and because of him, I met her. The three of us were inseparable for quite a few years after that. Jessica and I joined the theater group she started in our small city, and we would spend a lot of time rehearsing and talking about our next play or designing sets at her house. Spending so much time at her house led Jessica to open up about the ghosts that haunted it. Her mom, who loved the stories, would also share them with me. Apparently, there were so many stories from over the years that her mom started writing them all down on a computer file with aspirations to write a book about it one day. There were several eerie incidents that Jessica and her mom told me about. One particular incident involved a girl who decided to taunt the ghosts during a cast party for one of the high school plays. Despite Jessica's attempts to dissuade her, the girl walked through the house talking trash to the ghosts. Suddenly, in one of the spare bedrooms, a sewing machine started running even though it was already unplugged. Terrified, the girl fled the house, never to return. It seemed like most of the activity in the house happened to Jessica. She would often hear footsteps and feel a presence in her upstairs bedroom, which was located on the top floor of the house. She developed a sleep habit where nothing could wake her, likely out of fear of what she might see if she did wake up. There were times when we would try to wake her up, even resorting to laying on her car hood or blowing the horn, but she wouldn't stir. Jessica also had a habit of sleep texting people nonsensical messages. According to Jess and her mom, they would hear someone running around the floor above them when no one was there. The running always sounded like a child's footsteps. There were many strange occurrences that puzzled them over the years. One day when I went over to Jessica's house, she was frantically searching for her purse. Both of her parents were at work, and we were the only ones in the house. She had looked in every room, including her upstairs bedroom, but couldn't find it. As she stood near the bottom of the stairs, contemplating where her purse could be, it suddenly flew down the stairs, hitting her in the chest before falling to the floor. She looked pale and shocked, and I couldn't help but laugh. Despite witnessing that incident, I still think the most chilling story happened to Jessica alone. She came home from college one day while her parents were at work, and as she was using the bathroom, she heard the sound of a little girl crying. The crying grew louder and seemed to come from right outside the bathroom door. Jessica panicked and yelled for it to go away, but the crying persisted. She finally mustered the courage to leave the bathroom and ran to the kitchen, with the crying following her until she left the house. Despite witnessing that incident, I still think the most chilling story happened to Jessica alone. She came home from college one day while her parents were at work, and she was using the bathroom. She heard the sound of a little girl crying, and the crying grew louder and seemed to come from right outside the back room door. Jessica panicked and yelled for it to go away, but it persisted. She mustered the courage to leave the bathroom and ran into the kitchen, when the crying followed her until she left the house. One night after a long day of working on set pieces with the theater group at Jessica's house, only Jessica, one of the cast members, and I remained. We had been discussing ghosts, particularly the ones that occurred in Jessica's childhood home, where I spent countless hours with her and our close-knit group of friends. The house itself carried a mysterious aura, a presence that seemed to linger in every room and hallway. I was drawn to its enigmatic charm, fascinated by the tales that unfolded within its walls. Jessica and I had known each other ever since our school days, but it wasn't until she graduated and I was on the cusp of finishing high school that we truly became inseparable. Our shared passion for theater brought us together, as she and our mutual friend ran a theater group in our small city. Joining their troupe after my graduation, I discovered that spending time at Jessica's house became a regular occurrence for us all. It was during those rehearsals, late-night conversations, and design sessions that Jessica began to open up about all the hauntings that plagued her childhood home. Her mother, who was delighted in the supernatural occurrences, shared her collection of the stories with me. She had even started documenting them, envisioning a book that would chronicle their haunting experiences. Numerous incidents were recounted to me, some of which had taken place during Jessica's high school years when the drama club would gather at her house. I vividly remember one cast party where a skeptical girl decided to taunt the ghosts. Jessica, well aware of the consequences, tried to dissuade her, but the girl persisted in provoking the spirits. Within the spare bedroom of the first floor, which had been converted into a multi-purpose room, stood an old sewing machine. As the girl continued her taunting, the machine suddenly sprang to life, causing both Jessica and the girl to be gripped by fear. What terrified them even more was the realization that the sewing machine had already been unplugged. The girl, pale-faced and trembling, swiftly fled the house, never to return. Several witnesses attested to this unnerving occurrence. It seemed that Jessica bore the brunt of the supernatural activity. Perhaps it was her fear and vulnerability that attracted the spirit's attention. Her father, indifferent to the paranormal, paid no mind to the hauntings. On the other hand, her mother embraced the stories with enthusiasm. As for Jessica, she lived in constant dread, especially because her bedroom was situated on the top floor, a spacious area that could have been 2 large bedrooms, but was left open. Night after night, Jessica would lie in bed, listening to the footsteps traversing her floor. Sometimes the footsteps would race back and forth, and she could even feel an unseen presence sitting on the edge of her bed. Fear overwhelmed her, and she would bury herself under the blankets, hoping the specter would vanish. To cope with her terror, she developed a sleep habit so deep that no disturbance could rouse her. We often shared stories of our futile attempts to wake her, resorting to unconventional methods like honking car horns or leaving messages filled with nonsensical sleep texting. Both Jessica and her mother recounted instances where they would hear someone running above them. Despite knowing that no one was upstairs, the sound of the footsteps resembled those of a child, a clear indication that the supernatural entities extended beyond the malevolent male spirit. One day, as I arrived at Jessica's house to hang out, she frantically searched for her purse, which seemed to have mysteriously vanished. We combed through every room, including her upstairs bedroom, but to no avail. She had just returned from college classes and was certain that she had brought her purse inside. As she stood at the bottom of the stairs, pondering its whereabouts, the purse suddenly hurtled down the steps, hitting her chest before landing on the floor. Her face contorted with shock. She stared at the purse lying on the floor, disbelief etched across her features. It was as if the unseen force had not only taken her purse, but had returned it to her in a dramatic fashion. A chill ran down our spines, and an eerie silence enveloped the house. From that moment on, our curiosity intensified, and we became determined to unravel the mysteries hidden within the old walls. Armed with a digital recorder, a camera, and our brave souls, we embarked on a quest to document the supernatural phenomenon that plagued Jessica's childhood home. Late into the night, we set up our equipment, eagerly waiting for any sign of paranormal activity. The air grew heavy with anticipation as we sat in the dimly lit living room, our hearts pounding in unison. Suddenly, a faint whisper echoed through the room, sending shivers down our spines. We strained to listen, hoping to decipher the message. As the minutes ticked by, the whispers grew louder, blending into a chorus of eerie voices. It was an indistinguishable cacophony of words filled with anguish and despair. We exchanged wide-eyed glances, realizing that the spirits were desperately trying to communicate with us. Intrigued yet cautious, we pressed on, exploring each room of the house. Shadows danced along the walls and cold drafts brushed against our skin. Each creaking floorboard and flickering light bulb seemed to hold a hidden meaning, a clue to the haunted's origins. We descended into the basement, a dimly lit space that emanated a foreboding energy. The air grew thick with a sense of lingering sorrow, and the temperature dropped significantly. Our flashlight beams illuminated old photographs and forgotten belongings, remnants of a bygone era. It was in this desolate space that we encountered the most intense supernatural activity. A sudden gust of wind extinguished our flashlight, plunging us into darkness. Panic set in, but we mustered the courage to continue. That's when we heard it, the sound of a child's laughter echoing through the darkness. It was a chilling sound, both innocent and haunting, as if the spirit of the past sought solace in playful memories. Guided by the ethereal laughter, we fumbled through the darkness until we stumbled upon a small hidden room. The walls were adorned with drawings and scribbles, created by a child's hand. The room resonated with joy and innocence of youth, yet there is an underlying sadness that tugged at our hearts. With trembling hands, we captured photographs and recordings, hoping to piece together the story behind this forgotten chamber. Who was the child? What had transpired in this hidden sanctuary? Our investigations continued for months, unearthing more stories and encounters and unexplained phenomenon. We delved into the history of the house, connecting the dots between past owners and their tragedies. The spirits, it seemed, were tethered to the house, bound by unresolved emotions and unfinished business. As we compiled our findings, Jessica's mother's dream of writing a book became a shared passion. We vowed to honor the spirits and share their stories with the world, shedding light on the supernatural occurrences that plagued Jessica's childhood home. The book, aptly titled Whispers of the Past, became a testament to our experiences and the countless nights spent unraveling the mysteries within those haunted walls. It serves as a reminder that the realms of the living and the dead are intertwined, and that sometimes the past yearns to be heard. Years later, as we flipped through the pages of our book, memories flooded back. The fear, the fascination, and the unyielding bond we formed during those investigations. The haunted house had shaped us, leaving an indelible mark on our lives. We had ventured into the realm of the unknown, confronting the supernatural head-on, and emerged forever changed. The success of Whispers of the Past propelled us into the world of the paranormal and research. We became sought-after experts, invited to speak at conferences, and collaborate with fellow investigators. Our passion for unraveling the mysteries of the supernatural grew stronger with each passing day. But amidst the recognition and acclaim, we never forgot the house that started it all. Jessica's childhood home remained a beacon, drawing us back in time again. Its walls held secrets that continued to haunt us, urging us to dig deeper, to uncover the truth. Our return to the house was met with mixed emotions. Excitement mingled with trepidation as we stepped through its familiar threshold. The spirits seemed to welcome us, their presence palpable in the air. It was as if they too had been waiting for our return, eager to share more of their stories. Armed with new technology and a wealth of knowledge, we delved even deeper into the mysteries that lay within those haunted walls. Our investigations took us to uncharted territories, exploring forgotten tunnels and deciphering cryptic symbols, and communicating with spirits through advanced methods. With each discovery, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. We unraveled the tales of lost souls, tragic love affairs, and unspeakable horrors that had plagued the house for centuries. The spirits once tormented and restless found solace in our presence, their stories finally acknowledged and shared with the world. But as we neared the culmination of our research, a darkness loomed over the house. It was a malevolent force, distinct from the spirits that we had encountered before. It seemed determined to protect its secrets, to silence us before we could expose its true nature. Strange occurrences escalated, objects levitated, voices turned hostile, and malevolent shadows lurked in the corners of our vision. We realized that we had stumbled upon a darker, more sinister entity that had been manipulating the spirits all along. Undeterred by the growing danger, we pushed forward, determined to confront this malevolence head-on. Armed with ancient incantations and a collective resolve, we embarked on a final, perilous journey deep into the heart of the house. The battle that ensued was a clash of light and darkness, of ancient knowledge against unfathomable evil. We fought with every ounce of strength and will, channeling the spirit's energy as our own. The house trembled, its foundation shaken by the epic struggle unfolding within its walls. In the end, light prevailed, banishing the malevolent entity from the house. The spirits, now free from its grasp, found peace at last. We had not only uncovered the house's secrets, but also liberated and tormented souls that were trapped within its confines. As we stood outside the house, its haunting reputation now a distant memory, a sense of closure washed over us. Our journey had come full circle, and we had fulfilled our mission. The house that had once terrified us had become a symbol of triumph and redemption. Our experiences within those haunted walls had forever changed us. We carried the weight of the supernatural, the knowledge that the unseen world exists alongside our own. But instead of fear, we embraced it with respect and reverence, vowing to continue our quest for understanding and compassion in the face of the unknown. And so, we embark on new adventures, exploring other haunted locations, assisting those tormented by spirits, and shedding light on the paranormal. But the house that left an indelible mark on our lives would always hold a special place in our hearts, a reminder of the transformative power of the supernatural and the resilience of the human spirit. Our encounters with the supernatural had tested our limits, pushing us to the edge of our fears and doubts. Yet, through it all, we discovered the incredible strength that resided within each of us. The resilience of the human spirit is a remarkable force, capable of withstanding even the darkest of shadows. In the aftermath of our journey, we found ourselves reflecting on the profound lessons that we had learned. We realized that resilience is not merely about surviving adversity. It's about embracing it, learning from it, and emerging stronger on the other side. The haunted house had become a metaphor for life itself, a constant reminder that challenges and obstacles will inevitably come our way. But it is in the face of these challenges that we have the opportunity to rise above, to tap into our inner strength and transform ourselves. We shared our experiences with others, hoping to inspire them to embrace their own resilience in the face of adversity. We did this through lectures and books and even documentary about our journey. We aimed to ignite a spark within others, encouraging them to confront their fears head-on and discover the depths of their own resilience. As we continued our explorations into the supernatural, we encountered individuals who had their own stories of resilience. We met haunted souls who had endured unimaginable tragedies, yet refused to let their past define them. Their resilience was awe-inspiring, a testament to the human spirit's capacity to heal and grow. Together we formed a community of survivors, sharing our experiences, supporting one another, and finding solace in the shared understanding of what it means to overcome adversity. We discovered that resilience is not a solitary journey, but a collective strength that flourishes when we're together. In the years that followed, our work expanded beyond haunted houses and paranormal investigations. We channeled our energy into initiatives that promoted mental health, self-empowerment, and resilience building. We conducted workshops and organized retreats and collaborated with experts in various fields to provide resources and tools for individuals seeking to cultivate their resilience. The legacy of the haunted house lived on through our efforts, not just as a reminder of the supernatural, but as a symbol of the resilience that we had discovered within ourselves. It had become a beacon of hope for those who felt lost in the shadows, a testament that no matter how daunting the journey may seem, resilience can guide us toward light and transformation. And so, we continue to explore the mysteries of the supernatural, driven by a deep curiosity and a desire to uncover the unknown. But our ultimate mission remained unchanged: to inspire and empower others to embrace their own resilience, to recognize the extraordinary strength that resides within them, and to never shy away from the challenges that life presents. For in the face of the unknown, we discovered that resilience is not just a quality that we possess, it is a power that we can cultivate, a force that enables us to transcend our limitations and thrive in the face of adversity. And with this newfound understanding, we embarked on a lifelong journey, forever grateful for the haunted house that had left an indelible mark on our lives, igniting a flame of resilience that would burn brightly within us and others for years to come. In the House, Secrets of the Woods, Volume 7. The house sat right beside the road, dilapidated and weathered by time. Mother Nature had begun reclaiming the land, erasing the remnants of what man had built. Today, it's gone, consumed by flames caused by reckless teenagers engaging in forbidden activities. However, back in the late 1930s, that little house was a site of a horrific crime. During that time, 2 elderly sisters called it their home. One fateful summer night, an escaped convict sought refuge in the house, considering it a hideout from the law. Unbeknownst to him, the sisters were hiding in the closet. The details that unfolded within those walls remain a mystery, but according to the police, it was one of the most terrifying scenes they had ever investigated. We used to refer to it as the witch's house, as the screams of the 2 sisters echoed through the air when you passed by. If you've read my previous posts, you'd know about the woods located just behind it. The local newspaper extensively described the gruesome crime scene. My grandfather had kept a copy, and I vividly remembered reading it, akin to a Stephen King novel. The 2 women were found in the living room floor. One body had been dismembered, with the head, arms, and legs severed from the torso. And the other body had multiple stab wounds and had been eviscerated, with the organs placed next to the body. Limbs from one of the bodies were discovered in the kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom, while the head was found in the trash can. The entire house was drenched in blood. The convict's identity and the sisters' names were disclosed in the article, but I won't mention them here. When the authorities discovered the convict in the attic, he was in a state of panic, covered in blood. He claimed that he thought he was alone in the house until he stumbled upon the sisters hiding in the closet. The details of why he committed those gruesome acts remains unknown. The police reported that he described the sisters as if they were possessed, moving with unnatural speed. They chanted an unknown language and told him that he was to be sacrificed. The convict himself sustained numerous stab wounds, bite marks, and claw marks all over his body. He later died at the hospital from apparent heart attack. Before his demise, he informed the police that after the sisters turned on each other, one of them gutted the other, who continued chanting even after death. He claimed that he had used an axe to dismember her, and even after severing her head, the chanting persisted. To this day, one aspect of the crime remains unanswered: the rune-like symbols written in the sisters' blood on the walls. The fingers of a severed arm were found covered in blood, suggesting that the symbols were written by one of the sisters using their own blood. Another peculiar aspect is that on the same day, 5 reports emerged of convicts escaping chain gangs, stumbling upon houses with 2 elderly women, yet this particular convict was the only one to survive. The others were purportedly killed by the elderly woman. In the summer of 1992 marked a significant milestone in my life. Having just graduated from high school, I anticipated starting a well-paying job with a construction company in the fall. That summer was filled with celebration and one memorable night. After consuming a fifth of Jack Daniels, not a whole Jack Daniels, we decided to engage in what we called spook hunting. Armed with a Ouija board, we set off for the witch's house, a place where we had never dared to explore before. As a group of 3, we found ourselves standing at the back door of a dilapidated house. That night, an eerie silence engulfed the surroundings. No chirping crickets, no croaking frogs, no barking dogs, and not a single car passing by on the unusually busy state road. It was an unsettling stillness that sent chills down my spine. With a knife and a crowbar, we managed to pry open the boarded-up door and make our way inside. The interior of the house was filled with an oppressive darkness, and we relied on our flashlights to navigate through the debris. Every step had to be taken with caution as the rotten floor threatened to give way beneath us. The living room greeted us with an old coffee table surrounded by trash and scattered boxes, a perfect spot, we thought, to initiate our Ouija board session. Little did I know that this choice would haunt me forever. We gathered around the coffee table and placed our hands on the planchette. Tentatively, we began to ask simple yes or no questions. "Is there anyone in the house with us?" we asked. To our astonishment, the planchette slid towards yes, and the air grew heavy with anticipation and unease. "Would you like to talk to us?" we inquired, our voices trembling slightly. The planchette moved again, spelling out a definitive yes. A sense of foreboding washed over us as we ventured deeper into the realm of the supernatural. "Are you okay?" The planchette's response jolted us. It spelled out a clear and resounding no. We exchanged nervous glances, sensing that something malevolent lurked in the shadows of this forsaken house. "What happened?" We mustered the courage to ask, our voices barely above a whisper. The planchette spelled out a chilling word. "Killed." A shiver ran down my spine and my heart pounded in my chest. Desperate to help, we asked, "Is there anything we can do to bring you peace?" The planchette's answer sent shockwaves through our souls. It spelled out a single horrifying word: die. The air seemed to grow even colder, and a sense of impending doom settled upon us. Suddenly, laughter echoed through the house, seemingly emanating from all directions. It started as a faint whisper and steadily grew louder, mocking and malevolent. Panic seized us as we swung our flashlights around, trying to pinpoint the source of the haunting laughter. It was then that we noticed that dried blood stains splattered across the walls, a grotesque testament to the horrors that had unfolded within these walls. Fear seized our hearts and instinct took over. We scrambled towards the back door, stumbling over rotting floorboards in our frantic attempt to escape. The laughter pursued us relentlessly, growing louder and more deranged. As we burst out into the night, our eyes widened in terror at the sight of an ethereal orb just in front of us, as if blocking our path, urging us to return to the house. We tripped over one another and scrambled to put distance between ourselves and the otherworldly presence. The orb pursued us until we reached the safety of the roadside, and then as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished into the night. We stood there, gasping for breath, our eyes fixed on the now dreaded house. The laughter transformed into blood-curdling screams that pierced through the darkness, reaching the ears of someone nearby who promptly called the police. The house trembled as if possessed, and we could hear the sounds of objects crashing and breaking within. I could have sworn I glimpsed figures moving through the shattered windows. When the police arrived, the haunting screams ceased abruptly, and an eerie silence once again blanketed the area. The officers inquired about the commotion, their expressions a mix of concern and skepticism. We mustered our best attempt at feigning innocence, realizing the gravity of the situation that we found ourselves in. "We were just passing by and heard the screams too," I stammered, trying to sound convincing. We were too scared to go inside and see what was happening. The policemen exchanged glances, seemingly unconvinced by our hastily concocted story. One of them, a stern-looking officer, stepped forward and approached the house. He knocked on the door, his knocks echoing through the night, and to our astonishment, the haunting screams ceased abruptly, leaving behind an unsettling silence. No one answered the door, and after a moment's hesitation, the officer motioned to his colleagues to join him. With a forceful kick, they broke through the door and entered the house, their flashlights piercing through the darkness. From our vantage point on the roadside, we anxiously awaited, our hearts pounding in our chest. The dried blood stains that had covered the walls seemed to have vanished, leaving no trace of the horrors that we witnessed just moments ago. The officer emerged from the house, his face pale and his voice filled with disbelief. He approached us, his gaze intense and probing. "If this is some kind of prank, y'all be facing serious consequences," he warned, his voice laced with a hint of suspicion. We exchanged glances, our minds racing to come up with a plausible explanation. "Officer, we swear we had nothing to do with it," one of my friends blurted out, his voice trembling. "We were all just curious, but when we heard those screams, we got scared and ran." The officer regarded us skeptically, but after a moment's pause, he sighed, realizing there was no concrete evidence to implicate us. "I don't want to see any of you hanging around this place again," he cautioned, his tone grave. "And I suggest you head home now before any more trouble arises." Relieved yet unnerved, we nodded in agreement, eager to distance ourselves from the malevolent presence that had plagued us in that house. As we dispersed, each of us carried the weight of that night's events forever etched in our memories. The following morning, the sun rose. It was an ordinary day, casting its warm glow over the neighborhood. I tried to convince myself that it had all been just a twisted nightmare, a figment of our overactive imaginations fueled by alcohol and the dark tales that we had heard. But my denial shattered when my phone rang. It was one of my friends, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. "You won't believe this," he whispered. "The Ouija board, it's back in my house. It was sitting on my porch swing when I woke up." A chill ran down my spine as the weight of the situation sank in. Whatever malevolent force we had awakened in that house seemed to have followed us, refusing to let go. The supernatural had intertwined itself with our lives, leaving us trapped in a web of darkness and uncertainty. Those woods held secrets that were better left undisturbed, a realm where the line between the living and the dead blurred. As the days passed, we couldn't shake the feeling that something malevolent lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to unleash its wrath. Time would tell whether the teenagers who burned down the house had inadvertently unpleased a supernatural force, or if it had always resided there, confined within the decaying walls. But one thing was certain: our lives had been forever changed, and the horrors of that fateful night would continue to haunt us, serving as a constant reminder that some secrets should never be unearthed. The events that unfolded within the walls of that house had become an indelible part of our collective consciousness. We tried to go about our lives as best we could, but the weight of the supernatural presence lingered in our thoughts, casting a shadow over our every move. Strange occurrences became commonplace, unexplained noises echoing in the dead of night, objects moving on their own, and unrelenting feelings of being watched. Sleep became an elusive luxury as nightmares plagued our restless nights. The faces of two elderly sisters haunted our dreams, their anguished screams reverberating through our subconscious. We couldn't escape the feeling that they were trapped, seeking retribution or closure from the injustice that had befallen them all those years ago. Desperate for answers and a respite from the supernatural torment, we delved deeper into researching the history of the house. The more we uncovered, the darker and more sinister the tale became. Whispers of witchcraft, ritualistic sacrifices, and malevolent entities intertwined with the sisters' story. Rumors circulated among the locals, sharing tales of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances tied to that accursed house. Some believed that the sisters had dabbled in dark arts, drawing the attention of otherworldly forces that ultimately consumed them. As we pieced together the fragments of information, we discovered that the markings on the walls, resembling rune-like symbols, were indeed linked to ancient occult practices. The sisters had unwittingly stumbled upon an ancient ritual, unleashing forces they couldn't comprehend or control. Haunted by the realization that our own actions had unwittingly set events into motion, we resolved to confront the darkness head-on. Armed with newfound knowledge, we gathered tools and protective artifacts, determined to face the supernatural entity that had gripped our lives. Returning to the remains of the burnt house, we stood before it, its charred structure a stark reminder of the devastation that we had unknowingly unleashed. The air hung heavy with anticipation and trepidation as we prepared ourselves mentally and spiritually for the battle ahead. Chanting ancient incantations and invoking protective spells, we cautiously stepped inside the remnants of the house. The atmosphere grew thick with an otherworldly energy, and the temperature plummeted, sending shivers down our spines. The malevolent presence lurked in every corner, its presence palpable. Through the creaking floorboards and dilapidated walls, we moved with purpose, following the trail of darkness to the very heart of the house. There, in a decrepit room, we found the remnants of the sisters' belongings, a testament to their tragic existence. With every step we took, the walls seemed to close in on us, the air growing heavier, but we pressed on, unwilling to succumb to fear. Gathering our strength, we confronted the entity, speaking words of banishment and offering solace to the tormented spirits. As our voices filled the room, a surge of ethereal energy pulsed through the air. Shadows writhed and twisted, and the malevolent force fought against our efforts. But determination fueled our resolve, and with a final burst of collective energy, the darkness was expelled, dissipating into the ether. A profound silence settled over the house, broken only by our labored breaths. The presence that had plagued us for so long had been vanquished, its hold released. It was a bittersweet victory, for we had paid a heavy price for our curiosity and ignorance. Leaving the remnants of the house behind, we emerged into the sunlight, forever changed by the supernatural ordeal that we had endured. The scars of that experience would forever remind us of the fragile boundary between the known and the unknown, the light and the darkness that coexist in our world. We had delved into a realm beyond our understanding, facing the consequences of our actions head-on. The witch's house, once a place of horror and malevolence, now stood as a poignant reminder of the power of the supernatural and the importance of respecting its boundaries. We couldn't erase the past or undo the horrors that unfolded within those walls, but we could learn from our mistakes and strive to protect others from similar fates. In the aftermath of our encounter, we shared our story, warning others of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. We became advocates for the understanding and respect, urging people to approach the mysteries of the world with caution and reverence. As time passed, the tales of the witch's house faded from the headlines, becoming whispers of local folklore. The charred remains served as a solemn monument to the past, a reminder of the darkness that once resided there. Nature, relentless in its reclamation, began to envelop the remnants, slowly erasing the physical traces of the house's gruesome history. But the impact of that fateful night remained etched in our souls. We carried the weight of the experience, forever changed by our journey into the unknown. It taught us the fragility of our existence, the delicate balance between the seen and unseen, and the importance of humility when faced with these forces beyond our comprehension. From that point on, we vowed to cherish the light that illuminated our lives, appreciating the beauty and simplicity of every day. We became guardians of knowledge, seeking to uncover the truth while treading carefully, mindful of the consequences that may lie in wait. The witch's house became a symbol not just of tragedy and darkness, but also of resilience and growth. It served as a testament to our ability to confront our fears, learn from our mistakes, and emerge stronger on the other side. Years later, as I walked past the overgrown lot where the witch's house once stood, I can't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the journey I set us upon. It was a journey of self-discovery, of facing our deepest fears and emerging with newfound wisdom. Though the house may be gone, its legacy lives on in our hearts and minds. We carry the lessons learned, the scars earned, and the determination to navigate the mysteries of life with reverence and humility. As we continue our individual paths, we share a bond forged in the crucible of the supernatural, that forever connects us, reminding us of our shared humanity and the unending quest for understanding in a world that will always be filled with wonders and secrets yet to be unveiled. Terror in Paradise. Not a ghost story, but a paranormal one. It's pretty long. When I was 10 years old, my family and I embarked on a new chapter of our lives in San Domingo, Dominican Republic. It was a picturesque place with breathtaking weather, stunning beaches, and our residential boasted a spacious garden. The street we called home was adorned with vibrant flowered trees, painting a picturesque backdrop that seemed to exude tranquility and happiness. Little did I know that amidst this idyllic setting, I would encounter the most terrifying experience of my young life. During my time in Santo Domingo, I became acquainted with a girl named Elle. She was 2 years my senior and accompanied me in the school bus every day. Elle's older sister, who was 15 years old, was widely regarded as beautiful, causing many to overlook the inherent beauty possessed by Elle herself. Her introverted nature and inherent shyness seemed to stem from the shadows cast by her older sister's radiance. However, in my eyes, Elle was undeniably beautiful. She possessed mesmerizingly long legs and a sweet, enchanting smile that could light up any room. Her deep, captivating eyes seemed to sparkle with life. Gradually, Elle and I started conversing on the bus, and our friendship blossomed. Even her mother mentioned that Elle preferred the company of younger friends, as she often felt intimidated by individuals her own age. One fateful day, Elle extended an invitation for me to visit her house. Given that we lived merely a few blocks apart on the same enchanting street, I eagerly accepted. As we entered her abode, I marveled at the beauty of the surroundings. Elle, her older sister, and I congregated in her room, engrossed in a spirited game of cards while sitting cross-legged on the floor. The room itself exuded a cozy ambiance, with shelves brimming in the games and books adorning all the walls. Time seemed to melt away as we reveled in the joyous moments, oblivious of the impending darkness that would soon envelop us. In the midst of our laughter and camaraderie, Elle suddenly fixed her gaze upon me and accused me of cheating. Taken aback, I vehemently denied the allegation, my focus fixed solely on my own cards. At first, I brushed it off as a silly joke, assuming she was merely teasing me. However, her accusatory glances persisted, each time intensifying in annoyance. It soon became apparent that she wasn't looking at me, but rather just beside me, as she repeated her claims of my cheating. The air grew heavy with tension, and Elle's expression twisted into a mask of anger. I exchanged perplexed glances with her sister, both of us equally astounded. Then, with a sudden jolt, Elle's head tilted back, her eyes rolling upward, revealing the whites framed by her ebony complexion. Her arms convulsed uncontrollably, and a hoarse voice emanated from her mouth, beseeching us to get me out of here. Panic ensued as her sister and I sprang to our feet, our hearts pounding in our chests. Elle continued to beseech us with this eerie voice, while we frantically made our way to the door. I yearned to flee to escape the clutches of this horrifying ordeal, but my fear of leaving her sister behind immobilized me. In desperation, her sister cried out for their parents, her voice trembling with desperation. Lost in the moment, I too joined in, a futile plea for her own parents, who were blocks away. Elle's parents soon rushed to her side, the father instinctively scooping up his child, still in the throes of her torment, and cradling her in his arms. He attempted to rouse her to bring her back to us from the depths of whatever nightmarish realm had taken hold of her. The weight of the situation hung heavy in the air as he shook her gently, desperately hoping for any return. But Elle remained unresponsive, her blank eyes fixed on some unseen specter. The father, fueled by a surge of adrenaline and paternal instinct, made a courageous yet unsettling decision. With a mixture of strength and fear etched upon his face, he lifted Elle off the ground, her legs dangling limply in the air. It was a surreal sight, her young body suspended as if defying gravity, her crossed legs still mimicking the position she held while sitting on the floor moments earlier. The image burned itself into my memory, an indelible mark of terror that would haunt me for years to come. Eventually, he gently placed Elle back on the floor, and suddenly change came over her. Her tense muscles relaxed, and a look of confusion washed over her face as she questioned what was happening. It was as if a veil had been lifted, and she had returned to us, her own self, once again. The immediate danger had passed, but the emotional scars would linger. In the aftermath of that harrowing episode, time seemed to blur. Elle was absent from school, and the relief that washed over me was palpable. I couldn't bear the thought of facing her, haunted by the memory of her possession. Even the mere sight of her sister became a reminder of the darkness that we had witnessed together. My parents had been in contact with Elle's family, and they informed me that she was undergoing medical examinations to determine the nature of her condition. The hope of finding a rational explanation brought some semblance of comfort, allowing me to rationalize the events that had unfolded. Days turned into weeks, and Elle's absence continued. Each time I passed by her house, a mixture of fear and curiosity welled up within me. It took time, but gradually the grip of terror began to loosen its hold. As the school term drew to a close, my fear subsided and the memory of that haunting incident began to fade. Vacation provided a much-needed respite, and I found solace in the distractions of daily life. Yet I couldn't completely erase the lingering unease that nestled deep within my subconscious. The memory of Elle's vacant expression and trembling arms would occasionally resurface, a chilling reminder of the fragility of our perceived reality. Months passed, and it was time for my family to leave the beautiful country that had become our temporary home. As we prepared to embark on a new chapter of our lives, the memory I carried with me were a tapestry of experiences both delightful and haunting. Among them, the chilling image of Elle's possession remained etched in my mind, an enigma I was determined to understand. Years later, as I delved into the field of psychology, I found myself drawn to the study of abnormal behavior and the mysteries of the human mind. Armed with knowledge and a thirst for answers, I sought to uncover the truth behind what had transpired with Elle. Armed with my own rationality and skepticism, I became an atheist, challenging superstition and searching for scientific explanations for life's enigmas. In a fortuitous encounter, I had the opportunity to share Elle's story with a close friend and a seasoned psychologist, hoping to gain some clarity. I shared my belief that her experiences were rooted in psychosis, a rational explanation for the inexplicable. However, my friend with years of experience and wisdom looked into my eyes and cast doubt upon my conviction. He probed further, asking if there had been any signs of psychosis prior to that fateful episode, signs that may have eluded my young and naive understanding at the time. I paused, contemplating his question, delving into the depths of my memory of possibly to unearth any overlooked clues. As I sifted through the fragments of the past, I began to recall moments that might have hinted at something amiss. Elle's interactions had always carried a certain air of aloofness, as if she struggled to fully grasp the nuances of social interaction. Her responses to humor often fell flat, leaving her seemingly detached from the collective laughter that resonated through the classroom. Could these have been early indicators of a deeper underlying condition? I shared these newfound insights with my friend, recounting Elle's peculiar behaviors that I'd brushed off as mere idiosyncrasies of her personality. He nodded, his expression growing somber, as if he had anticipated this revelation. And then he posed the question that pierced through my skepticism, shattering the fragile facade of rationality I'd meticulously built around myself. "What did we all feel in that moment?" he asked, his voice filled with a mix of empathy and gravity. It was a question that demanded introspection, a soul-searching exploration of the collective experience we had shared during Elle's possession. Pure horror. That was the overwhelming emotion that had permeated the room, gripping each of us in its icy embrace. The tendrils of fear had snaked their way through our hearts, leaving an indelible mark on our psyches. It was a terror that had transcended logical explanation, a primal instinct that told us that we were in the presence of something beyond our comprehension. My friend's diagnosis, though unconventional and rooted in the realm of the supernatural, struck a chord deep within me. Possession, a phenomenon that defied the boundaries of science and rationality, seemed to be the only explanation that could account for the intensity and inexplicability of what had transpired. The realization sent shivers down my spine, challenging the very foundations of my beliefs. How could I, a staunch atheist, reconcile the existence of something so ethereal and otherworldly? It was a question that would haunt me for years to come, testing the boundaries of my intellectual resolve. Over time, I delved deeper into the realms of spirituality and metaphysics, seeking answers to the enigma that had consumed my thoughts. I explored ancient texts and studied esoteric philosophies and engaged in profound conversations with individuals who had experienced similar encounters. While the scientific part of me still yearned for empirical evidence and logical explanations, I couldn't ignore the weight of the personal experience and the profound impact it had on those involved. The story of Elle became a catalyst for a profound shift in my worldview. It reminded me that as much as we strive to explain and understand the complexities of the human mind, there will always be phenomena that elude our grasp, pushing us to question the boundaries of what we consider to be real or possible. In the years that followed, I became more open to embracing the mysteries of existence, recognizing that human experience is a tapestry woven with threads of both the tangible and the intangible. And while I continued my pursuit in my career of psychology, I carried with me the understanding that there are phenomena that lie beyond the scope of scientific explanation, beckoning us to explore the depths of our consciousness and the vastness of the unknown. Elle's possession, with all its haunting implications, remained an enigma that defied simple categorization. It served as a constant reminder that sometimes the most profound truths lie not in the confines of logic, but in the depths of our own experiences. We find a myriad of unanswered questions in uncharted territories waiting to be explored. It was a realization that urged me to embark on a journey of self-discovery, seeking to reconcile the realms of science and spirituality within the intricate tapestry of human consciousness. I delved into the ancient wisdom of various cultures, immersing myself in teachings of mystics and shamans and spiritual guides who possessed profound insights into the mysteries of the mind and soul. I attended workshops and retreats and seminars, eager to expand my understanding of the metaphysical and unearth hidden truths that lay dormant within my own being. Through meditation, introspection, and the exploration of altered states of consciousness, I began to glimpse the interconnectedness of all things and the profound influence of energy on our existence. I witnessed firsthand the transformative power of healing practices as individuals tapped into realms beyond the physical, accessing the profound wisdom and unlocking dormant potentials within themselves. In my therapeutic work, I started integrating traditional psychological approaches with holistic methodologies, recognizing that the human experience encompasses more than just the cognitive and behavioral aspects. I embraced alternative modalities such as energy healing and mindfulness and somatic practices, witnessing their profound impact on the well-being of my clients. Elle's possession became a catalyst for me to bridge the gap between science and spirituality, acknowledging that the human psyche is a complex amalgamation of biological, psychological, and spiritual elements. I learned to approach mental health from a holistic perspective, understanding that our thoughts, emotions, and beliefs are intricately intertwined with our spiritual essence. As I continued to explore the depths of the human consciousness, I encountered individuals with diverse experiences, accounts of near-death experiences, past life regressions, and encounters with spiritual entities. These encounters, while often dismissed as mere hallucinations or fantasies, resonated with a deep truth within me. They served as reminders that our understanding of reality is limited, and there exist dimensions beyond our immediate perception. The years passed and my understanding deepened. I began to recognize that the world we inhabit is far more mysterious and expansive than what we can fathom. It's a realm where science and spirituality intertwine, where rationality dances with the unknown, and where the answers to life's greatest mysteries may lie just beyond the veil of our current understanding. Today, as I reflect upon the haunting experience of Elle's possessions, I carry a sense of awe and reverence for the intricacies of the human mind and the vastness of the spiritual realm. I've come to accept that some phenomena defy logical explanations, transcending the confines to the scientific framework. And in that acceptance, I found liberation, an invitation to embrace the profound and mystical and the unexplainable. In the end, It's through embracing the enigmas of life that we truly expand the horizons of our consciousness, and perhaps, in this ever-unfolding journey, we may inch closer to unraveling the mysteries that lie dormant within us, forever seeking to understand the depths of our own experiences. Two short stories, The Doll and The Bells. I'm going to begin with the story of The Doll, which took place when I was 18 years old. It was a memorable occasion, as it coincided with my birthday, and it was orchestrated by my girlfriend, who had planned an adventurous exploration of a haunted, abandoned location. Our shared love for all things eerie and macabre made this excursion a romantic and thrilling endeavor, particularly given our youthful enthusiasm and limited financial resources at the time. My girlfriend, being unfamiliar with such investigations, expressed a certain level of nervousness, well aware of my uncanny ability to stumble upon peculiar situations, often inadvertently. I reassured her, drawing from my experiences of visiting various forsaken places, both haunted and mundane, assuring her that most of the time nothing out of the ordinary ever occurred. But little did I know that this particular expedition would defy those expectations. The lost place we sought to explore lay deep within the heart of desolation, nestled amidst the remoteness of its surroundings. It was an ancient structure whose purpose had been long forgotten, its very essence shrouded in mystery. To this day, I remain unsure whether it had once served as a hospital or a school, for its dilapidated state offered no discernible clues. We arrived at our destination in the late afternoon, eagerly venturing into the decaying house. Initially, the site was unremarkable, a typical abandoned building, strewn about with debris and adorned with graffiti that bore witness to the passage of time. However, our fortune changed as we entered a particular room, where we stumbled upon a weathered and soiled doll, a relic of yesteryear. Though I had an affinity for all things eerie, dolls always held an air of suspicion and unease for me. There was an inexplicable allure surrounding this particular doll, a fascination that compelled us to study it further. Yet, exercising caution, we decided to leave it undisturbed and pressed onward into the depths of the structure. However, before long, my girlfriend began to experience a sudden sense of discomfort. She complained of an unexplained chill coursing through her veins, while I too sensed a dull ache settling within my temples. Attributing these sensations to dehydration, I had neglected to hydrate adequately. I dismissed them, offering my jacket to my girlfriend to ward off the uncharacteristic chill that had permeated the air. As we ventured deeper into the labyrinth corridors, faint noises reached my ears, a whisper of footsteps in the distance. My girlfriend remained oblivious to these eerie sounds, and to spare her additional anxiety, I chose not to disclose their presence. Instead, I led her to a different direction, hoping to distance ourselves from the disconcerting auditory phenomena. However, much to my bewilderment, the phantom footsteps persisted, as though shadowing our every move. At first, I attributed this phenomenon to the possibility of encountering another trespasser or even an animal, reluctant to ascribe every sound in an abandoned structure to the paranormal. To my surprise, the inexplicable steps neither approached nor receded, mirroring our own movements. Whenever we halted, so too did the enigmatic footfalls, resuming only when we resumed our journey. Gradually, a haunting melody of children's laughter began to punctuate the air, adding another layer of disquiet to our already perturbed state. With each passing moment, my headache intensified, my girlfriend's malaise deepened. Overwhelmed by the unsettling circumstances, she grew increasingly fearful of this spectral cacophony. In my experience, entities assuming the form of young children seldom evoke trust or inspire confidence. Combined with our escalating discomfort, we determined that it was time to depart. Hastily, we made our escape from the forsaken building, its chilling grip releasing us as we stepped into the open air. However, Our relief was short-lived as the haunting echoes of children's laughter continued to resonate from within the depths of the structure. Our physical and emotional states had deteriorated significantly, prompting us to find respite and recover from the harrowing encounter. The further that we distanced ourselves from that eerie place, the more our well-being improved. Gradually, the oppressive weight that had settled upon us began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of liberation and relief. We vowed never to return to that forsaken building, despite my personal desire to confront the enigmatic doll that we had discovered. The thought of retrieving and disposing of, in a purifying fire, lingered in the recesses of my mind, but the prevailing sense of unease dissuaded me from pursuing that course of action. Nevertheless, the memory of that haunting experience persisted, leaving an indelible mark on both me and my girlfriend. We shared a bond forged in the crucible of the supernatural, forever bound by the terrifying encounter that we had faced together. Now allow me to recount another peculiar incident from my past, which transpired around 4th grade when I was 9 or 10. My school life up until that point had been marred by the lack of popularity, primarily due to my unconventional family background and my eclectic hobbies. Being a magnet for peculiar occurrences, I didn't help my social standing either, resulting mostly in my classmates avoiding any interaction with me. So over time, I grew resigned to their behavior, finding solace in my own solitude, even understanding why they shunned me. As the school year drew to a close, our class embarked on a multi-day trip to a mundane village, a prospect I found rather unappealing given the company I'd be forced to keep. Our accommodation was a hostel nestled amidst a forested landscape, where we would spend the majority of our time. Sharing a room with 3 others who showed little interest in engaging with me, I resigned myself to enduring their particular indifference. One day, a local guide accompanied us on a forest hike, regaling us with tales of the village's history. While most of the stories failed to capture our attention, one particular narrative stood out, an account of a long-lost chapel that had once graced the landscape. According to local legend, the sound of bells would occasionally ring out through the night, their ethereal chimes beckoning daring teenagers to test their courage by venturing into the woods. The tale piqued the interest of my classmates, who glanced at me mischievously, their giggles tinged with a hint of mockery. On our final night at the hostel, my roommates devised a plan to sneak out and embark on a nocturnal trek through the woods, ultimately leading us to the very spot where the chapel had once stood. Initially, I felt no inclination to join their escapade, preferring the solitude of our room, but their relentless pestering wore me down, and I reluctantly agreed to accompany them, knowing full well their intentions were rooted in unsettling me. Still, I harbored no fear, confident in my ability to remain unfazed. Through the dense woods we ventured. One of my companions grew increasingly terrified, teetering on the edge of tears. Finally, we arrived at the hollowed ground where the chapel had once stood, and we paused for a few moments, taking in the ambiance of the desolate site. It was then that one of my classmates, overcome by mischievous impulse, directed his taunts and jests at me, an all too familiar occurrence. However, as his words dissipated into the night air, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded. The distant sound of bells reverberating through the enigmatic night began to fill the air. The melodic chimes grew louder with each passing second, seemingly emanating from every direction as if the very fabric of the surroundings had come alive with their ethereal resonance. It was a surreal and perplexing experience, one that defied logical explanation. The bells seemed to possess an otherworldly quality, a presence that transcended the realm of the tangible. Their harmonious tones wove a tapestry of enchantment, enveloping us in a web of both fascination and trepidation. The inexplicable nature of this phenomenon left us spellbound, struggling to comprehend the surreal symphony that unfolded before us. Fear gripped my companions, their bravado shattered by otherworldly spectacles. Panic replaced their earlier jests and laughter as they recoiled from the haunting tolling that echoed through the night. Yet, amidst the discordant emotions that swirled around me, I found myself strangely captivated by the enigmatic bells. There was a mystique to their resonance, a captivating allure that beckoned me forward, as if a hidden secret lay concealed within their ethereal melody. My curiosity lingered with a tinge of apprehension, but the allure of the unknown proved irresistible. As the spectral chimes continued to permeate the night, I made a bold decision. Ignoring the fear that gripped my classmates, I ventured closer to the source of the haunting sound. Each step felt laden with anticipation. With each stride, the bell's tones seemed to intensify, filling the air with an enchanting fervor. The once unified chorus now took on an almost chaotic symphony, with each bell tolling in its own distinct rhythm, yet somehow harmonizing in a hauntingly beautiful cacophony. As I approached the epicenter of the enchantment, a surge of emotions coursed through me, a blend of excitement, awe, and indescribable sense of connection to something greater than myself. It was as though the very essence of the bells resonated within the depths of my being, transcending the boundaries of time and space. In that fleeting moment, I experienced a profound realization. The bells were not merely auditory illusions, but a glimpse into a realm beyond our comprehension. They carried echoes of forgotten stories, of lives long past, and of a spiritual presence that defied the boundaries of our mundane existence. But as quickly as the symphony of bells had captivated my senses, it began to fade, retreating into the mystical realms which they had emerged from. The enchantment dissipated, leaving only an echo of its ethereal touch lingering in the night air. Returning to my classmates who had been paralyzed by fear and uncertainty, I shared the tale of my inexplicable journey toward the beckoning bells. Their expressions shifted from terror to curiosity, tinged with a hint of newfound respect. Though they may have not fully comprehended the depth of my experience, they recognized something extraordinary had unfolded that night. From that moment onward, my classmates regarded me with a mixture of awe and cautious curiosity. The incident became a whispered legend among us, a reminder of the extraordinary and mysterious forces that permeate our world, often hidden beneath the veil of the ordinary. As time passed, the memory of the haunting bells faded, much like the echoes of a distant dream. Yet the impact of that experience remained, forever etched in my mind as a testament to the inexplicable wonders that lie beyond the boundaries of our perception. And so, these two distinct tales from my past, each woven with its own tapestry, mystery, and intrigue, serve as a testament to the extraordinary nature of the world that we inhabit. They remind me that there's more to our existence than what meets the eye, that beneath the veneer of the mundane lies a vast realm of the unknown, brimming with enigmas and untold wonders. These encounters with the supernatural, separated by years and circumstances, have left an indelible mark on my soul, fueling a lifelong fascination with the inexplainable and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. In the wake of these experiences, my perception of the world shifted, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing glimpses of a hidden reality that existed parallel to our own. I became acutely aware of the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance between the seen and the unseen, and the profound mysteries that lie just beyond the reach of our comprehension. These encounters also taught me of the importance of trust, companionship, and the strength that can be found in shared experiences. In both instances, I found solace in the presence of loved ones, whether it was my girlfriend during the haunting investigation or my classmates during the ethereal symphony of bells. Together we faced the inexplicable, drawing courage from one another and forging bonds that transcended the boundaries of ordinary existence. These stories serve as constant reminders that the world is not solely defined by what we perceive with our senses, but by the depths of our curiosity, our willingness to explore the unknown, and our capacity to embrace the unexplainable. They ignite a sense of wonder within me, driving me to seek answers and unravel mysteries and delve deeper into the enigmatic tapestry of our reality. As I continue on my journey through life, I carry these experiences as a compass, guiding me toward the uncharted territories of knowledge and understanding, They fuel my passion for the extraordinary, propelling me to delve into the realms of science, philosophy, and the supernatural in an ongoing quest for enlightenment. The stories of the doll and the haunting bells have shaped not only my perception of the world, but also my identity as an explorer of the unknown. There's chapters of the ongoing narrative of my experience, forever imprinted upon the fabric of my being, urging me to embrace the mysteries that lie beyond and embrace the infinite possibilities that await in an ever-unfolding story of life. Story number 8. That evil entity wanted me dead. It was a time of great upheaval in my life when my parents, in their relentless concern for my well-being, managed to convince, or rather force me, to relocate to a different town and attend a new university. Their worries primarily stemmed from my toxic relationship with my boyfriend at the time, which they believed was detrimental to my emotional and mental health. Reluctantly, I acquiesced to their persuasions, bidding farewell to the familiar and embarking on a journey into the unknown. Accompanied by my mother, I found myself tirelessly scouring the town for a suitable apartment or room to rent, hoping to secure a safe haven in this unfamiliar environment. For 2 arduous weeks, we tirelessly explored every nook and cranny of the town, nearly succumbing to despair in our quest. However, just as hope was dwindling, fate intervened. While we aimlessly wandered through the streets, my mother's eyes fell upon an elderly woman affixing a sign to the front of a door. It boldly proclaimed, "For rental." Intrigued, we hastened toward her, unaware of the profound impact this encounter would have on our lives. The old lady, as it turned out, was the owner of the place, and she graciously extended an invitation for us to explore the house. As we crossed the threshold into the dwelling, an inexplicable unease settled upon me, an unsettling aura permeating the air. Gently leaning toward my mother, I whispered my trepidation, likening the place to that of a witch's house. Indeed, it was the first thought that it did invade my mind, and an instinctual aversion grew within me, nourished by an indescribable sense of dread. During our conversation with the old lady, we learned that a young couple had resided within those walls for several years. Tragically, their stay came to an abrupt end due to the untimely demise of the girl's father, which compelled them to vacate the premises urgently. Consequently, remnants of their life together lingered within, their possessions still occupying the space as they hastily relocated on the very day my mother engaged the owner in conversation. It was a whirlwind of circumstances and a serendipitous alignment of our needs and their departure. In a matter of mere days, I found myself settling into my new house, acclimating to the peculiarities of it. Its construction possessed an awkwardness that mirrored my own unease, and an incessant fear crept into my being. To counteract the eerie ambiance, I resorted to leaving the lights on throughout the night, a futile attempt to banish the encroaching darkness that seemed to seep through the cracks of this peculiar dwelling. The house itself boasted a long, winding staircase leading to a narrow hallway. On either side, doors beckoned one into the kitchen and bedroom, respectively, while a third granted access to the bathroom, nestled in the middle of the passageway. As for the small attic perched atop the bathroom ceiling, I hesitated to even glance toward it, hidden from view save for some rusty remnants peering through the cracks. It resembled a tiny storage space, seemingly accessible to those brave enough to venture inside. Needless to say, I never dared to tread into that mysterious attic. On the first night, I made the ill-fated decision to leave my bedroom door ajar, unknowingly inviting an onslaught of horrors into my life. In the realm of dreams, I traversed the dimly lit hallway by the sight of all 3 doors wide open, their darkness beckoning me with sinister intent. As I passed the bathroom door, a ghastly apparition confronted me, a pair of piercing, luminous yellow eyes fixated upon my trembling form. Overwhelmed by terror, I raced back to the bedroom, hurling myself onto the bed, only to be ensnared by an ethereal figure that tightly gripped my neck, suffocating me with an unyielding grasp. Desperately, I struggled to awake from this nightmare. As I consciously reclaimed me, I found myself coughing and grasping for air, my neck throbbing as though I had endured a real-life strangulation. Uncertainty plagued me, for I questioned whether I had indeed been dreaming, or had I crossed a blurred threshold into a realm where reality and nightmares converged, the spectral eyes lingering even after the figure had dissipated. With a newfound resolve, I promptly shut and locked the door, immersing the room in the sanctuary of light. Seeking solace beneath the refuge of a blanket, prayers flowed from my trembling lips as I surrendered myself to an uneasy slumber, grappling with the disconcerting notion that perhaps this was no mere dream, but an encounter with forces beyond our mortal realm. Throughout my life, I possessed the uncanny ability to distinguish between dreams and reality, a heightened awareness that accompanied both pleasant and dreadful nocturnal visions. Yet at that moment, an insidious doubt emerged, casting its shadow over my fragile grasp on the distinction between the two realms. Weeks turned into months, and gradually, I grew accustomed to the nocturnal terrors that plagued me. My relentless studies became a welcome distraction, consuming my waking hours and providing a semblance of stability amidst the ever-present unease. It was during this period that a fellow student, drawn to my presence, approached me after a lecture, mustering the courage to ask for a date. Intrigued, I accepted, and what initially began as a defiant act to flaunt my newfound freedom from the clutches of my toxic ex-boyfriend soon took on a turn towards intimacy. Regrettably, I manipulated this connection to spite my former flame, reveling in the twisted satisfaction of revenge. Consequently, after our second encounter, I abruptly severed the blossoming bond, casting aside this unwitting accomplice in my quest for emotional vindication. And then it happened, on that fateful night as I surrendered myself to sleep, unsuspecting and vulnerable. Awakened abruptly, I found myself immersed in a flurry of sensations, countless phantom hands caressing every inch of my quivering form. A voice, low and ominous, reverberated through the darkness, chilling me to my very core. Seemingly materializing out of thin air, an insidious figure enveloped me in its unholy embrace, emanating a malevolence that set my blood ablaze with anger. In the depths of my soul, a fierce determination took hold, an unyielding declaration that this would be the final straw, the ultimate confrontation with an actual demon, audacious enough to possess my very being. In a defiant roar, I demanded answers. My voice pierced through the suffocating silence. "What is your name? Who are you?" I implored, only to receive an unintelligible response in a twisted demonic tongue that clawed at my sanity. As swiftly as it had materialized, the figure dissipated into the abyss, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts. Simultaneously, my television flickered to life, displaying a program previously unbeknownst to me. A young girl bound to a chair within a dimly lit room, caught in the precarious dance between nefarious and virtuous forces. A cryptic ultimatum hung in the air, uttered by one of the characters. "You have to choose. Are you on the good side or the bad side?" Abruptly, the television screen plunged into darkness once more, leaving me disoriented and shaken to the core. Fueled by the harrowing experience, I reached out to a trusted friend, dialed the numbers despite the late hour, and recounted the events that had unfolded. Their shock and concern mirrored my own, offering a semblance of solace in a world teetering on the edge of inexplicable forces. Somehow I managed to find slumber after that, my friend's unwavering presence lending a comforting aura that assuaged my restless mind. Thus, I continued to inhabit that peculiar house, enduring its enigmatic anomalies for nearly 4 arduous years. Nightmares and midnight anxieties became an unwelcome companion, leading me to keep the doors locked and the lights ablaze in a futile attempt to banish the encroaching shadows. The reflection in the mirror twisted and contorted, mirroring my own spiraling descent into depression and insanity. In the depths of despair, I even contemplated self-inflicted harm, seeking solace in the cold embrace of a bathtub, convinced that this torment was insurmountable. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerged from the depths of my despair. Through perseverance and a stroke of fortune, I managed to extricate myself from the clutches of my toxic ex-boyfriend and found solace in the arms of a new partner. Their presence provided a shield, a respite from the oppressive energies that plagued the house. Nights passed serenely as my newfound love sought refuge within those walls, bringing a sense of security and protection, shielding me from the intangible specters that once haunted me in my every waking moment. But as fate would have it, my newfound source of strength departed to pursue opportunities abroad, leaving me alone once more within the confines of that enigmatic abode. And that's when the cat appeared, an ethereal white feline, its gaze seemingly imbued with wisdom, boasting one emerald eye and another sapphire blue. It would perch upon the tree adjacent to my window, skillfully maneuvering its way into my sanctuary whenever I had inadvertently left the window ajar. Curiously, this otherworldly visitor did not provoke the expected paranormal disturbances. Though the circumstances struck me as peculiar, I found solace in its presence, as if the cat itself held the key to dispelling the inexplicable unease that had plagued me for far too long. Alone in the silence of the night, I no longer felt the weight of malevolent energies bearing down upon me, finding solace in the presence of this mysterious feline companion. During a visit from my parents, I confided in my father about this enigmatic cat that had graced my life. His reaction was one of deep concern and intrigue, as he immediately embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind this ethereal creature. Strangely enough, my father, despite our close bond, chose to keep me in the dark regarding his findings, a veil of secrecy that piqued my curiosity and ignited suspicions of his own encounters with the supernatural. While he remained tight-lipped, I couldn't help but surmise that he, too, had traversed the shadowy realms of the inexplicable, yet chose to shield me from the haunting realities that he had witnessed. As time wore on, life seemed to regain a semblance of normalcy. It became apparent that the energy within the house thrived on my depression and anxiety, its potency gradually diminishing as I mustered the strength to rebuild my shattered self. With each passing day, as I rose above the ashes of my past, the entity grew weaker, its influence waning in the face of my newfound resilience. Yet I couldn't deny the lingering question that haunted my thoughts. Had I truly conquered the malevolent forces that once held sway over my life, or was this merely a respite, a deceptive calm before the storm? Now, as I recount my turbulent journey within the confounding house, I find myself standing at a crossroads. The mysteries remained unsolved. The supernatural forces that held me captive continued to elude comprehension. It is in this precarious state, teetering between the realm of reality and the supernatural, that I stand on the precipice of an uncertain future. The memories and encounters, both harrowing and illuminating, will forever be etched within the fabric of my being, a testament to the indomitable spirit that carried me through the darkest of nights. And so, with trepidation and a newfound resilience, I brace myself for what lies ahead, a life that will forever be intertwined with the enigmatic and the inexplicable as I continue to navigate the intricate dance between the mortal and the ethereal, forever haunted by the memories of the house that held secrets beyond my comprehension.
Hey everyone, I read this story a while back and I found it again. Pretty wild story. I have the privilege of being closely acquainted with a remarkable individual, my mentor. who has dedicated over 6 decades to the practice of ancient medicine. While many may consider him merely an old and eccentric man, he remains indifferent to public opinion. His unwavering commitment to his beliefs is truly admirable. Recently, I met a fellow coworker who had endured an unfathomable tragedy, the loss of both his brother and son, who had taken their own lives just days apart. To compound the agony, his niece had attempted suicide in his own garage 2 years prior, only to meet her demise later when she drove while being intoxicated and crashed into a tree. Faced with an unbearable fear of losing more family, my coworker found himself in a desperate situation. No one within his reservation community seemed capable of offering the solace and guidance he desperately sought. In a stroke of fate, my coworker confided in me, divulging the depth of his anguish. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I immediately shared his plight with my mentor. Without hesitation, we resolved to visit my coworker's home, fully aware that he would return that very night, under the cover of darkness when the forces of malevolence were most potent. In preparation for this encounter, my mentor embarked on a sacred ritual that involved fasting, fervent prayers to the creator of all benevolent forces in the universe. During this time, he withdrew into himself, speaking sparingly, expressing gratitude to those who would stand by our side in the impending battle against the forces of evil. Witnessing this transformation, I willingly complied with his every command, for it was my duty to do so. He instructed me to rest and purge all traces of fear through prayer, emphasizing the impending confrontation with an entity of immense darkness and power. When the time came to embark on our perilous mission, we carried only the essentials, as deemed by my mentor. Sage and tobacco, potent weapons in our arsenal against malevolence, were deemed inadequate against the demonic forces that emanated from the realm of death itself. Thus, we left them behind, recognizing the gravity of the challenge that awaited us. Under the guidance of my mentor, we arrived at the house that fateful night. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he assigned me the task of watching over the grieving family, while he ventured alone into a nearby field. The night enveloped us in an impenetrable darkness, and as the hours stretched on, anxiety began to grip my heart. The absence of my mentor amplified my concern, leaving me in a state of restless anticipation. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, my mentor returned, his countenance a mixture of determination and somber resolve. He revealed our next move, whispering, "Tomorrow night, we shall lie in wait down the road." From that point onward, we dedicated ourselves to fervent prayer, fasting, and meticulous preparations. As students of the medical path, we recognized that our work necessitated an understanding of multiple realms, transcending the boundaries of the physical world. With midnight drawing near, we departed for a designated location, maneuvering along the road stealthily, purposely avoiding detection by passing cars. Mentor mentioned to me to remain behind him, shielding me from whatever malevolence awaited. He found refuge in a ditch, concealed from prying eyes, and braced ourselves for the impending encounter. As time wore on, several vehicles traversed the road, their presence disrupting the silence of the night, and yet, eventually, an eerie calm settled upon the surroundings. It was in this stillness that I discerned Mentor's acute awareness of what we sought, while I remained utterly clueless. Then, like a whisper in the night, faint lights emerged from the left, piercing through the darkness. Mentor, with a swift and calculated movement, leapt out of the ditch and positioned himself by the side of the road. I obediently took my place behind him, my heart pounding, unsure of the imminent events about to unfold. Approaching us was a colossal, ominous vehicle, its black silhouette reminiscent of a Cadillac or a Lincoln Continental, but noticeably devoid of doors. Strangely, the engine emitted an otherworldly sound, unlike any I've ever encountered in my experience as a mechanic. Its ethereal rumble resonated with an unnatural quality that defied explanation. The car, or whatever it truly was, drew nearer, shrouded in a cloud of swirling dust, as if attempting to conceal the malevolent presence. With unwavering determination, Mentor stepped forward onto the road, coming to an abrupt halt. As the vehicle inched closer, the absence of glass in its windows and windshields caught my attention. It was as if this vessel of darkness defied the laws of the physical world itself. I peered over Mentor's right shoulder, my curiosity mingling with the deep-seated fear of what I saw sent shivers down my spine, though, threatening to overpower my senses. Seated on the driver's side was a figure, grotesquely resembling a clown. Its fiery orange hair, disheveled and wild, framed a face painted in chilling white. The malevolent grin etched upon his countenance mirrored the malicious smile of the infamous Joker. Tattered and dirty ruffles adorned his neck, completing its nightmarish visage. I hesitate to refer to it as a man, for it was something beyond comprehension, something inherently evil. Gazing at this abomination was an act of sheer will, for its presence exuded a hypnotic power that tugged at the recesses of my mind. I dared not let it perceive my existence, striving to divert my gaze from its piercing eyes. To behold it for too long would surely lead to my undoing, and yet Mentor, standing far closer to this entity of malevolence, seemed unaffected by its wicked presence. He never cast his gaze upon it, but instead extended his hand, reaching inside the vehicle toward the back seat. My apprehension reached its zenith as I caught a glimpse of the passengers within, their faces obscured from view, their anguished moans piercing the night air, an eerie chorus of tortured souls. In that moment, a sense of suffocation overwhelmed me, as if an invisible force constricted my throat, depriving me of breath. I dropped to my knees, gasping for air, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the darkness that engulfed me. Yet, even amidst my struggle, Mentor's hand settled upon my shoulder. His touch an anchor to the tumultuous storm, he began to pray, his words a lifeline connecting me to a realm beyond the physical. With a gentle strength, he placed a Bible and a small cloth in my trembling hands. The cloth, pressed against my stomach, offered a semblance of solace in the fact that the encroaching darkness, the sensation of impending nausea gripped me as the very essence of evil seeped into my being. I felt the tightening grip of an invisible noose around my throat, my airway constricting with each passing moment. Desperate, I succumbed to violent coughing, my lungs fighting to expel the suffocating grasp. Slowly, a soothing, warm feeling enveloped me, dispersing the numbing cold that had taken hold. Gradually, the paralysis relinquished its grip on my body, and I rose to my feet, my strength returning. As if in response to this triumph over the suffocating darkness, the abominable clown's laughter transformed into a blood-curdling scream, piercing the night with its sheer malevolence. In a sudden rush of adrenaline, we turned our gaze towards the source of the unearthly noise, only to be met with a shocking sight. The ominous vehicle that had carried this embodiment of evil was now engulfed in billowing smoke, as if consumed by an inferno. The acrid stench that emanated from the smoke invaded our nostrils, a sickening amalgamation of stale alcohol, blood, burning flesh, singed hair, and pungent aroma of cigarettes. It was a potent olfactory assault that affirmed Mentor's earlier claims about the sinister nature of this entity. The strength required to confront such an overpowering force became abundantly clear. As the night air slowly purged itself of the vile presence, an otherworldly coldness seemed to dissipate from my throat. The warmth that had surged through my body brought with it a renewed sense of vitality, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The once fiendish scream faded into oblivion, and in its wake we found ourselves standing by the roadside, bathed in the soft hues of the rising sun. In this moment of ethereal calm, Mentor began to sing an ancient song, its melody resonating with a deep wisdom, a accumulated over generations. We commenced our journey back towards the grief-stricken man's house, where Mentor would reveal the truth of what had befallen his beloved family. Seated on the couch, I listened intently as Mentor recounted the heartbreaking tale, weaving together the threads of tragedy that had haunted this family for years. Car wrecks, suicides, cancer, kidney disease, and alcoholism had all cast a grim shadow over their lives. With compassion and unwavering resolve, Mentor advised the man to consider a change, urging him to move away from the malevolent influence that had plagued his family for so long. He imparted wisdom and encouragement, emphasizing the transformative power of choosing a path of righteousness and virtuous living. And then, our duty fulfilled, we departed, leaving the burdened soul to contemplate the words of guidance and embark on a journey towards healing and renewal. Upon my return, exhaustion overcame me, and I succumbed to the profound slumber that lasted for what felt like 2 days. When I finally woke up, ravenous hunger gnawed at my insides, a stark reminder that I'd endured 3 days of fasting. Mentor, acknowledging my efforts with a nod of approval, bid me farewell and set off on his own path. Our shared purpose remained steadfast, to extend assistance to those in need, guided not by monetary compensation, but the collective commitment of fostering goodness and righteousness in the world. In the years that followed, the weight of tragedy lifted from the shoulders of man that we had helped. No longer would his family be subject to the relentless grip of unfortunate circumstances. The tale of our encounter, recounted with Mentor's blessing, spread among those who would listen, serving as a testament to the dangers lurking in the realm of the deceased, dangers that the living often realize too late. It's a story that must be shared, for it carries within it a reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of heeding the warnings whispered by those who have journeyed beyond. And so, I bear witness to the profound impact of my mentor's wisdom, and together we continue our sacred work, offering solace, guidance, and a glimmer of hope to those who seek refuge from the malevolence that lurks within and beyond our realm.
Story number 5. Does anyone believe in signs or omens? In May of 2013, a year that feels like a lifetime ago, I found myself embarking on a fateful journey through the series of events that would forever alter the course of my life. It all began innocently enough as I walked into my garage, completely unaware of the horrors that awaited me. A putrid smell assaulted my senses, a nauseating odor that seemed to permeate every corner of the space. Determined to locate the source of this repugnant stench, I meticulously combed through the garage, my eyes scanning every nook and cranny, hoping to identify the culprit. As I delved deeper into my investigation, the pungent aroma led me to a shattered window, tucked away at the back of the garage. This window, one of 4 magnificent panes adorned with sturdy shutters, was always kept tightly closed. With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, I cautiously swung the shutter open, revealing a ghastly sight that would forever haunt my memory. There, lying in a state of decomposition, was a grotesque sight, an enormous rotting crow. The mere thought that such a creature had found its way into my garage baffled me. I frequented this space multiple times a day, shuttling back and forth on my daily routine, and yet I had never heard any signs of an avian intruder attempting to escape its expected prison. It appeared that this unfortunate creature had been trapped for days, left to decay in solitude until my fateful discovery. Summoning all my courage, I adorned a pair of gloves and gingerly removed the foul carcass, determined to rid myself of this macabre spectacle. Carefully, I disposed of the lifeless bird, ensuring it was deposited far away from the sanctuary of my home. Little did I know that this encounter with death's repugnant visage was merely the prelude to a chain of extraordinary events that would soon unfold. Having successfully cleansed my garage from the macabre remnants, I was ready to embrace the day ahead. However, as I stepped out of my house, my gaze was greeted by a sight that sent shivers down my spine. Above me, an ominous tapestry of storm clouds, dark and foreboding, loomed like an impending doom. Instinctively, I knew I had to alter my plans, for the thought of navigating treacherous roads under the deluge of rain, thunder, and possibly even tornadoes filled me with an inexplicable dread. It was a decision that would prove to be both life-saving and fateful. Within moments, as if mocking my intuition, the sky unleashed its fury upon the world below. A symphony of nature's wrath unfolded around me, as wind gusts violently toppled outdoor furniture and sent fragile plants sprawling across the ground. The weather alerts that accompanied this tempest painted a harrowing picture, a severe thunderstorm, replete with the potential for hail, and the menacing touch of tornadoes was en route. The mere thought of such forces of nature converging upon my humble abode sent tremors through my core. Seeking refuge within the safety of my home, I sat in a state of awe and trepidation as the heavens unleashed their fury. Thunder roared with an intensity I had never experienced before, reverberating through the very foundations of my house. Each thunderclap felt like a battle cry from the gods themselves, reminding me of my insignificance in the face of nature's relentless power. As the cacophony of the force of the elements reached its zenith, the lifeblood of my home, the electricity, succumbed. In the moments of resolute solitude, I found myself grasping my phone, my lifeline to the outside world, hoping for a connection that would tether me to my loved ones. In the midst of this tempestuous chaos, I dialed my husband's number, yearning for his comforting presence amidst the storm. We exchanged anxious words, clinging to each other's voices as the lifeline to our communication. And then, in a cruel twist of fate, a deafening boom resounded through the air, a chilling testament to the nearby lightning strike that had claimed victory over the fragile infrastructure of connectivity. The call was abruptly severed, leaving me stranded in a sea of disconnection, vulnerable to the capricious whims of nature. As the tempest finally relinquished its grip, its fury replaced by a deceptive calm, I ventured outside to survey the aftermath. Rain-soaked and shaken, I was met with a scene of devastation. There, a mere stone's throw away, stood our majestic oak tree, a sentinel of nature's magnificence, now severed in twain by the merciless touch of a lightning bolt. Smoke lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the fire that could have consumed this befallen behemoth were it not for the rain's timely intervention. I stood in awe of the forces that had converged upon my existence, their wrath leaving an indelible mark on my consciousness. In the days that followed, the ebb and flow of life took an agonizing turn. A somber phone call brought the news of my grandmother's ailing health. A centenarian succumbing to the frailty of human existence. The initial assumption that it was a simple cold quickly unraveled as the gravity of the situation became apparent. My family implored me to take the arduous journey to her side, sensing the impending finality of her presence in this world. Obliging their plea, I embarked on a 40-mile pilgrimage, my heart heavy with foreboding. Upon arrival, I was greeted by a harrowing sight, a room transformed into a veritable deathbed, where my grandmother lay motionless, her eyes devoid of light, her breath shallow and measured. It was a haunting tableau, one that spoke of a soul already departed, leaving behind a mere vessel clinging to life. With a heavy heart, I bid my farewells, knowing deep within that this encounter marked the end of a chapter, the farewell to a matriarch who had shaped my existence in profound ways. And as fate would have it, destiny dealt an unforgiving blow, for within the confines of that same fateful day, news reached me of the passing of my godmother, a woman who had been like a second mother to me. The weight of grief threatened to engulf my entirety as the realization was sinking in. 2 pillars of my life had crumbled within the confines of 24 hours, their absence leaving a void that seemed insurmountable. In the wake of the devastating loss, we gathered as a fractured family to bid farewell to our departed loved ones. The funeral processions unfolded in agonizing succession, a solemn burial for my grandmother, and a melancholic Wednesday, followed by the interment of my grandmother on a somber godmother. Thursday, tears flowed like rivers. Grief washed over us in waves as we clung to one another for solace and strength. My mother, burdened with unimaginable pain from losing her mother-in-law and dearest friend, sought solace in my embrace, her anguish searing through my own soul. Amidst the haze of sorrow, life persisted, albeit in a fractured state. Days turned into weeks, and as the wounds of bereavement gradually scabbed over, I found myself visiting my parents' house, a place that had become a sanctuary, a respite from the storm of grief. A glimmer of hope shone through the darkness as I witnessed my father, burdened with the responsibilities of caring for my grandmother, now liberated from those obligations. With newfound freedom, he and my mother could savor the joys of life, unhindered by the constant worry that had consumed them for years. Travel and cherished moments with their grandchildren beckoned, promising a respite from the unrelenting weight of sorrow. Yet, as life would have it, tragedy refused to relent. 3 weeks after bidding farewell to my beloved matriarchs, I found myself receiving a call that would forever etch itself into the depths of my being. My father's voice trembled on the other end of the line as he delivered the dreaded news. A stroke had besieged my mother, leaving her helpless and paralyzed. The world around me crumbled, the ground beneath my feet morphing into a shifting terrain of despair. With the heart consumed by fear and a heavy foot on the accelerator, I raced towards the hospital where my mother lay. 2 hours of relentless driving, feeling like an eternity. As I entered the sterile confines of the hospital's emergency room, the sight before me shattered the last remnants of hope within my heart. There, on a sterile hospital bed, lay my mother, once vibrant, independent, and filled with life, now reduced to a mere shell of her former self, her gaze fixed on a distant horizon, unresponsive around her, imprisoned by the cruel grip of a massive hemorrhagic stroke. The agony of witnessing her silent struggle, her voice silenced by the capricious nature of her affliction, threatened to consume me entirely. Days turned into weeks, and the cycle of life intertwined with the relentless march of time. We watched as my mother fought against the limitations of her body, her indomitable spirit occasionally breaking through the veil of paralysis. Laughter and shared moments of joy punctuated the somber routine of hospital visits, but the specter of her affliction loomed ever present. My brother and I took turns, never leaving her side, ensuring that she never spent a night in solitude in her hospital room, and yet, despite her unwavering devotion, fate had already determined the course of events. On a fateful night of July 22, 2013, at the stroke of 2:43 a.m., my phone pierced the silence, jolting me from a fitful sleep. With a sense of trepidation, I answered the call, the voice on the other end bearing news that would inflict the deepest wound upon my soul. My mother's fragile state had succumbed to another devastating stroke, the final blow that would claim her earthly existence. In that agonizing moment, as tears streamed down my face, I was forced to confront the profound emptiness that would forever remain in the wake of her departure. The pain of loss, the weight of grief, and the remnants of shattered dreams became the fabric of my existence. Every event from the ghastly encounter with death's emissary in my garage to the torrential storm that heralded the demise of nature's resilience wove together a tapestry of suffering and resilience. I had traversed the precipice of mortality, witnessing the fragility of life and the indiscriminate hand of destiny. And so, as I look back on those tumultuous days, forever etched in the annals of my memory, I find solace in the knowledge that my journey through darkness has forged an indomitable spirit within me. It is a spirit that embraces the fragility of existence, cherishing the moments of joy, love, and connection that flicker amidst the ever-present specter of loss. And though the pain of those experiences will forever linger, I carry them as a testament of the resilience of the human spirit, a spirit that endures, rebuilds, and finds hope, even in the face of the darkest storms. The thing from my childhood home followed me. So let me start by telling you the incredibly bizarre and unsettling experience I've been going through lately. It all began when my mom and I decided to leave the house one day. We had just gotten new glasses and received prescription sunglasses along with them. Naturally, I grabbed them and headed out. However, upon returning home, I noticed that the case in which the sunglasses came was lying on the floor. It struck me as odd because I distinctively remembered leaving it in its designated spot. Little did I know that it was just the beginning of a series of strange occurrences. You see, my mom had to assist my dad in moving some plywood from his truck to the shed when he was building it. Her own shoes had fallen apart in the washer, so she requested to borrow a pair of my tennis shoes. Being a helpful child, I obliged and went to my room to retrieve them. Now I should mention I typically rotate between 3 pairs of shoes, my trusty Converse, my reliable winter boots, and my comfortable flip-flops. For months, my Converse had been lazily resting on the floor in front of my TV in my room. However, when I went to grab them, they were nowhere to be found. Panic started to set in as I frantically searched over every nook and cranny, even checking inside the closet. And guess where I eventually discovered them? They were neatly tucked away in a shoe organizer within my closet, a place designated for shoes I rarely wear. It was as if a mysterious force had decided to organize them for me. Strange, right? After this bewildering incident, I decided to join my parents outside and help them with their tasks. It was still dark outside, and it was around 6. Equipped with a flashlight, I accompanied them to provide some much-needed illumination. As my parents headed back to my dad's truck, I suddenly heard tapping sounds emanating from the nearby forest. Now I understand that you might think that it was just a bird or some other incident creature going through its business. Typically, I'd agree with you. However, this tapping sounded different. It was slow and almost deliberately so. And eerily quiet, despite being right behind me. It didn't resemble any animal I was familiar with. Now let me digress for a moment and recount an incident involving the scent of my deceased grandmother's perfume. You see, my mom and I were engaged in the task of cleaning the ceiling fan, preparing it for the seasonal switch in airflow direction. We needed to prevent the accumulation of dust, which would inevitably fall when the fan was turned on. As we stood in front of the bedroom door with the fan switched on, attempting to discern its current airflow direction, I suddenly caught a whiff of my late grandmother's perfume. It was a distinct scent that I associated with her only. Curious, I turned to my mom and asked if she could smell it too. To my surprise, though, she couldn't detect any of this fragrance. This incident reminded me of a comment that I had read in a video narrating my previous experiences. The commenter claimed that I had somehow managed to anger my grandmother's spirit, and she had transformed into a vengeful entity. Frankly, I found this notion quite laughable, as my grandmother was the epitome of sweetness, and I had never witnessed her expressing anger or malice. Now let's delve into the complex dynamics of my family. It's worth mentioning that my parents aren't exactly the best role models. My dad tends to be controlling and intimidating and verbally abusive towards both me and my mom. On the other hand, my mom encompasses all 3 negative traits while also exhibiting physical aggression towards me. The situation reached a breaking point some time ago when my mom threatened to kill me. That was the final straw, prompting me to move in with my sister. However, there was a waiting period before I could transition to her place. Thus, I had to endure an excruciating week in my old home, which turned out to be the genesis of some truly harrowing experiences. It was during this time that I felt encountered by ominous voices and experienced sleep paralysis. Initially, my mom was the one to hear the voice, although she couldn't decipher its message. It wasn't until later that I also heard it myself. On one particular night, as I lay in bed struggling to fall asleep, a common occurrence due to my chronic insomnia, I noticed a peculiar shadow at the foot of my bed. Intrigued and somewhat perplexed, I sat up, attempting to discern the source of this anomaly. To my utter terror, I heard a raspy feminine voice whispering, "Don't go." The shock of that moment caused me to lose control, and I began screaming for my mom. Despite knowing that the voice couldn't have belonged to her, I simply couldn't bring myself to walk past that menacing presence. My mom rushed into the room, bewildered by my screams, and I narrated the horrifying encounter to her. Fearing for our safety, we decided to stay up and watch a movie, hoping to distract ourselves from the lingering fear. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me and I fell asleep on the couch while my mom retreated to her own room. Now here's an interesting tidbit about me. I rarely manage to fall asleep anywhere other than a bed. It's an exceptionally rare occurrence, happening no more than 5 times in my entire life. On this particular night, however, I experienced another unsettling episode. Abruptly awaking from my slumber, I heard what sounded like twigs snapping. At first, I dismissed it as a mere dream, as why would there be twigs in the living room, right? But then I recalled the vivid imagery that had plagued me for the past year. In the darkness of my living room, I had frequently imagined a specific figure squatting in an Asian-style position, entirely concealed by a camouflaged blanket adorned with twigs and other natural elements. The only visible features were its eyes, which filled me with inexplicable terror. I had always visualized this creature situated near the corner of the wall, just next to the entertainment center, hidden from sight due to the TV obstructing the view. For some reason, I had been too afraid to confirm whether it truly existed or if it was simply a figment of my exhausted mind's imagination. However, during what I initially believed to be a dream, I saw this figure. Yet it wasn't crouched as I had imagined. Instead, it was standing upright, towering over me. Its height surpassed 7 feet, and I immediately realized that it was no mere dream. It was an encounter with the very entity that had whispered to me before. It approached me with a pronounced limp, each step resonating through the air like a woodland path being traversed. It drew so close that I could faintly discern its horrifying visage within the shadowy folds of its forest-like covering. The closest approximation I can offer is the monsters featured in the Doctor Who episode, The Waters of Mars, except this creature had a white face with black cracks, resembling a distorted mouth encompassing the entire facial area. Its pupils were white, surrounded by black where the whites of the eyes should have been. They were large and menacing, while its mouth remained agape in a silent scream. I felt an overwhelming surge of fear, practically immobilizing me, and it whispered without opening its mouth, "Don't go." In an instant, it vanished from sight, but the fear lingered, keeping me frozen in place for what felt like an eternity. I had never before experienced such paralyzing terror, even though I had encountered numerous life-threatening situations in the past. In retrospect, I began to suspect that the shadowy figure in my room might actually be the ghost of my deceased neighbor. It seemed plausible that maybe he somehow was safeguarding me within the confines of my own room, perhaps even derived a twisted pleasure from the task. Curiously enough, nothing else in my room had ever frightened me except for the presence of a Scooby-Doo doll. I reasoned that the entity wanted me out of that room, enabling it to toy with me, as if it held no power within those walls. It appeared that this malevolent force only made itself known once my mother and I entertained the idea of leaving our abode. I couldn't help but wonder if there was some connection between the figure and the nearby forest, considering its appearance. However, I couldn't definitively confirm this hypothesis. As the days passed, I occasionally caught glimpses of the figure before finally leaving the house. On one occasion, I opened the medicine cabinet mirror in the bathroom, searching for toothpaste, and upon closing it, I caught a chilling reflection. The creature was staring back at me. When I turned around, it had vanished. Another encounter occurred while I was engrossed in playing Red Dead Redemption 2 in the living room. I glanced in the direction of my imagined spot, only to find the figure crouched there, silently observing me. However, the most unexpected sighting transpired when I ventured outside to check on a pair of stray cats. To my astonishment, the creature was seated in the driver's seat of my mother's car, choosing the most unlikely of locations to reveal itself. Upon relocating to my sister's place, a semblance of tranquility settled over my life, at least temporarily. My focus shifted towards settling in, finding employment, and establishing a stable routine. Nonetheless, on the 6th night of my stay, sleep paralysis revisited me with a vengeance. Once again, the figure materialized before me, standing tall while donning its enigmatic blanket. Slowly it climbed into my bed, positioning itself directly above me, its face looming near mine. This time it whispered, in a tone that seemed almost hurt, "You left?" as if posing a question. Paralyzed and unable to respond, I grappled with the bizarre notion that this entity had somehow robbed me of my ability to speak, only to inquire about my departure. As its hands closed around my neck, it bellowed the phrase, "You left," repeatedly, relentlessly making it impossible for me to breathe. Eventually, I succumbed to the lack of oxygen and lost consciousness. Astonishingly, upon awakening, I found no marks or bruises on my neck, further deepening the mystery. Since that fateful night, the encounters have persisted, albeit in varying forms. The figure would manifest itself at the foot of my bed, either climbing or circling around while alternately whispering or screaming in that same pained tone, accusing me of leaving. I'm left with profound confusion and distress, grappling with the question of what exactly this entity represents. Could it be a product of my own imagination, a manifestation of my deeply troubled psyche? I am aware that my narrative may sound utterly unbelievable, and I myself struggle to fully accept its reality. Contemplating the appropriate course of action feels like an insurmountable task. Should I seek assistance of a priest, hoping for some form of spiritual intervention? Or should I admit myself to a psychiatric institution, fearing that my mind has become a playground for hallucinations and delusions? These are the unsettling quandaries that plague me every waking moment, and I'm uncertain if I'll ever find respite from this ongoing nightmare. It wasn't her. My sister, she was unique, a person with extraordinary sense of humor, special in her own way, and the most loving individual that I knew. But beneath her endearing qualities, there lurked a dark side that we were all aware of. As the eldest among 5 girls and 1 boy, my sister held a special place in our family. She had a spirit friend during her early years, engaging in remarkably intelligent conversations with someone only she could see. Our mother even used to ask her questions that she couldn't possibly know the answers to, and it astonished our mother when my sister provided mature responses. She confided in me later, explaining that she felt her friend was there for her during the time when she needed support. As she grew older, her friend informed her that it was time for her to depart. My sister endured the toughest of times alongside our mother, witnessing her abusive marriages, subsequent divorces, and the constant upheaval of our lives. In some ways, I believe my sister developed an intense protective instinct towards our mother. It almost bordered on obsession, as she would go to great lengths to earn our mother's approval, even if it meant hurting one of us. We sensed a resentment for taking away our mother's attention, particularly towards my brother, who received special treatment as the only boy in the family. It broke our mother's heart when my brother got married and moved away, and needless to say, my sister wasn't fond of his wife. She did everything in her power to drive a wedge between our mother and their relationship. She also held resentment towards our second eldest sister, who always sought attention and constantly stressed our mother out. As the youngest of the family, I had a unique bond with my mother that no one else could break. Perhaps my sister resented me too, for having such a special connection with our mother. While my sister had always shown signs of instability, something changed after we moved into the house on Alexandria. During our time there, I shared a bed with our mother, and night after night, my sister would sit on the edge of our mother's side, projecting negativity and expressing delusional problems that haven't even occurred. Our mother would cry, begging her to stop. I wonder if something attached itself to her in that house, although I can't be certain. Fast forward to the end of my sister's life. Our mother passed away at the age of 87 from cancer, leaving my sister feeling alone and devoid. While she would never take her own life, she longed to be with our mother in the afterlife. She had been battling her own medical issues throughout her mother's life, but now she felt there was nothing left to fight for. By stopping her treatments, she believed the end would come. We all tried to bring her home with us, but she refused. Consumed by paranoia, she insisted on staying in that cold, empty place. She would sit there, holding her mother's belongings, staring into the distance as if waiting for something. One night as I was helping her, she asked me to sit close to her. She said it was crucial, so I obliged. She confessed her worry, explaining that she was at the end of her life and felt like she needed my forgiveness. She confessed to having done things, bad things. I assured her that we've all done things that we're not proud of, but she insisted that her actions were particularly harmful and had negatively impacted my life. Though she didn't reveal the specifics, I had a strong suspicion of what she meant, as those events had indeed affected me negatively. She revealed that for many years she had felt a dark presence clouding her thoughts. Opening her hand and pointing to the top right side of her head, she emphasized its location. She said it was right there. I had also sensed something around her, but I had only shared my concern with our mother. In her final days, my sister suffered greatly. Unfortunately, I wasn't present when she passed. I received a picture from one of my sisters, showing my sister in her last months. Her eyes were wider than ever before, staring upward to the right above her head, exactly where she described feeling the negative dark presence. It wasn't a vacant gaze, it was filled with fear. Curious, I called the nurse to inquire how long she had been staring like that. To my surprise, they had only been using eye drops to prevent her eyes from drying out, because she had been staring for an extended period. What was she looking at? That image still haunts me. The night she passed, I waited until morning to inform my brother. Strangely, he didn't seem surprised and asked me about the time of her last breath. He explained that after turning off the lights and closing his eyes, something dark rushed towards him. It was cold and terrifying, and suddenly he saw my sister's face in his mind. He just knew she had passed away. It sent shivers down my spine. A few days later, my second eldest sister and my brother's ex-wife, who lived together, called me, sharing their experience of crashing noises in the bathroom at 5 a.m. Their dog wouldn't stop growling at the top corners of the room. They asked me to help cleanse their apartment, and I obliged. Now I can't help but fear that I might be the next target. However, nothing happened. Almost a week went by, and one night as I lay in bed with my grandchildren, my grandson looked toward my bedroom door and uttered, "No, no, no, spooky." He was only 4 years old. I didn't even turn to look. I reassured him that everything was all right and that our bed was covered in white light protecting us. I moved my hand as though waving a magic wand, enveloping us in this comforting embrace. He sat up and glanced around and said, "Oh, thank you," before falling back asleep. I followed suit. On the contrary, my son and his fiancée couldn't sleep at all that night. I keep a bright nightlight on in my room, so there was no explanation for what they exactly were experiencing. We live in an old farmhouse-style house, and my son's room is upstairs in the loft, with the doorway facing my room and the kitchen. My son told me that he and his fiancée descended into the kitchen and both instinctively looked toward my room to check if I was awake. In the doorway, they saw an absence of light, an absorbing darkness. They stood there, frozen in disbelief and overwhelmed with fear as they tried to peer into my room. It was as if whatever it was could not enter, but it stood mere feet away from my bed, lingering for a while before vanishing. Later that month, I took my grandchildren with me to my mother and sister's home to place their remaining belongings into storage. To our horror, we encountered the same darkness, shaking us to the core. It made me question past events in our lives. Did this entity make my sister the way that she was? Did it play a part in altering the course of our lives? Or was the presence we witnessed in that house something entirely different? I hope my sister finds peace. What perplexes me is that everyone in our family has experienced warm and loving encounters with our mother. Some have felt her touch on their hand, a stroke on their cheek or back, and at times caught a whiff of her perfume. But not a single one of us had been visited by my dear sister. It breaks my heart to realize that we truly don't know what lies beyond. Could she be trapped somewhere and we're unable to help her? Or has she simply moved on? I hope it's the latter. Someone shared a thought with me though, and I can't help but agree. They suggested when my sister passed away, the entity lost its hold on her. That's why it had been appearing in other family homes, searching for a new host. But it seems none of us were in a dark enough place for it to force itself an attachment. When she passed, one of my sisters remained with her, whispering spiritual affirmations, gently guiding her toward the light until she was gone. That brought a sense of solace, knowing that my sister was not alone in her final moments. It reassured me that she had the love and support and a guide to help her towards whatever awaited her on the other side. Yet the lingering presence of darkness in our lives continued to unsettle me. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to uncover, more answers to seek. I delved into research about spiritual phenomena, seeking explanations for the strange occurrences within my family. I reached out to experts in the field, hoping to gain some insight into what we had experienced. Through my exploration, I discovered stories of entities that attached themselves to individuals, draining their energy and causing turmoil. These entities thrive on negative emotions, seeking out vulnerable souls to feed upon. The more I learned, the more I realized that my sister had unknowingly become a host for such a malevolent entity. It pained me to think about her struggles and the dark moments were not solely her own, but manipulated by an external force. The entity had preyed upon her vulnerabilities and amplified her inner demons, fueling her descent into a darker state of being. It explained the drastic shift in her personality and the unexplained phenomenon surrounding her. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I became determined to protect myself and my family. I sought guidance from spiritual healers and learned techniques to cleanse our living spaces and strengthen our spiritual boundaries and ward off any negative energies that may try to infiltrate our lives. As time passed, the oppressive presence that had plagued us began to fade. The air felt lighter and a renewed sense of peace settled over our home. We started rebuilding our lives, proclaiming the happiness and love that had been overshadowed by the darkness. However, the scars left by my sister's tumultuous journey remained. The impact of her actions, influenced by the entity's manipulation, still reverberated through our lives. Forgiveness became a crucial part of my healing process, both for myself and for my sister's troubled soul. I found solace in forgiving her, recognizing that she had been a victim herself, trapped in a web of darkness that she couldn't fully comprehend. I released the anger and resentment that had lingered within me, choosing to focus on the beautiful memories of my sister's love and unique spirit. Now, as I reflect on our shared experiences, I'm reminded of the fragility of life and the unseen forces that can shape our journey. I've come to accept that there are mysteries we may never fully comprehend, but I find comfort in knowing that love and light will always prevail. Though the loss of my sister will forever leave a void in my heart, I hold on to the hope that she's finally found the peace and freedom that she longed for. And as I continue to navigate life's uncertainties, I carry her memory with me, honoring her unique spirit and cherishing the lessons learned from our shared experiences. Strange energy in backyard after a huge tree was cut down. A few days before Christmas, my peaceful house in Southern California was struck by an unexpected incident that left an indelible mark on my memory. A colossal tree, towering over a staggering height of more than 100 feet, came crashing down onto my humble home. Its descent precipitated by an unusually heavy rainfall, albeit Southern California standards. Fortunately, the damages inflicted upon the roof were minimal, nothing more than a few superficial wounds that could be easily remedied. Miraculously, no one suffered any injuries from the calamitous event. A fortuitous outcome filled my heart with immense gratitude. In the wake of this natural disaster, the following morning witnessed the arrival of a team of proficient tree trimmers, summoned to the scene to ameliorate the chaos that had unfolded. With their unwavering expertise, they diligently commenced the arduous task of slicing the colossal tree into more manageable sections, ensuring its eventual removal from my premises. Once their laborious effort had come to fruition, all that remained was a melancholic reminder of the once majestic arboreal titan, a humble stump, steadfastly marking the spot where nature's wrath had made its presence felt. However, what transpired next took an eerie turn, as though an inexplicable darkness had descended upon the remnants of the fallen tree. Merely a day later, the lush foliage of ivy that had previously adorned the tree's base underwent a grotesque transformation, its verdant leaves transmuting into a somber shade of black. The juxtaposition between life and death, vibrant greenery and desolate void, became starkly apparent in the hauntingly altered scenery that now enveloped the remnants of the arboreal wreckage. Curiously, this peculiar phenomenon coincided with my daily ritual of waking my beloved canine companion along a designated route, adjacent to the fallen tree. Each day, as my faithful companion embarked on her biological duties, pooping, an unsettling transformation unfolded within her demeanor. The memory we drew near the truncated remains of the fallen giant, a foreboding shift would manifest itself within her. Her once lively tail would retreat, tucked between her hind legs, while her gaze darted anxiously over her shoulder, as if an unseen specter was lurking in the shadows. Desperately, she sought to retreat, urging me back towards the sanctity of our abode, with an unwavering determination at that. The intensity of her agitation and fear was unparalleled, her distressed state tugging at my heartstrings, leaving me bewildered and concerned. As fate would have it, a visit from a dear friend, on the precipice of embarking upon her college journey, would offer a twist of serendipity to this enigmatic tale. Unbeknownst to her, I'd been grappling with the perplexing situation concerning my four-legged companion and this peculiar occurrence surrounding the felled tree. In a remarkable display of intuition, before I could even begin to voice my concerns, she turned to me with an almost prophetic declaration, proclaiming the presence of an unusual and mystifying energy permeating the vicinity behind my house. Astonished by her preternatural insight, I eagerly divulged the peculiar behavior exhibited by my dog near the remnants of the felled arboreal giant. Intrigued by the convergence of these inexplicable phenomena, my friend, displaying an unwavering resolve, beseeched me to accompany her on a venture behind the house. In the vicinity of the tree that had so deeply unsettled my dog, reluctantly yet propelled by an undeniable curiosity, I obliged, allowing the impending exploration to unfold. Guided by our collective trepidation, we traversed the path leading us closer to the haunting spectacle that lay ahead, a mere shadow of the once majestic tree. As we approached the solemn stump, a palpable sense of anticipation enveloped us. The air seemed to thicken with an otherworldly aura, as if we were stepping into a realm where the boundaries between the natural and the supernatural blurred. My friend's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on the eerie scene before us, and then it happened. A subtle gust of wind whispered through the barren branches, carrying with it a mournful sigh that echoed through the quietude of the surroundings. Goosebumps prickled my skin, and I couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. It was as if the spirit of the fallen tree lingered, a residual energy intertwined with the very essence of the place. I turned my attention to my faithful companion, who stood by my side, her body trembling in an almost synchronistic rhythm with the unsettling forces at play. Her eyes, usually brimming with curiosity and joy, now reflected a mixture of fear and bewilderment. It was as if she could perceive something beyond the realm of human comprehension, a realm inhabited by ethereal beings and ancient secrets. Intrigued by the inexplicable circumstances surrounding us, I allowed my senses to heighten, absorbing every detail that unfolded. The atmosphere crackled with an intangible electricity, as if unseen eyes were watching our every move. Shadows danced and contorted, casting elongated figures upon the earth, reminiscent of restless spirits yearning to be set free. My friend, blessed with an unwavering courage, approached the stump with cautious steps, her fingertips grazing the rough surface as if seeking a connection to the mysterious energy that permeated the area. And then a profound revelation struck her, etching a look of realization upon her countenance. "It's not just the fallen tree," she whispered, her voice barely audible amidst the enigmatic surroundings. "It's the energy that dwells within the remnants. It holds a story untold, a tale of resilience and ancient wisdom." Her words resonated deeply within me, igniting a fervent curiosity to uncover the secret hidden messages within the fallen giant's vestiges. Together we delved into the realm of the unknown, driven by an insatiable hunger for the knowledge and a desire to understand the source of my canine companion's distress. Days turned into weeks as we immersed ourselves in research, unearthing forgotten legends and folklore intertwined with the land upon which my house stood. Stories of mystical creatures, nature spirits, and guardian entities emerged from the annals of time, painting a vivid tapestry of a realm that existed parallel to our own. Drawing upon this newfound wisdom, we began to piece together a narrative that transcended the boundaries of human comprehension. It appeared that the fallen tree had served as a guardian, a sentinel of protection standing watch over the realm of the supernatural. Its roots had delved deep into the earth, forming a connection with the hidden forces that dwelled there, safeguarding both the tangible and intangible. The sudden demise of the tree disrupted the delicate equilibrium that had existed for centuries. The blackened ivy, a symbolic manifestation of the severed connection, represented a rupture in the ethereal energy that once thrived harmoniously in this enchanted space. And my loyal canine, with her heightened sensitivity, had become a conduit, sensing the disarray and turmoil that had ensued. Armed with this newfound understanding, we embarked on a journey of restoration, seeking to reconcile the fragmented energy and restore balance to the land. Guided by ancient rituals and the guidance of spiritual practitioners, we engaged in an act of reverence and reverence, paying homage to the fallen guardian that had sacrificed itself for our protection. Slowly but surely, the energy began to shift. The ivy, once blackened and withered, regained a semblance of life, sprouting fresh green shoots that reached towards the heavens. It was as if the very essence of rejuvenation and vitality had breathed new life into the desolate foliage. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to lighten, shedding the weight of darkness that had lingered for far too long. Simultaneously, my canine companion underwent a remarkable transformation as well. As we ventured near the revitalized ivy and the stump, her demeanor shifted from fear and trepidation to one of cautious curiosity. Her tail, once firmly tucked between her legs, began to wag tentatively, reflecting a newfound sense of comfort and acceptance. With each passing day, the bond between my faithful companion and I deepened, as we explored the profound mysteries of the land that we called home. Together we discovered hidden pockets of enchantment, where whispers of forgotten tales and ancient spirits reverberated through the wind. My dog, once an epitome of fear and apprehension, became my guide, leading me to places where the veil between worlds thinned and the mystical energy pulsated with a mesmerizing intensity. As the seasons dance and transform, the legacy of the fallen tree evolved into something far greater than its physical presence ever could have conveyed. It became a symbol of resilience, teaching us to embrace the ebb and flow of life and its challenges, and to find solace in the interconnectedness of all things. Through the alchemy of time and shared experiences, my perception of the world expanded, no longer bound by the limitations of the ordinary. I reveled in the extraordinary, in fact, delving into the depths of my own intuition and connecting with the unseen realms that permeated our existence. The story of the fallen tree, the ivy, and the canine companion had woven itself intricately into the fabric of me. It had become a testament to the vast tapestry of life's mysteries and the remarkable ways in which the mundane and the mystical intertwine. And so as I reflect upon the transformative journey that began with a colossal tree's untimely demise, I am grateful for the unexpected detour it brought into my life. It opened my eyes to the wonders that lie just beyond the veil of the known, beckoning me to explore and to question and to embrace the beauty that surrounds us. In the end, it wasn't only the tree that fell, but also the barriers of perception, allowing me to perceive the world through the lens of wonder and infinite possibilities. The fallen tree had become a catalyst for growth, healing, and a profound understanding of the extraordinary forces that dance invisibly amidst the ordinary tapestry of life. And through this extraordinary journey, my faithful canine companion and I forged an unbreakable bond, forever intertwined as guardians of the ethereal realms that whisper their secrets to those who dare to listen. Alien in my room. When I was around 8 or 9 years old, I found myself in the familiar confines of my childhood bedroom. Nestled against the edge of a dense woodland, night had fallen, casting a shroud of darkness outside, while I lay tucked beneath my blankets. It was during those late-night hours that my slumber was disturbed. As a peculiar light pierced through the window, bathing the room in a luminous yellowish glow, the sight struck me as odd, prompting me to turn away and divert my gaze from the enigmatic radiance. As I lay there, attempting to make sense of the unusual phenomenon, a strange sensation rippled through the air. Without warning, I felt a presence slithering into my bed next to me. Every fiber of my being was awake and alert, eliminating the possibility of sleep paralysis or any other such explanation. The weight of the mattress shifted, as if in response to the intruder's arrival, and I felt a gentle touch upon my arm, barely grazing my skin. A rush of terror engulfed me, leaving me utterly bewildered and paralyzed by the sheer enigma of the situation. In a desperate attempt to shield myself from the fear that gripped me, I resolved to feign sleep, gingerly adjusting my position while peering through the narrow slit between my eyelids. It was then that I beheld the astonishing sight, a creature unlike anything I had ever encountered before. Nestled beside me lay an alien entity, its skin emanating an eerie grayish hue. Although my vision was limited, I still perceived this otherworldly form, imprinted indelibly in my memory. My heart pounded restlessly within my chest, urging me to maintain control over my breathing, for fear that even the slightest disturbance would betray my consciousness to this otherworldly visitor. Summoning every ounce of courage, I devised a plan within the depths of my racing mind. I resolved to flee to the safety of my parents' room, situated just beyond my own door and across a small landing. With bated breath, I counted down in my mind, 3, 2, 1, and propelled myself forward with the urgency I had never known. My bedroom door swung open in a frenzied motion, and without a second glance I dashed into the darkness, my feet carrying with me an incredible swiftness. In my panicked rush, I collided with the sliding door that guarded my parents' chamber, inadvertently shattering the lock. My mother and father, awakened by the commotion, witnessed the sheer terror etched upon my face. Though they initially believed an intruder of human origin had infiltrated our abode, their belief in my account in the event remained unwavering. Together we embarked on a thorough search of our dwelling, scouring every nook and cranny for any trace of the intruder. Yet to our bewilderment, we found no evidence of its existence. Even to this day, my mother occasionally brings up that inexplicable instant, her perspective having shifted over time. She now entertains the possibility that the enigmatic being that invaded my childhood sanctuary was not of this world, an extraterrestrial or paranormal entity. As the years passed and I matured, I discovered within myself a set of peculiar talents. At times I possess an uncanny ability to sense forthcoming events. foresee chance encounters with people, and predict significant occurrences. Furthermore, I have developed a profound skill in the art of tarot reading, a talent that lies beyond the bounds of the ordinary. These strange and extraordinary gifts have left me pondering the connection between the unearthly encounter of my youth and the abilities I possess today. Curiously, my grandmother too shared these extraordinary capabilities. It is an intriguing coincidence that the shared lineage of mystical gifts between my grandmother and me exist. As I reflect upon her presence in my life, I can't help but wonder if she too had encountered similar otherworldly phenomena during her own earthly journey. Perhaps she possessed knowledge and understanding that she passed down to me, a torch-bearer for her family's unique connection to the unseen realms. In my quest for answers, I immersed myself in the study of ancient wisdom and esoteric teachings, eager to uncover the hidden truths that lie beneath the surface of our ordinary existence. Through diligent research and exploration, I delved into the realms of metaphysics, spirituality, and the intricate tapestry of the human psyche. The more I learned, the more I realized that my experience were not isolated incidents, but part of a larger cosmic puzzle. As I expanded my understanding, I began to recognize that my encounter with the alien entity was a catalyst for my spiritual awakening. It had ignited a flame within me, propelling me on a path of self-discovery and enlightenment. I sought guidance from spiritual teachers, engaged in meditation and energy practices, and embraced the interconnectedness of all things. With each passing day, my gifts grew stronger and more refined. The premonitions and intuitive insights that they once perplexed me now became trusted companions in navigating the intricate tapestry of life. Through tarot readings, I tapped into the collective wisdom of the universe, providing guidance and illumination to those who sought clarity and understanding. Yet, as my abilities flourished, so too did the questions that tugged at the corners of my mind. Why had the alien chosen me that fateful night? Why had it not pursued me or attempted to harm me? The enigma persisted, fueling my curiosity and driving me to seek answers. In my ongoing exploration, I came across ancient accounts and testimonies of encounters with extraterrestrial beings and paranormal phenomena. These stories resonated with my own experiences, weaving a tapestry of interconnected narratives that spanned across time and cultures. It became apparent that I was not alone in my journey. A vast network of individuals had experienced encounters with the unknown, and together, we formed a tapestry of shared experiences and unexplained phenomena. Through interactions with fellow truth seekers, I discovered a community that provided solace, validation, and support. We exchanged stories and compared notes and pieced together fragments of the cosmic puzzle. Together we unraveled the threads that connected us to the mysteries of the universe, drawing strength from our shared quest for understanding. As I continued my spiritual odyssey, I became attuned to the whispers of the cosmos, sensing the intricate interplay of energies and forces that shape our existence. I began to understand that my gifts were not anomalies or mere chance occurrences, but a manifestation of the divine spark within me, a reminder of the vast potential that resides in every human soul. Now, armed with wisdom gained through years of exploration, I stand at the precipice of a new chapter in my journey. I am called to share my experiences, to shed light on the enigmatic and extraordinary, and to inspire others to embrace their own gifts in connection to the unseen realms. Through my words, my teachings, and my presence, I aspire to uplift and empower those who are ready to embark on their own path of self-discovery and spiritual awakening. In the grand scheme of my life, the unforgettable encounter with the alien entity remains a profound and transformative thread. It is a reminder that we're not alone in this vast and wondrous universe, that there are realms beyond our comprehension, and that our human potential extends far beyond the boundaries of the ordinary. With each step I take, I navigate the intricate tapestry of existence, guided by the light of curiosity and fueled by an insatiable thirst for truth and understanding. I'm driven to unravel the mysteries that lie beyond the veil, to venture into the realms of the unknown and to embrace the limitless possibilities that await. Through my journey, I've come to realize that the connection between the unearthly encounter of my childhood and my present gifts is not a mere coincidence. In fact, it's a testament to the intricate web of cosmic energies that intertwine our lives, transcending time and generations. My grandmother, with her own set of extraordinary abilities, passed down a legacy that continues to shape my path. As I delve deeper into the realm of metaphysics and spirituality, I find solace in the knowledge that I'm part of something greater than myself. The encounter with the alien entity was not a singular event, but a gateway to a world unseen, a world that invites exploration and discovery. It was a catalyst for my spiritual evolution, guiding me toward the realization of my true purpose. In embracing these unique gifts, I strive to serve as a beacon of light, illuminating the way for others who might be embarking on their own journey. I'm reminded of the importance of authenticity, of staying true to oneself amidst a world that often seeks to confine and label. By embracing the extraordinary, I encourage others to embrace their own inherent magic and potential. As I share my experiences and insights, I'm also humbled by the connections formed with the kindred spirits who resonate with my story. Together we create a tapestry of collective wisdom, drawing strength from each other's journeys and forging a path towards greater understanding and enlightenment. I continue to explore the depths of my gifts, honing my intuition and expanding my spiritual awareness. I'm guided by a profound sense of purpose, fueled by the desire to make a positive impact on the world around me, whether through tarot readings, intuitive guidance, or simply offering a compassionate ear. I strive to empower others, helping them tap into their own inner wisdom and embrace the magic that resides within. And so, my journey unfolds, an intricate dance between the earthly and ethereal worlds, between the known and unknown. I walk this path with awe and reverence, grateful for the experiences that have shaped me and the connections that have enriched my life. With each step, I am reminded of the profound interconnectedness of all things, the undeniable presence of something greater than ourselves. As I navigate this vast tapestry of existence, I am driven by an unwavering belief in the power of the human spirit and the limitless possibilities that lie within each of us. The encounter with the alien entity was not a moment of fear or confusion, but a catalyst of transformation and growth. It opened my eyes to the boundaries and the wonders of the universe, ignited a fire within me that will continue to burn brightly as I embark on the next chapter of my extraordinary journey. The Prankster Ghost. In December of 2015, my family and I embarked on a new chapter of our lives as we moved into our new home. It was a sprawling ranch-style house situated on an acre of land in a wonderful neighborhood. Built in 1961, the place exuded a timeless charm, despite its slightly run-down appearance upon our arrival. The yard was overgrown, giving the property a touch of neglect, but we saw past that and focused on the potential that it held. We were thrilled about the prospect of living in a larger house that encompassing all of our living spaces on a single level. During the process of inspections and paperwork, we had the opportunity to speak with the lady who was selling us the house. She informed us that she had purchased the property from a long-time owner named Mike and his wife Mary. Sadly, Mary had decided to sell the house after her husband's passing, as she no longer wished to reside there alone. Once we settled into our new house, my wife took a week off from work to personalize and make the house feel like our own. One of the rooms that particularly caught her attention was a small library or a study area, complete with a wet bar and several bookshelves. In that room, we discovered a large oak railroad desk, covered in our daughter's belongings. As my wife began cleaning off the desk, she accidentally knocked over a water bottle, which clattered to the floor. She swiftly picked it up, wiped it clean, and absent-mindedly placed it on the corner of the now spotless desk before moving on to another task. As she made her way down the hallway past the office later that day, my wife happened to glance into the room and was taken back by what she saw. The water bottle that she had left on the corner of the desk was now standing upright, upside down, balanced on its own lid. Astonished, she immediately called me to recount the peculiar incident. I tried to rationalize the situation, suggesting that she must have inadvertently placed the bottle upside down herself. However, when I arrived home that afternoon, she eagerly handed me the bottle and challenged me to recreate its peculiar stance. It took numerous attempts before I could successfully balance the bottle, as it's slightly convex and the lid made it particularly challenging. In my role as the more rational member of our partnership, I assured my wife that the simplest explanation was likely the correct one. I gently dismissed the idea of ghosts, much to her annoyance, and suggested that there must be a logical explanation for the bottle's behavior. Despite my attempts to alleviate her concerns, I too couldn't help but feel the tinge of unease deep within. As I gradually settled into the rhythm of organizing our belongings from the move, peculiar incidents continued to occur. One day my wife called out to me from the hallway, clutching a framed print in her hands. She directed my attention to the floor, where a perfect puddle of water had materialized, seemingly out of thin air. Bewildered, she explained that she had learnt the print against the wall while preparing to hang it, only to discover it soaking wet upon her return with a hammer. The weather outside was bright and sunny, making it unlikely that the water had entered through a leak or some other natural cause. Furthermore, the water had appeared not only on the floor, but also on part of the frame that hadn't even touched the ground. Seeking a logical explanation, I ventured into the crawl space beneath the house to examine the plumbing, and to my surprise, no water, no line water running beneath the hallway where the mysterious puddle had even formed. The pipes all extended straight back to the kitchen and then branched off to the bathrooms. Nowhere near the location of the inexplicable occurrence. My wife, unconvinced by my attempts to explain away the strange happenings, grew increasingly unsettled. Determined to find a resolution and put her anxieties to rest, she decided to take matters into her own hands. The following day, while I was away at work, she took a courageous step and began to communicate with what she believed to be the ghost of Mike, the previous owner. With trepidation and a hint of skepticism, she entered each room of the house, speaking aloud as if addressing an unseen presence. In her heartfelt conversations, she expressed her understanding of Mike's attachment to the house, and assured him that we intended to care for the property with love and respect. However, she pleaded with him to cease the unsettling occurrences that were causing her distress. We promised to honor his memory and keep the house in pristine condition. To my wife's relief, her experiences of strange phenomena seemed to diminish after a conversation with the presumed spirit of Mike. However, my daughter and I continued to witness and hear inexplicable occurrences from time to time. It was as if an ethereal presence lingered within our home, making its presence known through the subtle signs and unexplained phenomenon. One particular incident remains etched in my memory, vividly reminding me of an enigmatic nature of our home. 4 years ago, something extraordinary happened that challenged my skepticism and cemented my belief in the existence of a ghostly presence. It revolved around an unexpected and seemingly irrational desire I developed for a Corvette, a car that I'd previously despised. Even as a child, I never found them particularly appealing, yet inexplicably, my thoughts became consumed by the idea of owning one. I delved into Corvette forums, immersed myself in research, and, to my surprise, ended up purchasing one. Strangely enough, once the Corvette was in my possession, I felt an overwhelming and irrational sense of joy. 2 years ago, while on a long road trip with my wife, we found ourselves engaged in a conversation about Mike and Mary. It suddenly struck us that, aside from passing, he knew remarkably little about Mike. Fueled by curiosity, I decided to conduct an online research for his obituary, hoping to glean some insights into his life. Thanks to the power of Google, we soon discovered a tribute to him. The obituary painted a picture of a remarkable man loved by many, a person who had traveled extensively and left a lasting impact on those that he encountered. His premature demise at the age of 63, caused by pneumonia, had drawn heartfelt condolences from people around the world. As I read through the obituary, one line leapt out at me, sending chills down my spine. It stated, He loved all cars of all kinds, especially Corvettes. The realization struck me like a lightning bolt. Could it be mere coincidence that my inexplicable desire for a Corvette aligned so perfectly with Mike's passion for the very same vehicle? It was a revelation that solidified the connection between our present experience and the lingering spirit of the previous owner. Embracing the peculiar circumstances surrounding our home, we decided to leave the envelope of photos, capturing moments of Mike and Mary remodeling the master bedroom, untouched. They belonged to their personal history, and we respected their sentimental value. Furthermore, we discovered little treasures scattered throughout the garden, heart-shaped stepping stones and whimsical garden gnomes hidden in secret nooks. Each time we stumbled upon these personal touches, we made a conscious effort to preserve them as a sign of reverence for the memories that resided within the property. Over time, we developed coping mechanisms to navigate the eerie occurrences that were occasionally unfolding within our home. Footsteps would echo through the hallways, and the garage and workshop became a hotbed for unexplained puddles of water. Initially, these incidents would send shivers down my spine, but gradually I learned to ignore the strange happenings, acknowledging them as peculiar idiosyncrasies of ghostly inhabitants. However, there was one incident that stands out in the most bewildering of them all. It occurred approximately 4 years ago and left an indelible mark in my consciousness. While I had always held a passing interest in cars, there was one particular make and model that I vehemently disliked: the Corvette. Even as a child, I failed to grasp the allure of those sleek, sporty vehicles. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, an insatiable desire to own a Corvette began to consume my thoughts. Driven by inexplicable fascination, I delved into online forums, immersing myself in research and obsessively exploring every aspect of Corvettes. The idea of owning one took me until I eventually succumbed to its allure and purchased one. To my astonishment, the moment that I sat behind the wheel, an overwhelming wave of joy washed over me, as if the car had held some intangible connection to my being. 2 years ago, during a leisurely road trip with my wife, we found ourselves deep in conversation about the mysterious occurrences in her house and the enigmatic figure of Mike. It was then that we realized how little we knew about him beyond his passing. But I already said that, but the people who wrote this are writing the same thing again, so I'm reading it a second time. I decided to conduct an online search, hoping to find an obituary or some form of remembrance. With a stroke of luck, Google led us to the obituary of a man fitting Mike's description. As we perused the tribute to his life, a photograph caught our attention, a snapshot of Mike holding a cat, the same cat that I had seen walking into our bedroom on that fateful day. The resemblance was uncanny. The pieces of the puzzle began to line, weaving a narrative that surpassed our wildest imaginations. However, the most chilling revelation lay in a single sentence within the obituary. He loved cars of all kinds, especially Corvettes. The connection between my newfound obsession with Corvettes and Mike's deep affection for them became gnarringly evident. It was as if some ethereal force had guided my desires, forging an inexplicable bond between the past and the present. Armed with this newfound knowledge, my wife and I embraced the notion that our home was a vessel for memories and lingering spirits. We continued to reside in the house, and gradually, the frequency of strange occurrences subsided. Perhaps we had acclimated to the presence of Mike's ghost, or perhaps he had found solace in our genuine respect and care for the house that he had once cherished. Occasionally, whispers of otherworldly things would dance on the periphery of our awareness, but as the years passed, we chose to focus on the beauty of our home and the memories that we were creating within its walls. We toyed with the idea of reaching out to Mary, the previous owner, to offer her photos that we had discovered. However, we hesitated, not wanting to rekindle any painful memories that may still haunt her. And so, our journey continued, intertwined with the ethereal presence of Mike's spirit. Our house became a sanctuary where the past and present coexisted, bridging the gap between the tangible and the intangible. Though we may never fully understand the mysteries that reside within our home, we've come to appreciate the extraordinary story that unfolded around us, a tale of love, loss, and the enduring power of the human connection, even in realms beyond our comprehension. Story number 9. Previous Encounters, Good and Evil. From my earliest years as a child, I have been fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, enough to have had a series of experiences that have shaped my perception of the world. These encounters, though sporadic and unpredictable, have left an indelible mark on my memory, and I feel compelled to share them with you. However, I must warn you that they don't really follow a linear chronology, so I'm going to recount them as they come to mind. The first remarkable incident occurred when I was approximately 5 years old. It was a moment that remained etched in my consciousness to this day. I was standing alongside my mother when I informed her that I could hear a voice coming from the radio. This voice, which identified itself as the Holy Spirit, possessed a depth and authority that was awe-inspiring. Yet, despite its power, it emanated an overwhelming and incomprehensibly profound love that defied description. About a year later, I had the privilege of hearing the voice of my guardian angel, who introduced himself as Gabriel. Although he could not manifest himself in a visible form, he assured me that he would always be by my side. What struck me most about his voice was its peculiar combination of masculinity and high pitch, bordering on the feminine quality. It was a unique blend that added an air of mystery to our encounters. The third experience I wish to recount was another gift bestowed upon me by the Holy Spirit. This time, however, it took a completely different form from which I had previously encountered. It transpired during a school mass when I was in 8th grade. As we recited the Lord's Prayer, I felt an extraordinary sensation, a warmth, a lightness, and softness, as if a dove were unfurling its wings within my chest. This inexplicable feeling persisted for nearly half an hour after the prayer had concluded, and I desperately wished it to remain forever, for I had never before experienced such a profound and encompassing peace. I must emphasize that throughout all of these encounters, I never experienced fear. On the contrary, they exuded an aura of utmost goodness. However, the next incident I wish to share marked the first time I felt a sense of terror during such an encounter. During my 6th grade years, I would often find myself being the first to arrive home after school, leaving me alone for a couple of hours. At that time, I had a pet rabbit, and its cage was situated on a small hutch along my TV, positioned against the door sidewall. As a matter of privacy, I always kept my bedroom door closed. One particular day, while sitting on my bed and watching TV, my rabbit suddenly went into a frenzy inside of its cage. Curiously, I observed my doorknob slowly turning, much slower than usual. After completing a full rotation, the latch disengaged, and the door swung open. Unnaturally, but not violently. To my astonishment, I beheld a yellowish, sparkly mist hovering in the doorway. Acting instinctively, I grabbed the rabbit's cage by its handle and bolted out of the house as fast as I could. It took my mother approximately 20 minutes to return home, and only then did I feel safe enough to re-enter. That incident was a singular occurrence, and I have never encountered anything of the nature since. Fast forward to the year 1995, when I was living with my father in a condominium that would be my home for over 2 decades. It was within these walls that the majority of the paranormal phenomena I experienced took place. The first encounter in this dwelling was quite pleasant. One evening, as I was idling away in my room, I glanced at the strip of wood on the hinge side of the door. There I witnessed an awe-inspiring sight. A brilliant white ball of light, approximately the size of a baseball, hovering in midair. I blinked several times to ensure it wasn't a mere illusion, and to my amazement, it persisted, despite the presence of ambient light seeping in from the hallway above and below the ball. Its whiteness was so pure that the hallway illumination appeared yellow by comparison. Moreover, gazing upon this intense brightness did not cause any discomfort. It was as if the light itself was gentle and inviting. The ball of light remained motionless for a few minutes before gradually ascending a couple of inches and then vanishing at an astonishing speed, ascending upwards. Following its departure, my room became suffused with a sense of lightness and tranquility that I loathed to see dissipate. For the subsequent 6 years or so, nothing extraordinary occurred. However, around 2002, the paranormal activity resumed. On several occasions, as I concluded my prayers before sleep, I had the distinct sensation of being visited by 3 different spirits. Although these spirits did not reveal themselves in a visible form, I could discern their unique essences. The first spirit exuded warmth, the second emanated a pleasant energy, while the third possessed an aura of coldness. It always felt as if the first 2 were engaged in a constant battle, attempting to ward off the third, though their efforts proved futile. Not only was this third spirit chilling, but its presence alone evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. This unsettling period persisted for several months before gradually subsiding, after which another 2 or 3 years passed without any unusual occurrences. However, the subsequent phase of heightened activity was by far the most frightening. In my quest for a peaceful night's rest, I'd installed a blackout curtain over my bedroom window. Consequently, the room became enveloped in darkness at night, barely penetrated even during daylight hours too. It was during this period that I had encountered with what can only be described as demonic entities. One particular entity appeared before me on 3 separate occasions, each time revealing itself in its full form. The darkness of my room paled in comparison to the inky blackness that shrouded this entity. Its physical manifestation, though not well defined, resembled a flickering flame, albeit darker than the deepest abyss. Even the undulating top of its head seemed to mimic the movements of a dancing flame, but it was the entity's eyes that seared themselves into my memory with an indelible intensity. Bright, glowing, red cherry orbs. I could discern its mouth as well, black and ominously menacing, with sharp teeth that defied the imagination. Curiously, its mouth appeared closed, and yet these razor-sharp teeth were clearly visible on the outside. The fear I experienced during these encounters remains unparalleled to this day. I should also note that this malevolent entity would stand in front of my closet door, a space that had always filled me with unease. It's important to mention that I had no qualms about using the actual closet. It was the area in front of it that provoked an unsettling sensation. Consequently, I kept the closet door closed at all times, regardless of this underlying sense of disquietude. The first 2 encounters with this entity were relatively uneventful, though its presence alone was enough to provoke fear. However, the third and final encounter was the most harrowing. In that moment, it seemed as if the entity harbored intentions of carrying out some nefarious act. Though I can't explain how, I somehow sensed its malevolence. Reacting swiftly, I reached behind me and retrieved a bottle of holy water. Flipping open the spout, holding the vessel in front of me, I braced myself for the entity's charge. But before I could release the blessed water upon it, the entity vanished without a trace, never to return. Or so I thought. Later in 2005, a friend accompanied by his girlfriend visited me at my home. Initially, their visits had been pleasant and kind of uneventful, but during one particular visit, his girlfriend confessed to feeling an unexplainable unease and fear. To investigate further, I requested my friend to take some photographs of my room using his cell phone camera. To our astonishment, one of the pictures revealed a shadowy figure crouching in one corner. Sensing a growing sense of urgency, I armed myself with the holy water once again and proceeded to bless every entranceway, window, wall, closet, reciting the sign of the cross fervently on both sides of each surface. The house was plunged into darkness, with only the faint glow from my bedroom lamp and television providing any illumination. As I traversed the hallway, a bone-chilling sensation crept up from behind, a ghostly hand snaking its way beneath my neck and hoisting me off the ground. as if by an unseen force. With a jarring impact, I was flung against the hallway closet door. Summoning every ounce of courage, I raised my right hand to make the sign of the cross, at which point I was abruptly released, dropping to the floor as if discarded. As I retreated back into my bedroom where my friend and his girlfriend anxiously awaited, an overwhelming heaviness and coldness pervaded the house. Swiftly, I administered the sign of the cross on our foreheads, and miraculously, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, giving way to a radiant warmth. A flood of light and an overwhelming sense of peace, love, and joy that suffused every corner of the house. In conclusion, these are the extraordinary experiences I've had throughout my life. While they have not been consistent, each encounter has left an indelible mark on my soul. From the voice of the Holy Spirit resonating through the radio during my childhood, to the visitations of my guardian angel Gabriel, I have been touched by forces beyond comprehension. The warm, ethereal feeling during a school mass, the chilling presence of malevolent entities, and the battles between benevolent and maleficent spirits have all shaped my perception of the supernatural. Through moments of profound fear and awe, I've glimpsed the extraordinary and the divine, forever altering my understanding of the world around me. My grandmother's house. There's a reason that we hated to visit. Let me take you on a journey into the depths of my experiences, where strange sensations and inexplicable occurrences left an indelible mark on my psyche. It all began when I was a mere child, somewhere between the ages of 6 and 8. In my grandparents' house, there resided a nightlight in the hall, casting its gentle glow, allowing a glimpse into the adjacent living room. However, one particular night, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded before my young eyes, engulfing the hallway in an impenetrable darkness. It was as if the sinister force had transformed the once familiar space into an abyss of nothingness, shrouding even the vibrant atomic orange Barcalounger, which my grandfather adored and my grandmother despised. Curiosity propelled me out of bed at such a late hour as I embark on the solemn journey to the bathroom. Yet, as I traversed the dimly lit hallway, disconcerting pressure manifested in my ears, reminiscent of the sensation one experiences when their ears pop during a flight. Eventually, I found myself standing in the bathroom, clutching a Q-tip in my tiny hand. Just as I was about to insert it into my left ear, my grandfather, a figure of solace and reassurance, materialized in the doorway. Concern laced his voice as he inquired about the source of my distress. Attempting to articulate the enigmatic darkness and inexplicable pressure, I faltered, choosing to omit the details of what I had witnessed. Oblivious to the hidden truths that had lingered within me, my grandfather hurriedly retrieved a heat compress, intending to alleviate the discomfort in my ears. The secret remained locked away, undisclosed to my loving guardian. Years slipped by and I found myself in the throes of adolescence, age 15 or 16, during a fateful Christmas visit to my grandparents' home. It was during this visit that my father, in a rather unconventional manner, had brought about the demise of our Christmas tree. Unbeknownst to me, a profound revelation awaited, far surpassing the significance of a toppled tree. Nestled within the living room, sleep overcame me, only to be abruptly interrupted by a startling realization. My period had commenced its monthly arrival, yet it wasn't the onset of womanhood that initiated the events that unfolded. In retrospect, I had attributed the ensuing episode to the physical changes occurring within my body. However, my sister, with whom I later reconnected with, unveiled the truth, refuting any notions of dreams, sleepwalking, or hallucinations. According to her recollection, I had awoken and ventured into the dining area, where my grandmother and father engaged in a conversation about procuring a Christmas tree. As I stepped into the room, an inexplicable transformation gripped my countenance, rendering it devoid of color. The source of this drastic change lay in the chilling sight that greeted me. A boy, clad in antiquated brown overalls, reminiscent of a bygone era, stood ominously behind my grandmother,
his gaze fixed upon me. He swiftly pivoted, exposing a void where his face ought to have been seen, and his piercing crimson eyes bored to the depths of my soul. Haunted by this petrifying encounter, I retreated to the fold-out bed, consumed by a potent cocktail of fear and bewilderment. Yes, the physical discomfort associated with my menstrual cycle may have plagued me, but it paled in comparison to the paralyzing impact of that otherworldly vision. Silenced by the weight of my own terror, I refrained from sharing this unearthly encounter with my mother and grandmother, forever harboring the burden of this unspoken truth. The passage of time ushered in my 25th year, a juncture in my life which fate conspired to bring forth a series of events that would ultimately force me to confront the haunting specter of my past. It was during this period that my sister, burdened by the care of our ailing grandmother, reached out to me in a state of panic. Something sinister had taken hold of our ancestral home after our beloved grandmother had been relocated to a nursing facility. A question heavy with trepidation hung in the air. Was our grandmother's house haunted? Caught in the clutches of my own personal demons, the memory of that fateful Christmas visit resurfaced, intertwining with my sister's distressing revelation. Though I could not fully articulate the depth of my own encounter, the mere mention of a haunting sent shivers down my spine. Overwhelmed by a sense of responsibility and armed with my own spiritual inclinations as a practicing Wiccan, I reluctantly offered my assistance to my sister. Guided by intuition and ancient wisdom, I created and consecrated 2 protective seals, imbued with positive energy to ward off any malevolent forces that might lurk within the house. With careful deliberation, I provided my sister with explicit instructions on their placement, emphasizing the significance of hidden areas where negative energy might congregate. One seal, a tangible talisman, found its home within her wallet, a constant companion to safeguard her within the confines of that haunted house. The gravity of the situation demanded utmost secrecy, prompting me to caution my sister against divulging this knowledge to her boyfriend or any other visitors who might unknowingly become entangled in the web of the supernatural peril. Despite their curiosity, I shielded them with the pretense of safeguarding their well-being. Days turned into weeks, and the energy within the house appeared to shift, as if acknowledging the presence of the mystical seals I had bestowed upon my sister. The inexplicable occurrences, once a regular torment, diminished in intensity, gradually receding into the background. It was as if the sinister entity, the same malevolent force that had haunted my childhood, had been subdued, quelled by the power of my spiritual intervention. Yet, as the dust settled and the house was ultimately sold following our grandmother's passing, the true nature of the entity remained a haunting enigma. My grandmother, despite her resilient spirit, had been plagued by pervasive negativity that permeated the very essence of the house. Her partner, my grandfather, valiantly sought to counterbalance the oppressive atmosphere with his infectious joy, but it seemed that something far more insidious had gripped their dwelling. It was my unwavering conviction that what I had witnessed as a wide-eyed teenager was nothing other than a malevolent demon lurking in the shadows, preying upon the emotional vulnerabilities of my unsuspecting grandparents. Years later, during a heartfelt conversation with my sister, the suppressed memory and unspoken fears came surging to the surface. In a moment of revelation, I shared with her the chilling encounter that I had experienced during the Christmas holiday so long ago. To my astonishment, she corroborated my account, recounting a strikingly similar version of the demonic presence that had haunted the home. The shared terror forged an unbreakable bond between us, offering solace in the knowledge that we were not alone in the harrowing experience. Reflecting upon the events that unfolded, I became firmly convinced that it was the power and energy infused within the seals I had created that had acted as a deterrent, instilling fear within the malevolent entity that plagued her grandmother's house. The sense of comfort and security those seals brought me remained unparalleled, leading me to adopt a ritualistic practice of placing protective seals in every place I reside, seeking solace and a shield against the unknown. Whether it be the new apartment, a cozy cottage, or even a humble abode, I find reassurance in the act of consecrating my surroundings, invoking ancient symbols of protection, and imbuing them with my own intentions and positive energy. The seals, carefully crafted with a delicate balance of symbolism and spiritual significance, become guardians of my space, warding off negative energies and inviting only positivity and harmony into my life. With each seal I create, I infuse it with personal meaning, incorporating elements that resonate with my own journey, beliefs, and experiences. It's a labor of love and expression of my deep-seated desire to create an environment where I can thrive and find tranquility. As I place these sacred talismans in hidden nooks and corners, their presence becomes a constant reminder of the unseen forces that exist around us. They serve as a potent symbol of my unwavering belief in the power of intention and the ability to shape our own reality. In times of uncertainty or unease, I find solace in the knowledge that these seals stand as beacons of protection, guarding against the malevolent influences that may seek to infiltrate my space. Each time I inscribe the intricate patterns upon the seal's surface, I'm transported to a realm beyond the physical, tapping into the timeless wisdom that flows through the universe. It's in these moments of creation and consecration that I feel a profound connection to something greater than myself, a transcendent energy that flows through my veins and empowers my spirit. These seals have become an integral part of my spiritual practice, intertwining with my daily rituals and serving as a constant reminder of the unseen forces that shape our lives. From the moment I awaken to the setting sun, I engage in prayer, meditation, and affirmation, fortifying the protective boundaries of my sealed space. With each passing day, I cultivate a deeper understanding of the sacred symbiosis between myself and the energies that surround me. While some may dismiss these practices as mere superstition or esoteric beliefs, I remain steadfast in my conviction. The power of intention, belief, and manifestation of positive energy can't be understated. In a world brimming with chaos and uncertainty, my seals provide an anchor, a sanctuary in which I can retreat, recharge, and gather strength. So as I journey through life, traversing different dwellings and embarking on new adventures, my seals accompany me, serving as loyal sentinels, guarding against the unseen terrors that may lurk in the shadows. They're more than just mere trinkets or symbols. They're a testament to my unwavering faith, a visual representation of the protective barrier I create to shield myself from malevolent forces that may seek to disrupt my path. In the tapestry of my existence, these seals are the threads that we weave together, moments of solace, empowerment, and spiritual connection. They are tangible expressions of the intangible, a bridge between the physical and the metaphysical, reminding me that I'm not alone on this ethereal journey. And so, with each new day, I carry forth my seals, stepping into the world with renewed vigor and an unwavering belief in the power of protection. For they are not just seals, they are gateways to a realm of harmony, a sanctuary amidst the tumultuous ebb and flow of life.
My old haunted house. Last part. One fateful night, I found myself abruptly awakened from a deep slumber. The room was shrouded in an eerie silence, disturbed only by an unsettling smell reminiscent of smoke permeating the air. Fear gripped me tightly as I sat up in bed, my mind racing with thoughts of potential danger lurking in the darkness. Driven by a mix of curiosity and trepidation, I mustered the courage to stand up and began to cautiously sniff the air, desperately searching for the source of the mysterious odor. As I approached my older daughter's bed, a shocking sight unfolded before my eyes. An ethereal cloud of gray smoke hovered ominously above her, casting a chilling aura in the room. With a heart pounding in my chest, I urgently called out for my partner, imploring them to join me in unraveling this perplexing enigma. Together, we meticulously scoured every nook and cranny of my daughter's bedspread and blankets, even venturing under the bed in a desperate quest for answers. Yet, despite our diligent efforts, we found no tangible evidence of fire or smoke. It bewildered us both to witness the tangible presence of the smoky cloud, yet be unable to explain its origin. Anxious thoughts flooded my mind as I swiftly wrapped my child in a protective blanket, prepared to evacuate the house if necessary. As I tended to my second child, my partner returned from investigating the kitchen and my library's chimney, reassuring me that no fire had erupted. However, something perplexing lingered. How could we both have witnessed the same swirling cloud of smoke without any accompanying scent? The once pervasive smell had vanished, leaving behind only a sense of unease and a lingering doubt in our minds. Regardless, we resolved to double-check the entire house before reluctantly returning to bed, our minds haunted by the inexplicable event. Days turned into nights, and on another dark evening, the clock ticked towards 9 o'clock as my daughter and I engaged in light-hearted chatter and play on the upper floor. Abruptly, the joyous atmosphere was shattered by 3 resounding knocks on the bedroom door. The unexpected interruption perplexed me as I struggled to imagine who could be seeking entry at such an hour. With a mixture of curiosity and concern, I contemplated the possible visitors. Could it be my aunt, or perhaps the nanny, both possessing keys to our homes and residing nearby? The thought of my aunt arriving unannounced seemed unlikely, and she had always made a point of notifying us beforehand. Alternatively, the nanny might have encountered a dire situation requiring immediate attention. Regardless, the unknown entity behind the door signaled a distressing scenario involving someone close to us. Summoning the courage to inquire, I hesitantly called out, "Who is it?" Silence greeted my question, compelling me to raise my voice in a second attempt for a response. Alas, no answer permeated the air, deepening the mystery. I pondered the improbable notion of a burglar audaciously knocking on our second-story door, a cynical prank or maybe a sinister attempt to instill fear in our hearts. Rationalizing the situation, I reasoned that if an assailant were indeed present, they would inevitably resort to breaking the cathedral glass, granting them access to our sanctuary. Fearing for the safety of my loved ones, I swiftly instructed my daughters to seek refuge beneath the protective confines of the large bed. Equipping myself with an iron bar and a knife, I resolved to confront whoever dared encroach upon our haven. Steeling myself, I flung open the door with a mixture of determination and trepidation, only to find an empty void on the other side. I ascended the stairs, illuminating the path with a flick of the switch, and raised my voice once more, demanding an answer from the unseen intruder. Yet the only response that echoed through the empty halls was a haunting silence. Frustrated but determined, I returned to the bedroom, reassuring my trembling daughters that I would venture downstairs to investigate further, urging them to contact the authorities in the meantime. With each step, my grip tightened around the iron bar, my senses heightened, and a surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins. The house, once a sanctuary of comfort, now felt like a labyrinth of uncertainty and unease. I meticulously combed through every room, meticulously examining every corner, desperate to uncover any trace of an intruder. Yet, to my bewilderment, there was no sign of forced entry, or any indication that someone was even trespassing upon our domain. The unexplained occurrences continued to escalate, gradually wearing down my spirit and exacerbating my insomnia. Waves of darkness crashed upon my psyche, dragging me into the depths of a depression. The mounting pressure eventually led to the departure of our maid, who could no longer bear the unsettling atmosphere that pervaded our home. Even the nanny, tormented by whispers that seemed to trail her every move, eventually decided to resign, leaving me with no choice but to take temporary leave of absence from work and focus on unraveling the enigma that had engulfed our lives. Every day became a battle, as strange noises emanated from the roof, eliciting fear in my daughters' hearts. Yet amidst the chaos, a glimmer of solace appeared in the form of a friendly ghost, comforting my youngest child during moments of distress. Even our feline companions, usually poised and serene, would occasionally succumb to bouts of frenzy, fixated on something unseen to my eyes. The weight of it all bore down on my soul, pushing me to the brink of despair, as suicidal thoughts whispered their venomous promises in my mind. Desperate for a solution, my partner and I embarked on a journey to rid our lives of these malevolent forces. It was then that we reached out to a renowned shaman, seeking their wisdom and spiritual guidance. Despite my initial skepticism and resentment toward the shaman's confident demeanor, the need for salvation outweighed my reservations. The shaman instructed us to form a circle around a charcoal incense burner, filling the air with a fragrant haze as they chanted ancient incantations. Astonishment seized us all when, in the midst of the ritual, my older daughter's nose began to bleed profusely. Panic flooded my being as I hurried over to attend to her, attempting to stand the flow of blood. The shaman circled her head, their expression of mix of concern and determination, and in that moment, I felt a shift in the energy of the house, as if a veil had been lifted and a newfound calm settled upon us. Miraculously, the bleeding ceased, and a sense of tranquility embraced us, replacing the chaos that had reigned for far too long. Eager to restore harmony in our lives, the shaman continued their spiritual cleansing, purifying every room with the fragrant smoke of sacred herbs. Even before the ceremony had concluded, exhaustion washed over me like a gentle wave, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I drifted into a peaceful slumber. From that moment onward, a profound sense of serenity enveloped our once turbulent abode. In a dream, my late boyfriend, whose presence had been an anchor in my heart, visited me, bidding me farewell, but assuring me that he would continue to watch over us. Tears streamed down my face as I embraced him, his ethereal form a bittersweet reminder of the bond that we had cherished. Though his physical presence was no longer with us, his spirit lingered, offering solace and guidance during moments of vulnerability. In the wake of these supernatural encounters, I began to learn the art of letting go. It was a gradual process, accompanied by tears shed and hearts mended. I accepted that the realm of the afterlife held mysteries beyond our comprehension, that my beloved partner's continued presence was a testament to the enduring power of love. As life settled into a new rhythm, the insomnia that had plagued me began to wane, allowing moments of uninterrupted rest to soothe my weary soul. The shadows that once danced menacingly in the corners of my mind receded, replaced by a newfound sense of inner peace. The laughter of my growing daughters became the soundtrack of our home, and their resilience in the face of adversity inspired me to embrace the beauty of each passing day. Yet there were occasional echoes from the past that punctuated our tranquil existence. The distant sound of the doorbell ringing or the flicker of lights brought fleeting reminders of the ethereal realm that intertwined with our own reality. In these moments, I found solace in the knowledge that our lives had been touched by something extraordinary, something beyond the ordinary scope of human understanding. With the passage of time, the wounds healed, leaving behind scars that served as testament to our collective strength. The memory of those haunting nights became a distant echo, gradually fading into the recesses of our minds. We emerged from the darkness, resilient and reborn, our spirits infused with a newfound appreciation for the fragility and preciousness of life. The house itself underwent a transformation, no longer a vessel for the enigmatic forces that had disrupted our peace. It stood as a sanctuary, a haven of warmth and love, where the echoes of our past encounters with the supernatural became whispers of resilience and triumph. Today, as I reflect upon our journey, I'm grateful for the lessons learned and the resilience that emerged from the depths of despair. Our family bonds grew stronger, forged in the crucible of adversity. We became guardians of our own happiness, protectors of the light that shone within each of us. In the end, our encounter with the spiritual realm served as a reminder that life encompasses both the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknowable. It taught us to embrace the mysteries that lie beyond our comprehension and to find strength in the interconnectedness of all things. And so we move forward, carrying the lessons of our extraordinary experiences. We face each day with gratitude and hope, knowing that even in the face of darkness, there's always the potential for light to prevail. We tread our path with open hearts, mindful of the ethereal forces that may touch our lives, and we cherish every second, for in each passing moment, the infinite unfolds.
Was it the land, the house, that thing? During my childhood, my family and I resided in a quaint town until I reached the age of 10 or 11. And at that point, my parents stumbled upon a larger house situated on a vast 10-acre piece of land, approximately 20 minutes away from town. They immediately seized the opportunity to become one of the proud owners, and without hesitation, we embarked on a journey to pack up our belongings and relocate to this new house. As we arrived at our new home, I was captivated by its unique architectural design. The house was cleverly built into a hill, giving it the appearance of a 2-story structure from the front while boasting 3 stories from the other side. This was due to the inclusion of a semi-finished basement and a deck extending to the second floor. Surrounding the house were rolling grass hills with a small stream gracefully flowing through the middle of the property. The stream eventually merged into a medium-sized creek, serving as a boundary at the bottom of our land. However, shortly after settling into our new residence, my younger sister and I began to experience an unsettling sensation about this place. It's worth mentioning that we never discussed this eerie feeling until much later in life, during our college years. Surprisingly, we discovered that both of us had encountered the same sense of unease, exhibited similar behavior when home alone, and shared an unspoken understanding of the peculiar occurrences. The kitchen seamlessly connected to a step-down den, which we utilized as our living room. On the opposite side of the kitchen, an open door frame led to the dining room. Curiously, whenever either my sister or I found ourselves alone at night, we would never venture beyond the boundaries of the den. We would nestle into a reclining love-seat chair facing the television and make a point to close all the pull-down blinds on the glass doors leading to the deck. It was as if we were intentionally avoiding something reflecting in those doors. Strangely, we would refrain from ever glancing toward the doorframe positioned behind the kitchen. Every time I was home alone after sunset, an overwhelming sense of impending doom would wash over me. It felt as though someone were glaring at the back of my head from the doorway. In addition to my own peculiar experiences, my overweight orange tabby cat, Tiger, played a significant role in unraveling the mysteries of our new home. Tiger, a feline who appeared indifferent to most things, would occasionally exhibit bizarre behavior when I found myself alone at night in the living room, engrossed in watching television. While Tiger lounged on the couch or carpet nearby, a heightened sense of unease would suddenly consume me, surpassing the usual levels of discomfort. Cold sweat would trickle down my skin, and fear would paralyze me, rendering me motionless. Astonishingly, Tiger would snap awake and direct an intense gaze toward the doorframe behind the kitchen. His fur would stand on end, mimicking the aggressive posture cats adopt during confrontations. Displaying uncharacteristic-like agility, Tiger would then sprint away, seeking refuge either in the basement or behind the couch. This sudden burst of energy was entirely out of character for him. Footsteps frequently echoed down the upstairs hallway, often pausing momentarily before resuming their steady pace. It was as if an unseen presence were traversing the hallway, listening intently. Determined to uncover the source of these enigmatic sounds, I would attempt to stealthily make my way toward the front section of the house, hoping to catch a glimpse of the staircase leading to the upstairs hallway. However, without fail, as soon as I ventured out of sight, the footsteps would abruptly halt, as if they possessed knowledge of my intentions. They would resume only when I was out of eyesight, as if aware of my attempt to catch them in the act. It was a disturbing phenomenon that left me unsettled and questioning the nature of our new home. Despite the uneasiness that plagued my sister and me, life went on, and we tried to adjust to our surroundings. I found solace in spending time outside, exploring the vastness of our property, and during the day I would wander down the wooded creek that meandered through the bottom of the land. There, I would immerse myself in the simple pleasures of childhood, catching crawdads and building dams, but as soon as the sun began its descent, the sense of foreboding would wash over me like a chilling breeze. I developed an instinctual fear of being caught outside after dark. With every sunset, an overwhelming sense of doom enveloped me, urging me to sprint back up the long hill to the safety of our house. I could never shake the feeling that something unseen lurked within the shadows of the woodline, trailing my every step. As I raced back to the house, the same chilling sensation that emanated from the doorway behind the kitchen now seemed to emanate from the depths of the surrounding trees. I never dared to look back, fearing what I may see. Inside the house, strange occurrences became a regular part of our lives. Objects would move from where I had placed them. I vividly remember setting down my flip phone, iPod, or pen, only to find them missing when I returned. It would send me on a frantic search throughout the house, only to discover the item in a completely different location from where I distinctly recalled leaving it. These incidents made me question my own sanity, attributing them first to my ADHD, but there were instances when, out of the desperation or perhaps annoyance, I would angrily shout, "Give it back!" And astonishingly, the missing item would reappear shortly afterward. As if responding to my demand, it was a baffling phenomenon that defied any logical explanation. Sleepwalking also became a bizarre part of my nightly routine. My mother would often find me descending the stairs from my bedroom, gently guiding me back to bed after I woke in confusion. I had no recollection of the sleepwalking episodes, but I remembered the disorienting moments when she roused me on the stairs and occasionally in the kitchen. However, these were instances when my mother couldn't catch me when I was already asleep. On those occasions, I would wake up in a half-finished basement, standing inches away from the closed door of a utility room tucked underneath the stairs. The instant I regained consciousness, an overwhelming fight-or-flight response would take hold, and I would sprint upstairs, tears streaming down my face, seeking refuge in my parents' room. They would soothe me, allowing me to spend the remainder of the night in their comforting presence. My own bedroom held its own share of inexplicable occurrences. Shaped like a capital L, it was arranged in a way that the closet stood at the top of the L, while my bed was positioned near the door, blocking the direct line of sight to the closet. I had an intense aversion to leaving the closet doors open, especially before going to bed, as the mere thought of it filled me with terror. Night after night, I would curl up in a ball in my bed, my face hidden beneath the covers. It was so crucial to keep everything within the safety of the sheets, away from the unknown lurking in the darkness. And as I lay there, hoping to sleep, I would hear the distinct sound of the closet doors sliding open. The noise would echo through the silence, each sliding panel a chilling reminder of the presence. The creaking hinges seemed to taunt me, teasingly scraping against my fragile nerves. I would squeeze my eyes shut, desperately trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination running wild. But the presence was persistent. I could feel it, a malevolent energy permeating the room, as if unseen eyes bore into my very soul. The air grew heavy with an ominous weight, making it difficult to breathe. Every instinct urged me to flee and escape the clutches of whatever entity lay concealed within that closet. There were nights where I mustered the courage to peek out from beneath the safety of my covers, my heart pounding. Through the narrow opening, I would catch glimpses of a dimly lit room within the closet, one that seemed to exist in a distorted reality. Shadows danced across the walls, twisting and contorting in unnatural ways. A cold draft whispered through the room, carrying with it a haunting murmur that sent shivers down my spine. As time went on, my fear grew into an obsession. I became consumed by the need to understand the source of the malevolence that plagued our home. I confided in my sister, and we together embarked on a quest to uncover the secrets hidden within our new house. Armed with flashlights, we ventured into the depths of our basement, exploring its labyrinth corridors. The atmosphere down there was suffocating, an oppressive darkness that seemed to swallow any trace of light we brought with us. The faint sound of dripping water echoed through the narrow passageways, heightening our senses and intensifying our trepidation. We discovered a room tucked away in a forgotten corner of the basement, its entrance hidden behind a tattered curtain. As we cautiously pushed it aside, a gust of stale air brushed against our faces. The room was barren, save for a single dusty chair placed in the center. It felt like a forgotten chamber, frozen in time, waiting for someone or something to break its solitude. In that room, we unearthed a worn journal, its pages filled with cryptic writings and faded ink. It spoke of an ancient presence that had long resided within the house, an entity tethered to the land and fueled by the fear it instilled. The author, a previous occupant of our home, detailed the escalating paranormal phenomenon that had plagued their lives until they were eventually driven to abandon the house. Reading those accounts, our blood ran cold. The pieces started to come together, revealing a history of darkness and torment. Our home had become a vessel, a conduit for supernatural forces beyond our comprehension, and we, unwittingly, had become their unwitting victims. Armed with this newfound knowledge, we faced a choice: to continue living in fear or to confront the malevolence head on. With determination in our hearts, we sought out a local paranormal expert, someone who could help us cleanse our home of this haunting presence. As we embarked on a journey to reclaim our sanctuary, we knew the path ahead would be arduous, but we were ready to face the unknown, to banish the lingering shadows that threatened to consume us. We would confront the entity that lurked within the sliding panels of the closet, unmask its true nature, and restore peace to our once troubled home.
Story number 2. A demon? For the past few years, I've been experiencing strange occurrences that I always dismissed as mere illusions or tricks of the eye. You know those moments when you catch something out of the corner of your vision and you quickly rationalize it as nothing out of the ordinary? As someone who didn't particularly believe in ghosts, I attributed these experiences to my own uncertainties. However, there was a peculiar pattern to these sightings. Every time I glimpsed something, it was always near the entrance of my bedroom. Last night was no exception. I retired to bed earlier than usual, feeling quite exhausted. However, as fate would have it, I abruptly awoke in the middle of the night, around 2 a.m. Strangely enough, I found myself wide awake and devoid of sleepiness. Deciding to make the most of the wakeful hours, I opted to stay up a little bit longer and occupied myself with my phone. Time seemed to slip away, and before I knew it, an hour had passed. Suddenly, a distinct sound caught my attention. It was the creaking of my bedroom door, as if someone was pushing it open. Expecting to see my dad entering, I instinctively looked up, only to be greeted by a chilling sight. Instead of my father's familiar figure, I witnessed a dark, ominous hand extending around the doorframe. It reached out and, with an eerie swiftness, flipped off the light switch before promptly closing the door again, plunging my room into darkness. Alarmed and filled with a surge of adrenaline, I wasted no time. I sprang out of bed, determined to confront my dad about this peculiar incident. Hastily opening my bedroom door, I peered into the hallway, calling out to my father. But to my bewilderment, there was no one in sight. The hallway stood eerily silent and deserted. Confusion gripped me and I continued calling out, desperately hoping for a response. However, my pleas were met with absolute silence. It was evident that my father was fast asleep in his room. Faced with this inexplicable situation, I realized that it couldn't have been my younger brother either. He couldn't have slipped out of his room, traversed the hallway, and descended the stairs without me noticing. The timing simply didn't add up. Yet I was hesitant to leap to conclusions involving the supernatural. Instead, I resolved to discuss the matter with both my father and brother the next morning. So when morning arrived, and I eagerly sought answers from my family members, I questioned them about the events of the previous night, hoping for some clarification. Much to my surprise, both my father and brother adamantly denied any involvement in this strange encounter. They insisted that they neither opened my door nor tampered with the lights. As the only other individuals in the house besides me, their statements perplexed me even further. Curiosity piqued, I delved deeper into the conversation with my father. He mentioned that I had actually awoken him during the night while talking to my brother. This revelation startled me, as I had no recollection of engaging in any conversation with my brother that night. I immediately refuted my father's claims, suggesting that he must have heard me calling out to him after the lights went out. In an attempt to clarify the timeline, I inquired about the specific time he heard the voices. Astonishingly, it coincided precisely with the moment that I had described. However, my father remained skeptical, insisting that he distinctly heard another voice responding to mine. This revelation baffled me as my brother had been sound asleep, and I would have undoubtedly noticed if he had been conversing with me. Furthermore, my brother himself denied any involvement in the conversation. His denial only deepened the mystery surrounding the events of that night. With my father's testimony and my own experiences, a chilling realization began to take hold. It appeared that my father had heard someone else speaking to me, a voice that certainly didn't belong to my brother. Could it have been the same entity that I had glimpsed near my bedroom door? As someone who knew very little about the supernatural, I yearned for some semblance of understanding, some plausible explanation for these inexplicable occurrences. Turning to the realm of possibilities, I considered various theories. Perhaps there was a logical, albeit uncommon explanation for what I had experienced. One possibility was that of a sleepwalking episode. It was plausible that either my father or brother had unconsciously wandered the halls, tampered with the lights, and engaged in a conversation with me, all without any memory of it. However, this theory faltered under scrutiny. The timing, the quickness with which the hand had manipulated the light switch, and the absence of any evidence of sleepwalking behaviors rendered it an unlikely explanation. Another avenue to explore was the concept of a mischievous intruder. Could someone have infiltrated our home, toying with us during the night? Although it seemed far-fetched, I couldn't entirely rule it out. Intruders driven by unknown motives have been known to engage in bizarre and inexplicable behaviors. But as I pondered this possibility, doubt managed to creep in. Why would an intruder focus solely on my bedroom door and engage in a cryptic conversation? It didn't align with typical intruder behavior. Reluctantly, I had to confront the notion that the supernatural might indeed be involved. Could my home be haunted by a ghost or some other ethereal presence? The idea sent shivers down my spine, but I couldn't ignore the mounting evidence. The consistent sightings near my bedroom, the inexplicable actions witnessed by both myself and my father, and the voice that didn't belong to my brother, all pointed to the paranormal. Determined to seek answers, I embarked on a quest for knowledge. I researched about hauntings and spirits and paranormal activities. Countless tales of documented cases recounted similar experiences, validating the experience and the entities that I had. And there were maybe stories of restless spirits seeking solace and conveying messages, and these too resonated with my own encounters. Armed with this newfound understanding, I reached out to experts in the field of the supernatural. Paranormal investigators, mediums, and experienced individuals had dedicated their lives to unraveling the mysteries of the otherworldly, and these became my guides. They listened to my account with intrigue, offering insights and theories of their own. One prevailing theory put forth by the paranormal experts was that my home could be a focal point of spiritual energy. The entrance to my bedroom might serve as a portal, allowing glimpses into the supernatural realm. The entity I had seen could be residual energy, trapped in a loop, replaying its actions over and over. As for the voice my father heard, it could be an attempt by a spiritual being to communicate with the living, using me as a conduit. A different possibility was the presence of a poltergeist, a mischievous and disruptive entity known to manipulate objects and create disturbances. Poltergeists were often associated with heightened emotions or stress within a household, and their actions could manifest as the opening and closing of doors, flickering of lights, and even audible voices. Despite the theories and insights offered, no definitive answer emerged. The world of the supernatural remained an enigma, and no concrete proof or scientific explanation to satisfy my quest for understanding. I had to come to terms with the fact that some mysteries may forever elude rational explanation. The realm of the supernatural, with its elusive and intangible nature, often defied the grasp of human comprehension. In the midst of my contemplation, I realized that dwelling on the unknown would only consume my thoughts and perpetuate my unease. Instead, I chose to focus on finding solace within myself and creating a sense of tranquility within my home. I embarked on a journey of spiritual exploration, seeking practices such as meditation and smudging and prayer to cleanse the energy surrounding me. Over time, a newfound acceptance settled within me. I acknowledged that there were forces beyond my understanding, entities that operated in realms that we can barely fathom. While these encounters continued to unsettle me at times, I resolved to coexist with the inexplicable, embracing the mysteries that lingered just beyond our perception. In sharing my experience with others, I discovered a community of individuals who had also faced inexplicable phenomenon. Their stories provided comfort and reassurance that I was not alone in navigating this esoteric realm. We exchanged advice, anecdotes, and coping mechanisms, building a support network of understanding and empathy. As the years passed, the sightings and encounters gradually diminished in frequency. Whether this was due to my growing acceptance, the shifting energies within my home, or the enigmatic nature of these phenomena, I couldn't ascertain. Nonetheless, I chose to view it as a positive development, a sign that perhaps the ethereal entities had found their own peace or had moved on to another plane of existence. To this day, I remain open to the mysteries that surround us, cherishing the moments of wonder and awe that the supernatural world presents. I've come to appreciate that not all questions can be answered, and not all experiences can be neatly explained away. Some facets of life will forever remain shrouded in intrigue, inviting us to embrace the unknown and to marvel at the vastness of the unseen. In the end, my journey through these unexplained encounters taught me valuable lessons about humility and curiosity and the resilience of the human spirit. It reminded me that even in the face of the inexplicable, we have the capacity to seek solace, forge connections, and find meaning amidst the enigmatic tapestry of existence. And so, I continue to navigate the ever-unfolding story of my life, embracing both the known and the unknown with a sense of wonder and reverence. Mysterious hole in our backyard that disappears after winter. On that chilly day, my sibling Vivi and I found ourselves unwilling to venture outdoors. However, our beloved dog Frisbee needed to go outside and attend to her needs. Reluctantly, we decided to let her out, hoping she would return swiftly. As time passed without her reappearing at the door, concern began to creep in. Vivi, taking the initiative, braved the cold and ventured outside to check on Frisbee's whereabouts. What I'm about to recount is Vivi's narrative as he conveyed it to me. Stepping out into the frigid air, Vivi called out Frisbee's name, only to be met with a distant echo of her faint barks. Following the sound, Vivi traversed the expanse of our backyard, his footsteps muffled by the layer of snow underfoot. It was in the middle of that wintry landscape that Vivi's eyes beheld an unexpected sight. A deep hole. Although our backyard was spacious, this cavity had never existed before. Kneeling down at the edge of the pit, Vivi extended his hand, reaching for Frisbee in an attempt to pull her to safety. However, fate had different plans in store. As he leaned forward, his grasp slipped on icy snow, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the hole himself. Struggling to regain his footing, Vivi's attempt to climb out were repeatedly foiled by the treacherous grip of the snow, which caused him to repeatedly descend back into the abyss. Determined to rescue Frisbee from her precarious predicament, Vivi managed to scoop her up in his arms, lifting her out of the hole. With a gentle nudge, he pushed her away from the edge, urging her to stay clear. Yet being the playful puppy she was, Frisbee persisted in attempting to return to the hole's depths. Sternly, Vivi admonished her with a firm no, which finally deterred her. Meanwhile, as time stretched on and neither Vivi nor Frisbee returned indoors, a sense of worry began to consume me. The cold weather outside was no place for them to linger, and I dreaded the possibility of Vivi falling ill. Anxious to relocate them and ensure their well-being, I decided to venture outside and call for them. As I stepped into the wintry landscape, my eyes met the sight of Frisbee bouncing towards me, her furry coat glistening with the dusting of snow. However, Vivi was nowhere to be seen. Intriguingly, instead of approaching me, Frisbee abruptly turned and scampered back toward the hole, as if beckoning me to follow her. In that moment, I heard Vivi's voice carried by the wind, calling out for help. Answering his desperate plea, I called back, determined to assist. With caution echoing in Vivi's voice, he warned me to tread carefully, as the hole possessed the potential to ensnare me as well. Given that we were the only children at home, apart from our father who remained inside, oblivious to our predicament, it was crucial to proceed with utmost care. Taking measured steps, I inched closer until Vivi's figure emerged before me, standing within the depths of the hole. Curiosity burning within me, I questioned how he had found himself in this predicament. His reply unveiled the story of his valiant effort to retrieve Frisbee, which had led to his own fall into the hole. Despite his ordeal, Vivi managed to lift Frisbee to safety before succumbing to the pit's clutches. Determined to rescue him, I knelt down, extending my arm in an attempt to pull Vivi out. I felt the slippery sensation of the snow beneath me, and the more I exerted force, the more I found myself slowly sliding down into the hole alongside of him. Realizing that I couldn't hold on without jeopardizing both of our safety, I reluctantly let go of Vivi's hand and assured him that I would find something to aid him in his escape. Rushing into the garage, my heart pounding with a mix of worry and determination, I quickly scanned the shelves for a suitable tool. My eyes landed on our collection of plastic kid shovels, their vibrant colors beckoning me to grab one. I snatched the sturdiest-looking shovel and sprinted back to the edge of the hole, where Vivi anxiously awaited my return. With a sense of urgency, I handed him the plastic shovel, instructing him to create a foothold on the snow, enabling him to climb out. Vivi nodded, his face a mixture of gratitude and determination. He began digging into the snow, his gloved hands gripping the shovel tightly as he carved out steps in the wall of the pit. With each movement, snow cascaded down, scattering around him like wintry waterfalls. Even with the footholds in place, the task of ascending proved arduous for Vivi. The combination of exhaustion, the numbing cold, and the uncertainty of his footing hindered his progress. Determined to provide any assistance I could, I positioned myself at the edge of the hole, grabbing hold of the plastic shovel's blade. I assured Vivi to hold on to the handle tightly. I braced myself and exerted all my strength, pulling outward as he summoned his remaining energy to climb. Slowly but steadily, Vivi began to ascend, his boots finding purchase on the footholds that he had meticulously carved. With each pull, he inched closer to freedom. The strain was evident on both of our faces, but the determination to overcome this ordeal fueled our efforts. Finally, with a burst of strength, Vivi emerged from the depths of the hole, panting and covered in snow, but undeniably relieved. Without wasting a moment, I reached out my hand, helping him stabilize himself on solid ground. With Frisbee's tail wagging excitedly nearby, we embraced, grateful for our reunion and the successful rescue. The three of us huddled together, sharing a collective sigh of relief and a bond strengthened by the shared adventure. Aware of the chilling air that had surrounded us throughout this ordeal, we hurried back indoors, Frisbee bounding happily at our side. In the comfort of our warm home, we shed our snow-dusted garments and prepared something nourishing and hot to replenish our energy. Sipping on steaming mugs of cocoa and devouring bowls of comforting soup, we allowed the warmth to seep back into our bodies, chasing away the remnants of the wintry chill. As the winter days eventually gave way to the arrival of spring, Vivi and I couldn't help but return to the scene of our escapade, curious to see if the mysterious hole still remained. Armed with the same plastic shovel that we had relied on for Vivi's rescue, we carefully prodded the area where the pit had once stood. However, to our astonishment, the hole had vanished without a trace, leaving only an unblemished expanse of lush green grass. Puzzled yet relieved, we exchanged glances, silently agreeing not to divulge this extraordinary occurrence to our parents. After all, they may dismiss it as mere figments of our imagination. Instead, we cherished the memory as our secret, forever etched in our hearts as a testament to the unwavering bond between siblings, and the unwavering bond between the mysterious wonders that life occasionally bestows upon us. In the years that followed, Vivi and I continued to share a special connection, forged by the shared experiences of that wintry rescue. It became a story we would retell countless times, relishing in the remarkable circumstances that had brought us closer together. Frisbee, our faithful companion, remained a constant reminder of that fateful day, a living testament to the strength of our familial bond. As time passed, the memory of that disappearing hole faded into the background of our lives. We grew older, pursuing our individual paths, while always cherishing the unbreakable bond that we shared. Vivi's bravery and resourcefulness during that incident became emblematic of his character, while determination to assist him became a defining moment of resilience in my own life. With each passing winter, as snowflakes blanketed the earth once more, Vivi and I couldn't help but cast a nostalgic gaze toward the backyard, half expecting the enigmatic hole to reappear. However, the magical occurrence remained confined to the recesses of our memories, forever preserved as a cherished secret between siblings. Our shared experience with the elusive hole became a symbol of the extraordinary possibilities that exist within the ordinary fabric of our lives. It taught us to embrace unexpected challenges with courage and ingenuity, knowing that we had each other's unwavering support. We carried that lesson forward as we navigated the trials and triumphs that awaited us in the years ahead. Through it all, Frisbee remained our steadfast companion, a furry reminder of the loyalty and unconditional love that family brings. She was more than a pet. She was an embodiment of the resilience and joy that can only be found in even the most challenging of circumstances. As we grew older, our paths diverged, leading us on separate journeys of self-discovery. Yet the bond forged that wintry day remained unshakable, serving as a foundation of strength during times of uncertainty. No matter the distance that separated us, the memory of that shared adventure held us close, a reminder of the unbreakable thread that connected us as siblings. Looking back now, I realize that our encounter with the mysterious hole was more than just a remarkable incident. It was a turning point in our lives. It instilled in us a sense of resilience and adaptability, and the importance of relying on one another during challenging times. It became a testament to the power of familial love, teaching us that together we could overcome any obstacle that came our way. So as Vivi and I stand side by side, gazing at the now flourished backyard, we're filled with gratitude for the extraordinary experience that shaped our lives. And although that the hole remains a distant memory, its impact on our lives will forever be etched into our hearts, a reminder of the remarkable bond between siblings and the unpredictable adventures that await us all. One word: run. Prior to 2016, I lived in Palmdale, California. At that time, my sister, whom I affectionately called Honey, and my youngest daughter lived with my mother in a rented townhouse apartment in Oxnard, about 2 hours away. Every week or two, I made the long drive to take care of them, going shopping and cleaning their house. And as they were both disabled, my mother was the core of my heart, and my sweet sister had helped raise me, so I was always there for them whenever they needed anything. Let me describe the layout of their apartment. The kitchen was located at the back of the first floor, with a door opening to the backyard. There is a spacious area connecting the kitchen and the living room, and the front door was situated there. On the right side, we had the bathroom and my mother's bedroom, while the stairs were on the left, with a half-wall railing leading up to the first landing. My mother often sat on her lift recliner on the right, facing the base of the stairs. One night we were all gathered in the living room, watching a show with the lights on. My daughter was upstairs in her room, and we were sharing laughter over something amusing we saw on TV. In the midst of our enjoyment, I noticed something strange on the stairs. It swiftly darted down the steps, peeking up at me before hiding behind the railing. As it did so, sudden cold chills swept into the living room. My mother remarked the drop in temperature and pulled her robe tighter around herself. Initially, I thought it just might be my daughter playing tricks on me, but when she didn't pop up from behind the railing, concern began to creep in. I asked my mother, who had a full view of the stairs, if she had seen anything. She replied, "No, dear, I thought I did, but there's nothing there." That's when it hit me. I instinctively knew what it was and where it had come from. Without a second thought, I rushed up the stairs and burst into my daughter's room, demanding, "What did you do?" She stared at me with wide eyes, fully aware of what I was referring to, and started apologizing. I urged her to explain what she had done to invite it into our house. She proceeded to tell me that when her friends were visiting, they thought it would be fun to summon a spirit. They attempted to contact the deceased father of one of her friends who had passed away 2 years prior. However, something else came through, frightening them all. They promptly stopped their endeavor, and her friends ran home without even saying goodbye. I was furious. "How dare you play with something that you don't understand?" I scolded her. I acknowledged that she had good intentions of helping her friend, but I reminded her that I warned her years ago to never dabble in things that she couldn't comprehend or control. Not only did I constantly worry about my family's health, but now I had to worry about this supernatural presence. I asked her if she had at least closed the door, and she looked at me with a blank stare. Obviously, she hadn't. She explained that they had made a makeshift Ouija board out of paper, and once they were done, she ripped it up and thrown it all away. But that door needed to be closed. We gathered the torn pieces, and she called her friends. Unfortunately, 2 of them were too terrified to return, so when we had to proceed with the closing ceremony without him, and deep down, I knew it didn't work. The presence was still lurking, hidden. Given the circumstances, there was nothing more I could do at that time. Let's fast forward to 2016. I had an opportunity waiting for me in Washington State, so I begged and pleaded for my mother and sister to come with me. However, my sister, Honey, was incredibly afraid of change, and although my mother desperately wanted to join me, she couldn't leave Honey's side. Now, looking back, I wish I'd been more persistent. So I made the move, reluctantly leaving them in the care of my daughter and her now husband. Within those 2 years, my eldest sister, Honey, experienced a severe decline in her health. 8 months after I'd moved away, my mother shared the devastating news with me. She had been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I flew and drove back and forth to be with them, and every time I visited, I showed them beautiful pictures of my new life in Washington State with its green surroundings. I urged them to come with me, but Honey remained apprehensive and declined every time. It broke my heart. In 2018, they both passed away, my mother from cancer and my sister from her pre-existing illness. Losing them took a significant part of my heart and soul. After my daughter and her husband moved out, they left all of my mother and sister's belongings in the apartment. Someone had to put everything into storage, and of course that duty fell upon me. Despite being the youngest of 6 siblings, I felt it was my responsibility. I made the drive with my 2 grandchildren, aged 8 and 4, because there was no one available to watch them for such extended periods of time. When we arrived, the apartment was in complete disarray. Dirty dishes and moldy food littered the counters and filled the sink. The floor appeared covered in a layer of soot, and my mother and sister's personal belongings were strewn about. In my mother's room, a barricade of trash had piled up, blocking the path to her door. In the middle of an open space on the floor, there is a full-length mirror hanging from a wooden ladder, a mirror I had never seen before. Overwhelmed by the sight, I couldn't help but cry. I set up a clean spot for the living room for my grandson to play with his tablet, and my granddaughter expressed her desire to help me. While I was bagging things up in the kitchen, I noticed my granddaughter standing motionless, staring into the mirror. Initially, I didn't think much of it, but she remained fixated on it. Then, without looking away, she spoke to me, saying, "Nana, can you get rid of this mirror?" I thought she wanted me to move it, but she insisted that it be removed from the house. Curious as to why she seemed so frightened, I I asked her what had scared her. She explained that while she was looking into the mirror, she saw only darkness surrounding her reflection, no sign of anything else. It was as if she stood alone amidst the darkness, with something ominous approaching. I gazed into the mirror, not at my own reflection, and indeed, it appeared unusually dark. Without any further hesitation, I took the mirror outside and shattered it into tiny pieces, discarding them into the trash can. We decided to sleep in the living room that night, and it took us days to finish organizing everything. On that final night we were alone. I had just finished mopping downstairs and locked all the doors and windows throughout the entire house. We settled in the bedroom upstairs, right across from my daughter's old room, with a new mattress laid out on the floor. I always left a light on in the hallway. As I began reading a book online, my granddaughter fell asleep beside me, and my grandson occupied himself with a tablet at the foot of the bed. As sleepiness crept over me, my grandson yawned and looked up from his tablet. His eyes widened and he suddenly ran to the bedroom door, exclaiming, "Spooky!" He slammed the door shut and hurried back. Huddled as closely to me as possible, his behavior sent shivers down my spine, leaving me feeling uneasy. I could see movement in the hallway, dimming the light beneath the door. Swirling and peculiar shapes appeared, as if someone were pacing outside. Blackness intermittently surged through the cracks, accompanied by cool wisps of air seeping into the room. That night felt endless, and I remained on guard until exhaustion finally overcame me and I drifted off to sleep. However, I awoke hours later, needing to use the bathroom. Fear coursed through me, but I couldn't wait until daybreak. Slowly I opened the bedroom door, dreading what awaited me on the other side. To my relief, there was nothing. But deep down, I knew something was there. I could sense it. I tried to be as quick as possible, leaving the bathroom door open so I could hear the kids. As I rushed back to the bedroom, I heard a swoosh behind me. I slammed the door shut and lay there, holding the children tightly until daybreak. Later that morning, my sister called me. She couldn't fathom how we had managed to stay in that house. When I asked her why, she recounted her experience when she had gone to the apartment to retrieve some boxes of pictures. She had heard strange noises emanating from my daughter's old room upstairs. The sounds were so loud that she felt an overwhelming presence of malevolence. Every fiber of her being urged her to leave, so she did. She also revealed to me that her son-in-law, whom I had no knowledge of at the time, had been practicing black magic and summoning dark energy in that room. It was an unsettling revelation. Late that afternoon, we had finished everything, and the kids were already in the car, packed and ready to go. I just wanted to take one last look inside my mother's bedroom where she had slept. The walls held countless memories, and I hoped that if I looked hard enough, I would see her lying there, as she had done before. In my mind, I imagined her telling me not to cry. As I stood in the doorway, a chill ran up my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck and arms stood on end, and I felt something closing in on me. A warm breath brushed against my ear, and I heard a single emphatic word: "Run." I bolted out of the house with lightning speed, not even bothering to lock the door behind me. As we drove away, my granddaughter asked me who was standing in the upstairs window. My sister's voice, and I think I was dreaming. In 2019, a devastating loss shook my world when my sister passed away due to medical reasons. We shared a deep bond, and her absence left an indescribable void in my heart. However, even in her physical absence, a strange occurrence began to unfold, weaving a tapestry of the supernatural into my life. Ghosts weren't unfamiliar to me, as I had encountered them before. One ethereal presence that lingered in my memories was that of an orange tabby cat named Kurtz. He had been my beloved feline companion until his departure from this world in 2011. Yet inexplicably, I often sensed his spectral presence trailing behind me or gently brushing against me while I slept. Just recently, I found myself amidst a perplexing episode during one of my deep slumbers. I was abruptly awakened by the sound of my sister's voice calling out to me. Startled, my subconscious mind reflexively responded, causing my legs to involuntarily kick. Unluckily, it was my unsuspecting fiancé who bore the brunt of my nocturnal spasm, jolting him awake and causing him to stumble, barely avoiding a painful collision with a nearby bookshelf. My fiancé, ever the rational thinker, firmly believed that my sister's ethereal intervention had been an attempt to rouse me from my slumber and prevent the incident. His conviction stemmed from the belief that my sister in her spectral form had interceded to safeguard him from harm, nudging me awake to avert a potentially dire outcome. Another chilling encounter with my departed sister's ghost transpired during a visit to my childhood home, where my parents still resided. It was a typical day spent connecting with my nephew, who happened to struggle with math. Seemingly out of the blue, I discerned my sister's voice echoing in my ears, declaring, "He's just like you. You hated math too." Perplexed, I turned to respond, fully convinced that my sister had manifested herself beside me. However, to my astonishment, my nephew approached, clutching his homework, and asked me, "Mom said to ask you to show me how to multiply fractions." Bewildered, I sought confirmation from my mother, who denied any involvement in the matter. She reminded me that in the past, I had often tutored my sister in multiplying fractions, a subject in which I excelled. Though still confounded, I obliged and guided my nephew through the intricacies of the mathematical problems. Moments later, my mind filled with a sense of wonder as I descended the stairs, making my way to the guest room, a room once occupied by my sister. The atmosphere in that space had undergone a remarkable transformation, seemingly infused with otherworldly energy. To my surprise, my sister's cat, Chester, exhibited peculiar behavior throughout the night. Normally, he exuded a friendly and carefree demeanor, reminiscent of a furry bowling ball rolling through the house. However, that evening, he remained fixated at the foot of the bed, his eyes locked onto an invisible presence. As I observed him intently, a shiver ran down my spine as I realized that Chester was emulating the very mannerisms of my beloved Kurtz, who had passed away years ago. In an uncanny twist, Chester nestled himself beside my head, purring in a manner unfamiliar to his typical disposition. It was as though Kurtz's spirit had permeated Chester's feline essence, bridging the divide between the realms of the living and the dead. At that moment, my sister's voice resurfaced, seemingly emanating from the ethereal plane, posing an enigmatic question. "Are you reading that book?" Her words reverberated through the room, stirring a mix of curiosity and confusion within me. The book she referred to was none other than The Thief of Always by Clive Barker. What made her inquiry more perplexing was the fact that the book had mysteriously vanished after her passing, remaining undiscovered despite numerous searches and inquiries. Within the pages of that elusive book was a cherished photograph capturing a moment of joy and adventure. It depicted my sister standing proudly in front of Sirius's Black House at Universal Studios, a testament to our shared love for fictional worlds and the magic that they held. The picture had been a cherished memento, a reminder of the vibrant spirit she possessed during her time on Earth. As her spectral presence continued to linger in the room, the pieces of the puzzle slowly started to come together. It became evident that my sister's ghostly visitations were not merely random occurrences, but deliberate attempts to communicate and connect with me from beyond the veil. Intrigued and determined to unravel the mystery surrounding my sister's ethereal presence, I embarked on a journey to understand the significance of her references and messages. Each encounter with her ghostly apparition deepened my resolve to uncover the hidden meanings woven within these supernatural experiences. One evening, as I shared my mother's home, a conversation unfolded. I confided in her about my encounters with my sister's ghost, recounting the moments when her spectral presence had reached out to me. To my astonishment, my mother revealed that she too had heard my sister's voice and had been trying to decipher the enigmatic references she made. Together, we delved into the memories and shared experiences that we had with my sister, searching for connections that could shed light on the messages that she was conveying. We retraced our steps, revisiting the times when fractions and mathematics had played a prominent role in our lives, uncovering hidden ties and memories that had been tucked away. As we delved deeper into the realm of the unexplainable,
we stumbled upon a revelation that left us breathless. My sister's affinity for mathematics, particularly fractions, mirrored my own. It was a subject we both struggled with our formative years, a shared experience that had bonded us to our academic challenges. Through her ethereal presence, she aimed to remind me of our unspoken connection and offer guidance to my nephew who faced similar struggles. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, as if orchestrated by some unseen force. The spectral visits, the inexplicable behavior of Chester, and the vanishing book all formed a tapestry of supernatural occurrences, interwoven with love and a desire to protect and guide those left behind. While the answers to some questions eluded us, the presence of my sister's ghost became a source of solace and reassurance. Her ethereal essence bridged the gap between the physical and the spiritual, offering a sense of continuity and reminding us that love transcends the boundaries of life and death. In the years that followed, my sister's ghostly presence continued to make its presence known, weaving its way into our lives in an ever-present reminder of the profound bond that we had shared. Through her, I learned to embrace the mysteries of the unknown, finding comfort in the inexplicable and drawing strength from the connection that defied the boundaries of mortality. As I reflect on these encounters, I find myself humbled by the profound mysteries that exist beyond our comprehension. The supernatural realm, once a realm of skepticism, has become a source of wonder and fascination, offering glimpses into the greater tapestry of existence. In the end, the story of my sister's ghostly visits transcends the confines of rational explanation. It serves as a testament to the enduring power of love and the unbreakable bonds that connect us across the realms. It's a reminder that even in the face of loss and separation, the ties that bind us together remain unbreakable. In the depths of my soul, I carry the cherished memories of my sister, intertwined with the ethereal encounters that have shaped my perception of the world. Her ghostly presence has become a guiding light, illuminating the path I walk and instilling within me a profound appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things. Through my experiences, I've come to understand that the spiritual realm is not confined to the pages of folklore or to the imagination of storytellers. It exists as a tangible force, subtly interwoven into the fabric of our reality, patiently awaiting our willingness to acknowledge its existence. In embracing the enigmatic nature of these encounters, I've also discovered a profound sense of healing and closure. The presence of my sister's ghost, though initially unsettling, has ultimately become a source of comfort and reassurance. It serves as a testament to the eternal nature of our bond and offers a glimpse into the possibility of life beyond the physical realm. As I continue to navigate the intricacies of my own existence, I carry the wisdom imparted by these encounters. I've learned that our departed ones never truly leave us. They continue to walk alongside, offering guidance and protection in ways both seen and unseen. They find subtle ways to make their presence known, reminding us that they are forever a part of our journey. While the mysteries surrounding my sister's ghostly visits may never be fully unraveled, I have come to appreciate the beauty and wonder found within the unknown. It's within these uncharted territories that the magic of life truly thrives, beckoning us to explore, question, and embrace the extraordinary. So, I recount my encounters with my sister's spectral presence, and I do so with a sense of reverence and gratitude. I'm definitely grateful for the moments of connection, the whispers in the night, and the profound reassurances that echo through the veil of existence. In the grand tapestry of life, we are but threads intricately woven together, our stories intertwined in a dance of love, loss, and spiritual awakening. And though the final chapter of this narrative may elude our grasp, we find solace in the enduring power of the unbreakable bonds that transcend time and space, forever uniting us with those we hold dear. The evil that lives here. My name is Brandy, and I am a 56-year-old. I currently reside in Washington, reflecting on the experiences that have shaped my life and the lives of my loved ones. Over the years, my children have urged me to document our stories, as many of our family members have passed away, leaving countless untold tales.
I don't want these valuable experiences to be forgotten, so I decided to share them with my children. Brace yourselves, for there have been numerous bizarre and supernatural occurrences in our lifetime, many of which were witnessed by others. Allow me to recount one such incident that transpired approximately 27 years ago, when my family and I were house hunting for a rental property. During our search, I had the opportunity to meet the previous tenant of a rundown yet habitable house. She vehemently warned me against residing in that particular house, especially with small children. According to her, the house was not only dilapidated, but also plagued by haunting entities. Moreover, she cautioned me against allowing any man to live there with me, as they would fall victim to the evil that resided within those walls. Initially, I dismissed her warnings, assuming she was either crazy or harbored some grudge against the landlord. Desperation led us to choose that house, as we were in dire need of a home. Furthermore, I believed that with my past experience and knowledge of house cleansing, we would be able to overcome any haunting. Little did I know I should have heeded her advice. The house itself had an old, musty ambiance, constructed entirely out of wood. The walls, ceiling, and floors were made of wood, and even the bedroom doors blended in with the walls, painted on the other side. The front of the house featured French doors, leading into an enclosed yet open-viewed screen porch with the main living space stretching out as a long one, and the open area combining the living and dining room sections. Strangely, despite the presence of a heater and the location in the desert, the house remained persistently cold. Situated in the high desert of California, the house sat on the corner of an acre lot surrounded by barren desert. Across the street, there is a popular grocery store and a few small shops far enough away from their occupants to be oblivious to any of the disturbances emanating from our house. In bygone days, it had served as a town hall, and if I recall correctly, a turkey ranch before that. One particular morning at 6 a.m., we were preparing for a 3-day trip to Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. My 3 children, Michael aged 1, Penny aged 4, and Ginny aged 3, were sound asleep on my bed in our bedroom at the other end of the house. Wanting to pack in peace without disturbing them, I stood at the dining room table, folding clothes. My boyfriend's mother, Opal, sat across from me, keeping me company. Suddenly, we heard the bedroom door creak open slightly. Raising our gazes, we witnessed my daughter Ginny, clad in her adorable pink and white flowered onesie, peering into the room. In a light-hearted manner, I said, "Ginny, you know it's too early, go back to bed." To which she responded in her sweet, innocent voice, "Me up now, Mommy." Her words elicited chuckles from both Opal and me, and I jokingly mentioned to Opal that Ginny must be exceptionally excited. However, I insisted that Ginny return to bed, explaining that we were not leaving at that moment. In response, Ginny stomped her foot with more force, causing the entire house to shake slightly. I exchanged a perplexing glance with Opal, realizing that something was off about the situation. Despite my attempts to calm Ginny down and convince her to go back to bed, she stood there stubbornly, her innocent eyes fixated on me. Feeling a mixture of concern and curiosity, I walked over to Ginny and gently took her hand. As I held her small, delicate fingers in mine, I noticed that they were unusually cold, almost icy to the touch. It sent a shiver down my spine, but I tried to dismiss it as mere coincidence. "Come on, sweetheart," I coaxed, trying to hide my growing unease. "Let's go back to bed and we can talk about going to Disneyland when you wake up." But instead of complying, Ginny's face contorted into an expression of anger and frustration. Her normally bright eyes darkened, and her once cheerful demeanor shifted into something unsettling. She tugged her hand away from mine with surprising strength, and in a voice that was not hers, she uttered words that froze me in my tracks. "You can't leave. This is my house now." A deep, raspy voice emanated from her tiny frame. Opal and I exchanged terrifying glances, our hearts pounding in our chests. It was evident that something supernatural was at play, something far beyond our comprehension. I felt a rush of protective instinct surge through me, and I knew I had to act swiftly to ensure the safety of my children. Summoning all the strength I could muster, I spoke firmly, refusing to let fear consume me. "No, this is our house. You need to leave right now. You have no power here." As the words left my lips, a sudden gust of wind blew through the room, extinguishing the nearby candles and sending papers flying in all directions. The atmosphere grew heavy, and a chilling silence filled the air. I could sense a malevolent presence looming over us, testing our resolve. Just as panic threatened to consume me, I felt a surge of courage welling up from within. I remembered the stories of my grandmother and how they told me about dealing with supernatural entities, and I knew I had to confront whatever was haunting our home. "Opal, stay with Ginny," I said, my voice steady but laced with determination. "I'm going to find a way to cleanse this house and protect my children." Leaving Opal and a bewildered Ginny behind, I hurried to the nearby library, desperate to find any information that could help me understand and combat the supernatural forces that plagued our home. Hours turned into days as I delved into ancient texts, searching for rituals and spells that could banish the evil presence from our lives. Armed with newfound knowledge and a sense of purpose, I returned to the house, ready to face the entity head-on. I gathered my children close, explaining to them that in simplest terms as possible what was really happening, and assured them that we would all be safe. With sage in hand and a heart full of determination, I embarked on a cleansing ritual, moving from room to room, reciting incantations and banishing the negative energy that had taken hold. The house trembled and shook, as if resisting my efforts, but I refused to waver. Finally, in the last words of the ritual leaving my lips, the air cleared, and a serene stillness settled over the house. The malevolent presence had been expelled, leaving behind a newfound sense of peace. Over time, the house regained its warmth, and the unsettling occurrences became nothing more than distant memories. My children grew up, and we eventually moved on from that house, but the lessons learned and the strength gained remained with us forever. We carried the knowledge that darkness could overcome, and that love and determination could conquer pretty much the most malevolent of forces. As the years passed, Jeannie and Opal blossomed into remarkable individuals. They became resilient, compassionate, and wise beyond their years. We often spoke about our shared experience, reflecting on the power of unity and the indomitable spirit that had guided us through the harrowing ordeal. Jeannie, in particular, developed a keen interest in the supernatural. She voraciously consumed books about ancient folklore, paranormal investigations, and spiritual practices. Her thirst for understanding and her innate connection to the otherworldly fascinated me. Together, we embarked on numerous journeys, visiting haunted locations and conducting research, and assisting others who were facing similar challenges. Opal, on the other hand, channeled her strengths into advocating for the well-being of children. She dedicated her life to supporting and protecting young ones who had experienced trauma or found themselves in vulnerable situations. Opal's compassion and unwavering commitment to making a positive difference in the lives of others inspired everyone around her. Our family's bond grew stronger through the years, grounded in the shared adversity that we had overcome. We celebrated milestones together and cherished quiet moments, and held each other close during times of joy and sorrow. The experiences that we had endured in that haunted house served as a constant reminder of our resilience and the unbreakable love that bond us together. As time went on, our story became a source of inspiration for those who had heard it. Ginny, now a renowned paranormal investigator and author, shared our tale in books and lectures, spreading hope and empowering others to confront their own fears. Opal continued her advocacy work, touching the lives of countless children and families, leaving a lasting impact on the world. Looking back, I realized our encounter with the supernatural had changed the course of our lives. It had shaped us into the individuals who had refused to be defeated by the unknown, who embraced challenges as opportunities for growth, and who believed in the power of compassion and resilience. In the end, our journey was not just about escaping a haunted house. It was about discovering our inner strength and finding purpose and creating a legacy of love and courage. And as our family's story continues to be shared, it serves as a testament to the extraordinary power that lies within each one of us to overcome the darkness and thrive in the face of adversity. Bodiless screams. This experience holds a significant place in my memories, etched into my consciousness as a testament to the mysteries that surround us. It all unfolded when I was just 14 years old, a time when my fascination with the occult and the paranormal was taking root. Growing up in a family that embraced such esoteric interests, I had already encountered a few inexplicable phenomena, but this particular incident would leave an enduring mark on my psyche. It was during the winter holidays when I received a call from my friends, Ben and Joseph. These two adventurous souls had stumbled upon an abandoned, supposedly haunted building that piqued their curiosity. Intrigued by the prospect of exploring the unknown, they extended an invitation to me to join them on this enigmatic journey. Knowing my penchant for all things paranormal, they thought I would be the perfect addition to their daring expedition. However, my excitement was met with apprehension from my mother and grandmother, both of whom possessed knowledge about occultism and witchcraft. They expressed their concerns, warning me of potential dangers that lay in seeking out paranormal encounters in unfamiliar places. Yet, my unwavering determination and respect for the supernatural convinced them to relent, understanding that I approached such matters with caution and reverence. Thus, the day arrived when the three of us embarked on a quest to the abandoned building. Our journey necessitated a lengthy train ride to a small city where Ben had relatives, and we were graciously hosted by them for the next few days. During the trip, we engaged in animated discussions about the mysterious edifice. Ben regaled us with tales of its past, revealing that it had once belonged to a doctor who had an office within its decaying walls. Stories abounded, suggesting that the building harbored countless ghostly apparitions, former patients of the doctor, and that it had become a place where people would inexplicably vanish. There were rumors of spectral figures glimpsed behind the windows, accompanied by spine-chilling screams emanating from its depths, particularly on dark and foreboding nights. While I maintained a belief in ghosts, I remained skeptical of such tales, recognizing that the passage of time could embellish legends and heighten the supernatural allure of old structures. Nevertheless, I respected the potential dangers and consequences of provoking unseen forces. Joseph, on the other hand, held a more skeptical viewpoint, dismissing these stories as mere adventurer fodder. His incredulity, however, was never accompanied by ridicule or disbelief toward those who had experienced peculiar phenomena. It was this balanced skepticism within our group that fostered an environment of healthy exploration and mutual understanding. Eventually, we arrived at our destination in the afternoon, weary from our travels. Sensing the ominous ambiance that hung in the air, we decided to postpone our venture into the eerie dwelling until the following day. As we stood before the decrepit structure, a wave of unease washed over us, heightening our senses and reinforcing the notion that we were about to embark on a perilous endeavor. Joseph appeared relatively unfazed, while Ben, already prone to fearfulness, exhibited signs of trepidation. As a supportive friend, I reassured him that we were in this together and encouraged him to embrace his courage. From childhood, I carried with me an experience involving a malevolent entity, an encounter that had left me profoundly aware of the unseen forces that intertwine with our world. My grandmother, well versed in matters of the occult, had provided me with a talisman, a protective amulet that had served me well. To ease Ben's mounting anxiety, I entrusted him with this precious talisman, hoping that it would basically lend him some solace and serve as a shield against any malevolent energies that we might encounter within the dilapidated walls. Finally, the day of exploration had arrived, and we mustered our courage to enter the foreboding realm of the abandoned building. With cautious steps, we crossed the threshold into desolate interiors. The sight before us was hauntingly vacant, filled only with debris, remnants of broken furniture, and graffiti adorning the dilapidated walls. However, the most striking aspect was the overwhelming stench that permeated the air, a putrid odor that seemed to defy explanation. Undeterred by the grim atmosphere, we embarked on our quest to unravel the mysteries concealed within these decaying corridors. Room by room, we meticulously scoured the premises, our senses attuned to any sign of the supernatural. Time passed, and for the most part, our endeavor yielded little more than silence and a palpable sense of abandonment. Just as we contemplated concluding our exploration, a disconcerting sound echoed through the desolate halls, a distant chorus of screams. At first faint, the anguished cries grew progressively louder, piercing the veil of silence that had enveloped the building. These distressing cries, unmistakably female and laced with unimaginable pain, sent shivers down our spines. Joseph, ever the rational skeptic, initially suggested that the screams might have originated from outside the building. However, as the haunting chorus intensified, it became undeniably clear that the source lay within the depths of the structure, emanating from one of the rooms downstairs. Ben, already on edge, was pushed to the brink of panic, his fears threatening to overpower him. In that moment, we rallied around our frightened companion, offering words of reassurance and reminding him that we were united. As we descended the creaking staircase, the deafening screams echoed through the corridors, seeming to beg for help. Amidst the cacophony of torment, faint whispers reached my ears, imploring assistance from the unseen presence. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly oppressive, and a new unsettling aroma invaded our senses, a mixture of decay and something indefinably sinister. With urgency, we hurried to make our way outside, our hearts pounding. Ben, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the encounter, succumbed to nausea, retching, and distress, and throwing up. It was a testament to the profound impact that these otherworldly screams had on our fragile minds. In our distressed state, a concerned resident from the nearby vicinity approached us, his voice laced with anger and confusion, demanding an explanation for the disturbance that we had caused. In a rush, we recounted our harrowing experience, vehemently asserting our innocence and emphasizing that the cacophony of screams was beyond our control. Initially skeptical of our claims, the resident reluctantly agreed to investigate alongside us, driven by curiosity and perhaps a hint of skepticism. Joseph and I trailed closely behind him as we re-entered the forsaken building, leaving Ben behind, his fragile state necessitating respite from the horrors. As we traversed the rooms once more, the cries had ceased, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. We searched tirelessly for any evidence that would corroborate our account, meticulously scouring the area for footprints or any sign of an intruder. However, our efforts proved fruitless, yielding no traces of human presence or logical explanation for the bone-chilling screams that haunted us. Eventually, the young resident conceded that such occurrences were indeed rare, and he himself had not encountered anything of the sort before. With the passage of time, the weight of the screams began to dissipate, and the echoes of the past were silenced as the old house met its eventual fate, demolition. We could only hope that with the destruction of the structure, the lingering echoes of torment and the unseen forces that had swayed within its walls would forever be banished. The crew arrived, their heavy machinery tearing down the remnants of the building piece by piece, erasing the physical embodiment of the horrors that we had encountered. As the dust settled and the rumble was cleared away, a profound sense of relief washed over me. It was as if a weight had been lifted and I could finally breathe, knowing that the source of the inexplicable screams and dark energy that plagued us was no more. The once menacing structure now lay in ruin, a testament to the transient nature of the supernatural and the power of human resilience. In the aftermath of our otherworldly encounter, the bond between Ben, Joseph, and me grew even stronger. We had weathered a shared ordeal, traversing the boundaries between the known and unknown, and emerged with a profound appreciation for the fragility of our existence and the uncharted depths of the spiritual realm. As time passed, the haunted building became a distant memory, buried beneath the layers of new experiences and the passage into adulthood. Nevertheless, the lessons learned during that fateful exploration would forever shape my perspective on the occult. I retained a deep respect for the mysteries that lie beyond our comprehension, aware of the delicate balance between curiosity and caution when delving into the supernatural. Now, as I recount this tale in the first person, I'm reminded of the intricate tapestry of human experiences and the vastness of the universe we inhabit. The inexplicable, the enigmatic, and the ethereal will always captivate our imagination, beckon us to explore the boundaries of what we perceive as reality. As I move forward in life, I carry with me the indelible mark left by that encounter, forever attuned to the whispers of the supernatural and forever curious about the forces that surround us. My family thinks our house is haunted. One of the earliest eerie encounters within our house unfolded about 11 or 12 years ago, involving my aunt who used to reside with us. Back then, she held a job that necessitated her departure in the early hours of the morning due to the long commute from our house to her workplace. Consequently, around 5 a.m., as she stepped outside, she was greeted by a disconcerting sight. In the pitch black of darkness, she noticed a figure resembling a man positioned behind her car. It seemed as though he was thoroughly examining the vehicle, completely oblivious to my aunt's presence. Reacting swiftly, she instinctively sought to cover behind a supportive beam on the porch, patiently awaiting the man's departure. However, to her surprise, he suddenly ceased all movement. My aunt, apprehensive yet curious, continued to wait, but the man remained idle, steadfast in his position. At that moment, a realization struck her. She possessed pepper spray in her bag. Seizing the opportunity, she retrieved the spray from her bag, cautiously peering around the corner, and witnessed the man completely disappear behind her car, vanishing from her line of sight. Gripping the canister tightly, she summoned her courage and charged toward the unknown presence. Though she swears she saw something, she struggles to explain the enigma that unfolded before her eyes. Now allow me to share my own personal encounter, which transpired approximately 9 years ago when I was at the tender age of 7. It was during a night when I fell asleep on the couch downstairs, a cherished routine I shared with my father as we delighted in watching television together. At the time of this occurrence, the only individual present in our house was my father and my 5-year-old brother and me. My father and my brother had ascended to my parents' room upstairs, leaving me as the sole inhabitant of the lower level. My mother, who worked night shifts, had already departed for her job, typically leaving our house around 9 p.m. and returning at 8 a.m. Nestled on the couch, I would typically face our fireplace, meaning that while laying on my side as often as I did, the fireplace would be the first sight to greet my eyes upon awakening. However, on this particular occasion, I stirred from my slumber to an unfamiliar scene. Instead of the familiar fireplace, darkness enveloped my vision, demanding a moment for my eyes to adjust, and then, to my astonishment, I perceived a lady standing there, her gaze fixed intently upon me. She bore the appearance of someone maybe of Mexican or Puerto Rican descent, or so it appeared to my young eyes. Clad in what seemed to be a dress or perhaps a maid's uniform, she simply stared, as if peering into the depths of my soul. Overwhelmed with perplexity and uncertainty, I found myself utterly transfixed, unsure of how to react or what to say. In a soft, almost whisper-like voice, she uttered the syllables, L-A-L-A-L-A. This inexplicable encounter sent shivers coursing through my spine, rendering me incapable of offering any response. Succumbing to fear, I buried my head under the safety of my blankets, seeking solace in the embrace of sleep. The incident left me baffled, unable to rationalize or comprehend the true nature of what had unfolded before me. Although my younger brother believed it to be nothing more than a figment of my imagination, a mere dream, I remained haunted by the unexplained presence of the lady that night. My brother, on the other hand, he consistently regaled us with tales of peculiar occurrences within our household. He claims to hear strange noises and disembodied voices conversing, and even instances where he distinctly hears someone calling out his name. Now, it's important to take his stories with a grain of salt, as my brother has a tendency to fabricate and exaggerate events. However, one particular incident stands out among his repertoire of strange encounters. It happened when he was around 12 years old, or maybe 14, and on that fateful day our parents had decided to attend a concert, leaving my brother in charge of the house. They trusted him to handle the responsibility of being alone for the evening. As the evening progressed, he immersed himself into playing video games and seeking solace and distraction from the eerie atmosphere that seemed to permeate our little home. Little did he know that the night held a disconcerting surprise for him. Amidst his gaming session, my brother suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream,
echoing through the empty house, calling out his name as if the person uttering it were in agonizing pain. The sheer terror and shock that gripped him can only be likened to the sensation of a sharp knife piercing his heart. His immediate assumption was that of our mother, who had somehow returned home and found herself in grave danger. However, as the realization dawned upon him that our parents had, in fact, left the concert hours ago, a chilling realization settled in. Something was dreadfully amiss. Fear taking hold, my brother swiftly locked his bedroom door, his mind racing with thoughts of a potential intruder or malevolent presence lurking within our home. He huddled in silence, straining his ears to catch any additional sounds that might confirm or dispel his worst fears. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as he remained in that state of high alertness, the repeated calling of his name echoing in his mind. Exhaustion eventually overcame him, and despite the gripping fear that still clenched at his heart, he succumbed to sleep. When my parents returned home from the concert, they discovered him curled up in my closet, seeking solace and security within its confined space. My father, armed with a key, had to unlock the door to free my brother from his self-imposed sanctuary. Trembling and distraught, he recounted the nightmarish experiences that had unfolded while we were away. Eager to ensure our safety, my father meticulously searched every nook and cranny of the house, desperate to find any evidence of an intruder or logical explanation for the chilling events. Yet, his efforts were in vain as no sign of forced entry or indication of an outsider were found. On another occasion, it was my mother and I who bore witness to an inexplicable phenomenon within the confines of our living room. We were engrossed in watching television when in the corner of our vision, we caught sight of a peculiar, shadowy figure hovering around the TV screen. Its ethereal presence seemed almost human-like, as if the ghostly silhouette were suspended in midair, defying the laws of nature. The shadow drifted slowly to the right before vanishing into thin air, leaving us dumbfounded and utterly perplexed. No logical explanation could account for what we had just witnessed. The amount of smoke and fire, or any tangible source of such phenomenon, only deepened the mystery, leaving us questioning the boundaries of our understanding. Finally, one of the most recent incidents occurred approximately a year ago, during a visit from my grandmother. She had chosen to spend the night in our guest room, which boasted a walk-in closet with a door that required the slightest push to open. It was in the depths of the night when my grandmother was jolted awake by a distinct rustling sound emanating from the closet. Fumbling to put on her glasses, she found herself staring directly into a pair of beady eyes peering back at her from the darkness. Startled and overcome with fear, my grandmother's instinctive reaction was to let out a piercing scream that reverberated through the entire house, rousing us from our slumber in a frenzy with confusion and concern. We rushed to her aid, hastily gathering in the guest room, trying to comprehend the source of her terror. As she recounted her harrowing encounter, my father, determined to protect his mother and unravel this enigma, bravely approached the closet, searched for any sign of an intruder or rational explanation. However, his thorough examination yielded no tangible evidence or any logical explanation for the pair of eyes my grandmother had seen. Perplexed and unnerved, we collectively pondered the inexplicable nature of the incident, realizing that there were forces at play within our home that defied conventional understanding. These series of unexplained events had left our family with an unsettling mix of curiosity, apprehension, and a longing for answers. We couldn't help but question whether there might be a rational explanation for these occurrences, perhaps rooted in the intricate workings of the house, or the residual energies of its past occupants. Yet, despite our attempts to seek rationality, the weight of these experiences left an indelible mark on our collective consciousness, forever ingrained in the tapestry of our family's history. It is with a sense of both trepidation and curiosity that I share these stories, hoping to find solace and connection through the experiences of others. We yearn for a community, be it on Reddit or elsewhere, where kindred spirits might offer insights and anecdotes or even shared encounters with the inexplicable. We understand the skeptical perspective that may dismiss these tales as mere figments of imagination or coincidences, but for us, these events are vivid, haunting memories that continue to defy explanation. In the end, whether one believes in the supernatural or clings to the realm of the rationale,
Our shared experiences within the confines of that house have forever shaped our perceptions. They serve as a constant reminder that the world we inhabit is full of mysteries that elude comprehension, and that perhaps just beyond the veil of our understanding lies a realm where the inexplicable finds its home. My Hatman experiences. Throughout my life, I've had numerous encounters with the infamous Hatman, although my experiences differ from those I've heard from others. From a young age, around 4 years old, I began seeing him lurking around my parents' house. Allow me to provide some context about the house itself. Situated in the southern region, this small farmhouse was constructed way back in 1920. Its antiquity lent an eerie charm to the place. The layout was peculiar, with every room interconnected in a circular fashion, except for the kitchen and the dining room, which branched off from the living room. Let me recount my first encounters with the Hatman. I must have been around 4 or 5 years old, as I had yet to start school, while my older brother and sister were already attending classes. On this particular night, they were away at their friends' houses and my father was at work. It was just my mother and me sitting in the living room, which had a small hallway leading to the bathroom. The bathroom, in turn, connected to my bedroom, which then connected to my parents' bedroom, ultimately leading back to the living room where my mother and I were seated. As we sat there, we noticed the bathroom light flickering from the living room. My mother, visibly afraid, was familiar with tales of demons and ghosts due to our Italian Catholic heritage. Growing concerned upon seeing her distress and being the only boy in the house, I felt compelled to investigate, despite the protests. Ignoring her warning, I ventured into the bathroom. As I entered, the light flickered one last time, and that's when I witnessed a chilling sight. In front of me stood an incredibly tall, shadowy figure, wearing a fedora-like hat. This mysterious man walked into my room, which was adjacent to the bathroom, just as the light switch for the bathroom was next to the entrance to my room. To provide a better sense of his height, let me mention that this figure towered over everyone in my family. While we ranged from 5'3" to 5'10" in height, he easily reached the top of the doorway, standing at approximately 6 feet and some inches. As a curious yet oblivious child, I foolishly decided to chase after him, determined to discover his identity. I pursued him from my room to my parents' bedroom and finally into the living room, where my mother was still seated. I distinctly saw him pass through the doorway into the living room, but to my confusion, he had vanished by the time I arrived. When I asked my mother if she had seen him, she replied in the negative, leaving me perplexed. At that age, I had no understanding of ghosts or demons, and this encounter only deepened the mystery. Now let me recount the second encounter with the Hatman. I was approximately 6 or 7 years old when it occurred. Late one night, as I lay in bed in the top bunk, I noticed someone entering my room from my parents' room. Based on the sound of the footsteps, I assumed it was my father. However, since it was supposed to be sleeping time for me, I decided to feign slumber. Due to my elevated position, I could see the doorway leading to my parents' room. It wasn't until the figure reached the middle of my room that I saw his true form. An imposing man with a fedora-like hat, the same one that I had encountered before. Although I remained still, I observed him as he approached my closet and disappeared inside. I waited patiently, expecting him to emerge, but I eventually fell asleep without witnessing his departure. Moving on to my third and most recent encounter. It took place in 2020 when I was temporarily moving back into my parents' house, and I was trying to assist my mother's medical issues that were due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and at that point, I was 24 years old. My brother also resided in the house, making it slightly less eerie. One night as I relaxed in my room, engrossed in my laptop, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The door to the bathroom was slightly open, and it seemed as though someone was peering at me from behind it. Assuming it was my brother in need of my assistance, I removed my headphones and turned my attention towards the doorway. To my surprise and unease, it was the Hatman again. There he stood, his distinctive hat casting a shadow over his face. We locked eyes, both observing each other for a few fleeting seconds.
before he abruptly retreated behind the bathroom door. The peculiar layout of the house became evident once more. There was only a 4-inch span of wall between the door before it opened up to a longer wall leading to the rest of the bathroom. On the other side of that elongated wall was my closet. Throughout my life, I've witnessed the Hat Man peeking out from various doorways and passing by countless times. We had always resided in the same house, and these encounters were just the most significant ones that I experienced. It wasn't just me, though. My siblings and my mother also had their own sightings of the Hat Man. Strikingly, their descriptions matched mine before I even disclosed my encounters to them. This synchronicity only added to the enigma surrounding this mysterious figure. I should mention that when I was around 12 or 13 years old, my mother, driven by her faith, decided to hang crosses above almost every doorway in the house. However, she had overlooked my closet door and the 2 doors leading to the bathroom, one in my room and the other in the hallway. Interestingly, the Hat Man seemed to confine his appearances to these specific areas, where the crosses were absent. It was almost as if he were trapped within a confined space, encompassing that hall, the bathroom, the closet, and my room, an intricate web of walls segregating these rooms from the rest of the house. In addition to the visual encounters, I often heard the Hat Man's footsteps echoing through the house. On several occasions when I was home alone, showering with the hallway door locked, I distinctly heard the doorknob jiggling as if someone were attempting to gain entry. Upon finishing my shower, I would cautiously explore the house, only to find that no one else was home. Another peculiar incident occurred when my brother and I were in our room, deeply engrossed in our computers. Suddenly, we heard 3 distinct knocks emanating from inside the closed closet. We exchanged fearful glances, acknowledging the eerie nature of the entire situation, but we opted to ignore it, burying ourselves back into our online distractions. It's worth noting, throughout my encounters with the Hat Man, I never felt fear. On the contrary, his presence invoked a certain sense of friendliness and lostness. The only instances where I experienced genuine fear were during the doorknob incident and the 3 knocks from the closet. Despite the negative emotions provoked by these occurrences, the Hat Man himself never elicited any negative feelings from me or my family. Furthermore, it appears that the Hat Man is not the only presence inhabiting our home. My siblings and I have witnessed and heard other unexplained phenomena that don't align with the characteristics of the Hat Man. Perhaps there are multiple entities coexisting within our residence. If you're interested, I can delve into these additional experiences in a separate post, or integrate them into this ongoing account of the Hat Man. This prompts further speculation as to whether the Hat Man is truly the singular entity that we encountered, or perhaps he's merely one manifestation among several shadowy figures or ghosts inhabiting our home. It is intriguing to note that most people associate the Hat Man with experiences of sleep paralysis, yet in my case, I have encountered him while both in and out of bed. Considering the diversity in experiences surrounding the Hat Man phenomenon, I wonder if there are shared characteristics or underlying connections between these encounters. Is there a common thread that ties together the various individuals who have witnessed this enigmatic figure? Exploring these questions could potentially shed light on the nature of the Hat Man and the underlying forces at play within our home. As I continue to navigate my daily life in this house, I remain vigilant, always alert to the possibility of another encounter with the Hat Man or any other unexplained entities that might reside within its walls. It's a constant reminder of the mysteries that exist beyond our understanding and the thin veil that separates our world from the realm of the supernatural. If there is interest, I'm more than willing to share any additional experiences my siblings and I have had within our home, whether they involve the Hat Man or other paranormal phenomena. Each account contributes to the complex tapestry of our encounters and may provide further insight into the inexplicable occurrences that have become an integral part of our lives. In conclusion, my journey with the Hat Man has been both perplexing and intriguing. From my earliest childhood memories to the present day, this shadowy figure with his distinctive hat has woven himself into the fabric of my existence. While fear has not been a prevailing emotion during our encounters, there are undeniable senses of curiosity and wonder surrounding his presence. The Hat Man continues to defy easy explanation, leaving us with more questions than answers as we navigate the ethereal landscape of our shared experiences within the walls of our beloved yet enigmatic family home.
My in-laws' house. My story begins when I embarked on a journey into the early stages of my relationship with my now beloved husband, whom I shall refer to as B. We were both young, just 20 years old, when an opportunity presented itself to deepen our connection. B's parents, as fate would have it, asked us to stay over at their house, to house sit, while they luxuriated on a well-deserved vacation for a few days. Naturally, I readily agreed to their proposition, knowing full well that they would have no qualms about me bringing along my faithful canine companion. Moreover, the fact that they graciously offered to cover the expenses for food and groceries, not to mention their close proximity to town, made the offer all the more appealing. Thus, with my circumstances being flexible at the time and B having to work during the day, I happily embraced the opportunity, envisioning a period of tranquility and relaxation in the near future. The first night at B's parents' abode unfolded seamlessly, following a typical routine that involved savoring a delicious pizza, cozying up and watching a movie, and retiring to bed early in anticipation of B's early morning work schedule. However, during that particular night, I experienced a vivid nightmare that inexplicably left me feeling anxious upon awakening, even though I couldn't recall its details. Despite my lingering unease, I found solace in the comforting presence of my devoted dog, Abby, who served as my emotional support animal, though she's since retired due to the arrival of my service dog. Abby's unwavering companionship proved immensely helpful, offering reassurance as I went about tidying up the house. Completing some laundry tasks on behalf of my mother-in-law, who happened to be behind her chores, throughout the day I engaged in a range of activities from cleaning to simply relaxing, awaiting B's return from work. However, amidst the day's tranquility, I retrieved an unexpected phone call. B's cousin, embroiled in a disagreement with her parents, urgently needed to find a new home for her dog, Oakley. As a result, B's parents volunteered to take Oakley and provide him with a loving abode. Consequently, I happily agreed to accommodate Oakley's early arrival, and upon B's return home, we warmly welcomed the newest member of the household into our midst. As the evening approached, we decided to venture into the basement, where B's parents had an impressive entertainment system and a well-stocked bar. Eager to indulge in our favorite shows, we made our way downstairs, accompanied by Abby, who descended the stairs without hesitation. However, Oakley, despite our coaxing, adamantly refused to budge from the top of the staircase. His trembling body betrayed an overwhelming fear that I had never witnessed in a dog before. Realizing the distress Oakley was experiencing, I reassured B that we could easily enjoy our evening upstairs without venturing further. It seemed like a minor inconvenience at the time, and with that settled, we settled down to enjoy our meal. As the night wore on, my mind couldn't help but wander back to the basement and Abby's peculiar behavior whenever we ventured into that space. I recalled how she would stand guard, positioning herself in front of the bathroom located down there, never straying far from my side. On a few occasions, she even emitted low growls, her protective instincts kicking into gear. Yet, attributing the odd occurrences to the age of the house, I dismissed them as insignificant and unworthy of concern. We retired to bed that night, blissfully unaware of the horrifying ordeal that awaited me within the realm of my dreams. In this particular nightmare, the terror I experienced felt more tangible and petrifying than anything I'd ever encountered before or since. In the dream, I found myself lying in the same bed where I had fallen asleep, my gaze fixated on the wall opposite me. To my profound horror, a chilling presence manifested before my eyes. It was an ominous figure, clad in a shroud of darkness, emanating an odor reminiscent of death and tar. Towering over me, it contorted its unnaturally long limbs to avoid striking its head against the ceiling. Its proportions were grotesquely distorted, with arms that extended far beyond normal limits and stumpy, oddly angled legs. The figure's long black hair appeared damp, its strands clumping together in a macabre fashion. Its eyes, void of any light, resembled dark abysses, while its lips bore a peculiar shade of blue. Its skin was marked by an intricate network of veins, emitting an eerie sucking sound with every breath it took. Jagged teeth, some broken and others menacingly sharp, filled its disturbingly wide grin. Yet the most distressing aspect of this malevolent entity was its gait, a haunting limp that produced a disconcerting thud and dragging noise as it ominously advanced towards me, its laughter ringing out in a deranged manner. This laughter, while not booming, contained an element of concealed mirth, like an attempt to stifle amusement. Its maniacal smile betrayed its sinister delight in my fear, fueling my escalating panic. Desperately, I attempted to scream, only to find myself jolted awake. Yet the figure persisted, continuing its relentless approach. Paralyzed, I was unable to move or draw breath, overcome by sobs of terror. Just as I felt as I was being crushed under the weight of a grand piano, Oakley suddenly burst into the room, emitting a primal snarl. At last, I managed to unleash a blood-curdling scream, my frantic plea for help directing towards my mother, as I believed my husband wouldn't be able to perceive my distress. In a flash, B leapt out of bed, hastily flicking the bedside lamp on, and casting his concerted gaze upon me. To my immense relief, the figure had vanished. In that moment, I felt as though I had narrowly escaped the clutches of death itself. Overwhelmed with emotions, I called Oakley up onto the bed, where he, now in tears, sought solace by nestling close to me. My husband, armed with a bat, thoroughly searched every nook and cranny of the house, eventually discovering poor Abby locked in the bathroom, her cries and howls echoing through the walls. It puzzled us both, as she had been beside Oakley and me when we fell asleep, leaving us bewildered as to how she became trapped in that confined space. Upon being freed, Abby rushed to my side, immediately checking on my well-being, while Oakley took up a position near my husband, joining him in investigating every inch of the house. Yet there was one area they refused to explore, the basement. Despite my husband's best efforts to coax Oakley into accompanying him downstairs, the dog's trepidation remained unyielding. In hurried examination, my husband found no signs of an intruder within the basement's depths. When my husband eventually ascended the stairs to join me, I mustered the courage to confide in him that I simply had to leave. The events of that dreadful night had left an indelible mark on my psyche, compelling me to seek respite away from that home. With the dogs in tow, we embarked on an early morning food run, followed by a drive through the snow-laden landscape. Although the weather conditions were far from ideal, I felt a sense of safety on the road that far surpassed the unease I experienced within the confines of the house. Inevitably, I returned to the house, knowing that the upcoming night would be my last in the unsettling environment. Determined not to succumb to sleep, I opted to spend the night on the couch, with both Abby and Oakley nestled close by. The restless hours ticked by as I fought off exhaustion, refusing to succumb to the sinister pull of slumber. Finally, the dawn broke, and I bid farewell to the house, exhaling a sigh of relief as I distanced myself from its haunting aura. Since that harrowing incident, I have steadfastly declined any future offers to house-sit for B's parents, although I still mustered the courage to visit them for brief periods during the day. Regrettably, the lingering feeling of being observed and pursued has never left me, leaving me in constant states of unease. One might assume that B's parents would dismiss my account as the ramblings of an unhinged mind, but to my astonishment, they exhibited no surprise when I shared my ordeal with them. In fact, they displayed a disturbing level of familiarity with the horrors I had experienced, as if they were all too aware of the malevolent presence that had plagued their home. He saved me. In 1997, I found myself in Lancaster, California, moving into an apartment with my youngest son and father, Kev. Things seemed okay at first, but that illusion quickly shattered. Kev started drinking again and spending time with his brothers and friends. He would disappear for days, only to return home accusing me of infidelity. Life became unbearable, and meanwhile I had been diligently paying for storage unit that held precious memories of my family and other children from different times of our lives. It held immense importance to me. Since my car had been stolen before we moved in, I had to rely on Kev and his family to handle the finances. However, in the last few months before I left him, Kev's behavior became increasingly erratic. He delved into drug use, making it a regular part of his life. One evening as I was preparing dinner, I heard commotion outside. My name was being called. Looking out of the living room window, I was shocked to see our once quiet street filled with flashing red and blue lights. Amidst the chaos, Kev stood in the midst of all of it, yelling my name. Before I could even rush outside, an officer knocked on my door. He informed me that my car was outside, and I asked if I wanted to claim it. If not, it would be towed away. Confused, I couldn't comprehend what he was saying. As it turned out, Kev's brother had taken my car and stored it at their mother's house. Kev had told the sheriff that the car was mine, intending the shift to blame for the drugs to the car, shifting it. Absurd, right? Thankfully, the officer believed me, and Kev was sent back to prison. So there I sat, alone and in shock. But things took a turn for the worse when the landlord appeared a few days later. He informed me that I hadn't paid rent for 4 months and that I hadn't responded to letters I never received. I was given 10 days to vacate the premises, barely enough time to move any of my belongings. Shortly after the utilities were cut off, to add insult to injury, I discovered that Kev had taken every penny I had saved. My world was turned upside down, and I felt utterly crushed. With nowhere else to go and unable to seek refuge with my mother due to complications, I temporarily moved in with a friend. Initially, everything seemed fine. We kept to ourselves and steered clear of the drug-filled lifestyle. However, my depression grew, and the temptation to numb the pain became overwhelming. I made the difficult decision to call my mother and ask her to take my son away from that environment. I didn't want him exposed to such toxicity. I didn't want any of my children to witness me in that state either. I was a complete mess, with my self-esteem at an all-time low. Every time I drove past my boarded-up apartment with my belongings still inside, it served as a constant reminder of my failures. One day, my friend collected my mail from the abandoned apartment. Among the letters was a devastating blow, the final straw. Kev had stopped paying for my storage unit, and it was now up for auction at a price far beyond my reach. That was it. I had lost the last remnants of what I held dear. Something snapped inside me. In my disturbed state of mind, I dropped the letter and walked out of the house barefoot, wearing only a long t-shirt despite the freezing weather. I wandered over to a nearby mini-mart, filled a cup with cocoa, and walked out without paying. My friend noticed and covered the cost. Eventually, she found me sitting in a park, staring blankly into nothing as my mind spiraled into darkness. I was in a bad place, unable to find a way out of the overwhelming despair that consumed me. I couldn't bring myself to reach out to my children or my mother and tell them about the loss of everything that we had cherished. The thought of exposing them to my shattered existence filled me with shame and guilt. It felt as though my children would be the better of me without me. It felt as though my children would be better off without me. I couldn't bring myself to reach out to my children or my mother and tell them about the loss of everything that we had cherished. The thought of exposing them to my shattered existence filled me with shame and guilt. I felt as though my children would be better off without me. Telling my friends I was going to visit my family, I parked my car a couple blocks away in an alley. I broke into my old apartment with its boarded-up windows and made my way to the back, hoping to remain unnoticed. There on the couch, I sat down. The room was devoid of light, except for the faint glow of a single candle illuminating a book, casting eerie shadows. In that dimness, I wrote farewell letters to my family, each page filled with words addressed to my children, urging them to support one another and strive for greatness, to not follow in my footsteps. I poured my heart out in a letter to my mother, acknowledging her incredible job raising me and expressing profound remorse for the pain I had caused her. Tears stained the crumbled pages, blending with the ink. I held a handful of pills in my trembling hand, enough to end my suffering. I swallowed them, succumbing to the darkness that enveloped me. A burning sensation gripped my stomach and my eyelids grew heavy. It felt like the end. Yet amidst the suffocating silence, a flicker of awareness stirred within me. My eyes struggled to focus, and there in the room, I saw people moving back and forth, as if they were oblivious to my presence. The surroundings lacked color, and I extended my arm, attempting to touch them, but my hand only passed through air. Suddenly, a woman halted in her tracks. She faced toward, and then turned her head, looked directly at me. A blood-curdling scream escaped her lips before she resumed her aimless wandering. Confusion filled me, and I managed to mutter, "What are you?" But my own voice sounded distant and faint. She ignored my question, disappearing into the grayness. Then a voice, firm and commanding, cut through the haze. "Wake up," he demanded. "It isn't your time." The figure, dressed in a trench coat, exuded an air of authority in its monochromatic environment. My head slumped back down, but he persisted. Another forceful nudge to my chest, accompanied by his resolute voice, "It is not your time." A sharp slap across my face jolted me, as if a gust of cold air grazed my neck. Hands grasped my shoulders, shaking me vigorously, forcing my head to flop from side to side. In that moment, I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself gasping for air, with fingers down my throat, struggling to breathe. It was a girl I had only met twice, acting purely on intuition and a persistent feeling that I needed help. She couldn't shake off the feeling for hours, despite not understanding why. She implored her friend to break down the door, and even though he feared getting into trouble, he experienced the same undeniable urge. I'll forever carry gratitude towards her for saving me and towards the man who relentlessly tried to rouse me until help arrived. Life gradually improved from that point forward. I began to reconcile my thoughts, distancing myself from the destructive life and toxic relationships. I learned that I couldn't battle my demons alone. We needed to support one another. Reflecting on the letters I had written years later filled me with shame. The realization of the pain and anguish my actions could have caused my family was a devastating blow. It was a selfish act, driven by temporary despair and a distorted perception of the world. To anyone out there who feels trapped in their suffering, please know that there is a way out. Believe me, I've been there. Don't push your loved ones away. They may not fully understand, but they can listen. And if you still feel unheard, seek help from professionals who can guide you through the darkness. Remember, only time can reveal the answers, and there's always hope, even in the bleakest moments. The Black Widow. I would like to share with you a captivating experience of my grandfather, a tale that's come to be known as the Black Widow. Although originally untitled, I've taken the liberty of adding a name that exudes a certain mystique, for it resonates with it the essence of this haunting account. While it may be deemed a short and unremarkable story by some, I believe that there are those of you among who are listening who might find the pure intrigue of this particular narrative. It was when my grandfather reached the age of 28 that this extraordinary encounter unfolded. During his travels through the vast expanse of the United States, the exact location eludes me, as his notes only allude to the western regions of the country. His purpose in journeying across the vast American landscape was to visit a close friend and colleague, a kindred spirit who shared his deep fascination with the occult and paranormal phenomena. While the precise nature of his friend's expertise remains unclear, it's evident that the common ground lay in the realms of science and esoteric. In anticipation of this meeting, my grandfather harbored an insatiable desire to discover the truth behind the ethereal apparition his friend had spoken of. A ghost, seemingly cloaked in darkness, known to manifest in the nocturnal realm of a local graveyard. The more my grandfather heard about this spectral figure, The stronger his fascination grew. His fertile imagination conjured notions of legendary entities such as the Woman in White, or even echoes of folkloric tales, including the enigmatic La Llorona. Please forgive any potential misspellings, or as the reader, any wrong readings of this, or pronunciations rather, as deciphering my grandfather's handwriting can be quite a challenge. The online sources have proven inconsistent. Upon his arrival, my grandfather wasted no time engaging in discussions with his friend regarding the elusive ghost. They delved into theories and possibilities, drawing upon their collective knowledge and shared passion. It wasn't long before that they had decided to embark on a nocturnal expedition to the graveyard, eager to witness firsthand the specter that had captured their imaginations. As they ventured into the heart of that sacred burial ground, my grandfather described an atmosphere fraught with an indescribable darkness and heaviness. The weight of the night seemed to cast a pall over the endeavor, as if the very essence of the place rejected their presence. Undeterred, they spent countless hours among the tombstones, scanning the darkness for any sign of the enigmatic apparition. Yet, despite their tireless vigilance, the first few nights proved unfruitful, devoid of any encounters. Yet, it was on the fourth night that the ambiance of the graveyard underwent a sinister transformation, sending shivers down their spines. The air cracked with an eerie energy that instilled a momentary hesitation within their intrepid souls. Both my grandfather and his friend summoned their courage, steeling themselves for what lay ahead. The night held a foreboding air unlike any that they had experienced before. As they pressed forward, each gravestone held the potential for a lurking threat, the unknown lurking in the shadows. And then they reached a pivotal juncture, a spot where the darkness seemed to converge, its depths appearing more profound than the very night itself. In the distance, my grandfather discerned a figure, a woman draped in a pitch-black dress. This apparition stood motionless, emitting an aura of cold malevolence that permeated the surrounding air. It was the embodiment of their expectations, an entity that seemed to have materialized from the very fabric of their fears. Spellbound and paralyzed by terror, they dared not make a sound or movement. My grandfather, driven by a mix of curiosity and dread, attempted to draw nearer, but found an unseen barrier blocking his path. It was as though an impenetrable wall, an invisible force field, stood between my grandfather and the mysterious figure in the black dress. Despite his desperate attempts to overcome his trepidation and inch closer, he found himself thwarted by an unyielding resistance, as if the very fabric of reality had conspired against his advance. In that harrowing moment, my grandfather's fear reached its zenith, threatening to shatter his sanity. The presence of his friend beside him provided a faint anchor of reassurance, reminding him that he wasn't alone in this otherworldly encounter. Together, they stood in silent awe, unable to tear their gaze away from the enigmatic entity that commanded their attention. As time stretched on, every passing second seemed to elongate into an eternity. The oppressive atmosphere of the graveyard bore down upon them, intensifying the sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. The weight of the unknown pressed upon their shoulders, leaving with them a profound sense of vulnerability. Eventually, though, they summoned the remnants of their courage and began to retreat cautiously, navigating the labyrinth pathways of the cemetery. Yet, even as they distanced themselves from the shadowy figure, the feeling of being observed persisted, as if an invisible audience followed their every move. Each step felt fraught with anticipation, the air thick with intangible presence that lingered, refusing to be forgotten. Upon finally exiting the confines of the graveyard, my grandfather and his friend exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The solace they found in the outside world, bathed in the pale moonlight, served as a reminder of the stark contrast between the realms that they had traversed. It was a respite from the otherworldly tension that had gripped their souls within the darkened realm of the cemetery. Undeterred by the spine-chilling encounter, my grandfather and his friend resolved to return to the graveyard in subsequent nights, propelled by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and an unyielding pursuit of the supernatural. Their scientific inclinations demanded further investigation, pushing them to test the boundaries of their courage and delve deeper into the enigma that had consumed their thoughts. Alas, their persistence proved in vain, for the apparition known as the Woman in Black ceased to materialize. Nights turned into weeks and weeks into months, but the haunting specter remained elusive, retreating into the recesses of the unknown. The graveyard regained its tranquility, as if swallowing the secrets of its spectral visitor, leaving my grandfather and his friend with unanswered questions and a thirst for the understanding that would persist throughout their lives. Regrettably, my grandfather notes they don't really provide any insight into the specific details or the location of this haunted graveyard in the western part of the United States. But I implore anyone who may possess knowledge or information pertaining to such a site to come forth and share their wisdom. Together, let us unveil the enigma of the ghostly woman in the black dress, unearthing the truth that lied dormant in the annals of history. In conclusion, the tale of the Black Widow stands as a testament to the mysterious realms that intertwine with our own, offering glimpses into the enigmatic tapestry of the supernatural. May we continue to explore the uncharted territories of the paranormal, guided by an insatiable curiosity that fuels our pursuit of knowledge and understanding, and perhaps one day the secrets of the Woman in Black and her haunted domain will be unveiled, allowing us to piece together the fragments of a puzzle that has captivated the imaginations of countless seekers of the unknown. Door closed to my kid's room. A few days ago, something peculiar occurred in my house, and I feel compelled to document the event as they unfold. Although it may not be a monumental incident, I have a penchant for capturing even the minutest of details. I must admit that I'm writing this primarily for my own sake, rather than for your entertainment, which might explain why I tend to be long-winded. However, if you find yourself growing wary, the title can serve as a concise summary. Let me provide you with some context. We've been engrossed in the renovation project of our home, transforming our upstairs area into a charming kids' room in anticipation of the arrival of our second child. The stairs leading to this newly renovated space can only be accessed through the nursery, and they cut through our bedroom, directly overhead of our bed. Consequently, the sounds of footsteps on those stairs reverberates through our bedroom, making them quite noticeable. On the particular day in question, it was lunchtime, and my wife sought solace in our bedroom, accompanied by her feline companions. Taking a well-deserved break from her duties, meanwhile, I found myself stationed in the kitchen, feeding our firstborn, who was securely seated in her high chair. From my vantage point in the kitchen, I had a clear view of 3 doors: our bedroom door, the entrance to the basement, and the entrance to the nursery. Notably, the nursery door featured a bifold design, composed of slats that could be folded open or closed. At that moment, the door happened to be partially open, left in that state by the gentleman working on the upstairs renovations, who had passed through it earlier. As I focused on feeding my child, a sudden noise caught my attention. My eyes darted toward the nursery door, which seemed to be trembling slightly as if being jolted. With bated breath, I observed the door slowly and mysteriously inching its way towards closure. My initial assumption was that the diligent worker had quietly closed the door from the other side, yet I hadn't witnessed him entering the room. Suspicion crept into my mind, prompting me to investigate further. I swiftly opened the door and positioned myself at the bottom of the staircase, straining my ears to catch any sounds of movement emanating from upstairs. To my surprise, an eerie silence enveloped the upper floor, devoid of any indication that someone was present. Puzzled but determined to dismiss my nagging doubts, I briefly checked on my firstborn, ensuring her well-being, before proceeding to consult my wife. I approached her inquisitively, seeking to ascertain if she had noticed anyone ascending the staircase. To my relief, she confirmed that she had indeed heard the telltale sounds of footsteps. Convinced that my earlier unease had stemmed from my own lack of attentiveness, I chalked it up to a mere lapse in situational awareness and directed my focus back to the task at hand, nurturing my child. Little did I know that the fate had more intrigue in store for me. Merely a few minutes later, the sound of the front door swinging open reverberated through the house, signifying the return of the diligent worker from his break. I observed him as he crossed the threshold, casually strolled into the nursery, and ascended the stairs to the upper floor. Surprised by this unexpected turn of events, as I had firmly believed him to already be upstairs, I instinctively followed in his wake, eager to confront him and gain clarity. Upon reaching the top of the staircase, I found myself face to face with the worker, alone and undeterred. In an attempt to assuage my lingering doubts, I mustered the courage to engage with the worker in conversation. With a mix of curiosity and concern, I inquired if there was anyone else accompanying him during his ascent to the upper floor. His response was a simple yet perplexing, "Nope." Confounded by his answer, I couldn't help but apologize for bothering him with my inquiries, despite the lingering sense of unease gnawing at the back of my mind. It was evident that something peculiar had occurred, something beyond the realm of rational explanation. I reluctantly left the worker to his duties, retreating back downstairs to resume my parental responsibilities, all the while grappling with the mysterious happening that seemed to defy logic and understanding. As the day wore on, my thoughts constantly returned to that enigmatic moment when the nursery door closed, seemingly on its own accord. It was as though an unseen presence had quietly intervened, disrupting the rhythm of our daily lives. I found myself seeking solace in every corner of my mind, attempting to rationalize the inexplicable occurrence, but all efforts proved futile. That night, as I lay in bed, the events of the day replayed in my mind like a vivid montage. Each detail, from the sound of the door jostling to the eerie silence upstairs, played on a loop, fueling my curiosity and stirring a desire for answers. I was determined to unravel the mystery that had taken hold of my home. In the days that followed, my quest for understanding consumed me. I delved into research, scouring the depths of the internet for any accounts of similar encounters or paranormal phenomenon. I stumbled upon countless tales of haunted houses and spectral apparitions and unexplained happenings, each one adding another layer of the intrigue to my own personal mystery. In my pursuit of answers, I also reached out to friends and acquaintances, sharing my bizarre experience in the hope that someone could shed light on the situation. Many offered their own theories and speculations, ranging from supernatural to the mundane. Some suggested that her home might be haunted, while others proposed more mundane explanations like drafts or faulty hinges. Despite the plethora of suggestions, none seemed to fully account for the precise sequence of events I had witnessed. The sense of unease persisted, urging me to continue my investigation. I decided to consult with experts in the field of paranormal phenomena, seeking their insights and expertise. Paranormal investigators, mediums, and even skeptics visited our home, conducting thorough examinations and employing various methods to detect any otherworldly presence. Night after night, we gathered around hushed anticipation, as they set up infrared cameras, electromagnetic field detectors, and other specialized equipment. We hoped that these scientific tools would unveil the truth hidden within the walls of our abode. However, despite their diligent efforts, the investigations yielded no concrete evidence or definitive conclusions. The experts themselves were perplexed by the lack of tangible findings. Some offered explanations rooted in the realm of psychology, suggesting that stress of impending parenthood might have heightened our senses, leading to perceived paranormal encounters. Months passed, and the memory of that inexplicable day gradually faded into the recesses of our minds. Life resumed its normal rhythm, filled with the joys and challenges of raising our growing family, yet the lingering sense of mystery never truly dissipated. To this day, we remain uncertain about what truly transpired on that fateful afternoon. The nursery door, with its inexplicable movement, continues to be a topic of occasional discussion, woven into the fabric of our family's lore. It serves as a reminder that the world is vast, mysterious, and filled with unexplained phenomena that defy our comprehension. As I conclude my lengthy retelling, I recognize that the quest for answers may never reach a definitive resolution. Some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved, adding a touch of intrigue and wonder to our lives. And so as I continue to cherish the memories of that inexplicable day, embracing the unknown, and finding solace in the enduring mystery that lingers within the walls of our home. Partner's grandfather. It was a typical night in my dorm room when I invited my partner to spend the night with me. Our dorm hall had gained quite a reputation for its eerie paranormal activity, but I'd always brushed off such claims, knowing that people often enjoy scaring themselves with spooky tales. However, little did I know that this particular night would be unlike any other. As we settled down for sleep, my partner quickly dozed off, completely oblivious to the mysterious events that we were about to unfold. In the dead of night, or perhaps in the early hours of the morning, I found myself abruptly waking up. As I opened my eyes, a chilling sight greeted me. An elderly man standing right beside the bed. He was tall, sporting a head of silver-gray hair and a noticeable beer belly, and there was something strangely familiar about his presence. I couldn't place where I had seen him before, but this presence sent shivers down my spine. Feeling overwhelmed, I succumbed to unconsciousness once again, only to be transported into a peculiar dream involving the very same man. In the dream, we were strolling through a dense forest that bordered my school, engaged in a conversation that seemed to revolve around utterly random topics like the trees and the grass. Curiosity consumed me, and I repeatedly asked for his name, but he remained silent, refusing to provide me with an answer. Eventually, I managed to recall the name, Robert, and in that moment, the dream abruptly ended, leaving me perplexed and yearning for answers. When both my partner and I finally were stirred awake, I couldn't shake off the lingering thoughts of the elderly man and the surreal dream. Determined to unravel the mystery, I turned to my partner and inquired about his grandfather's name. Without hesitation, he responded with a single word, Robert. My heart skipped a beat and I found myself momentarily frozen in disbelief. I mustered the courage to share every detail of what had transpired during the night, expecting my partner to be as astonished as I was. To my surprise, however, he displayed an unexpected calmness, unfazed by my account of the encounter. He calmly explained that his mother had always believed that his grandfather, Robert, watched over him even after his passing. Thus, it was quite likely that Robert's protective gaze extended to me as well. This revelation caught me off guard, as my partner had never shown any inclination towards spirituality or supernatural beliefs. The fact that I'd never encountered someone else's deceased relative before only added to the sense of strangeness that enveloped the situation. However, I couldn't help but feel the strong bond I shared with my partner, coupled with the stories I had heard about his grandfather and the remarkable similarities between him and my own late grandfather. And maybe that somehow formed a bridge of connection between our worlds. Reflecting on that night, I realized that there are inexplicable forces at play in the universe, forces that defy rational explanation and challenge our understanding of reality. It was a profound and haunting experience that left an indelible mark on my consciousness, forever blurring the lines between the physical and the spiritual realms. From that day forward, my perspective on the paranormal shifted, and I became more open to the inexplicable wonders that may exist beyond our comprehension. In the end, the encounter with Robert served as a powerful reminder that there is much more to this world than meets the eye, and that sometimes the boundaries between the living and the departed can become intertwined in ways that we can't fathom. Perhaps in those mysterious moments we catch a glimpse of a hidden harmony, where the past, the present, and the future converge, and where the spirits of loved ones continue to watch over us, bridging the gap between the physical and the metaphysical. It was a realization that there's a deeper interconnectedness in the universe, one that transcends our limited understanding of reality. From that point on, I embarked on a journey of exploration and self-discovery, eager to delve into the realms of the supernatural and uncover the hidden truths that lay beyond the veil. I delved into ancient texts, researched the accounts of paranormal phenomenon, and sought the guidance of spiritual practitioners. Through my studies, I began to comprehend that the phenomenon I had experienced was not an isolated incident. Countless tales existed of loved ones reaching out from beyond the grave, providing comfort, guidance, and protection to those who remained in the physical realm. These stories spanned across cultures and generations, forming a rich tapestry of human connection with the spirit world. With each newfound piece of knowledge, I became more attuned to the subtle energies and vibrations that surrounded me. I learned about the concept of spirit guides, spiritual beings who serve as mentors and guardians throughout our lives. It became clear that Robert, my partner's late grandfather, had assumed the role of the spirit guide, extending this benevolent influence not only over my partner, but also over me. Embracing this newfound understanding, I sought to deepen my connection with Robert and explore the possibilities of communicating with him directly. I delved into meditation and practiced various spiritual rituals in the hopes of establishing a stronger link to the metaphysical realm. Through these endeavors, I discovered that the boundaries between the physical and the metaphysical were far more fluid than I ever imagined. During my meditative states, I began to perceive subtle signs and messages from Robert. It could be a gentle whisper in my mind, a fleeting image in my peripheral vision, or a sudden surge of warmth and reassurance. These experiences filled me with a profound sense of awe and gratitude, affirming the existence of a realm beyond our tangible reality. As time went on, I shared my journey with others who had encountered similar phenomena. I became a part of a community of like-minded individuals who sought to understand and embrace the mysterious forces at work in this universe. We exchanged stories and compared notes and supported one another in our spiritual quests. Together, we explored the depths of our psychic abilities, honing our intuition and experimenting with various divination practices. We discovered that we could tap into the collective consciousness, accessing ancient wisdom and guidance from those who had traversed the realms of existence before us. Through my continued connection with Robert, I also realized the profound impact of ancestral ties and the enduring presence of our forebears on our lives. Their love, wisdom, and experiences are imprinted in our very being, shaping who we are and influencing the paths that we walk. It's through acknowledging and honoring our ancestors, that we can tap into the wellspring of strength and guidance. Today, as I reflect upon my journey, I'm humbled by the vastness of the universe and the interconnectedness of all things. I've come to understand that the paranormal and the spiritual are not to be feared or dismissed, but rather embraced as integral parts of our human experience. The encounter with Robert, the bridge between our worlds, has forever transformed my perception of reality. He taught me to remain open-minded and to seek connections beyond the visible, and to trust in the unseen forces that shape our lives. So as I navigate this intricate dance between the physical and the metaphysical, I do so with a newfound sense of wonder and reverence. I'm forever grateful for the presence of Robert, the benevolent spirit guide who continues to watch over me, bridging the gap between realms and reminding me that love and connection transcend the boundaries of life and death. At first, I didn't want to believe him. When my family and I moved into this house in Washington 3 years ago, we noticed some odd occurrences, like random orbs appearing from time to time. They didn't seem threatening, though. And one day, my granddaughter even had a playful encounter with an orb that seemed to be dancing to the music. It felt like the spirit of a child. Our house sits on vast acres of fields, surrounded by forests and even a few farms. Strangely, the guest room, laundry room, and bathroom always felt freezing cold, and a cool breeze would come from the guest bedroom closet. To isolate the cold, I hung a blanket in the doorway of the hallway. I reasoned that these rooms were colder because they were added later and built over our well. I have my mother's ashes in my home, but when I was asked if I wanted my sister's ashes as well, I felt an unexplained fear. I don't know why, but for many years I sensed a darkness around her that I couldn't ignore. However, after a year passed, that fear gradually subsided. I recalled my sister sharing a recurring dream before her death, where she was stuck in a desert. It dawned on me that her ashes were being kept by my daughter, who lives in the desert. It felt kind of right to bring her alongside her mother. Once my sister's ashes arrived, we placed them next to our mother's ashes outside my room. Similar to my mother, we surrounded her and some of her cherished belongings. At first there were no issues, but over time, my children started experiencing unsettling things. It didn't feel like my sister, it was something else entirely. Interestingly, no one in the family has felt her presence since she passed away. My children looked for me for reassurance, perhaps hoping I could make it all go away as I had done in previous homes. But I believe this entity remained hidden from me initially and preyed on those who showed fear, specifically targeting my grown children, my son, and his fiancée. I feel guilty for repeatedly telling my son that there is nothing in our house and that it wasn't haunted, claiming that he had cleansed it after my sister's passing. Cody, if you're reading this, or hearing this, I apologize for not believing you at that time. I only wanted to protect you and the kids from being scared. These are just a few of the things that have been happening in our home over the past few years. So one late afternoon, I was at the store while my son and his fiancée were watching the two grandchildren. The kids were playing hide and seek, taking turns hiding in the guest room closet. They later told me that something felt off. Each of them experienced the sensation of someone or something sharing the space with them in the closet, almost in their face. Initially, the room served as a toy room, but the kids refused to play in there. Interestingly, the only person who slept in that room without any issues was my ex during a visit. He used to be a non-believer until the other day when we were sitting there together, watching a show. We observed his dog intensely, following something that moved around the room. Then, the bathroom door opened, and his dog watched as something was entering the bathroom before the door shut behind it. At that point, his dog dove under the blanket. My ex's eyes widened in shock, and he asked if I had seen what he saw. I couldn't help but laugh inside, witnessing the transformation of a former non-believer. I confirmed that I saw it too, and since then, no one in the family has dared to sleep in that room, not even me. 6 months ago, my son told me about an unsettling experience in the kitchen. He had gone downstairs late at night to grab a glass of water when he suddenly felt a chilling presence in the room. The atmosphere became heavy, and he could sense that something was watching him from the shadows. As he turned to leave, the kitchen faucet turned on by itself, unleashing a rush of icy water that cascaded into the sink. Shocked and unnerved, my son quickly retreated from the room, his heart pounding in his chest. He tried to brush it off as a strange coincidence, but deep down, he knew that there was more to it than mere chance. From that point on, the kitchen became a place of unease for the entire family. We would often hear unexplained noises like the sound of utensils clicking or the faint whispering of voices when no one else was around. Items would mysteriously move from their original places, and sometimes we would catch glimpses of fleeting shadows out of the corners of our eyes. Despite these eerie encounters, we tried to maintain a sense of normalcy in our home. We hung up protective charms and prayed for peace, hoping that these actions would create a barrier against whatever entity resided within our house. However, it seemed that our efforts only served to temporarily subdue the activity, as if the presence was merely biding its time. One evening as I was preparing dinner, I felt a sudden gust of wind sweep through the kitchen. Even though all of the windows were closed, Startled, I glanced around, searching for the source of the disturbance. Then once again in the corner of my eye, I saw a glimpse of a figure standing in the doorway, its form indistinct and ethereal. Fear gripped my heart and I watched the figure slowly dissipate into thin air. It was in that moment that I realized that we were dealing with something beyond our understanding. It became clear to me that the spirit haunting our home wasn't my sister or any other deceased family member. This entity was somehow altogether different, something that had attached itself to our house. Determined to find answers and bring an end to the unsettling occurrences, I began researching the history of our property. I discovered that the land had once been part of a larger estate, owned by a wealthy family with a tragic past. The original house on the property had burned down under mysterious circumstances, claiming the lives of several family members. The more I delved into the history, the more it became apparent that the restless spirits of the past were still lingering in our midst. It seemed that the negative energy from the tragic event had imprinted itself on the land, creating a haunting that sort of transcended time. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I sought the assistance of a paranormal investigator. Together, we conducted thorough investigations using various tools and techniques to communicate with the spirits. Through these interactions, we learned that the entities were trapped in a state of sorrow and unrest, unable to find peace. With the help of the investigator, we performed a cleansing ritual aimed at releasing the trapped spirits and restoring balance to our home. It was a solemn and emotional process as we offered prayers and heartfelt intentions for the spirits' liberation. In the days that followed, a sense of tranquility settled over our home. The temperature in the guest room, laundry room, and bathroom returned to normal, and the kitchen no longer held an oppressive atmosphere. The strange occurrences gradually ceased, and we could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Though the memory of those unsettling experiences remain etched in our minds, we have learned to appreciate the newfound serenity in our home. We cherish the moments spent with family, knowing that we have overcome the darkness that once plagued us. As time passes, we continue to honor the spirits that once dwelled here. We light candles in remembrance, offering our gratitude for the guidance and strength we gained from this transformative journey. And in doing so, we hope that the spirits have finally found peace that they have long been denied, leaving behind a home filled with love and tranquility. Let my child sleep. As a child, I always looked forward to hearing my nanny, my mother's mother, telling me the story that had been passed down to her by generations. It was a long story, so I'd always settle in for a good night's worth of listening. The tale was set in medieval times when kingdoms still existed in India, and infamous gangs of thugs known as dacoits and/or bandits roamed the land, robbing innocent travelers on isolated roads and often killing them. The story takes place in the kingdom of Marathas, now known as Maharashtra state in India, where the people were frustrated by one particularly notorious gang of dacoits consisting of 5 or 6 members. One day, the dacoits had a big loot and decided to take refuge in an old house called the Wada. The Wada was an old house structure mainly popular in the Maratha community, situated slightly out of an abandoned village in the middle of a jungle. The area was avoided by many other villagers due to the haunting stories, making it the perfect hideout for the dacoits to pass the night. It was not just an ordinary night. It was Amavasya, a new moon night. It's said that India, the most paranormal activities, enhance on this day. On top of that, it was raining, a deep, dark night. The dacoits were happy and celebrating their victory. Some of them were even drinking in one of the inner rooms of the Wada, with one single oil lamp for light. As the night was slowly passing by, during their conversations, laughing and arguments, some of them started hearing a very low and strange voice of a lady singing. The song was something like Lori, an Indian lullaby which mothers sing, but they ignored it, thinking that they were just hallucinating due to alcohol, or it was just the raindrops, or simply night creatures making weird noises. They continued their talking, but after a while the voice of the song became prominent, and even the one who didn't drink started hearing the voice. 2 of the dacoits went back to check the house with a hunch that something might be spying on them, but they found nothing. At last, all of them came to the conclusion that they were just hallucinating and started their own party again. The celebration slowly started to grow into an argument as to who would keep what, and greed started playing its part. The argument started to turn into conflict, and the voices of them arguing started to break the eerie, deep, silent night when all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a loud noise of a small baby crying came from the deep, dark room around the corner. All the dacoits, who almost drew their weapons to fight, froze, staring hard at each other, shaking with fear. One of the gang members indicated their leader and looked into his eyes of what to do. The leader, a man in his 50s, a hardcore criminal with nothing to fear, not knowing of the situation he was facing, snapped out of it and shouted angrily, "Who's there? Come out or we'll have to come over there and kill you and drink your blood." For a moment, all the dacoits holding their weapons stared hard to see if they could find something in that room and got some courage because of their leader's words. The 2 of them who had checked the WADA earlier and had happened to miss out on that one single room looked at each other and decided to check the room from which the voice came. But as soon as they took 1 or 2 steps towards it, the cry of the little child started again, this time more prominent and striking. All of a sudden, in an angry, loud voice of a lady came from that room. "How dare you wake my child up? Don't you see my child is trying to sleep? Get out of my WADA." It was at this moment that all of them realized that they had disturbed something more sinister, something which could not be killed with their mere weapons. All of them went into flight mode and started running whichever direction they could. One of them died on the spot due to shock. All of them started shouting loudly in panic. "Help Mother Kali," an Indian goddess. "Help, help, help us." The cry was the same as their victims during the loots, as if karma came to bite them back. All of them ran in different directions due to panic and lost their way to exit the WADA. With no lamps to navigate or any source of light whatsoever, a simple big old rusty house became a maze for them. But somehow they managed to escape. One of them, who knew the nearby village, somehow managed to reach there. Coincidentally, a unit of soldiers who were tracking down the dacoits was in the same village. They caught him immediately. Or rather, this terrifying thug who was wounded all over due to cuts and bruises because of running into the jungle crazily, surrendered immediately. Shaking with fear, the dacoits told all the incidents to the soldiers. Although it was a good opportunity for the soldiers to track and catch them all by night, they decided not to do so as they were scared too. No one had the courage to go into that WADA, so they decided to visit it when the sun rose. The villagers who were listening to the dacoits starting chanting and mantras and praying to the gods, one of the villagers who was known for his bravery and had a strong belief in the power of gods, decided to go to that WADA at night and find out the truth behind the story. He knew the jungle very well, and he also knew that there were some secret paths that led to that WADA. So he started his journey toward the WADA, and when he reached there, he saw that the WADA was very old and had a very eerie feeling to it. He gathered all his courage and went inside. He saw that there was no one there, but he could still hear the voice of a lady singing a lullaby. He followed the sound of the singing and reached a room. When he entered the room, he saw that there was a woman sitting there, singing a lullaby to her child. The woman looked at him, and her eyes were very scary. He could feel that there was something very strange about her. She asked him, "Who are you, and what do you want?" He replied, "I am a villager, and I want to know what happened here last night." The woman replied, "Last night, some dacoits came here and disturbed my child's sleep. I warned them to leave, but they did not listen. They tried to take away our belongings, and in the process, they killed my child. I cursed them, and they will suffer for their sins. They will never be able to rest in peace." The villager realized that the woman was a ghost, and he knew that he had to leave the WADA as soon as possible. He quickly left the WADA and went back to the village. He told the soldiers and the villagers about what he had seen and heard. From that day onward, nobody went near that WADA, as if they knew it was haunted by the ghost of a woman and her child. The dacoits who disturbed their peace were never caught, and it's said that they're cursed by the ghost. The cursed family trembled with fear as they heard the ghost's voice echo through the dark hallway. Suddenly the lights flickered and went out, leaving them in complete darkness. They huddled together, praying for the nightmare to end. Just then, a faint light appeared at the end of the hallway. It grew brighter and brighter until they could see the outline of a figure. It was an old man dressed in tattered clothing, holding a lantern. The family looked at each other in confusion. Was this the ghost that they had heard about? The old man approached them, his voice raspy and weak. "Leave this place," he whispered, "before it's too late." The family hesitated for a moment, but then the old man vanished into thin air, leaving only his lantern behind. They knew they had to leave immediately. As they made their way to the exit, they heard strange noises coming from all around them. Doors slammed shut. Footsteps echoed. And whispers filled the air. Finally, they burst through the front door and into the night. As they looked back at the old mansion, they could see a faint outline of the old man in the window watching them leave. They never spoke of the incident again, but they knew that they had narrowly escaped the curse of the ghostly old man. Story number 17. My experiences. My first paranormal encounter occurred when I was just 13 years old, spending time at my grandparents' house on my dad's side of the family. It was a sunny day and I was diligently mowing the grass in their backyard. As I glanced toward my grandpa's large shed, I noticed something unusual. He had recently installed a massive window facing the house, measuring around 3 feet wide and 7 feet tall. And there, from the floor up at the top of the window, stood a tall, slender figure of a woman. She was entirely white and had the darkest eyes I've ever seen. It wasn't just her eyeballs. Her entire eye area was pitch black. Startled, I stopped mowing, and for a brief 3 to 5 seconds we locked eyes. Then, in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Strangely enough, I didn't feel any negative energy from her encounter. My second supernatural experience took place when I was 15 years old. By that time, I had chosen a futon over a regular mattress, and it was situated about 1 and 1.5 feet above the ground, complete with handrails. One evening, after turning off all the lights and settling into bed, I heard a peculiar sound coming from my room. It was as if something was flickering random objects from one end of the room to the other. I had an old 24-inch box-style TV at the time, and the last flick I heard sounded like it hit the screen dead center. Anyone familiar with these TVs know the distinctive sound that occurs when something strikes the glass. As soon as I heard that flick, my dark room lit up with static from the TV. Whatever it was had turned the TV on with a mere flick. Feeling a sense of unease, I uncovered myself, turned off the TV, and went back to sleep. A couple of weeks later, another incident unfolded. I woke up to an inexplicable light in my room. Now, it's important to note that I slept in a room devoid of any light, using a thick plastic sheet to cover my window and black out all external illumination. Naturally, I was alarmed by the presence of this light. I lifted the covers to investigate and discovered a child standing there. I say child because the dimensions of my futon and this entity resembled the old woman I had seen previously. She too was entirely white with pitch black eyes, and she stood about a foot taller than the handrail at the end of my bed, near my feet. We locked eyes for what felt like an entire minute, and then slowly she faded away, leaving my room in darkness once again. Surprisingly, I didn't feel any negative vibes from this encounter either. As a spiritually inclined person, my grandma on my dad's side has always been in touch with the supernatural. She had sage and other spiritual items hanging on her walls. I decided to confide in her about my experiences, unsure if she would dismiss them or offer some guidance. To my surprise, she didn't try to downplay my encounters. Instead, she advised me that white spirits are usually benevolent, but it's best to avoid them nonetheless. She emphasized that I shouldn't be scared, as these entities were harmless. My grandma and grandpa had since split up, and she was living on her own at the time. The fourth encounter occurred when I was 16 years old, and spending the night at my grandma's house. It was late in the evening, between 10 and 12 o'clock.
Both my grandma and I had gone to bed, but I suddenly woke up to the sound of snorting coming from the end of the hall. Realizing I needed to use the restroom, I started walking down the hallway. As I passed the spare room, I noticed the same woman from my first experience sitting at the end of the bed. Her head was turned and her gaze was fixed on me. The room was eerily illuminated, as if someone had turned on all the lights. Caught off guard and not expecting to be observed, I panicked and ran about 5 feet down the hall. Then I backpedaled to take another look, only to find that she had vanished. I didn't mention this encounter to my grandma, as I believed this spirit was watching over or protecting her. Just like before, I didn't feel any malevolence emanating from this apparition. My fear stemmed from the unexpectedness of the situation, but both encounters with this woman had left me with a sense of calm. Over the years, I had other experiences involving random noises and even hearing my name being called out. By the time I reached the age of 27, I was married with children and working night shifts. My family would typically go to sleep around 9:30 to 10 p.m. During one particular night when I was doing laundry between 1 and 2 a.m., I was startled by an incredibly loud scratching and banging on the door to the laundry room. Curious and slightly unnerved, I got up to investigate, but I couldn't find anything amiss. To be safe, I left the door open just in case. I returned to the couch and sat down, but moments later the door slammed shut and the banging resumed. This time I was certain I was the only one hearing it. My wife had never experienced anything paranormal in the house. Without hesitation, I checked how much time was left on the dryer, set an alarm, and promptly left the house. I admit, I may have appeared like a coward, but my wife and I joke about it now. Eventually, my wife and I decided to buy a house and added a furry companion to our family, a dog. I became accustomed to hearing strange noises and would often look to the dog to see if she reacted as well. Sometimes she would show no interest, but most of the time she would become completely alert, ears perked up, hair standing on end, and focusing her attention on the source of the noise. Our spare room in particular gave off an unsettling vibe that affected everyone in the family. Even guests who stayed in that room reported feeling uneasy and eventually relocated to the couch in the middle of the night. When I was home alone, I would occasionally hear noises, but on a few occasions I distinctly heard the laughter of what seemed like a 5-year-old girl coming from our kitchen. Strangely enough, our dog acknowledged this as well. The overall energy surrounding these occurrences was undeniably negative. That's when I decided to come up with a solution to the unsettling situation in our house. During a family gathering, perhaps around Easter, I returned to my old room at my mom's house and shut the door. Speaking aloud, I addressed the ghost child I'd encountered in my youth. "Hey, ghost kid," I said. "If you're still here, I could use your help at my house. You've never made me feel threatened, but my current house does. And if you're still around, could you come with me and do your best?" This heartfelt plea occurred 2 years ago. Since then, I've occasionally felt like I caught a glimpse of the ghost of the child from my youth in the corner of my eye. However, all the strange noises, laughter, and negative energy have ceased. Today, we continue to live in the house we purchased, and our dog remains a vigilant observer of the supernatural. While I still hear noises when I'm home alone, they no longer fill me with dread. It seems that my plea to the ghost child brought about a positive change, making our home a more peaceful place. I'm grateful for this resolution, as it's brought a sense of tranquility to our lives and allowed us to enjoy our home without a constant unease. Story number 11. Witch Encounter in Mexico. As a child, I was fascinated by the rich tapestry of Mexican folklore, filled with captivating tales of mythical creatures and witches. My maternal grandmother, a firm believer in these legends, would regale me with stories of her encounters with witches, particularly the lechuza.
an archetypical owl witch said to have made a pact with Satan or other evil spirits. According to the folklore, these witches, often depicted as elderly women, possessed the ability to transform into owls, although it was believed that they had to remove their legs and hide them while assuming their owl form. Growing up, I never had any personal encounters with witches, and I considered myself lucky. However, everything changed 2 years ago when I found myself in my dad's hometown, a small Mexican village with a population of roughly 9,000 residents. Our house was situated at the very end of a long dirt road, far away from the bustling town center. On one side of the road stood quaint traditional houses, while on the other side, a deep gully or trench stretched out, once serving as a river with dense woods beyond its reach. It was during the town's festive season, a time when adults sought solace in the plaza, indulging in merrymaking and imbibing spirits, while children reveled in the fair. Feeling tired and uninterested in the revelry, I decided to leave early. Luckily, I managed to hitch a ride with a local resident who lived at the beginning of the dirt road. This meant that I only had to walk about a mile to reach my house, an easy distance to cover. Around 10 minutes into my solitary walk, I heard a peculiar sound resembling birds settling down for the night. Assuming it was merely the avian inhabitants of nearby trees finding their perches, I glanced up to investigate. To my surprise, I spotted a pair of bright orange eyes 10 feet above the ground, fixed upon me. The sight sent shivers down my spine, but I chose to ignore it, pushing forward on my journey. However, my resolute footsteps were soon interrupted by rustling noises behind me. I turned around to find the eyes had vanished, leading me to believe that the bird had taken flight. But then a voice emerged from the depths of the gully, beckoning me with a chilling call. "Hey, sir, come here." Initially, I tried to brush off the insistent beckoning, assuming it was just a figment of my imagination. However, the voice persisted, pestering me ceaselessly until I could no longer ignore it. Annoyed and slightly intrigued, I reluctantly made my way toward the edge of the gully, intending to confront the source of these disturbances and demand some respite. As I approached, my eyes fixated on the woman who had called out to me, and I couldn't help but notice something utterly bizarre. Clad in Tarahumara attire, a native costume known for its long skirt, her lower limbs were strangely absent, as if her ankles had been severed. Moreover, she appeared to float above the ground, defying the laws of gravity. The woman's eyes met mine, filled with an inexplicable hatred that chilled me to the bone. In that moment, realization washed over me. She knew that her secret had been discovered. The panic surged through her eyes. Reacting instinctively, I turned on my heels and sprinted toward my house. The air filled with the deafening sound of flapping wings, and I dared not look back. Glancing over my shoulder, engulfed me as I beheld an enormous owl, its piercing orange eyes fixed upon me, soaring through the night sky, relentlessly pursuing me. With every ounce of strength within me, I reached the sanctuary of my house and slammed the door shut, hoping to find solace within those walls. But the respite was short-lived. Barely a few seconds had passed before an eerie banging commenced on the door, accompanied by inhuman screeches that sent shudders down my spine. Panic consumed me as I racked my brain, searching for a means to fend off this unholy menace. And then I recalled my grandmother's words. Prayer was the most potent defense against witches. Desperation gripping my soul, I began to recite fervent prayers, clinging to the hope that they would shield me from the approaching evil. Miraculously, the wailing ceased, leaving behind an eerie silence. Gathering my waning courage, I resolved to fortify my sanctuary further. I hastily retrieved salt from the kitchen and sprinkled it across the thresholds of every entrance, hoping to form a protective barrier. My actions were driven by an instinctual fear, a knowledge that this otherworldly presence would not be deterred easily. As I meticulously laid down the last grains of salt, A sudden crash jolted me from my task. I glanced up, heart pounding, and saw that the kitchen window above the sink had shattered into 1,000 fragments. Before my disbelieving eyes, the familiar owl, its once graceful form twisted my malevolence, attempted to force its way through the broken window. To my horror, the creature emitted guttural, vaguely human utterances, as if it sought to communicate in some twisted tongue. Frantically, I grabbed handfuls of salt, the very substance that I had intended to employ for protection, and hurled it at the owl. An immediate reaction followed. The creature recoiled, retreating from the window and finding a perch on the fence just outside. Its eyes bore into mine with an intensity that could pierce the soul, and I sensed the seething hatred emanating from the creature's gaze. Exhausted and terrified, I retreated to the safety of the couch, perching on its edge, determined not to let my guard down until the break of dawn. Morning arrived, and as I gingerly stepped into the kitchen, I held into the glimmer of hope that the night's horrors had been nothing more than a terrifying dream. Alas, my hopes were dashed when I discovered the shattered glass strewn across the floor, a stark reminder of the owl's violent intrusion. Gathering my resolve, I ventured outside, only to be confronted by deep scratches marred across the front door, a testament to the owl's relentless assault. My gaze shifted to the fence where the menacing creature had perched just hours before. To my horror, the ground and the wooden beams bore the marks of crimson blood, spilled amidst the owl's rage. Unnerved and shaken, I tried to gather myself, to clear away the remnants of the previous night's events. As I swept the glass from the porch, a flicker of movement caught my attention. Across the gully, nestled among the trees, stood an older woman, her weathered face marred by countless cuts and abrasions, as if tiny shards of glass had assaulted her delicate skin. I knew in my heart that this was the same woman, the witch, who had haunted me throughout that fateful night. Without breaking eye contact, I stood my ground, refusing to yield an inch to her malevolence. Gradually, she retreated, her figure disappearing into the depths of the woods, and mercifully, I never saw her again. Organ music. Let me share with you the intriguing tale of my fiancé's childhood, an eerie experience that has captivated my curiosity. According to her recollection, this peculiar incident occurred when she was just a tender soul, somewhere between the age of 6 and 8. And during those youthful days, she resided with her parents in a modest apartment nestled beside an ancient church, a place they frequented quite often. While neither my beloved nor I adhere to any particular religious inclination, she, as a child, found herself drawn to the enchanting allure of the organ music emanating from within the church walls. To her innocent ears, it held an aura of mystery, beauty, and fascination, unlike anything that she had encountered before. But destiny, it seemed, had a different plan in store for her. Several years later, in the dead of night, she was abruptly roused from her slumber by an unsettling sound. Organ music, once beloved, now transmuted into something profoundly disquieting. No longer did it possess the enchantment that had captured her heart, and instead, it exuded an unsettling aura, cloaked in an air of darkness and wrongness. However, what struck her as particularly unnerving was the proximity of the music. It sounded remarkably close, which defied all logical reasoning. For the organ music of the church had never been discernible from outside its hollowed walls. The experience instilled such terror within her fragile psyche that sleep became an elusive companion. Night after night, she would awaken to the chilling strains of the organ, their haunting melody echoing through the silent abyss, leaving her trembling and incapable of finding solace in slumber. This sinister symphony persisted for nearly 2 years, sporadically intruding upon her nights with no discernible pattern, as far as I could gather from her recollections. Such a bizarre encounter left an indelible mark upon her being. Even to this day, when we visit her parents and spend the night, she struggles to find respite, plagued by a succession of nightmares that torment her restless mind. Some may dismiss her torment as mere figments of her imagination, nightmares woven from threads of sleep paralysis, perhaps coupled with hallucinations that beckon her toward the realm of the uncanny. However, being someone who's encountered their fair share of inexplicable phenomenon, I've come to believe that the veracity of her account is true. A profound sense of conviction took hold of me, solidifying my belief that something truly extraordinary had befallen her, and it was around 2 years ago that this conviction was bolstered by an unexpected turn of events. During a family gathering she arranged, I had the opportunity to meet one of her cousins, a person who had, in fact, experienced a similar occurrence. Engaging in conversation, we ventured into the realms of the inexplicable and exchanged tales of our strange encounters to each other. To my astonishment, her cousin recounted an incident from years ago when she had stayed overnight at my fiancé's parental abode, providing babysitting services as her parents attended a theatrical performance. In the depths of the nocturnal hours, her cousin abruptly awoke, seized by panic as a piercingly loud and disconcerting organ music filled the air. Astonishingly, this unholy symphony persisted for almost an hour, intermittently punctuated by a chilling, barely audible laughter. Engaging with someone who had endured an identical experience only served to heighten my fascination and validate my belief in the authenticity of these otherworldly occurrences. Thus, while I have yet to have the pleasure, or rather the chilling fortune, of personally hearing the haunting strains of that ominous organ music when we visit her parents, my curiosity remains steadfast. I yearn for the day when fate will deem it fitting for me to bear witness to this melody of the otherworldly organ. My inquisitive nature drives me to unravel the mysteries concealed within the walls of that ancient church. What lies behind this phenomenon? Is there a rational explanation or something far more extraordinary at play? Driven by my insatiable curiosity, I've delved into countless books, manuscripts, and scouring the annals of history for any semblance of information that might shed light on this inexplicable occurrence. The tales of haunted churches, restless spirits, and the supernatural phenomenon have only fueled my determination to uncover the truth. Could there be a hidden connection between the church's history and these spectral symphonies that continue to haunt my fiancé's nightmares? Legend has it that the church, with its weathered facade and time-worn pews, has stood for centuries, its history intertwined with tales of apparitions and unexplained events. Whispers of a tragic organist whose life was tragically cut short have reached my ears. Could it be that the spirit lingered within those hollowed walls, forever bound to the ethereal notes he once played? Or perhaps there's an even deeper, more ancient force at work, a presence that defies comprehension and manifests itself through the haunting strains of the organ itself. As I continue my tireless quest for answers, I've encountered amounts of paranormal investigators who have ventured into the realm of the supernatural, seeking to unravel the mysteries of the haunted locations. Their stories and methods inspire me, igniting a glimmer of hope that one day, armed with technology and knowledge, I may explore the depths of that church in search of the elusive source of this spectral music. In my heart, I yearn for the day when I can accompany my beloved to her childhood house, where we will once again spend the night under the watchful gaze of that mysterious church. I long to witness firsthand the unsettling melodies that have plagued her dreams, to immerse myself in the atmosphere that has left an indelible mark on her soul. I am prepared to document every creaking floorboard, every whispered breath, and every shiver that runs down my spine in the presence of that ethereal symphony. For it is through this journey that I hope to find not only answers, but also solace for my fiancé, who's carried the weight of this enigma for far too long. Together we will confront the unknown,
united in our shared desire to unravel the secrets that lie hidden within the walls of that old church. And whether we find rational explanation or discover ourselves entangled in a world beyond our understanding, we shall face it with courage and unwavering determination. So I patiently wait, yearning for the day when the fate will align and the stars will grant me the opportunity to delve into the heart of this particular enigma. And when that day comes, I will embrace it wholeheartedly, ready to face the chilling melodies that have haunted my fiancé's past, and perhaps unravel a tale that will be etched into the annals of our own history. My dad's new house. During the early days of summer, a new chapter began for my family as my dad purchased a brand new house for us to move into. Upon our initial entry, it appeared to be an ordinary house from the 1800s, with an aged exterior that clearly needed some restoration. However, little did we know that our perception would soon be altered once we ventured into the basement. As I descended the creaky stairs, my gaze fixated on an intriguing blue door adorned with the inscription Wolfgang, and a star symbol crafted with lines reminiscent of the eerie markings found on the infamous Blair Witch Hunt. My curiosity piqued. I cautiously turned the doorknob, revealing a surprisingly petite room. It was so compact that I could extend my arms and touch every enclosed wall simultaneously. But before delving further into the mystery of this confined space, I feel compelled to explore other areas of the basement, so I did. To my right, I stumbled upon an empty room, save for a fleeting moment when I thought I saw a glimpse of someone standing there, staring at me with an unsettling intensity. It was as if they were conveying a foreboding message, a silent warning. Startled, I hastily recoiled, seeking solace in the presence of my father. Together we embarked on a more thorough investigation, only to discover that the room contained nothing more than a network of pipes intricately weaving their way through the space. Undeterred by this peculiar encounter, we continued our exploratory journey, uncovering a hidden chamber that required navigating through a labyrinth of twists and turns. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary room, but as I turned around, my eyes widened in astonishment. The entire expanse of one wall was adorned with a plethora of names, written in a language unknown to me. Amongst the sea of enigmatic text, 2 names stood out, both of which were ominously crossed out. Curiously enough, as I sit here now recounting this tale, I'm interrupted by a sudden crash emanating from the lower floors of this house. Alas, I'm the sole occupant at this moment, making it seemingly impossible for the source of the disturbance to be anything other than the mundane commotion of passing cars and trucks. Yet a tinge of unease lingers in the air, casting doubt on the true origin of the cacophonous event. Recalling another strange occurrence, I vividly remember a night when the shrill sound of a fire alarm shattered the stillness of my sleep, despite no signs of actual fire. What made this incident even more baffling was the fact that I had awoken just moments before the alarm's piercing wail, as if some subconscious instinct had nudged me awake in anticipation. As I attempted to drift back into slumber, the disconcerting sound persisted, persistently reverberating through the house. It was my desperate search for the source. I scoured every nook and cranny, only to find none of the alarms being triggered, until I opened the basement door. Instantly, the blaring intensified, echoing ominously from below. I promptly reached out to my father, seeking guidance, and through his technical prowess, he managed to silence the disquieting alarm remotely. A minor incident, perhaps, but one that left me unsettled, especially since I once heard a distinct sound of a pencil rolling across a surface, despite finding the very pencil in my room motionless and undisturbed. Once again, as if on cue, I find myself attuned to the sounds originating from the depths of the basement. A symphony of creaks and groans that could very well be attributed to the ancient heating system struggling to maintain its adequacy. I desperately hope that these noises can be attributed solely to the outdated infrastructure, reassuring myself that the arduous task of modernizing an old house inevitably comes with its fair share of quirks and inconveniences.
In an attempt to distract myself from the uneasiness that had gradually seeped into my consciousness, I decided to immerse myself in the comforting realm of online entertainment, opting for some lighthearted YouTube stuff. But even amidst the flickering glow of the screen and the jovial banter of online personalities, I can't shake off the lingering sense of apprehension that settled deep within me. It feels as though there are 2 chapters remaining in this uncanny tale, a tale that has slowly woven its web of enigmas around me. The first of these unsettling incidents occurred just last night. As I lay in bed preparing to succumb to the embrace of slumber, something caught my attention. Startled, I sat up abruptly, my eyes fixated on a tall, ghostly figure gliding behind a dresser. In that momentary flash, I managed to convince myself that it was merely the white cord connecting the television swaying ever so slightly. However, as morning dawned and I mustered the courage to investigate further, I was confronted with a chilling revelation. The cord behind the dresser was in fact black, motionless, and entirely distinct from the ethereal presence I had witnessed. The inexplicable sight sent shivers down my spine, leaving me pondering the nature of this spectral apparition that had dared to invade the sanctity of my bedroom. Finally, there's one last peculiar aspect that has me gradually consuming my vision, a haunting presence that refuses to be ignored. It manifests itself within my peripheral sight, subtly encroaching upon my consciousness. Whenever I cast a sideways glance, I catch glimpses of 2 distinct entities observing me intently. One is the image of an unknown figure peering from behind corners, their eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that sends chills down my spine. The other manifestation takes the form of spectral cats, ethereal felines that wander through the house despite its complete lack of any living pets. They traverse the rooms with an otherworldly grace, their translucent forms both mesmerizing and unnerving. These unexplained visions and encounters intertwine, leaving me to question the true nature of the house I now call home. Are these mere coincidences, the result of an overactive imagination, or is there something far more sinister at play? Each strange occurrence gnaws at my psyche, amplifying the sense of foreboding that has settled upon me like an invisible shroud. As I sit here immersed in the cacophony of peculiar events that have unfolded since my family's arrival, I cannot help but feel an urgent need to uncover the secrets hidden within the walls of this aged abode. The blue door bearing the cryptic inscription, the whispered warnings from the empty room, the enigmatic wall of names, the inexplicable sounds and visions. These fragments of a puzzle demand to be pieced together, revealing a truth that may shake the very foundations of my understanding. And so, with an unyielding determination and a mix of trepidation and curiosity, I brace myself for the next chapter of this enigmatic journey. I venture forth, ready to confront the mysteries lurking within the recesses of this house. I hope to shed light on the inexplicable and find solace amidst the shadows that threaten to engulf me. He told me to get out. There was a time in my life where I hit rock bottom and I desperately needed assistance. Luckily, a friend came to my aid and told me about a kind-hearted family who agreed to rent me a room that they had built in their garage until I could get back on my feet. I didn't mind the makeshift setup. I managed to make it warm and cozy by putting up a blanket and a door to keep out the cold and maintain some privacy. Little did I know that this arrangement would bring about a profound connection with their daughter, Tracy. Our beds were positioned with only the garage wall separating us, and over time, Tracy and I grew incredibly close. Sometimes when her parents were asleep, we would talk to each other through a thin wall, our whispers carrying our thoughts and feelings. The house itself was a modest one, with 3 bedrooms, a single bathroom, and a garage in the front. It sat directly across from the Palmdale Mall. Upon entering the house, you would find yourself in the living room and kitchen area. A hallway led to the right, opening into Tracy's room and the other bedrooms at the back. One night, I woke up with a sense of dread engulfing me. Strange thumps and unexplained noises emanated from the other side of the wall. At first, I attributed them to Stacy's low-volume TV and her movements as she tried to get comfortable. However, I soon realized that it was Tracy herself that I was hearing. Her sounds resembled crying, as if she were sobbing into a pillow. I strained to understand her words amidst the distress, catching fragments like "no" and "go away" and "please." Then amidst her cries, she screamed out my name. I sprang into action, racing through the house faster than her parents could react. As I approached her room, which had its door wide open, I witnessed a scene that sent shivers down my spine. There, hovering above Tracy's bed, like a gray mist, was an eerie presence. She lay there, clutching her blankets tightly, pulling them up around her neck. The moment I stepped into the doorway, I saw the image of a withered old man pressing his face against hers. His gaze suddenly shifted towards me, and as if it was an intruder invading their space, his face contorted into a twisted grimace, emanating an overwhelming sense of malevolence. Simultaneously, Tracy screamed my name again, even louder this time. I could feel the weight of its hatred. Then, like long strands of hair blowing in the wind, the presence dissipated, leaving behind a dark shadow that swiftly faded away. It was the first reach of Tracy's bedside, enveloping her in a tight embrace. I cradled her arms as her body shook uncontrollably. It took what felt like an eternity for her to calm down enough to recount what had transpired. She shared that she had just settled into bed, turning off the light of her nightstand when she heard something stirring on the other side of the room, near the closet. Tracy described how she sat up, struggling to adjust her eyes to the darkness. That's when she noticed a mist-like figure on the floor, slowly making its way toward her bed, causing the room temperature to plummet. Tracy watched in horror as a face materialized, with a full-bodied form stretching out towards her. It started crawling up from the foot of her bed, gradually advancing into her legs. Tracy desperately tried to move, but fear paralyzed her. She repeatedly told the entity no, but it persisted in climbing up her body until its face loomed directly above hers. In her own words, she said, "That face, he was smiling while he was choking me, stealing my breath." It was at that moment she screamed out my name. I couldn't fathom why Tracy's parents dismissed her terrifying experience. They brushed it off as a vivid nightmare, one that felt all too real for her. However, I believed her wholeheartedly. After all, they hadn't seen what I had witnessed. The following day, I mustered the courage to approach her father and question their reaction. I wanted to understand why they hadn't supported Tracy in her fear. He simply explained that he thought that she had an overly active imagination. He mentioned that they too encountered inexplicable phenomena frequently, but they had learned not to let it consume them. They even gave this otherworldly presence a name, Charlie. In the aftermath, we decided to string white Christmas lights throughout Tracy's room, offering her a sense of comfort and reassurance. From then on, she never slept with the lights off again. As the months passed, the weather grew colder, almost unbearable. The family graciously allowed me to sleep on a recliner in the living room, facing the hallway's entrance. They had placed a baby gate there to prevent their dog from entering the bedrooms at night. I didn't mind sharing my chair with the loyal canine. It actually kept me warm. One late night, when everyone was in their rooms and silence enveloped the house, the sound of ticking clocks gently lulled me to sleep. After a couple of hours of blissful slumber, the rattling of the gate startled me awake. Assuming it was Tracy's father making his late-night coffee, a routine that he had repeated countless times before, I didn't bother to peek out from under my covers. But this time, I didn't hear any movement in the kitchen. Dismissing it as someone using the bathroom, I settled back into my sleep. Once again, the rattling of the gate jolted me awake, but this time it was louder, as if someone was deliberately trying to rouse me. The dog beside me began shaking and growling in response. Tentatively, I lifted the blanket, revealing a chilling sight. There stood the figure, hands gripping the gate, shaking it vigorously. With each forceful movement, the noise escalated and the dog's bark intensified. I expected someone to emerge from their room, drawn by the commotion, but no one came. I found myself alone, face to face with this menacing presence. Its face began to contort and morph, and though I could partially see through it, the sight sent shivers down my spine. In a deep, guttural voice, it sternly commanded me to get out. Trembling, I covered my head with the blanket, repeating, "Okay," over and over until the entity vanished into thin air. I remained awake for the rest of the night, keeping myself occupied by watching TV. Anxiously awaiting someone's awakening, it didn't take more than a few days before I made the decision to leave. The unsettling incident had shaken me to my core. Eventually, the family moved as well, though not for the same reason. I'm grateful that they did. As for the history of the house or the identity of the elderly man, I'm afraid I can't shed any light on those mysteries. Later on, I found work as a maintenance and painting worker for the real estate company responsible for the house. Whenever the property required repairs, I made sure to pass the opportunity to another colleague, wanting to distance myself from that haunting place. Story number 2. My old house was haunted. In 2018, right after graduating from high school, my family and I made the decision to relocate to Georgia. Excitement filled the air as my dad purchased a stunning house in the picturesque town of Forsyth. It seemed like a dream come true, and we were eager to settle into our new home and create wonderful memories together. At first, the strange occurrences were subtle and easily dismissed. Objects would mysteriously shift from one place to another, doors would inexplicably open on their own, and faint knocks would occasionally echo through the house. We brushed it off as mere coincidences or maybe the house settling into its new surroundings. After all, it was a new environment, and unfamiliar noises were to be expected. However, as time went on, the incidents became increasingly peculiar. One night, about 2 weeks after moving in, I was fast asleep when I abruptly awoke to the distinct sound of footsteps echoing across the upstairs hallway. Curiosity got the better of me, and I cautiously opened my bedroom door to investigate, expecting to find a family member awake and wandering the house. Yet, to my surprise, there was no one in sight. This eerie phenomenon persisted, and each time I ventured out to explore, I found myself alone in the silent corridor. I tried to dismiss it, attributing the sounds to the house settling or perhaps my imagination playing tricks on me, and I retreated to bed, hoping to find solace in sleep. However, the tranquility was short-lived. One fateful night around 3 a.m., I was suddenly jolted awake by a loud bang resonating through my room. Still groggy from sleep, I strained my ears and discerned what seems like the sound of something crawling beside my bed. As I sat up, the crawling intensified, growing harder and faster, causing my heart to race with fear. It circled around my bed, and in that moment, a guttural growl pierced my left ear, chilling me to the core. Fear engulfed my senses, and without hesitation, I bolted out of my room, seeking refuge in my brother's bedroom. Breathless and trembling, I entered my brother's room, desperate for reassurance and safety. To my surprise, I discovered him laying in bed, covered halfway by his blanket. He asked me if it was me who had been walking back and forth, completely oblivious to the terrifying ordeal I had just experienced. I recounted the events to him, and we both decided it was best to sleep in his room for the next few nights, seeking comfort in each other's presence. As days turned into weeks, we continued to encounter inexplicable phenomena within the confines of our new home. On one occasion, I had invited 2 friends over, and we were enjoying a casual evening in the basement, sipping drinks and engaging in light-hearted conversations. Suddenly, without warning, the speakers in the room erupted with the haunting melodies of Russian music. The perplexing part was that the TV was turned off, and there seemed to be no logical explanation for the music to begin playing. We attempted to turn off the TV using the remote,
but it refused to respond, leaving us baffled and unsettled. It wasn't until later that we discovered the chilling truth about her house. It came to our attention that a Russian woman had tragically lost her life within the very walls of our home. Prior to our arrival, the house had been rented out to a group of individuals who were rumored to practice witchcraft and host peculiar gatherings in the basement. They had even set up stages for their enigmatic rituals. As we explored the nooks and crannies of our home, we stumbled upon bizarre games hidden within the walls, and stumbled upon candy wrappers tucked away in obscure crawl spaces. These findings were beyond anything we could have anticipated, and the strangeness of it all was deeply unsettling. The list of supernatural encounters and unexplainable events within our house grew longer with each passing day. These encounters were not confined to just me. My friends and family also bore witness to the inexplicable. Even my father, once a staunch skeptic, had his beliefs shaken by the unexplainable occurrences within our home. The atmosphere became oppressive, and a sense of foreboding that permeated every corner of the house began to be suffocating. Sleep paralysis plagued me relentlessly, leaving me afraid to close my eyes, terrified of what might transpire in that darkness. Desperate to regain some semblance of normalcy, I embarked on a quest to cleanse the house of the malevolent energy that seemed to linger within its walls. I tried various methods, including burning dragon's blood incense, hoping it would drive away the sinister presence. However, instead of banishing the entity, it seemed to aggravate it, intensifying the hauntings and subjecting me to further torment. My efforts to free our home from the clutches of darkness had backfired, leaving me feeling helpless and more vulnerable than ever. As a child, I'd experienced my fair share of supernatural occurrences, but nothing compared to the malevolence I encountered in that house. It was far more sinister, and it robbed me of sleep and filled my waking moments with dread at the same time. The fear of the unknown consumed me, leaving me on edge and perpetually on guard. Eventually, my family made the difficult decision to leave that ominous house behind. We relocated to another city, hoping to leave the lingering spirits and oppressive energy in the past. The contrast between our new home and the one that we had left behind was remarkable. The atmosphere felt lighter, devoid of the oppressive weight that had plagued us for so long. It was as if a dark cloud had been lifted, and we were finally free from the clutches of that malevolent force. Remarkably, since our departure, I have found solace in restful sleep once again. The sleep paralysis that had plagued me in that haunted house is now a distant memory. The supernatural encounters that once cast a pall over our lives have diminished, allowing us to breathe freely and find peace. It's important to note that despite my previous encounters with the supernatural, nothing could have prepared me for the sheer malevolence that permeated that house. It was an experience that left an indelible mark on me, forever reminding me of the power and darkness that can exist beyond the veil of the physical world. It taught me the importance of cherishing the light and finding sanctuary in the places that uplift and protect our spirits. That haunting memory of our time in that house will forever serve as a reminder of the unseen forces that can shape our lives, and the resilience and strength that we possess to overcome even the most terrifying of trials.
Santa Paula. I was going through a very nasty battle with the father of 3 of my children. I strongly believed that children should know both parents and have a positive relationship with them, but this man was pure evil. We were all living in fear for our lives, including my mother. I had no choice but to place my children somewhere safe. Thankfully, my mother and sister agreed to take care of my 5 children while we dealt with this terrifying situation. I made a promise to my girls that they would never have to see this man ever again. He was a relentless stalker, always finding ways to track us down. His desire for revenge grew stronger when we broke free and ran away. We managed to find a small brick triplex. It was a townhouse apartment in a Spanish community called Santa Paula. It was situated off an 8th Street and consisted of 4 small garages lining the driveway, with a partially enclosed courtyard and a separate 2-story house in the front. The place wasn't very spacious, but it was enough for my kids. The landlord understood our desperate situation and allowed us to move in. The downstairs area of the townhouse had a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, with an open cubbyhole beneath the stairs. However, the living room was quite narrow, only about 10 feet wide. The stairs were located at the back of the house, near the door leading to the backyard. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, there was a bathroom on the right and a very small bedroom next to it. To the left of the stairs, facing the front of the house, was a long bedroom. Initially, everything seemed fine. It was a welcome relief from the turmoil that we had just experienced, but soon things began to change. The kids all slept together on mattresses in the small bedroom next to their baby sister's crib, but they didn't like it in there. The baby would stand in her crib and scream as if something frightened her. The children started wetting the bed because they were too scared to walk through the doorway. Night after night, this continued until my mother reaching her breaking point. She moved all the children into the bigger room where she and the baby slept, and the crib was no longer used. However, my youngest boy at the time refused to sleep upstairs. We had a couch and a love seat, so my sister slept downstairs with him. It was in that house that he stopped talking, and his eating habits changed for years to come. He would stand point and grunt at the open space under the stairs, so my sister covered it with a blanket. The laundry room was located outside behind the garages. One day while I was there, we were all playing a board game. My sister asked my oldest son to leave the game and accompany her to do a load of laundry. I questioned why he had to go and why they needed a walkie-talkie. She replied that she was scared because she felt someone was watching her the entire time she was in there. Concerned, I decided to go with her, and indeed, I felt that eerie presence too. I visited often, always changing my route to ensure that I wasn't being followed. Each time, tears would flow when it was time to leave. We would take walks through the neighborhood and fantasize about living in one of those grand, beautiful houses. The kids would ask me if I thought any of them were haunted. I couldn't help but feel a few of them were, not because they were old or scary looking, but because there was an inexplicable aura. Santa Paula was an old town with a history filled with its fair share of deaths. Whenever I visited, the kids would tell me about their new friends next door, but they never mentioned the boy who lived in the front house. I caught glimpses of him in the upstairs window a few times. It struck me as odd that he never seemed to venture outside. I asked the neighbor next door about him, but she claimed to have never seen any other children, just an old lady whose husband had passed away years prior. I distinctly remember seeing the boy in the upstairs window 3 days after the old lady's demise. It was the only light on in the house. A week later, the landlord informed my mother that there were many unclaimed items left behind in the basement. She thought that we could make use of them. The basement doors were located outside, resembling a double-door storm shelter next to the house. As the landlord opened the doors one by one, revealing stone steps leading into darkness, I grabbed a flashlight and ventured down while my mother waited outside. I discovered old furniture, a crib, toys, and boys' clothes in boxes. Then I stumbled upon a photograph that was undeniably familiar. It was that little boy. An overwhelming sense of sadness and distress consumed me, and suddenly it felt like we were intruding, as if we shouldn't be touching those things. The walls seemed to close in on me, and I quickly ran back up the stairs, telling my mother, no, we wouldn't be taking anything from that basement. Even if there were things that we could use, it just didn't feel right. Curiosity led me to inquire about what happened to the boy, now that the old lady had passed away, assuming he was her grandson. The landlord revealed that there was no boy. Her son had died many years ago, tragically shooting himself with his father's gun, which he had found in the basement. He was an only child. That revelation sent shivers down our spines. My daughter Penny and my other kid kept telling me about the strange and scary things that they experienced, especially the presence upstairs in the hallway outside the bedrooms. It always made us feel uneasy. One day I found Ginny, my daughter, in that area. As I entered the room to see what she was up to, an eerie silence enveloped the space. She was busy drawing all over my mother's large standing suitcase. When I confronted her, she calmly turned her head to look at me, but it seemed like she wasn't really there. I called out her name and she looked surprised, as if she couldn't understand what she had just done. She dropped the marker and cried out, "What's happening? It wasn't me. I didn't do it." I frequently spotted a figure in the hallway, often standing in the doorway of the bedrooms, silently watching us sleep. Unfortunately, there's nothing we could really do to make it go away. Eventually, we were able to save enough money to move. My mother believed that there was an intense paranormal activity in that place due to its location near to an old train stop and firehouse. You could sense the weight of history hanging in the air. The area had witnessed numerous territorial battles and the loss of many young lives. Just the other day, I was talking to my eldest daughter, Penny, about these experiences. We both described seeing the same dark figure wearing a hat, standing in the hallway doorway almost every night. Soon after, we were able to relocate to a mobile home in Oxnard, leaving behind the haunting and the memories of that old townhouse in Santa Paula.
Ghost experiences. Let me take you on a journey through the realm of the inexplicable occurrences and eerie encounters that have shaped my life. The stories I'm about to share, I experienced firsthand, and they've etched themselves into the tapestry of my existence, leaving an indelible mark on my perception of the supernatural. It all began in our old house in Australia. Although the house wasn't exceptionally ancient, it carried an air of history and mystery. Most of the peculiar activity seemed to center around a single room, a room that held secrets unbeknownst to me at the time. My younger sister, in her innocence, once wandered into my parents' room late at night, seeking answers to a perplexing question. She claimed to have been conversing with an old lady who appeared before her. My mother, startled by this revelation, revealed that she and my father had also witnessed the apparition of an old lady, observing her glide through the doorframe. Fast forward a decade, and a twist of fate led me to trade rooms with my sister, unknowingly stepping into the very chamber that had been haunted by the enigmatic ghostly figure. Oblivious to the previous sightings, I embarked on a nightly ritual of terror. Like clockwork, my radio would blare to life, emanating an eerie frequency and ear-splitting volume between the hours of 1 and 3 a.m. The abrupt awakening, coupled with the restless persistence of the radio, even when unplugged, left me shaken and bewildered. Sensing my distress, my parents eventually confiscated the radio. It seemed that the inexplicable occurrences were peculiarly confined to this particular room, an eerie revelation that would only be unveiled to me later in life. Our family's nomadic journey eventually led us to New Zealand, where the specter of the supernatural loomed once again. One afternoon, while engrossed in watching television, my gaze shifted towards the window, capturing a sight that would forever be etched into my memory. A teenage girl, ethereal and translucent, glided between two bushes in the yard. Her white dress flowed as her long black hair cascaded down her back. A stereotypical image from a haunting movie. What struck me was the fluidity of her movement, as if defying the laws of gravity. Excitedly, I rushed outside, assuming it was my sister returning home, only to find the surroundings eerily empty. Confused and intrigued, I later discovered that my father had witnessed the same apparition in close proximity to where I had seen her, shortly after we moved into that location. Both encounters, separated by several years, mirrored each other with uncanny precision. Drawing from my Maori heritage, I learned of a traditional belief that held significant weight on my experiences: the appearance of a fantail, a native New Zealand bird, within a house or building signified impending misfortune or death. Astonishingly, on 5 separate occasions when I was alone, a fantail found its way into my presence. Unsettlingly, within a week following each encounter, a family member passed away. The repetition of this pattern defied mere coincidence and suggested a profound connection to my Maori ancestors, warning of impending doom. It's important to note that I'm not a religious or superstitious person, nor am I inclined to embrace or reject the existence of the supernatural without sufficient evidence. I prefer to navigate the enigmatic realms of the unknown, allowing experiences to shape my beliefs. The encounters I've shared today have changed my perceptions, leaving me with little room to deny the inexplicable phenomenon that unfolded before me. Will note, I'd like to recount a profound experience involving a green stone necklace, an emblem of the Maori heritage that holds significant spiritual significance. This necklace was blessed by my father, a revered figure in our family. For years, the greenstone necklace remained tucked away, untouched by my skin. However, one fateful evening, an inexplicable urge compelled me to retrieve it from its resting place and adorn it around my neck. Little did I know that this simple act would set in motion a series of events that defied rational explanation. That very night, as I slumbered, my mother experienced a vivid dream, a visitation from her own grandfather, my father's father. In her dream, he reassured her, whispering words of comfort and solace. He assured her that everything would be all right, a beacon of hope amidst the trials of life. The profound impact of this dream lingered in the air, leaving my mother with a sense of inexplicable tranquility. Within the span of a year, tragedy struck our family. My beloved father, my mother's father, succumbed to the ravages of cancer, leaving an irreplaceable void in our lives. Reflecting on the events that transpired, it was impossible to ignore the uncanny connection between the greenstone necklace and the prophetic dream. The necklace, once blessed by my papa, seemed to serve as a conduit between the realms of the living and the departed, a vessel carrying messages from beyond. This profound experience resonated deeply within our family, transcending mere coincidence and reaffirming the presence of forces beyond our comprehension. Furthermore, the inexplicable synchronicity didn't end there. As my mother and her sister walked alongside my father, accompanying him to have their own greenstone necklaces blessed, they shared a remarkable moment of unity. Simultaneously, they both felt an inexplicable pulsation, a heartbeat-like rhythm coursing through their hands as they clasped the sacred stones. It was a profound and eerie reminder of the interconnectedness of our experiences and the unseen forces that bind us. These personal encounters, intertwined with the tales of apparitions and unexplained phenomenon, have shared my perspective on the existence of the supernatural. While I am aware of skeptics who dismiss such occurrences as figments of their imagination, I cannot deny the weight of my own experiences. They serve as a testament to the enigmatic nature of our world, where the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual blur, and the extraordinary intertwines with the ordinary. Sharing these stories openly is a rare occurrence for me. The fear of being labeled as crazy often silences these encounters, relegating them to the recesses of my own consciousness. Yet, I feel compelled to share them now, allowing these narratives to take flight and perhaps find resonance with others who've been walking the same labyrinth as me. As I carry these experiences, forever etched in my being, I continue to navigate the realms of the unknown with an open mind, for the line between what we perceive as real and what we deem as extraordinary is often blurred, and the mysteries that surround us are as vast as the universe itself.
I stayed in a haunted house in Warwick, and I swear it was evil. During the time when I was expecting, my partner and I decided to temporarily stay at his cousin's house for approximately a month before we could move into our own apartment. This particular residence happened to be an ancient farmhouse located in a recently developed area of Warwick, Rhode Island. Surrounding the property, one could find farms and woods stretching in one direction, while a quaint little town awaited in the opposite direction. Upon our arrival, we were informed that this house had been constructed during the mid-1800s, which immediately piqued my interest. However, my partner, whom I shall refer to as Byron, quickly commented on how the stairs seemed uncharacteristically dark and eerie, even in the middle of the day. Curiosity getting the better of me, I gazed in the same direction, only to find that he was absolutely right. There was an undeniable, sinister aura emanating from those stairs. As we slept in the living room, a space that provided a clear view into the kitchen, we couldn't help but notice how the stairs transformed into a foreboding, uncomfortable void during the nighttime hours. Curiosity getting the better of us, making us decide to mention our observations to Byron's cousin and to his wife, who happened to be the owners of the house. To our surprise, instead of showing any concern or alarm, they burst into laughter and proceeded to regale us with tales of people allegedly being pushed down those very stairs. It seemed that they did not subscribe to the idea of supernatural entities haunting the premises, as they have had enough real-life problems to contend with, especially considering the husband's abusive tendencies and struggles with substance addiction. Living in that house was a chaotic experience, to say the least. The husband and wife were clearly grappling with significant emotional and financial turmoil. They had a 6-year-old son who, due to his fear of the shadows, adamantly refused to sleep upstairs alone. This revelation only added to the mounting unease. On multiple occasions when I found myself alone in the house, I caught glimpses of seemingly human figures out of the corner of my eye. Even more disconcerting were the instances where I spotted black dots with long, spindly legs scurrying across the floor, only to vanish when I attempted to directly focus on them. Furthermore, I would occasionally glimpse a figure in my peripheral vision, only to discover that it was one of the family members who seemingly appeared out of thin air without any prior indication of their presence. The inexplicability of such occurrences left me feeling profoundly unsettled. Byron would often mention how, while sitting in a particular chair in the living room, one would instinctively feel the need to glance over their shoulder into the adjacent doorway, as if anticipating the arrival of someone descending a staircase that no longer existed. This notion alone was enough to send shivers down my spine, considering that I slept in close proximity to that doorway and frequently experienced the eerie sensation of someone approaching me. Strangely enough, there came a day when Byron and I were the sole occupants of the entire house. Standing face to face, merely 2 feet apart, engaged in lively conversation, we were startled by the sound of a woman's voice distinctly uttering, "Shh!" from right in between us. Naturally, I turned to Byron seeking confirmation, as if he spoke those words, only to be met with his wide-eyed expression and a simple response of, "No, did you?" In that moment, we dismissed the incident as a nervous chuckle, rationalizing that our animated discussion must have disturbed the unseen inhabitants of the house. Eventually, we mustered the courage to discuss our unnerving experiences with the rest of the family, including a second cousin residing upstairs. To our relief, they validated our claims of admitting to have witnessed and felt similar inexplicable phenomena. They nonchalantly mentioned how they assumed the mysterious black voids scurrying across the floor were merely one of their dogs, and learned to ignore them as they turned out to be harmless. The cousin living upstairs divulged that the curtains to his closet would frequently sway as if being pushed, despite the absence of any discernible breeze. His explanations ranged from being stoned or fatigued, conveniently dismissing the possibility of paranormal presence. The wife shared a particularly disturbing detail with me, recounting how when they first moved into the house, her son would frequently spot a man in a hat. Initially, they attributed it to his vivid imagination, but as time went on, it became increasingly challenging to ignore the signs of a haunting. Moreover, the front of the house, especially during nighttime hours, became a place to avoid for practically everyone. It felt as though someone would pass by the doorframe and approach while you were sitting in the living room. One fateful night, unwilling to embark on the lengthy journey around the vast house to reach the car, I braved the brisk walk through the front door. To my horror, I heard an ominous growling emanating from the side of the house. Despite owning 3 dogs, one of which was a powerful bull mastiff, I was too petrified to call for her. Instead, I hastily retreated into the house, only to discover all 3 dogs were already safely indoors. Needless to say, I vowed never to use that entrance ever again. Living in that haunted farmhouse took a significant toll on our emotional well-being, and perhaps being pregnant heightened my sensitivity to the surrounding energies. The list of strange occurrences continued to grow, but one of the most recent conversations I had with one of the tenants, renting a room at the far end of the desolate hallway, the only door in that isolated corridor, struck me as particularly noteworthy. I recounted our experiences of hearing the inexplicable shh directly between Byron and me. Astonishingly, she revealed that she too frequently heard the same unsettling sound in the hallway whenever she and her son became too loud. However, she attributed the noise to the young son of the house, and they were maybe speaking into the hallway, an explanation that left me far from convinced. In conclusion, my time spent in that farmhouse remains etched in my memory as a period of eerie and mysterious encounters. From the disconcerting darkness of the staircase and the spectral figures that seemed to materialize and disappear at will, to the inexplicable growls and the chilling shh that echoed through the house. It was an emotionally draining and spine-chilling experience. The fact that other occupants of the house acknowledged similar phenomena only added to the conviction that something otherworldly resided within those aged walls. Whether it was merely a product of our overactive imaginations, or an actual encounter with the supernatural, the enigma that that haunted farmhouse in Warwick and Rhode Island had continues to linger in my mind, reminding me of the unexplainable mysteries that exist beyond our realm of comprehension.
What's wrong with the door? With Halloween creeping closer on the calendar, my family and I decided to throw a small Halloween party at our house. As we gathered around sharing spooky tales, a story from my childhood resurfaced, unearthing a trove of repressed memories that still left us perplexed. The urge to recount this peculiar incident grew within me, hoping that someone in the group might shed light on this enigma. Hailing from the picturesque state of Utah, I vividly recalled a road trip where we embarked on, where I was maybe about 5 or 6 years old. Our chosen vessel was a rented camper that would carry us all the way to California. However, there is a peculiar area near Nephi, Utah, infamous for its grisly massacre that occurred in the mid-1900s. Legend had it that countless lives were tragically snuffed out, their bodies consigned to a mass grave nestled within a desolate expanse of the desert, just off I-15. Needless to say, this eerie locale left an indelible mark on the memories of anyone who traversed the main highway. As we embarked on our return journey, winding our way home through Nephi, I found myself perched in the front seat alongside my mother, while my father dutifully assumed the role of the chauffeur. The massacre area loomed nearby, casting a palpable shadow over our surroundings. Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over my father, his voice tinged with unease as he implored my mother to lean over and inspect the side view mirror. Intrigued, I followed suit, curious to glimpse what was rousing such trepidation. To our astonishment, the back door of the trailer was oscillating erratically, defying all logic and reason, allowing me to paint a vivid picture. The trailer's rear entrance was a single door that typically swung open from the right side, with the hinges positioned on the left. However, in a feat defying the natural order of things, the door swung back and forth off its hinges as if propelled by some unseen force. It was an impossibility incarnate. Alarmed, my father steered the trailer to a halt, convinced that some mechanical mishap had transpired. We disembarked, bringing the vehicle to a rest on the side of the forsaken I-15. The sun began its descent, casting an ethereal glow over the horizon, while the desolate stretch of road lay deserted, devoid of any passing cars. Gathering around the door, we scrutinized its hinges, searching for signs of damage or malfunction. And to our bewilderment, they appeared securely fastened in pristine condition, and the door itself remained latched shut. We were utterly confounded. Our eyes had witnessed the impossible, yet our examination revealed no trace of the bizarre phenomenon that we had just encountered. We lingered outside for what felt like an eternity, meticulously reevaluating every minute detail. And suddenly, breaking the eerie silence, a vibrant green Oldsmobile materialized on the scene, pulling up approximately 100 yards behind us. Initially, we entertained the notion that these strangers had stopped to offer their assistance, sensing our potential predicament. However, as three imposing Polynesian men emerged from the vehicle, their imposing frames casting an imposing presence, an indescribable surge of terror gripped me. I was petrified, acutely aware that something was undeniably amiss. Glancing towards my parents, I detected the same sentiment etched across their faces: fear. There was an unnerving aura surrounding this entire encounter, and my parents sensed as acutely as I was sensing it. Sensing the urgency of the situation, my mother whispered to me to seek refuge within the safety of the trailer. Without a second thought, I sprinted inside, my heart pounding in my chest, knowing that my mother's instructions were not to be taken lightly. Peering anxiously through the window, I observed my father hastily securing everything back into place, his movements fueled by a potent mixture of adrenaline and a desperate need to escape. Meanwhile, the trio of enigmatic figures we had encountered seemed to have taken notice of my parents' frantic efforts, their expressions morphing into something altogether more menacing. In unison, they commenced what I can only describe as a rapid, purposeful march toward our trailer, their intentions shrouded in uncertainty. My parents leaped into action, springing to the safety of the trailer, their urgency palpable as they started the engine and revved it up with a newfound determination. Before the ominous figures could reach our refuge, my father hit the accelerator, propelling us forward with a surge of speed that bordered on recklessness. The distance between us and the menacing trio grew rapidly as we hurtled away from the scene, leaving behind the haunting of uncertainty of what might have befallen us had we not acted swiftly. The chilling encounter left an indelible mark on my psyche, and throughout the years, I often found myself pondering the sinister possibilities that could have unfolded had we remained trapped in that eerie place. Were those three imposing figures harboring malevolent intentions? What dark secrets did the massacre grounds conceal, permeating the air with an otherworldly energy? These questions continue to haunt me, shrouded in an impenetrable veil of the unknown. As Halloween approached once more, I couldn't help but associate the supernatural undertones of that unforgettable night with the spirit of the season itself. The inexplicable events that unfolded amidst the desolate stretch of I-15 seemed to mirror the tales of the restless spirits and unexplained phenomenon that often dominated the narratives of this time of year. In search of answers, I delved into local folklore and historical accounts, hoping to unravel what plagued my family. I discovered chilling tales of the massacre that had taken place decades ago in the very area that we had traversed. It was said that the senseless act of violence had stained the land, leaving an imprint that defied the passage of time. Rumors spoke of vengeful spirits lingering in the vicinity, their tormented souls trapped between realms, seeking solace or retribution. Some whispered of supernatural forces that could manipulate the physical world, defying the laws of nature. Could it be that the unnerving spectacle of the trailer door defying logic was the handiwork of these spectral entities, warning us of the peril we unknowingly faced? To this day, the memory of the inexplicable encounter serves as a chilling reminder of the thin veil separating the mundane from the extraordinary, the known from the knowable. It taught me that there are forces beyond our comprehension, lurking in the shadows of the everyday, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal themselves. As Halloween night descends upon us once more, I can't help but wonder what eerie encounters and unexplained phenomenon awaits those who dare to explore the boundaries of the supernatural realm. The Man in the Black Coat. When I was a child, my life wasn't great in the beginning. My father was a total monster and an asshole. He was often drunk and would beat my mother, and finally my mother decided to run away from him. She took me with her, so I wouldn't be left alone with him. We packed our stuff while he was at work and left the place. We fled to my grandma and aunt's place. They lived in a village far away from our old home, but it was safe there. It was the first time I met them, and I quickly fell in love with both of them. They were very nice and cool people, although a bit weird because of their hobbies. They were interested in occultism, magic, and witchcraft. Even the house they lived in looked magical. It was an old and beautiful house, but at night it could be scary. So I began to feel very comfortable in the house. My mother, on the other hand, did not like it. She was still afraid that my father could find us, and she hated the occult stuff, even though she grew up with it. My family was not usual. My grandma told me stories that our ancestors were magicians and witches. My grandpa, who died long before my birth, was a demonologist who researched paranormal stuff. It sounded wild and straight out of a fantasy book, but I loved it, and soon I began to believe in that stuff too. My grandma also told me stories about ghosts, demons, and other creatures, and some of them lived in the house. At first, I was a bit afraid, but my grandma told me that there was nothing to fear, and I just had to follow some rules. There was a room that belonged to my grandpa that I was not allowed to go in. A few weeks passed by, and I got used to the beautiful and slightly creepy house, but I always had the feeling that somebody was watching me. Soon I began to see things, shadows and little movements. It creeped me out in the beginning, but my grandma told me that I had nothing to be afraid of, and it was just Thomas. Thomas was a ghost who haunted the house. She told me that he lived in here and passed away many years ago. He was harmless, and if I should see him, I could greet him, and that would make him happy. She was right. Thomas was very harmless, but soon I saw other things, and not all of them were very nice or friendly. I remember my first encounter with one of the entities that scared me for real. It was my first summer at my grandma and aunt's place. My aunt had a big and very friendly dog named Teddy. We played in the backyard of the house. It was a hot day, and my aunt said that she would get us something to drink. Teddy followed my aunt everywhere, so he went with her inside. I waited outside. Near the house, there was a little forest. I remember that I stared for a while in the direction of it, and then I saw someone who came out of there. At first, I thought it was a hiker, but the person didn't look like that. It was a very tall man who wore a black coat, a black scarf, and a hat. I couldn't see his face, and his clothing didn't match with the hot weather. He must be hot. He came straight up our yard and stopped right before the fence. He didn't do anything. He just stared in my direction. And then he called my name. I know this sounds unbelievable, but I know what I saw and I heard. He waved at me and called my name over and over again. His voice sounded smooth and kind, but it sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't shake off the feeling that he was watching me, even when no one else was around. It was like he was always there, lurking in the shadows. As the day went by, the strange occurrences in the house became more frequent. I saw more shadows moving the corners of my eye and heard strange noises coming from the empty rooms. At night, I would wake to find my room filled with a cold, eerie atmosphere, as if someone or something was watching me from the foot of my bed. I tried to tell my grandma and aunt about what was happening, but they dismissed my fears as childish imagination. They said that the house was just old, and that I was letting my fears get the best of me. But I knew that there was something more to it than that. I could feel it in my bones, and then one night I had an encounter with a ghost that would change everything. It was around midnight, and I was lying in bed, unable to sleep. I had been tossing and turning for hours, my mind racing with thoughts of the strange man in the black coat and the other entities that seemed to be haunting the house. Suddenly, I heard a faint tapping coming from the window. At first, I thought it was just a bunch of tapping against the glass, maybe just a branch. But then I saw a faint white figure floating outside. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, and the figure looked like a woman, with long flowing hair and a white gown that billowed around her in the wind. She was tapping on the window with a long, bony finger, as if trying to get my attention. At first, I was terrified, but then something about the woman's demeanor made me feel calm. She didn't look angry or threatening, but rather sad and lonely. It was like she was trying to tell me something. I slowly got out of bed and walked toward the window. As I got closer, I could see the woman's face more clearly. She was beautiful, with high cheekbones and piercing blue eyes, but her expression was one of sorrow, as if she had been through a great tragedy. I opened the window and the woman floated inside, her white gown trailing behind her. She didn't say anything, but just looked at me with those sad blue eyes. I asked her who she was, but she didn't answer. Instead, she beckoned me to follow her. I hesitated at first, but then something inside me told me to trust her. I followed the ghostly woman out of my bedroom and down the hallway. We passed by the door to my grandpa's study, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I remembered the rules of my grandma, that she was telling me to never enter that room, but the woman seemed to be leading me there. We reached the door to the study, and the woman pointed to the doorknob. I hesitated for a moment, but then I reached out and turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, dusty room filled with ancient books and strange artifacts. As I stepped inside, I felt an unease wash over me. It was like the air was thick with some kind of malevolent energy, and I could feel the presence of something sinister lurking in the shadows. But the woman didn't seem afraid. She floated toward the bookshelf on a far wall and pointed to a dusty old tome with a leather cover. It was written in a language I didn't recognize, but the woman seemed to want me to read it. I hesitated, but then I felt a surge of courage. I picked up the book and began to read. I was immediately transported into another world as I delved into the pages. The words flowed effortlessly, and the characters came to life in my mind. Before I knew it, hours had passed and the sun had set. As I reluctantly closed the book, I couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness at leaving the world I'd been immersed in. But at the same time, I felt grateful for the experience and for the author to have created such a vivid and captivating story. I placed the book back on the shelf, knowing that I would return to it again someday. But for now, I felt content and fulfilled, my mind enriched by the story I had just read. Small rural town that resonated really badly with me. When I reflect upon my adventurous youth, one particular memory stands out vividly in my mind. It was a time when I was a carefree 18-year-old, embarking on a thrilling bushwalking road trip with my beloved father through the vast and awe-inspiring landscape of New South Wales outback. Little did I know that this expedition would lead me to a peculiar encounter with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The purpose of my journey was to rendezvous with my older brother, who was 21 at the time, and a mutual friend in a quaint rural town. Our mission was to engage with vermin, shooting on a massive outback property, utilizing various firearms such as .22s and .243s and a trusty shotgun. As an individual who had been part of an Army Reserve for over a year and an active member of the Scout movement for more than 5 years, I possessed a wealth of experience in navigating through remote and desolate regions. The Australian bush had become my sanctuary, and I reveled in the solitude that it offered. After bidding farewell to my father, who had kindly dropped me off at my friend's house, my brother arrived, and we eagerly piled into my friend's car, eagerly setting off in the outback just as the sun began its descent below the horizon. As darkness enveloped us, we embarked on a journey into the unknown, guided only by our sense of adventure and the thrill of the hunt. Hours passed, and the unyielding outback landscape eventually surrendered to our determination, granting us access to our chosen destination. Stepping out into the darkness, our senses heightened by the anticipation of the upcoming expedition, we ventured forth into the wilderness. The rugged terrain, illuminated only by the pale glow of the moon, presented us with a formidable yet exhilarating challenge. Undeterred, we established a rudimentary campsite, ensuring our basic needs were met before sleep claimed us in its gentle embrace. The following morning, the golden rays of the sun pierced through the vast expanse of the outback, rousing us from our slumber. As the world around us awakened, we prepared ourselves for yet another night of shooting under the starlit sky. It was during our third night that we decided to curtail our excursion, returning to our camp after only a few hours. Remarkably, throughout our entire 2-day sojourn, we encountered no other human soul. The isolation, far from unsettling us, merely amplified the allure of the untamed wilderness that we had come to cherish. It's crucial to emphasize the remoteness of our adventure because what transpired next had no connection to the desolate surroundings that had become my sanctuary. On our final morning, after dismantling our camp with a sense of fulfillment, our friend proposed a visit to a nearby small town, known for its natural hot spring pool, an enticing prospect that we readily embraced. However, as we embarked on the journey toward the town, an eerie sensation washed over me, causing a cascade of goosebumps to crawl up my arms and an inexplicable shiver to run down my spine. The air seemed to emit a subtle yet persistent hissing or buzzing sound, enveloping me in an oppressive aura that I struggled to even comprehend. At first, I dismissed this peculiar phenomenon as a fleeting momentary sensation, assuming it would dissipate as abruptly as it had appeared. However, much to my bewilderment, the disconcerting feeling persisted, growing in intensity with each passing moment. It became an overwhelming force, dominating my senses and rendering me immobile with discomfort. At first, I dismissed this peculiar from the car and swiftly plunged into the inviting embrace of the natural hot spring. I found myself incapable of partaking in their joviality. For the next 20 or 30 minutes, I remained inside the car, gripped by an indescribable malaise that threatened to engulf me entirely. Waves of nausea washed over me, a sensation I rarely experienced and never accompanied by actual vomiting before. Despite my growing distress, I struggled to articulate my feelings to my companions, unsure of how to express the intensity of the emotions coursing through my veins. As my brother and friend frolicked in the soothing waters of the hot spring, oblivious to my internal turmoil, I grappled with an overwhelming sense of unease. The town, once quaint and inviting, now felt suffocating and ominous, its very essence seemingly at odds with my own being. It was as though I had stumbled upon a place that vibrated in a different frequency, one that clashed discordantly with my own resonance. Eventually, unable to bear the weight of the discomfort any longer, I mustered the courage to join my companions in the hot spring. The moment my body immersed itself in the warm, therapeutic waters, a semblance of relief washed over me, momentarily soothing the tension that had plagued me. However, beneath the surface, a lingering confusion and a nagging feeling of peculiarity remained. We reluctantly bid farewell to the hot spring and the enigmatic town, retracing our steps back along the path that we had come. With each passing mile, the oppressive atmosphere gradually subsided, replaced with a semblance of normalcy. It took some time for me to fully relax, to allow the strange encounter to fade into the recesses of my memory, but the impact of that inexplicable dread continued to resonate within me for hours to come. Years later, as I reminisced with my brother about our escapades in the outback, the memory of that small town and its unsettling effects surfaced once more. To my surprise, my brother's recollection of the visit was hazy at best, his memory primarily centered on the camping and hiking portions of our journey. It became clear that the town had left an indelible mark on me alone, an inexplicable encounter that had defied explanation or rationality. Although I've never ventured back to this enigmatic small town, it frequently occupies my thoughts. I find myself pondering whether a return visit would evoke the same profound reaction within me, or if the passage of time has softened its impact. Perhaps it was merely a confluence of circumstances, an inexplicable clash between my own energetic frequency and that of the town itself. Nevertheless, the memory serves as a reminder that even the vastness of the Australian outback, there are pockets of existence that can defy our understanding and leave an indelible imprint on our souls. An entity called me my newborn baby. Late afternoon a couple of days ago, I
found myself in the familiar routine of putting my precious 2-week-old baby to sleep. The exhaustion from sleepless night of tending to her every need and the numerous household chores I had tackled that morning had finally caught up with me. Seizing the opportunity, I decided to steal a few moments of rest while my husband made a quick grocery run. Before settling down, I made a point of grabbing the trusty baby monitor. You see, I've been plagued with not one, but 2 sleeping disorders, making me an incredibly deep sleeper. Unfortunately, this sometimes results in me missing my daughter's cries for attention during the night. Hence, the baby monitor had become an indispensable tool, allowing me to hear her every whimper, even from a distance. With the monitor in hand, I retreated to our bedroom just across the hallway, intending to catch up on some much-needed sleep after reading for a while. As I reclined on my bed engrossed in my book, a sudden onslaught of static crackled through the baby monitor, jolting me from my literary escape. Momentarily perplexed, I hesitated before deciding to shrug it off. After all, Natalia wasn't crying, so I assumed the noise was a minor glitch that I could safely ignore. But then a child's voice, almost imperceptibly, whispering through the baby monitor, calling my name, Amanda, Amanda. The blood in my veins turned ice cold as I registered the eerie sounds reverberating through the air. Did I truly just hear a child's voice beckon me through the baby monitor? An inexplicable unease engulfed me, as if an unseen presence was closely observing my every move. Frightened, I tried to dismiss the unsettling encounter, willing myself to believe it was mere imagination. However, my efforts to rationalize the situation were quickly shattered. The room fell silent once more, momentarily masking my trepidation. But just as the thought of the ordeal had passed, the static noise resumed, followed by that same spine-chilling voice, and this time imploring me, "Come here." My heart pounded furiously against my chest, adrenaline surging through my veins, urging me to confront the inexplicable phenomenon that had unfolded within the confines of my daughter's room. Summoning all my courage, I mustered the strength to cross the hallway, and I entered her room, where I found her serenely nestled in her bassinet, her eyes wide open, seemingly anticipating my arrival. The sight sent shivers down my spine. Was it possible that my baby was somehow communicating with me through the monitor? Given my sleep disorders, perhaps this was her way of signaling her needs before I succumbed to slumber. Or could there be an otherworldly presence lurking in the shadows, attempting to establish contact? While I had never encountered any malevolent spirits within the walls of her home before, the disconcerting experience left me on edge. Thoughts raced through my mind, speculating the nature of the unseen forces that had been at play in the fateful day. Despite the lingering apprehension, I found solace in the fact that further incidents had occurred since then, alleviating some of my initial fears. As the days passed, life settled back into a semblance of normalcy. I continued to care for Natalia diligently, ensuring her every need was met. Yet a part of me couldn't shake the residual sense of mystery that surrounded that baffling incident. I found myself contemplating the boundaries between the realms we perceive and those we don't, questioning the inexplicable phenomenon that occasionally weave themselves into our lives. Whatever the true nature of that encounter was, whether it was mere coincidence or something more extraordinary, I couldn't deny the impact it had on me. It made me acutely aware of the fragility of our reality, the thin veil that separates the tangible from the intangible, the known from the unknown. In the days that followed, I found myself delving deeper into the realms of the paranormal and the unexplained. I devoured books on supernatural occurrences and haunted houses, and the mysteries of the human mind. I sought solace in online forums where individuals shared their own encounters with the inexplicable, finding comfort in the knowledge that I wasn't alone in my curiosity or trepidation. As I immersed myself in this newfound fascination, I discovered that many people had experienced similar incidents with baby monitors and other electronic devices. Some attributed it to interference from neighboring devices, while others believed it to be a form of communication with entities beyond our comprehension. The stories ranged from heartwarming accounts of deceased loved ones watching over their families, to chilling tales of malevolent spirits seeking to cause harm. I decided to take the proactive approach to better understand the peculiar incident I had experienced. I consulted with experts in the field of paranormal research and reached out to mediums and psychics who claimed to possess a heightened sensitivity to supernatural energies. Each encounter provided a different perspective, leaving me both enlightened and perplexed. One psychic suggested that my baby's innocence and purity might have acted as a conduit, allowing her to bridge the gap between our world and the spiritual realm. Another theorized that it could have been a residual energy imprint, a faint echo from a previous inhabitant of our home. Skeptics, on the other hand, dismissed it as nothing more than random electronic interference. Regardless of the various explanations, one thing remained certain. I had experienced something out of the ordinary. It was a brush with the mysterious and the unexplained, a glimpse into a reality beyond our own comprehension. And while I may never have maybe all the answers from this, I embraced the sense of wonder and curiosity accompanied with such occurrences. As time went on, Natalia grew older, and the incident with the baby monitor became a distant memory. Life settled into harmonious rhythm, filled with joy and challenges of raising a child. Yet the experience left an indelible mark on my psyche, a reminder that our world is vast and complex, holding secrets that may forever elude our grasp. In the end, perhaps the purpose of that eerie encounter was not for me to unravel its intricacies or find concrete explanations, and instead, it served as a humbling reminder of the mysteries that lie just beyond the boundaries of our understanding, urging me to embrace the enigmatic nature of life itself. And so I continued my journey, forever captivated by the extraordinary and unknown, forever open to the possibility that there's much more to our existence than meets the eye. Story number 4. A few years ago, my wife and I embarked on an unforgettable honeymoon adventure in the captivating country of Scotland. We were filled with excitement as we planned our itinerary, deciding to stay in various Airbnbs and cozy bed and breakfasts throughout our 14-day journey. It was an opportunity to immerse ourselves in rich culture, breathtaking landscapes, and warm hospitality of this remarkable nation. As we neared the end of our honeymoon, our penultimate destination was the vibrant city of Edinburgh. Eager to experience the city's charm, we had booked a first-floor flat online. The owner informed us that they resided upstairs and provided us with detailed instructions to access the accommodation. Upon arriving at the flat, we found ourselves running behind schedule for a dinner reservation. Maneuvering the rental car, a standard vehicle, but with the steering wheel on the right side, we hastily unloaded our bags and hurried inside. In the midst of our rush, I summoned an Uber, while my wife attended to organizing our belongings and preparing for the evening. As minutes ticked by, growing concerned about the delay, I dashed back into the building to investigate the cause. To my alarm, I discovered my wife anxiously screaming and pounding on the door. Racing downstairs, I swiftly unlocked the flat's entrance, finding my wife in a state of distress on the floor. It appeared that she had been unable to open the door from the inside. Intrigued yet unsettled by this peculiar incident, I tested the door myself, and to our bewilderment, it opened effortlessly. Nonetheless, we pushed aside our unease and left for our dinner reservation, hoping the strange occurrence would be forgotten. Returning from our delightful dinner, we retired for the night in the cozy flat that we had secured for a 3-night stay. During my slumber, an unsettling dream gripped me. I found myself immersed in a vivid vision of an elderly woman seated in the garden. Her piercing gaze met mine, and she hauntingly uttered, "I'm here with you." The intensity of the experience rattled me to the core, but thinking it was merely a product of an unusual first night's sleep, I chose not to share the details with my wife. The following day, We anticipated meeting the owners who resided upstairs, eager to interact with the locals and gain insights into the city's hidden gems. However, our plans took an unexpected turn when the owners flaked on us, leaving us somewhat disappointed. Undeterred, we embarked on a day of exploration, visiting Edinburgh Castle and strolling through the bustling main streets. Along the way, we indulged in the local tradition of purchasing an abundance of scarves, intended as gifts for loved ones, who might never really wear them. The hours slipped by, and as the sun began to set, we finally returned to our flat. As we stepped inside, a peculiar incident unfolded. A decorative dress adorning one of the walls suddenly tumbled down. I quickly restored it to its rightful place, assuming it was merely an accidental occurrence. However, barely a minute later, the dress inexplicably fell once more. This strange event left us feeling somewhat shaken, but we attributed it to a mere coincidence. Eager to put the odd incidents behind us, we took showers and settled into bed as darkness enveloped the city. Our bedroom boasted a window overlooking the enchanting garden. In the dead of night, around 1 a.m., I awoke abruptly to the sound of my wife speaking in an unfamiliar language, Latin or Greek perhaps, uttering words I couldn't comprehend. Alarmed, I sat upright and listened intently for a moment before waking her up, my own anxiety mounting. She seemed unable to recall her dream, but she took my account of her nocturnal linguistic episode with equal alarm. I vividly remember her mentioning the name Saint Augustine. The inexplicable nature of the incident filled us both with a growing sense of unease. Around 2 a.m., our fear and unease reached their zenith, and we made an impulsive decision to secure a hotel for that night, a different one. Determined to depart at the earliest opportunity, we would have left immediately if not for the remnants of wine consumed the previous evening. Scottish regulations regarding driving under the influence compelled us to postpone our departure until dawn. With every light on in the flat switched, and Netflix shows playing on an iPad to ward off sleep, we busied ourselves with packing and loading our belongings into the car. We had done laundry the previous day, and due to the rain, we had placed the damp garments on the furniture to dry overnight, as there is no dryer in the flat. As we readied ourselves to leave, we discovered the moist laundry had left unsightly marks on the wooden table and chairs, tarnishing their finish. Armed with a hairdryer, we attempted to rectify the situation by removing the white marks. Consulting online tutorials that shed light on the matter especially. But despite our efforts, the furniture remained stubbornly blemished. The unnerving feeling of the flat seemed to be conspiring to keep us captive. We tried contacting the owner for assistance, but our calls went unanswered, intensifying our growing trepidation. Finally, we managed to load all of our belongings into the car before embarking on our journey. I accessed my email to retrieve the address of the hotel that we had booked the previous night. However, my heart sank as I made a distressing discovery. There was no record of our reservation at the hotel. In a disheartened daze, I hung up the phone after a futile conversation with the hotel staff, only to receive an email from the booking website moments later. The email informed us that the vendor had canceled our reservation without explanation. The realization hit us like a thunderclap. We were left with an additional night in the peculiar flat that we had grown increasingly wary of. In that moment, our minds were made up. With a shared glance, my wife and I knew we needed to distance ourselves from this unsettling place as swiftly as possible. The inexplicable incidents, the eerie dreams, and the canceled reservation had converged to create an atmosphere thick with otherworldly presence. We drove away, determined to escape the clutches of whatever enigmatic forces seemed to be at play within those walls. Yearning for solace and safety of a new abode, far away from the enigmatic terrors of that Edinburgh flat. The Gentle Child Spirit. I vividly recall the incident that unfolded when I was merely 7 years old. Before delving into that particular event, it's crucial to acknowledge the arduous backdrop against my life that had unfurled. I emerged from a deeply troubled and abusive childhood, where the maltreatment I endured was not confined solely to physical abuse, but also encompassed the realms of emotional torment, though, thankfully, it never veered into the realm of sexual abuse. Deprived to the simple joys and gestures that make childhood memorable, I had never experienced the warmth of a Christmas present, the delight of a birthday gift or card, or even the taste of a celebratory cake on special occasions. In fact, it wasn't until I reached my 20s that I was fortunate enough to savor my very first ever birthday cake, a gracious act performed by my compassionate friends who had discovered my woeful history and sought to compensate for the void left by my callous parents. Now, returning to that fateful night, I found myself in the throes of a particular harrowing experience. My parents, who were usually the perpetrators of my suffering, subjected me to a merciless beating before callously confining me to a bleak and isolated room. Left alone in the shadows, I wept incessantly as the searing pain from the blows to my face persisted, causing my tears to cascade down my cheeks like rivulets of sorrow. Amidst my desolation, a peculiar sound reverberated from the other side of the door where the lock resided. Assuming it to be my parents, my instinctive response was to conceal myself as best as I could, taking refuge behind the bed in an attempt to afford myself an extra layer of protection. Peeking timidly over the bed sheets, I observed the door creak open slightly, only to close just as swiftly. Believing that my parents had perhaps altered their course and decided against entering my room, opting instead to descend back downstairs, I gingerly resumed my place on the bed. Yet an eerie silence hung in the air, bereft of the telltale sounds of my parents, footsteps receding into the distance. In that disquieting moment, an unexpected occurrence startled me. A small hand, not much tinier than my own at the time, tenderly grazed my cheek, emanating an icy chill upon contact. Astonishingly, the very instant that wintry touch made contact with my skin, the anguish and torment that had previously gripped me began to dissipate, replaced by an almost instantaneous sense of tranquility that permeated my being. My tears ceased their ceaseless flow, and the pain, as if by some otherworldly intervention, gradually receded into the recesses of my consciousness. The touch, originally icy, warmed ever so slightly before ultimately vanishing into the abyss of the night. Emboldened by this unexpected solace, I succumbed to sleep. The grip of restlessness eluded me that night, and remarkably, even my persistent struggle with bedwetting seemed to be subsiding. When morning broke, I awoke to discover a diminutive teddy bear nestled beside my pillow, a totemic reminder of the extraordinary encounter I'd experienced mere hours prior. My parents, upon noticing my newfound companion, responded with a frenzy of fury. Their voices erupted in a cacophony of accusations and recriminations. "Why did you give him that bloody thing?" one of them bellowed indignantly, met by an equally vehement retort of, "I didn't get it for him, you must have, you wretched hag." As their quarrel raged on, it became abundantly clear that neither party had experienced a change of heart or harbored the faintest ink. Her parents, overwhelmed with emotions, shared with me the heartbreaking story of their beloved daughter. They explained that the family portrait had been taken shortly before Anna's untimely passing, capturing a moment frozen in time when their lives were filled with hope and dreams of their little girl. The mention of Anna's name sent shivers down my spine, for it was her cherished teddy bear that had appeared by my side all those years ago, bringing me solace and strength in my darkest moments. As I revealed the teddy bear to them, tears of both sorrow and joy welled up in their eyes. It was then that they confided in me deeply profound secrets, a wish that Anna had expressed before she departed this world. In her final days, Anna spoke of her desire for her beloved teddy bear to find its way into the arms of someone who needed it as much as she once did. Astonishingly, fate had interwoven our lives, connecting us through the ethereal realm of compassion and shared pain. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation, I handed them back the family portrait, understanding that it held immeasurable sentimental value for them. Yet, an act of immense generosity and love, they insisted that I keep the teddy bear, a tangible reminder of the profound connection between Anna's spirit and mine. They expressed their belief that it was Anna's wish for the bear to continue its mission of providing comfort and solace to those in need. Leaving their new home with a heart full of gratitude, I embarked on a new chapter of my life, carrying Anna's legacy and the power of her selfless love within me. That teddy bear became more than a simple toy. It transformed into a symbol of resilience and compassion and the enduring human spirit. It accompanied me through countless trials and tribulations, reminding me of the strength I had discovered within myself and the importance of empathy and kindness in a world that often feels indifferent. In the years that followed, I dedicated myself to spreading awareness about child abuse and advocating for the rights and well-beings of vulnerable children. Inspired by Anna's spirit and the touch of her small, cold hand that healed my wounded soul, I became a beacon of hope for those who had suffered as I once did. The teddy bear with his worn-out fur and threadbare patches stood as a testament to the transformative power of compassion, reminding me never to lose sight of the light that can emerge even from the darkest of circumstances. Today, as I reflect upon my journey and the extraordinary encounter with Anna's spirit, I'm filled with a deep sense of purpose and gratitude. The pain and suffering that marked my early years have become stepping stones toward a life dedicated to healing and making positive impacts of the lives of others. The touch of that small, icy hand, coupled with the warmth and love and understanding, continues to guide me, fueling my determination to create a world where every child can find solace, protection, and a chance to thrive. And so, with each passing day, I carry the memories of that fateful night and the remarkable journey that followed, forever grateful for the touch of a little girl's hand that transformed my life and instilled in me the unwavering belief that even in the face of unimaginable darkness, love and compassion have the power to heal and bring forth a brighter tomorrow. Lily's Nightmares. There have been moments in my life where I've felt an inherent responsibility to be the voice for those who were too afraid or perhaps too unable to speak. Whether it was someone enduring abuse or an individual tormented by unseen forces, I believed it was my duty to stand up for them. I hoped that I had passed on this sense of advocacy to my children, teaching them to defend those who couldn't defend themselves. With that in mind, I want to share a particular experience involving something unseen back in 2006. I had met my friend at a self-help meeting. She exuded elegance while I was just my carefree, happy-go-lucky self. Despite coming from an entirely different background, we formed a strong bond. Something clicked between us, and we were there for each other through thick and thin. However, certain events led my friend and her children to move to Kansas. Although I was heartbroken to see her go, I knew that it was what she needed at the time. I made several trips to visit her, sometimes for significant life events and other times simply because we missed each other's hugs. But every time I entered her home, I felt an unsettling unease. There was something I couldn't quite pinpoint, but it made me uncomfortable. Her house was a ranch-style 2-story build in the 70s, with bricks running halfway up the walls and shutters on all the windows. The entrance boasted a magnificent wooden door with an etched panel. Upon opening it, a set of stairs stretched ahead, leading to the second landing. To the right was a living room, while to the left was a sitting room, dining room, kitchen, and den. During my first visit, I kept catching glimpses of something on the landing at the top of the stairs, but it would vanish the moment I looked again. On one occasion, I saw what I thought was her small daughter, a dark figure slowly descending up one step at a time before disappearing near the bottom. Sometimes before entering the house, I sensed a shadowy figure standing on the other side of the door. Glimpsed through the etched glass panel, and once I had planned to surprise my friend by working on her garden, but upon witnessing that figure, I decided to wait outside until she returned from work, not mentioning a word about it to her. At night, I would ascend the stairs, only to sprint to my room as quickly as I could. I must have appeared comical, as I'm not as young as I used to be. My room, located at the front of the house, filled with windows that allowed natural light to filter in. And despite this, it always seemed a bit dark to me. The room itself was spacious, with a door placed all the way across, leading to the hallway. Another room and a bathroom was there too. Christie's room occupied the opposite side. I kept waking up with chills, piling on more blankets to ward off the cold, but I dismissed it as nothing unusual. I mentioned the shadows to Christie once, but she brushed it off with a playful remark. "Shut up, don't freak me out in my new house." So I let the matter rest, trying to push it to the back of my mind and convince myself that it was all just my imagination. I visited her home a few more times, and each visit was accompanied by strange dreams, waking up to loud noises in my ears, and persistent sightings of shadows. I even heard my name being called when no one else was around. I cautiously brought up these experiences with Christie, asking if she was certain it was nothing. She confessed that she too had glimpsed unusual occurrences, but what troubled her even more were that her daughter's terrifying dreams, which startled her awake at all hours of the night. While it was possible that Lily was simply having nightmares, I couldn't discount the possibility of something else, having had my own share of unexplainable encounters as a child. During my final visit, the atmosphere seemed lighter. Fresh snow covered the ground, and I had been moved into a smaller room upstairs, with Lily now occupying the larger one. However, that night felt off in some indescribable way. I remember placing 3 nightlights in my room, tossing and turning as if something were watching me from behind. It sent shivers down my spine. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep, only to be consumed by twisted dreams of 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The woman had dark hair that was intricately styled into a pointed shape atop her head. The man had short, shiny hair that also stood up on end. At one point, he vigorously shook his head from side to side before leaning over me, pressing his hand against my shoulder and screaming in my ear to wake up. Startled, I opened my eyes to witness swirling shapes encompassing the room, along with fleeting images of their faces. I sat up and the apparitions dissipated. From Lily's room, I could hear her moaning, so I cautiously approached her door. Standing in the doorway, I mentally drew an invisible line of protection and said a prayer. Satisfied, I returned to my room, not wanting to disturb anyone by aimlessly wandering around in the dark. I lay back down and managed to fall asleep, but my slumber was abruptly interrupted by voices in the hallway. I didn't recognize the voices or their hushed conversation, but it felt as if I were being mocked. I saw the figure standing in Lily's doorway, gazing at her while whispering and occasionally glancing back toward my room. Suddenly, Lily screamed, causing the figure to swiftly fade away just as Christie turned the corner to comfort her. When Christie woke up, I hesitated to share the full extent of what had occurred, not wanting to frighten her. However, I felt compelled to confide in her to some degree. I described the man and woman I'd seen in my dreams, unsure if she would believe me. Later, when Lily came downstairs, recounting her unsettling dreams once again, I asked her to draw a picture of the people that she had seen. To my astonishment, her drawings matched the descriptions I'd given to Christie. We didn't delve further into the matter, as we didn't want to alarm Lily, and discussing it seemed to make Christie uncomfortable. But in a subsequent conversation, she mentioned that Lily's dream had become less terrifying, and the general atmosphere of the house had improved. It was during that conversation that Christie revealed that she knew what I had done. Bewildered, I replied, "Whatever do you mean?" I secretly worried that she had somehow installed cameras and thought I was losing my mind. To my surprise, she responded, "I found the salt." This is probably a needle in a haystack situation, but I'm trying to research a missing person my grandma knew who went missing in 1972. He believed he was possessed. His name was Don or Donald from Maryland. Let me share with you an intriguing tale that revolves around my grandmother and her husband, who happened to be the proud owners of a local grocery store named the C&J Grocery. This story unfolds in the past, about 3 weeks before an unsettling incident occurred, involving a man named Donald, whom they fondly called Don. He worked as an employee, specifically a cashier, at their beloved store. It was an ordinary day when Don made an unexpected visit to my grandma's house. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a warm glow upon the world, and the clock struck 5 in the late afternoon. Don's arrival caught my grandmother off guard, as her husband was away toiling at his job. Nevertheless, she graciously welcomed him into her home, extending her hospitality by preparing a steaming cup of coffee. The television hummed in the background, tuned to a channel featuring the renowned televangelist Jimmy Swaggart. As they sipped their coffee and engaged in conversation, their topic of discussion gravitated towards matters of faith and spirituality. To my grandmother's surprise, Don confided in her, revealing a deep personal belief that he was, in fact, possessed by a malevolent entity. Intrigued yet concerned, my grandmother inquired further, seeking to understand the basis for his distressing conviction. Don's response, although cryptic, hinted at a haunting experience as he simply stated, "Something happened, and it's inside." Their exchange continued for approximately an hour, during which Don shared the weight of his burden, as if unburdening his soul to a confidant. This evening descended. Don abruptly departed, as if an unspoken alarm signaled his hasty exit before my grandmother's husband returned home. It appeared as though he carried an unspoken fear, or perhaps an uncanny intuition that urged him to depart swiftly. My grandmother, in her usual candor, recounted the details of Don's visit to her husband upon his return. To her surprise, even before mentioning Don's possession, her husband vehemently expressed his disapproval, commanding her never to permit Don entry into their home ever again. This uncharacteristic anger, rarely exhibited by her husband, emanated from a place of deep concern. He adamantly stated that something was gravely amiss with Don. While my grandmother struggled to comprehend her husband's vehement reaction, she respected his wishes, cognizant of the fact that their emotions were intertwined with a deep-rooted understanding of Don's personality. According to her husband, Don's demeanor at work underwent unsettling transformations, contingent upon the individuals that he encountered. Though unable to articulate the precise nature of these changes, her husband described instances where Don's disposition turned fiercely wrathful, particularly towards random customers, often of a religious inclination. It was during these episodes that his voice altered, his eyes seemingly transformed into abysmal pools of darkness. However, as swiftly as these episodes transpired, Don would revert to his former self, as though the bizarre interludes had never even occurred. The realization that Don had crossed the threshold of their home, juxtaposed against this peculiar behavior at the store, exacerbated her husband's anger and trepidation. 3 weeks elapsed after that enigmatic visit, and Don failed to appear for work. This absence was unprecedented, as he had never missed a single day before. Furthermore, he didn't visit the store to collect his paycheck, nor did he offer any form of communication to account for his sudden disappearance. Troubled by this inexplicable turn of events, my grandmother and her husband promptly contacted the local authorities, seeking their assistance in unraveling the mystery. Accompanied by the police, my grandmother embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind Don's vanishing act. Their destination was his residence, a dwelling where he resided alone. As they arrived at his abode, my grandmother was struck by the impeccable orderliness that pervaded the entire interior. Every item meticulously arranged contributed to an atmosphere of immaculate cleanliness. It was as though Don had embarked upon a thorough cleansing of his surroundings. Notably, his red automobile, an integral part of his life, was conspicuously absent, noticeably missing from its usual parking spot. Curiously, his wallet and personal belongings remained intact, undisturbed, including a suitcase tucked away in his closet. In the aftermath of Don's disappearance, no one ever caught sight of him or heard a whisper from his lips ever again. The passage of time seemed to erode the urgency of his absence,
as life resumed its relentless march forward. However, my grandmother, forever haunted by unanswered questions, often contemplated the fate that befell this enigmatic young man. Recounting the events that transpired, she couldn't help but be captivated by Don's charisma, which exuded an almost hypnotic allure. Despite their relationship remaining strictly professional, my grandmother found herself drawn to the sweet nature and undeniable attractiveness. In hindsight, she couldn't shake the feeling that Don's single visit to her house held deeper meaning, as if he were attempting to convey something vital, a message suppressed by an unseen force. It felt as though an invisible barrier prevented him from fully articulating his plight, leaving my grandmother with an unsettling sense of unfinished business. Perhaps, she contemplated, external forces were at play, thwarting his desperate attempt to communicate. And so, dear reader, this marks the culmination of my knowledge regarding the perplexing story surrounding the disappearance of a young man in his 20s, hailing from the state of Maryland. If, by some miraculous twist of fate, anyone reading this narrative possesses information that could aid in the quest to locate this missing individual, who labored at the grocery store christened C&J, I beseech you to step forward. This peculiar tale, permeated with the undeniable air of eeriness, has left an indelible impression upon my psyche. Together, let us endeavor to uncover the truth shrouded within this unsettling enigma. Early morning encounter. Upon graduating high school, I decided to move in with a newly married couple, Rick and Carol. Rick and I had grown up on the same street, and I had met Carol during their junior year of dating. We became inseparable for about 5 years, with me being the third wheel. My friend had bought an older house in town since they were expecting their first child soon. It was a small 3-bedroom, 1.5-bathroom house with a quaint backyard. The situation was pretty ideal since they were all doing their best to cut expenditures and save money. Thus, I moved into the new house with them. As roommates, we talked about all sorts of things, from movies to food, and people knew and their likes and dislikes. During one of these conversations, Carol mentioned that she disliked taking baths because she never felt as clean as one would get from a shower. I happened to agree with her. However, 2 nights later, something happened that made me question her aversion to baths. It was just about dawn when I woke up needing to use the bathroom. Normally it takes an act of God to get me up from bed if I have to pee, but this day was different, and the urge was undeniable. As I opened the door to the shared main bathroom, I saw that the shower curtain on the tub had been pulled back about halfway, and Carol was taking a bath. I also heard the water running. What struck me as odd was that her head and face were facing toward me. That would mean that she would have had her head rest facing the faucet, which seems like an awkward place to place one's head, unless she was just rinsing her hair. I hurriedly excused myself with an apology, stating that I didn't know the bathroom was already occupied. I went back to my bed and sat for about 7 or 10 minutes, waiting for Carol to exit the bathroom. I wanted to use the 1/2 bath located adjoining the master bedroom because that would be awkward and potentially wake up Rick. After waiting for what seemed like eternity, and still not having heard Carol come out of the bathroom, I decided to just go in the backyard and relieve myself. The sunrise was probably just coming over the horizon at the time. It was pretty safe to assume that no neighbors were going to see me. I finished and went back to bed for another hour. After waking up, I went to the kitchen and saw Carol in the kitchen wearing a bathrobe and cooking breakfast. Rick had already left for work. After morning pleasantries, I jokingly said to her, "You got up pretty early this morning. And for not being much of a bath person, you sure took one long one this morning." She looked at me confused and replied, "What do you mean?" I responded, "Sorry I interrupted your bath this morning. I didn't mean to. I waited a while for you to get out, but I just couldn't hold it any longer and went out back. I didn't want to wake Rick up." She just stared at me, even more bewildered. I assured her that I didn't see her naked and that I only saw her face and hair above the water, and that the shower curtain had covered up the rest of her. I also told her that it must have been uncomfortable with her head resting on the faucet. She finally cracked a smile and said, "Come on, you're joking. I just got up. I haven't even showered yet." That's when I noticed that her hair was dry, and she even had a bit of a bedhead thing going on. After a few minutes of back and forth with her insisting that I was joking and me telling her I absolutely was not, we both were a bit speechless. Carol called Rick at work to confirm that he wasn't the one taking the bath that morning. We were both puzzled and didn't know what to make of it. I must have seen someone else taking a bath in that house, but who? The only other possibility was a ghost or some other paranormal entity, but I quickly dismissed that thought. I didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, and I was sure that there must be a rational explanation for what it is that I saw. Despite my skepticism, I couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy about the whole incident. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something strange had happened. I decided to keep an eye out for anything unusual in the house, but for the first few days, everything seemed normal. Yet, one evening while we were all watching TV in the living room, we heard a strange noise coming from the hallway. It sounded like footsteps, but no one was there. We all looked at each other in confusion, but Rick quickly dismissed it as a house settling or maybe a mouse running around. However, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something just wasn't right. I started noticing other strange things happening around the house, doors opening and closing on their own, and strange noises at night, the objects moving by themselves. At first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks, but the more I observed, the more convinced I became that something paranormal was truly going on. I decided to investigate further and started doing some research on the history of the house. It turned out that the house was over 100 years old and had a long and colorful history. It had been owned by several families over the years, and some of the previous occupants had reportedly experienced strange and unexplainable occurrences in the house. I also found out that a young woman had died in the house many years ago under mysterious circumstances. Her death had been ruled accidental, but some people believed that foul play was involved. I couldn't help but wonder if she was the responsible one for the strange occurrences that were happening in my house. As the days went by, the paranormal activity in the house became more and more intense. I started hearing voices whispering in my ear. I felt someone touching me when no one was around. I couldn't take it anymore, and I decided to confront the spirit that was haunting the house. I did some research on how to communicate with ghosts and learned about a technique called EVP, or electronic voice phenomenon. I set up a recording device in the living room and started asking questions. To my surprise, I received answers in the form of ghostly whispers and moans. It was a chilling experience, but it also gave me some insight into what the ghost wanted. It turns out that the ghost was that of a young woman who had died in the house many years ago. She was angry and confused and wanted to know why she had died. I tried my best to communicate with her and provide her with some answers, but I knew that it was beyond my capabilities. In the end, we decided to call in a paranormal investigator to help us deal with the ghost. The investigator confirmed that there was a presence in the house, but he helped us perform a ritual to cleanse the house of negative energy. After the ritual, the paranormal activity in the house stopped completely, and we never experienced anything strange ever again. Looking back, it was an intense and unforgettable experience. I learned that there were things in this world that we can't explain, and that sometimes we have to seek help from others to deal with them. I also learned that it's important to keep an open mind and not dismiss things that we don't understand as mere superstition.
Story number 4. Something grabbing your foot as you fall asleep. Let me tell you about the incident that occurred the other night, which left me bewildered and unsettled. It all began when my phone buzzed with a text message from my mom, piercing through the late-night silence. It was well past 1 a.m., and I wondered what could be so urgent at such an hour. Curiosity was piqued. I unlocked the phone and read the message that would set the stage for a chilling tale. In her text, my mom queried whether I ever experienced the unnerving sensation of someone grabbing my foot while peacefully slumbering in bed. You see, my mom's husband had fallen ill, and as a result, she had temporarily moved into my old room for the past few months. Evidently, something insidious had been disturbing her sleep by grabbing her foot in the dead of night. Now, my mother's not one to exaggerate or indulge in theatrics. For her to reach out and ask me this, I knew she must be genuinely frightened. What made the situation even more disconcerting was that as soon as she mentioned it, a wave of forgotten memories flooded my mind. Recollections of nights spent in that very room where I too had experienced peculiar encounters came rushing back. At the time, I had dismissed those incidents as mere figments of my imagination or perhaps vivid dreams. I wanted desperately to believe that it was all confined to the recesses of my mind. Allow me to elaborate on one such occurrence that now stands out in vivid detail. I recall lying on my bed, my preferred sleeping position being on my stomach, and due to my height, my feet often dangled over the edge. On this particular night, I suddenly felt a jolt of forceful pressure gripping my ankle, as if an unseen hand had seized it with purpose. The force applied was undeniable, yanking my leg with unexpected strength. At the time, I shrugged it off, attributing it to a bizarre dream or an overactive imagination. Now, with my mother's unsettling revelation, all the dismissals and rationalizations seemed futile. She appeared deeply disturbed by these nocturnal intrusions, and considering her already burdened state of mind, caring for her ailing husband, I knew that she couldn't afford any additional stress. The puzzle deepened, and my mind swirled with unanswered questions. What sinister presence lurked in that room, targeting our feet in the dead of night? Was it a malevolent spirit, a mischievous entity, or something else altogether? Perhaps it was an inexplicable phenomenon beyond our comprehension. Whatever the case, it was evident that this uninvited visitor was wreaking havoc on our peace of mind. Filled with a mix of curiosity, apprehension, and a strong desire to protect my mother, I decided to embark on a quest for answers, determined to confront this enigma head-on. I delved into research, exploring accounts of paranormal encounters, supernatural disturbances, and unexplained phenomena. As I embarked on this journey, my understanding of the inexplicable deepened. I discovered a wealth of testimonies from people who had encountered similar experiences, bizarre encounters with unseen forces that defied logic and rattled their very core. It became evident that they were not alone in our nocturnal trials. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I resolved to unravel the mysteries shrouding our old room. I sought the guidance of paranormal experts, delving into their advice, methods, and experiences. Together, we ventured into the realm of the unknown, conducting investigations, setting up cameras, and even employing various spiritual and metaphysical practices to repel or communicate with the mysterious entity. Days turned into weeks, and the nights became a battleground between the ethereal and the corporeal. We experienced instances of inexplicable temperature drops, objects moving on their own, and even faint whispers echoing through the room's hollowed silence. It was a constant dance between fear and determination as we persisted in our pursuit of truth. Finally, after an arduous and intense period of investigation, we stumbled upon a breakthrough. A faded diary, tucked away in a dusty corner of the attic, awaiting discovery. Its weathered pages revealed the tale of a former resident, who, unbeknownst to us, had encountered the same spectral torment we now faced. According to the diary entries, a tragic incident had occurred in that very room many decades ago. A young woman plagued by a restless spirit seeking solace or perhaps retribution had fallen victim to an untimely demise. Her presence lingered, perpetuating a cycle of unease and spectral unrest. With this newfound understanding, we endeavored to bring peace to this tormented soul, consulting spiritual experts. We performed ceremonies of cleansing and purification, aiming to release the trapped energy and provide closure to the lingering spirit. We lit incense, recited ancient chants, and infused the atmosphere with love and compassion. Gradually, the air grew lighter, the tension dissipated, and the room began to regain its tranquility. The once malevolent presence that had tormented us night after night gradually receded into the depths of the unknown, leaving us with a sense of relief mingled with a touch of sorrow. Reflecting on this extraordinary journey, I find solace in the fact that my mother and I were able to confront and conquer the inexplicable forces that had haunted our nights. Our shared experience brought us closer together, fostering a bond fortified by courage, resilience, and a deep appreciation for the unfathomable mysteries of the universe. As I gaze upon that room now, bathed in the soft glow of daylight, I can't help but marvel at the intricate tapestry of life, the hidden dimensions that exist beyond the realm of our perception. Though the scars of that haunting experience may never fully fade, they serve as a reminder of our strength, our ability to face the unknown, and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of the supernatural.
I don't think the exorcism worked. 13 years ago, near Elizabeth Lake in California, my kids and I embarked on a journey of finding a new home. Within my price range, options were limited, but all we wanted was a place that we could call our own. It was a sunny day and not too hot, and armed with new listings from the realtor, we set out on our search. Our hopes were high and things were going relatively well as we came across a few promising houses. However, when we reached the last house, situated on a hill, the realtor unexpectedly refused to accompany us. I inquired about gaining access to the house, and she simply stated that it was unnecessary as no one even bothered to lock it. Confused by her strange behavior, we brushed it off and eagerly decided to explore the place after looking at the pictures. The directions were straightforward. We had to ascend a winding road, passing 2 houses on the right, until we reached the top of a hill. Perched there was a large 2-story house with white walls and black trim. It appeared a bit worn with an overgrown yard. Pulling into the driveway, we sat for a moment, fixated on the bright red front door. Initially, the house didn't seem intimidating at all. We only saw its potential. Encouraged by this, I took the lead with my kids anxiously following behind as we approached the door, eager to explore. Oddly enough, despite our encounters with paranormal in the past, I felt nothing as I touched the door handle. Stepping inside, we were greeted by a staircase leading up to the landing, turning left to reveal open carpeted stairs that led me to the kitchen and living room on the second floor. To the left was the entrance to the garage, while a bedroom accompanied on the right side, followed by 3 more bedrooms connected by a long hallway that extended straight back. And all this culminated in a bathroom. Deciding to inspect the garage first, I intended to assess the foundation and pipes. It was there that my daughter, Ginny, noticed a small cross on the windowsill, and then another one on a different window. Not attached much significance to them, she asked if she could keep them and make earrings. I saw no reason to deny her request, since they had been left behind. Ascending the open stairs, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me, as if my entire world had been turned upside down. Desperately grabbing the rail, I sat down on the top step. My son Cody, rushing up the stairs, stopped halfway and clutched his throat, his face contorted in discomfort before hastily ascending the rest of the way. Feeling better, I resumed exploring the house with my children. The abundance of large windows allowed natural light to flood the rooms. We discovered a door leading to a balcony that overlooked the cliff behind the house. We stood there for a moment, taking in the breathtaking view, yet an underlying uneasiness nagged at all of us. Consequently, we decided to venture further into the house to investigate. Cody, who was peering out of the living room windows, continuously found things and excitedly called out to his sister. Meanwhile, Ginny began descending the stairs but lost her footing. Worriedly, I remarked that if we were going to acquire the house, installing an additional handrail would be necessary. As I inspected the front bedroom, envisioning it as my own, we ventured deeper into the house. With each step, the rooms grew darker and cooler. I noted that this would be advantageous during the summer months. Upon entering the bathroom, a sudden chill ran up my spine, causing every hair on my body to stand on end. Familiar with this unmistakable feeling,
I sensed a breath beside me, knowing that if I looked, I might come face to face with something unsettling. I quickly turned my head, using my hand to shield my eyes as I passed the mirror. Stepping out of the bathroom, my older son, who had been in the back of the bedroom, pointed out a cross above the window and the door in that room. Curiosity turned to alarm as Cody pulled out more of the small crosses from his pocket, explaining that he had been collecting them for Ginny. In a rush of anxiety, I hurried over to the cross above the window and then to the one on the door. It was clear to us now that these crosses were different. They had been intentionally painted over and left there as if meant to stay. At that moment, panic started to creep in. We realized that the crosses adorned every opening, every window, and both sides of every doorway. Ginny made a valid point amidst our growing fear. As much as we wanted to flee, we knew that we had to put each cross back where we had found it. Together we went from room to room, meticulously returning every cross to its original position. With each cross replaced, a sense of relief washed over us, though an undercurrent of unease remained. It was a strange task restoring these objects that held a certain weight and significance in that house. Finally, we gathered at the front door, ready to leave. Ginny and I were the last ones to step outside. "Wow, it's warmer outside," she exclaimed. Suddenly, an unexpected force pushed me from behind, almost causing me to collide with Ginny. Stunned, I turned around, searching for an explanation. Unable to comprehend why the realtor had even shown us this house, I confronted her about it. To my surprise, she confessed that she had never set foot inside the house herself. However, after hearing our account, she vowed never to venture there. Reflecting on our experience later, we all reached the same conclusion. That house must have harbored an abundance of malevolence. We wondered how long the previous occupants had endured the torment before realizing that whatever resided there was too powerful for their faith to overcome. How dire must the situation have been for the owner to go such lengths as painting crosses over every entrance? As we continued our search for a new home, that fateful house stayed etched in our memories, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can reside within seemingly ordinary walls. We learned to trust our instincts, to pay attention to the signs and energies that surround us. But not all houses hold the warmth and safety we seek, and perhaps, sometimes, it's better to listen to the whispers of caution and walk away from a place that carries an unexplainable and haunting presence. Strange occurrences in the cottage my great-grandfather built. During the third lockdown in the UK, January 2021, March 2021, I found myself in Derbyshire with my family. Being a student in my final year of 6th form, I needed a quiet space for online school on Zoom. My parents suggested I stay at our vacant cottage, which they usually rent out in Airbnb. This way, I wouldn't be disturbed by the commotion at home with both of my parents working remotely and my younger sibling attending online classes. This cottage had been built by my great-grandfather, and had been passed down to our family, and over the years it had undergone renovations and now boasted a modern interior. However, it was situated in a tranquil little village, and although not completely isolated, it could sometimes feel a bit lonely. To focus on my work and enjoy some relaxation time, I often spent nights there instead of having my parents drive out to take me home. Each evening I made sure to lock up around 6:30 p.m. One night, amidst my usual routine of completing homework, I must have forgotten to lock up before heading upstairs for a bath. Upon returning downstairs, watching some TV, and then it hit me. I couldn't recall if I had secured the door or not. I walked up to the front door, only to realize that the keys were not where they usually rested on the table nearby. You see, I had a habit of leaving my keys there without fail. As I checked the door, it swung open, revealing the darkness outside. I promptly closed it and began retracing my steps, initially unperturbed, thinking I had simply misplaced the keys absent-mindedly. I scoured every drawer in the cottage, peeked inside the fridge, sifted through the bins, just in case I accidentally discarded them with some trash, and meticulously checked my pockets, bag, in every possible place, even the most absurd ones. just to be thorough. Alas, they were nowhere to be found. Frustrated yet determined, I decided to head downstairs and start my search fresh with a third time, commencing from the front door, and that's when I saw them, the keys neatly placed on the table, arranged perfectly straight and pointing towards me. I had inspected that very table twice before, yet somehow they had eluded my sight. Until that moment, it was right there in plain view, just where I habitually left them. An immediate sense of unease washed over me. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Witnessing the keys reappear so conspicuously felt unsettling, almost taunting. My instinctive response was to grab a large kitchen knife and call my dad, urging him to come over. I entertained the idea that someone might have surreptitiously entered the cottage while I was bathing, playing mind games with me. In haste, my dad rushed over, meticulously searching the entire house, but found no one but me. He laughed off my concerns, convinced that I had simply overlooked the keys, no matter how much I insisted that they had inexplicably appeared. Once reassured that there was no actual knife, or knife-wielding maniac lurking about, I regained my composure. However, upon returning home, my mom revealed that my uncle had also encountered a paranormal experience in the cottage. My uncle, a versatile tradesman skilled in building, plumbing, and electrical work, had been involved in renovating the attic. He had never been one to tell lies. In fact, he was notorious for being brutally honest, even when silence would be more tactful. According to my mom, he confided with me while working in the dark attic, he had heard the low, eerie voice of an old woman saying, "Hello." The mere mention of my uncle's encounter sent shivers down my spine. He had bolted out of the attic in a panic, his nerves on edge. My mom didn't see any additional details, but the incident stayed with me, lingering in the back of my mind. There was yet another eerie tale connected to the cottage. During our younger years, we had temporarily taken up residence there when our house faced some water pipe issues. One night, our babysitter experienced a terrifying episode of sleep paralysis. She recounted seeing a shadowy figure of a woman entering her room, slowly approaching her and then suddenly tightening its grip around her throat. When she finally woke up, she found herself coughing and gasping for air, her own hand still lingering around her neck. The incident left her shaken and bewildered. I pondered whether this episode of sleep paralysis could be connected to the paranormal occurrence in the cottage. Although I wasn't sure of the exact relationship between the sleep paralysis and the supernatural phenomenon, it couldn't just be a mere coincidence that these incidents shared a common thread. Curiosity piqued within me, and I couldn't help but wonder about others' experiences or thoughts on the matter. As far as I knew, none of the guests who had stayed in the cottage through Airbnb had complained of any issues. However, considering the strange events that had unfolded within its walls, it seemed plausible that there was something peculiar about this place. Something that only those spending extended periods of time working alone there would encounter. I yearned to delve deeper into the history of the cottage, to uncover any tales or legends that might shed light into its mysteries. Perhaps there were accounts of previous occupants experiencing similar inexplicable phenomenon. It was as if the cottage held secrets within its walls, waiting to be unraveled. In the meantime, I couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation whenever I entered the cottage. The once familiar and comforting space now carried an air of uncertainty and anticipation. Every creak and whisper seemed magnified, as if the house itself held its breath, waiting to reveal its enigmatic secrets. Despite the occasional moments of fear and unexplained occurrences, the cottage remained a part of our family's heritage. It held memories both pleasant and disconcerting, and as I embark on my final year of my 6th form, I knew that I would continue to seek solace within its walls, finding this solace in the solitude that it offered for my studies. For now I remain vigilant, keeping an open mind and a watchful eye, ready to uncover the truth behind the inexplicable events that unfolded in the cottage, a place where the realms of the living and the ethereal seem to intertwine in the most uncanny and enigmatic ways. I wish we had the answer. I was the type of person who made everyone feel happy and alive, making even the most mundane things exciting. Watching paint dry was an adventure in her presence. I've been grappling with the circumstances, trying to make sense of it all, but it's been impossible. I had been taking care of her 2 children, hoping to support her until she got back on her feet. After 8 long months, she was just 3 days away from coming home, but now that day will never come. A little over a week after she passed away, I had a dream. In that dream, she was there, wearing her ripped jeans and scuffed up black and white Converse shoes. She had her feet propped up on a bench as if nothing had ever happened. The moment I saw her, my heart leapt, and I rushed over to her. Taking her little hands in mine, I could smell the scent of her hair as I stroked it. She had a knack for creating things with her hands, so they were always soft, with a hint of roughness on her fingertips. I could feel it all. It felt so incredibly real. Jeannie, oh my God, please listen to me. I frantically pleaded with her, desperate for her to understand that she was gone. I can't express how intense that moment was. My desperation scared both of us. I told her how she died and that she seemed to be trying to remember. Then suddenly, a light switch went on in her mind, as if she finally understood how it might have happened. In that instant, a faded image of her brother appeared in the background, his face cupped in his hands, crying. I saw fear in her eyes. She shook her head, denying the reality that I was presenting to her. There was a vibration of disbelief, as if she never thought such a thing could even happen. It seemed like she finally realized that she was no longer among the living. "Why are you telling me this now?" she asked, a mix of confusion and frustration in her voice. "It's too late." Now, mind you, this was just a dream, but I told her that maybe, just maybe, in some parallel or alternate time or dimension, she would have listened to me. Maybe in that different reality, she wouldn't have made the decision that led to her demise. I said that if she believed me, perhaps I would wake up in that time or dimension, and maybe, just maybe, she would walk through my front door, telling me she loves me, and all this pain would simply be a bad dream. When I woke up, tears were streaming down my face. My grandson, lying on the bed next to me, asked if I was crying about his mom. I told him that it was just a bad dream, and I apologized for crying. Being autistic, it was difficult for him to grasp the situation at first, but he sat up and gently stroked my face, wiping away my tears, and said, "Mom says she's sorry. She said to trust her about that man. Did it?" My grandson relayed this message as though he was simply passing along information, but his words made perfect sense. As the day went on, my son noticed that something was different about me. So I told him about my dream. As I spoke, I watched the color drain from his face. I asked him what was wrong. He remembered a conversation from 6 years ago when Ginny had approached him with a trippy and scary dream about me. In her dream, I was acting crazy, desperately trying to convince her not to do something that ended up killing her. The dream had shaken her to her core because my desperation for her to be believing me had felt so real. She shared that it had scared her immensely. I vaguely remembered her mentioning something about a dream before, but she never went into much detail. All she had said was that she was sorry for whatever she did in her dream, and I had laughed it off, suggesting that maybe it was a sign not to follow through with whatever it was that she had dreamt about. Now my son and I were left speechless, trying to comprehend the profound implications of these interconnected dreams. Did they point to the existence of alternate or parallel universes? Could different times and dimensions truly coexist? And if so, had she heeded my warnings in another dimension, how many times had I tried to save her? It was mind-boggling how real the experience felt for both of us, despite the 6-year gap between our dreams. Why hadn't she listened to me in this life and time? I knew deep down that it was just a dream, but the emotions and connections it brought forth were undeniably powerful. I felt blessed to have heard her voice in the dream, telling me that she loved me and expressing her remorse. My son, too, had felt her hugs and witnessed her smiling at him in his workshop. My heart swelled with warmth when I overheard my grandson conversing with her in the other room, filling the void with a sense of her presence. Her daughter, in an attempt to maintain some semblance of normalcy, would send her text messages, pretending that everything was okay. But deep down, she missed hearing her mother saying her name. Despite her young age, my granddaughter seemed wise beyond her years. For her sake, I hoped that her mother found a way to visit her, even if it was subtle and intangible. The bond between the mother and the child is immeasurable, transcending the boundaries of life and death. As we navigated through this mystifying journey, my son and I found solace in each other's company. We shared our doubts, our questions, and our confusion, searching for meaning and understanding. While we may never truly unravel the enigma of those intertwined dreams, we held on to the belief that love and connection transcend the limitations of time and space. And perhaps, just perhaps, in the vast tapestry of existence, our souls find ways to connect and communicate across dimensions, leaving a glimmer of hope and possibility of redemption. In the end, whether it was a dream or a glimpse into another reality, I cherished every moment I shared with her, even if it was within the realm of the subconscious. And as I moved forward, carrying her memory in my heart, I vowed to honor her by embracing life, cherishing my loved ones, and embracing the unknown with an open mind and resilient spirit. Story number 9. 4 months after buying vintage mirror, unexplained things continue to happen. About 4 months ago, I had an intriguing encounter at a yard sale that would soon unravel into a haunting experience. As I perused the various items on display, my eyes were immediately drawn to a truly exquisite solid wood vintage mirror. Its intricate details and timeless charm captured my imagination, compelling me to inquire about its availability. The lady overseeing the sale informed me that she didn't particularly care for the mirror, and rather surprisingly insisted that I keep it as long as I purchased another item from her sale. Eager to make this unique find my own, I agreed to her unusual offer and excitedly brought the mirror home. Upon arrival at my humble abode, I wasted no time in finding the perfect spot for my newfound treasure. The kitchen seemed like an ideal place to begin its journey in my home, so I carefully carried it there. As I proceeded to wash the mirror, a strange occurrence startled me. The lights above me flickered momentarily, casting an eerie glow over the room. Brushing it off as a mere coincidence, I continued with my task, hoping that the mirror's captivating allure would outweigh any peculiarities that it possessed. That night, despite the flickering lights during my encounter in the kitchen, everything appeared to be uneventful. My cats, usually attuned to any disruptions or disturbances, even seemed to revel in the newfound addition to their surroundings. Playfully darting and pouncing behind the mirror, their antics brought a sense of relief, and I began to believe that perhaps my initial trepidation was unfounded. However, as the following weeks unfolded, a series of spine-chilling events began to unfold, leaving me in a state of perpetual unease. It started subtly, with shadows flickering and dancing in the mirror's reflective surface. At first, I dismissed them as mere tricks of the light, but their persistence gradually eroded my skepticism. The mirror seemed to hold an inexplicable allure, drawing me into its depths with an unsettling pull. Alarmed by the increasingly sinister occurrence, I made a bold decision. I resolved to remove the mirror from its place in the bathroom and relocate it to the hallway, hoping that the change in environment would alleviate the strange phenomena. I eagerly moved it to its new spot. However, my relief was short-lived, as even my father, who initially dismissed my concerns, began to witness inexplicable figures within its reflection. His growing apprehension mirrored my own, deepening the sense of foreboding that now permeated our home. Determined to find a solution, I resorted to draping the mirror in a cloth, hoping to conceal its mysterious influence. To my dismay, the cloth placement proved to be futile, as it would invariably fall off by morning, leaving the mirror exposed once again. What perplexed me further was the peculiar journey the cloth embarked on during the night. On several occasions, I discovered it in unexpected places, far away from the hallway. It appeared as though an unseen force was not only undressing the mirror, but also toying with our perceptions of reality at the same time. With each passing day, the mirror's presence grew increasingly unsettling. Both my father and I bore witness to shadowy figures lurking within its depths, their forms enigmatic and unsettling. Adding to our distress were the inexplicable instances of cabinet doors being left ajar on nights when I found myself alone in the house. Perplexingly, my feline companions, despite their acrobatic prowess, were incapable of reaching such heights. These inexplicable events only served to deepen the pervasive otherworldly presence that consumed our lives. However, the true pinnacle of terror arrived a week ago, forever ingraining itself in my memory as the most chilling encounter I had experienced thus far. It was an ordinary evening as I stood in my kitchen, preparing for a meal, when an eerie sound disrupted the usual tranquility. Knocking, distinct and deliberate, reverberated from the window just behind me. Startled, I turned over to realize the grim reality. I lived on the 3rd floor, and the only window with balcony access was situated in the living room. Dread coiled within me as I comprehended the impossibility of this occurrence, leaving me trembling with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Nightmares plagued my sleep, tormenting me with their vivid and unsettling imagery. Most harrowingly, these nocturnal horrors often featured the mirror at the epicenter of their malevolence. In these dreams, I found myself trapped within the mirror's ethereal depths, my reflection distorting and contorting into grotesque forms. The terror was all-encompassing, suffocating my very soul, leaving me desperate for an escape that seemed perpetually out of reach. Reluctant to keep such an ominous artifact in my immediate vicinity, I made the decision to banish the mirror to the confines of the hallway closet. Perhaps I naively hoped this act would quell its macabre influence and restore a semblance of normalcy to our lives. Alas, the assiduous forces at play seemed unaffected by my feeble attempts at containment. Even now, as I recount these events, the mirror's chilling presence continues to permeate the very essence of our home. Shadows dance and writhe, distorting the boundaries between reality and the ethereal realm. The unseen entity responsible for these haunting manifestations revel in its control, leaving us feeling like mere pawns in a sinister game of its design. In the face of such unrelenting terror, I found solace in the knowledge that I am not alone in this struggle. Together with my father, we face the inexplicable, striving to uncover the truth behind the mirror's malevolence. Our determination burns bright, fueled by the relentless pursuit of answers and hope that one day we will break free from the clutches of this haunting presence. Until then, we tread carefully, ever vigilant, knowing that the next chapter in our harrowing tale may just be a reflection away. My first real fear as a child. Let me begin by saying that we had an amazing and caring mother. She always prioritized us above everything else, and sometimes worked 2 jobs just to support all 6 of us. She did her best with what she had, and what she was capable with at the time. I also knew that she had a personal interest in spiritual growth, metaphysics, and occult sciences. It seemed like she was addicted to the sensation of the unknown. In some ways, it became part of our lives, and we willingly joined her on this journey. When I was 5 years old, I had a bicycle accident that resulted in the loss of my big toe. My siblings were instructed not to put me on the back of the bike without my shoes on, but unfortunately, my sister didn't get the memo. Being the youngest of 6 with 4 older sisters and 1 brother, I couldn't sleep in the same bed with my sister anymore because of the contraption I had to wear to keep my foot in place. There was a risk that she might accidentally hurt me while moving in her sleep, so my mother created a cozy pad with blankets and pillows next to the couch where I could safely sleep in the living room. At that time, we lived in a townhouse apartment in Hollywood, California. The living room was a spacious one with high ceilings. To the left, there was a wide-arched doorway leading to the dining room and kitchen. Strands of film strips obtained by my mother from her job hung across the archway like beads. Straight ahead, there was a staircase, and underneath it was my mom's desk. To the right, there was a long leather couch and my makeshift bed. The wall behind the couch was adorned with enormous psychedelic zodiac posters, which made her place quite groovy. It was the late 60s. We often experienced peculiar occurrences, though nothing truly frightening. Occasionally we heard footsteps running down the stairs while we were sitting at the couch, or creaking sounds in the hallway. My sister and I even saw someone who resembled our grandmother standing in the doorway of our bedroom, silently watching us. It was too dark to see her face clearly. My mom told me that I used to talk about seeing angels and how I believed that I chose her before I was born, because she was exactly what I needed in my life. I might have some vague memories of those conversations, but most of them have faded away. However, one particular incident still lingers vividly in my mind. It happened one night when I was watching The Late Show in the living room with my eldest sister. She was on the couch and I was on the bed pad. Everyone else had already gone to bed. I must have dozed off because when I woke up, everything was eerily quiet. The moonlight streamed through the kitchen window, casting colored reflections from the film strips onto the floor. Due to the immobilizing device on my foot, I couldn't move. I lay there with my head resting on my arm, fighting against the heavy weight of my eyelids. As I gazed at the pretty colors dancing on my little fingers, something caught my attention. The color reflections seemed to be moving. I glanced up at the archway and saw the film strips swaying gently as the breeze brushed against them. Lying back down, I watched as they gradually synchronized their swaying motions. I wasn't frightened at that point. Instead, I was filled with curiosity. Then all of a sudden they stopped. Each and every one of those froze simultaneously. I found it incredibly intriguing. I propped myself up on my elbows, still lying on my back, and tilted my head to get a better view. The film strips started to separate as if someone was passing through them. There behind the strips stood a figure casting a shadow. It had a humanoid shape, but it appeared gray and lacked a distinct face. I sensed a masculine energy emanating from it. As it moved closer, I noticed its feet were absent. The figure crouched down just 2 feet away from my pad, on the floor in front of me. I remember pondering over why it didn't emit any light. Fear hadn't fully gripped me yet. I simply didn't understand what was happening. The figure came even closer, leaning over my head. I innocently looked up at it, and to my surprise, it was less than 2 inches away from my face. I could feel its icy breath on my nose, causing my eyes to dry up and my tears to stream down my cheeks. For the first time, genuine fear coursed through my veins. I tried to call out for my mother, but no sound escaped my lips. My heart pounded relentlessly, its rapid beats reverberating in my ears. I attempted to move my body back, but the apparatus restraining my foot rendered me immobile. The figure loomed over my small form, and I began to sweat profusely. It started emitting an otherworldly sound, starting as a low chuckle that morphed into a high frequency, drawn-out screech, reminiscent of radio static. Then I felt an excruciating pain pierce into my big toe, as if a long burning needle was being driven into the bone. Overwhelmed by terror, I wet the bed uncontrollably, and a deafening ringing filled my ears. The room seemed to echo, and everything seemed spinning. I caught a glimpse of the room flipping upside down as it became engulfed in blinding whiteness, and then I lost consciousness. When I regained consciousness, I found myself cradled in my mother's arms. She held me tightly, repeatedly asking, "Baby, are you all right?" Apparently, she had a premonition and rushed downstairs to check in on me. She never told me whether she saw anything unusual. Blood was oozing from my big toe, and the doctor speculated that I'd intentionally or unintentionally ripped out one of the stitches while asleep, although I was certain that I hadn't moved at all. Recently, my sister revealed that her mother had the apartment blessed after that incident. Perhaps that's why I never encountered that entity again. All I know is that my mother never allowed me to sleep alone in the living room from then on. In fact, once my toe had healed, I slept beside her every night, and she would hold my foot throughout the night, ensuring my safety. I saw him again. I've experienced a few paranormal things in my short life. Some were creepy and harmless, while others were absolutely terrifying. However, there's one experience that's haunted me since I was a child, and it involves the first time I saw something that I can only describe as pure evil. Years later, I would encounter that malevolent being again, but before I delve into that, I feel compelled to address a common sentiment. In every post I share, I always feel the need to emphasize that it's perfectly okay if you don't believe me. Skepticism is healthy, especially when it comes to ghostly encounters. However, I kindly request that you refrain from posting mean or rude comments. Now let's proceed. To be completely honest, even a part of me questions the validity of this story and wonders if I may have lost my mind. But the events that unfolded were undeniably real to me. So what exactly happened? It all began a few weeks ago when my girlfriend and I decided to pay a visit to my aunt and grandma. Given the challenging times brought on by the virus, we wanted to ensure that everything was all right with them. My grandma and aunt resided in a beautiful old house near a quaint village, a place where I had spent a significant portion of my childhood. It was within this family setting that I was first introduced to the occult practices, magic, and existence of ghosts. It seemed like a peculiar upbringing, but it was uniquely beautiful, overall, I would say. Initially, our visit appeared normal as we engaged in conversation about our lives. However, at some point, I felt the urge to step outside and enjoy some fresh air. The others opted to stay indoors while I made my way toward the backyard. From there, I had a clear view of the forest adjacent to the house, and as I gazed at the trees, I noticed a movement among them. At first, it was difficult to discern, but eventually a figure emerged from the dense foliage. It was someone or something I was acquainted with. This entity, and I use the term entity intentionally because it's certainly not human, resembled a tall man donning a black coat. It stood motionless, its gaze fixed upon me. The first time I had encountered this being was many years ago when I was just a child, and it had instilled such overwhelming fear in me that it left an indelible mark on my psyche. I had always wondered what would happen if I were to see it again, and now I had my answer. The fear from the past resurfaced, causing me to tremble uncontrollably as the ground beneath me was giving way. Nausea overcame me, and I eventually succumbed to vomiting. My girlfriend and aunt, sensing something was amiss, joined me outside and inquired about my well-being. At first, I couldn't find the words to explain what had just transpired. The entire experience felt surreal, and by the time they arrived, the mysterious figure had vanished into thin air. Eventually, I managed to gather my thoughts and recount the incident to them. I revealed that the tall man I had seen all those years ago had reappeared before me. Like me, they were frightened, particularly my aunt, who had been present during my initial encounter with the entity. Back then, it was my grandmother who had successfully banished it from her house. My girlfriend, having been by my side during numerous paranormal encounters, was accustomed to witnessing my reactions, but she had never seemed so utterly terrified. Understanding the gravity of the situation, my grandmother insisted that we leave immediately. In the days that followed, I found myself in a deteriorating condition. Sleep eluded me as I was plagued by horrendous nightmares. These dreams were so vivid and distressing at times, my girlfriend would attempt to wake me from my torment. As I opened my eyes, it would take a moment for me to realize that I was safe in my own bed, no longer trapped within the clutches of those nightmarish visions. Paranoia consumed me, making it increasingly difficult to concentrate on even the simplest of tasks. Days blended together in a haze of fear and unease. Even now, as I attempt to put these experiences into words, the memories remain elusive and clouded by a sense of lingering dread. Despite the turmoil, I maintained contact with my aunt, who
who assured me that the malevolent presence had not reappeared in their vicinity. However, the aftermath of that encounter continued to affect me profoundly. The whole situation felt inexplicably strange, and I struggled to articulate the emotions coursing through my veins. There was a constant battle within me, torn between believing in the reality of what I had just witnessed and questioning my own sanity. It felt as though I teetered on the edge of losing my grip on reality. I apologize if the retelling of this experience appears fragmented or disjointed. The truth is, the more recollection of that encounter leaves me overwhelmed, unable to think. All I can say with certainty is that I've encountered various paranormal phenomena throughout my life, some of which were genuinely eerie. But the tall man in the black coat remains the most chilling entity I've ever encountered. I'm left pondering its intentions, its true nature, and why it chose to resurface on that particular day, only to vanish once more. Once again, I understand that disbelief may be a natural response to such accounts, and I respect that. Each person is entitled to their own beliefs and interpretations, but this is simply my story, shared with the hope of finding solace and perhaps even connecting with others who have undergone similar encounters. As time passes, I continue to grapple with the aftermath of that haunting experience. It serves as a stark reminder that there are realms beyond our understanding, realms where darkness and malevolence can manifest. While I strive to regain a semblance of normalcy, a part of me will forever be haunted by the memory of that sinister figure and the lingering question, what did it want from me? So if you find it challenging to believe my tale, I bear no ill will towards you, but please let us approach the subject with kindness and respect. After all, the mysteries of the supernatural are vast and often defy rational explanation.
Please help her. This happened around 2007, and I found myself deeply involved with a self-help meeting. Almost every day I immersed myself in these gatherings, dedicating my time to helping others and being of service. It was an environment that I felt like a second family in, where we respected and we were well loved. I even brought my daughter along, and she thoroughly enjoyed the camaraderie and experience there. Although I never went around sharing my own family's past or our paranormal encounters, I didn't want people to think that I was even weirder than I already appeared. So when one lady began talking about her haunted house during a meeting, I didn't think much of it. People often hopped on the paranormal train without considering more rational explanations like drafts or rattling pipes at night. I always valued the principles of cause and effect. However, my daughter leaned in and whispered to me that I should help this lady. I whispered back, dismissing her suggestion, assuming that she was just seeking attention like she had done in the past. Besides, this lady had never been the kind to be nice to my daughter and me, despite her efforts to be friendly. So why should I go out of my way to assist someone who has shown us such rudeness? Time passed, and one morning before the meeting, she walked in looking disheveled. I asked her what was going on, and she simply replied, "I need coffee, long night." I shrugged my shoulders and moved on, focusing on setting things up for the meeting. When the meeting began, it was her turn to share. She started by asserting that she was not crazy and that her house was haunted. People began rolling their eyes, but I found myself listening intently. She described how she felt watched in the shower, how the towel would mysteriously move, and how it observed her sleeping while shaking the bed. Then she revealed that her child refused to stay in the crib, screaming all night and waking up with unexplained scratches on his face and back. In that moment, I looked up from the paperwork on the table in front of me and saw the desperation in her eyes. Deep down, I knew she wasn't lying. My daughter touched my leg and whispered, "Please help her." Despite not considering myself an expert in such matters, I couldn't let a child suffer. I remembered what it was like to be in that situation as a young child, and even though I didn't particularly care for this woman, I couldn't turn a blind eye. After the meeting, I pulled her aside and offered to help, explaining that I needed to walk through her house to first get a feel for what they were dealing with. She seemed relieved that someone believed her. My daughter desperately wanted to accompany me, but I had always shielded my children from such experiences. However, she persisted, and I thought, what harm could a walkthrough do? I'm just assessing the situation. When we arrived at her house, she greeted us at the door with tea and cookies. Stepping inside, I noticed that despite all the lights being on, the room seemed strangely dark. Earlier, I had asked her to ensure the air conditioning was turned off and all the vents and windows were closed. As we moved from room to room, I sensed a tangible shift in density and temperature. My attention was repeatedly drawn to the bedroom wall. I asked her what lay on the other side, and she mentioned a closet, inviting me to explore it if I wished. Stepping into the room, I immediately felt an invisible force pulling me back. The torn pictures hanging haphazardly on the walls, a half-ripped Barney poster still clinging to its staple, and the general disarray made me uneasy. Suddenly, the closet door swung open on its own, accompanied by a chilling breeze. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. Hastily, I retreated from the room, closing the bedroom door behind me. Concerned, I inquired about the child's whereabouts. She casually replied that he was away. We sat down on the couch, and she proceeded to describe the details of the occurrences and their locations within the house. As we spoke, my gaze fixated on a particularly large fly. It was winter, an unusual season for flies. The insect hovered above her head for a while, then moved over to my daughter's head, completely avoiding me. This continued until it finally landed on my daughter's shoulder. Suddenly, a lock of her hair stood on end. She brushed it down with her fingers, looking concerned, as if questioning whether anyone else had noticed. I don't think the lady paid any attention. The fly then flew up on my daughter's head once more, causing a larger section of her hair to defy gravity. Reacting swiftly, I got up and excused ourselves, stating that we needed to step outside for a moment. The woman seemed frantic about me taking my daughter along, but it was then that I realized my daughter was vulnerable and in need of protection. I uttered a protective prayer and visualized surrounding her with white, comforting light before instructing her to wait in the car. Upon re-entering the house, the woman seemed like a different person. She had cleared the table where we had been sitting, which astonished me considering I had only been gone for a minute. She reassured me that everything was now fine, expressing confidence that it would all go away. Curiosity lingering, I asked her about her young son, the reason she had sought my help. Nonchalantly, she disclosed that he cried excessively, so she had given up and went to children's services. She seemed to brush it off as inconsequential. Stunned, I stood there, grappling with what was just transpiring. As I walked toward my car, the woman called out, "Hey, bring your daughter back any time." However, from that moment on, I rarely attended the meetings, and whenever she did, my daughter and I avoided her like the plague. A few years later, a friend informed me that she had spotted the woman at social services with her kids. Apparently, she had moved. I hadn't even known that she had more than one child, but I suppose that she must have just regained custody of them. Despite my personal feelings towards her as an individual and as a mother, I genuinely hope that they're all doing well. Notes from tonight's meditation: twin souls, mirrors, meaning of life, goddess, tears with no sadness. Tonight, my meditation took an unexpected turn after playing two songs: Pucifer's The Humbling River, followed by Live's Lightning Crashes. Personally, I have a deep connection with the Humbling River, and I interpret it as a metaphor for the awakening and a promising future. However, when the second song started, I was overcome with a profound cathartic release. My grandmother had recently passed away, and I had been fortunate enough to be with her in her final days. I cried intensely, allowing myself to appreciate the beauty of both life and death. As my tears subsided, I could feel the heightened activity in the crown and my third eye chakra. To continue my meditation, I decided to listen to a guided breathing meditation track. The rhythmic patterns of the breathing reminded me of ways that we breathe when we're falling asleep. With deep breaths in and quick breaths out, I experienced a tingling sensation like overlapping webs spreading from my feet to my hands and my chakras and throughout my body. Although I didn't strictly adhere to the guided breathing, I followed a comfortable rhythm once these sensations intensified. Amidst the other visual experiences, I perceived a structure of small spheres arranged in a tunnel-like formation. Intrigued, I focused my meditation on the phrase, "no one," in my mind's eye. I visualized the letters spinning, with the letter E remaining fixed or rotating around. This visualization emphasized the mirrored nature of "no on" and transformed into a shiny reflective image split down the middle. I then shifted my focus to "no one is watching," and then this phrase began to evoke a presence. My thoughts wandered to something I had noticed earlier in the day. Repeated instances of the number 222 and 22222, culminating in a car license plate reading 2 eyes. Intrigued by the synchronicity, I meditated on the phrase 2 eyes, which transformed into 2 eyes, but in the letter I instead of spelled out I. Suddenly, a face appeared, flickering back and forth in a rhythmic pattern, similar to a hemisync. Hemisync? I don't know. There was a red masculine visage, just juxtaposed with a blue feminine visage. The two overlapped with areas of red remaining masculine and the areas of blue remaining feminine. Eventually, the blue entity grew stronger, manifesting in various versions of herself, all imbued with blue energy. This entity represented the goddess Anima, the feminine voice that often conveyed messages to me. Mindful of the mirror symbolism once again, I asked her, "How do you know which side of the mirror is real?" She replied, "They are both real. That's how a holographic fractal works." In that moment, I understood with certainty that my partner was my twin soul, a confirmation of the unique and powerful nature of our connection. Continuing my exploration, I encountered the notion of living a life and perceiving it as devoid of meaning. A deep, dark pain arose within me, urging me to confront and release it. Anima gently revealed, "Someone told you that your existence was meaningless, and a part of you believed them, causing great hurt." Intrigued, I asked her, "What is the meaning of my life?" After a brief contemplation with all the possible meanings, her response came forth, "To truly appreciate the beauty of existence." I witnessed 2 opposing vortexes spinning, accompanied by the image of an eye. I ventured through the eye, and the visuals intensified 2-fold. As my energy focused, settled in the sacral chakra, I felt a profound overflow of love emanating from it. Filling my entire being, I also sensed a complete alignment of the root chakra, the foundational lifeline of the chakra system, extending from the base and flowing out through the genitalia. Today, my third eye was exceptionally activated, forming a powerful connection that extended all the way to the well of dreams and the chakra at the back of my head. It struck me that this chakra held significance as the visual cortex. In my exploration, I found myself searching within the chakra system for an endogenous release of DMT, hoping to unlock its hidden potential. While the visuals were vivid, I couldn't really be certain if I had truly accessed it in the same profound way that the sacral chakra filled me with love. At a certain point during my meditation, I felt the equal presence of all 3 of my eyes. It was as if they were partially submerged in cool water. As I continued to focus on this sensation, I noticed tears streaming down my face, but without the unusual accompanying emotions. I simply observed the flow of tears, allowing them to cleanse and release. As my meditation neared its end, Anima playfully and vividly rickrolled me. It was cheeky yet endearing, reminding me of the playful nature of the divine presence I connected with. Another important realization was reaffirmed during last night's meditation. By increasing our capacity for unconditional love, we unlock more aspects of our true selves. It became clear that embracing and embodying love in a deeper level opens doors to hidden potentials and authentic self-discovery. In conclusion, my meditation journey took me through a myriad of experiences, emotions, and visualizations. From the profound grief of losing my grandmother to the messages conveyed by anima, and the search for meaning and self-discovery within the chakra system, each moment offered profound insight and a deep connection to the beauty of existence. I emerged from this meditation with a renewed sense of purpose and an expanded understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. Story number 6. Ask Reddit. Once upon a time, in a distant land, there lived a woman who possessed extraordinary powers in the field of medicine. Although it's been ages since I last heard this tale, I vaguely remembered that she had a rather questionable reputation. To my recollection, this woman had recently given birth to a litter of adorable puppies, but to her dismay, she felt ashamed of them. She decided to keep them confined within a sack, hidden away from the world. During the day, when the woman would venture out of her tent, the mischievous puppies would manage to escape the confines of the sack and play gleefully inside her dwelling. Curiously enough, every time she approached her tent, she could hear the joyful sounds of children emanating from within. However, no matter how swiftly she moved, by the time she reached into the entrance of her tent, she could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the last puppy scurrying back into the sack. Driven by intrigue and desire to unravel this mysterious phenomenon, the woman devised a plan to outwit the playful puppies. Instead of leaving her tent as usual, she decided to linger outside, pretending to be absent while secretly observing their activities. This time, her strategy bore fruit, and she managed to catch the puppies red-handed, or so she thought. To her astonishment, as she approached them, she realized that they were not puppies at all, but actual children. Despite her attempts to contain them, most of the children transformed back into puppies and grew into adult dogs. However, there were 2 exceptional children who she had successfully apprehended, and their unique transformation set them apart. These 2 extraordinary beings remained human as they grew older, and they would eventually become known as the first Tli Cho people, leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of history. Now let me regale you with another tale, a captivating story that weaves together elements of orphaned children, a malevolent witch, and a colossal giant guarding a bridge of great significance. However, I must preface this narrative by stating that I do not believe it holds any profound life lessons or historical significance. It is simply a story that has been passed down through the generations, shared by our elder of our community. Many moons ago, there lived a brother and sister of the Tli Cho tribe, who one fateful day ventured away from the safety of their camp to indulge in playful escapades. As the sun began its descent, casting a dark shroud over the land, they realized it was time to return home. Little did they know that a devastating tragedy had befallen their camp, as a neighboring tribe had mercilessly attacked and massacred everyone in their absence. Upon their return, the heart-wrenching sight of their decimated camp greeted the 2 children, leaving them stranded and devoid of hope. Days passed, and their hunger gnawed at their bellies, leaving them desperate and unsure of what to do next. It was during this dire moment that an evil medicine woman appeared before them, attempting to lure them into her clutches. However, their instincts warned them of her wickedness, and they mustered the strength to escape her clutches. With fear propelling their steps, the siblings fled through the treacherous wilderness until they reached a deep chasm, with a raging river coursing through its depths. To their astonishment, they discovered a colossal giant positioned on the other side of the chasm, serving as an unexpected guardian of the passage. The giant, extending an act of kindness amidst the darkness, offered to create a bridge by laying across the chasm, allowing the children to cross to safety. However, he posed an unusual condition. Before granting them passage, they had to consume a peculiar substance, the giant's own sizable snot, extracted meticulously from his cavernous nostrils. Overwhelmed by their desperate circumstances, the children found themselves at a crossroads. Consuming the giant's repulsive offering was their only ticket to survival, and they reluctantly obliged. Miraculously, their compliance resulted in the giant fulfilling his promise, and they were granted safe passage across the bridge. As fate would have it, the evil medicine woman, undeterred by the children's escape, arrived at the chasm, determined to pursue them. Presented with the same peculiar condition, she arrogantly scoffed at the giant's offer, refusing to entertain the notion of consuming his repugnant offering. Mocking the giant and underestimating his power, she relentlessly berated him, demanding him that he lay down across the chasm for her convenience. However, the giant's patience wore thin, and in a swift turn of events, he executed a remarkable act of retribution. Just as the witch was halfway across the bridge, he suddenly rolled over, causing the treacherous pathway to crumble beneath her feet. With a blood-curdling shriek, the witch plummeted into the depths of the chasm, meeting her tragic demise. Meanwhile, the children, now devoid of guidance and protection, were discovered by the very tribe responsible for their annihilation of their parents and kin. Taking them in, the tribe raised the orphans as their own, enveloping them in a newfound sense of belonging. Thus, the tale of the Ticho brother and sister, intertwined with the elements of the witch and the giant, came to an unexpected and poignant conclusion. As with all stories, the truth may have been embellished over time, transforming into legends that capture our imaginations. Nevertheless, these narratives serve as a testament to the power of storytelling and its ability to bridge the gap between generations, preserving our cultural heritage and capturing our hearts with each retelling. Story number 7. I must admit that within the vast repertoire of oral tradition tales passed down through generations, I have yet to encounter any that revolve around the enigmatic Naga. However, the stories I'm about to recount are not products of whimsical imagination, but rather narratives shared with me by individuals who have had the rare privilege of personal experiences with these elusive beings. Let us embark on a journey through time, for it was approximately 4 to 5 decades ago when the Naga, in an audacious act, abducted a young boy from the tranquil town of Edzo. Astonishingly, the reverberations of this event continue to ripple through the annals of history, as his family, bound by an unyielding love and hope, still traverse to an enigmatic island. It is on this sacred isle that they offer humble tributes of clothes and sustenance to appease the Naga, ever hopeful for the safe return of their beloved child. The passage of time could not conceal the lingering glimmers of truth. 4 years later, this very boy emerged from the depths of obscurity. However, the passage of time had wrought a profound transformation upon him, for he was no longer a mere mortal boy. Instead, he stood as a testament to the mystifying power of the Naga, clad in attire incongruous to their kind, donning a shirt and a baseball cap. Through the mystical arts of the Dini magic, they had transmuted an ordinary lad into a creature of their own ilk. In the realm of extraordinary encounters, I once had the privilege of listening to a tale shared by a colleague. This individual, seeking to satiate his curiosity, had procured an illicit firearm and ventured deep into the untamed wilderness. Far removed from the constraints of civilization, he stumbled upon a peculiar locale, where nature itself seemed to have been magnified in scale. The trees towered above him, and the grass beneath his feet swayed with an almost preternatural vigor. A disconcerting sense of awe permeated the air, compelling him to promptly depart from his extraordinary realm. Upon his return, accompanied by a friend, a grisly sight awaited them. In a horrifying display of primal violence, a grizzly bear lay dismembered,
its once majestic form cruelly divided into 5 distinct parts: the head, body, arms, and legs. Astonishingly, no traces of feasting could be discerned, no telltale signs of scratches or missing flesh. Filled with a primal instinct for self-preservation, they promptly recoiled from this gruesome scene, an ominous harbinger of the forbidden domain they unwittingly trespassed upon. Seeking solace and guidance, he confided in his grandmother, only to be met with an unequivocal slap across his cheek, a resounding reminder to never venture into that sacred territory ever again. It became unequivocally clear that the land upon which they had unwittingly trespassed belonged to the Naga, a place where mortals were not meant to tread. Lastly, allow me to regale you with the tale of another colleague, who in his formative years had an encounter with the Naga that would forever sear itself into his consciousness. As a young child, he found himself nestled within the confines of a tent while partaking in a hunting expedition. The tent, adorned with a plastic window, offered a fragile barrier between him and the night. In the midst of his slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of distress emanating from his 4 canine companions who lay just beyond the confines of his temporary abode. Curiosity piqued, he cast his gaze upward, only to be confronted by a sight that defied reason. There, peering into the vulnerable sanctuary, stood a Naga, its eyes fixed upon him with an intensity that chilled him to the core. Petrified by fear, he dared not make a single movement, remaining frozen in place until his brother stirred from his own slumber. Emboldened by the presence of another soul, they mustered the courage to venture outside, only to discover that the ordinarily fierce and protective canines were huddled together within their shelter, their mournful cries permeating the air. It was then, as he glanced toward the glistening expanse of the lake, that he witnessed a spectacle that defied the very laws of nature. The Naga, propelled by an otherworldly agility, traversed the shore with an almost ethereal swiftness, gliding upon the ground while mimicking the motions of walking, its arms and legs moving in perfect synchronization. When its gaze fell upon the young witness, the creature abruptly halted its locomotion, and with a disconcerting fluidity began retracing its steps, receding into the veil of darkness. Filled with an overwhelming sense of dread, he rushed to awaken his slumbering parents, seeking solace in their protective embrace. Yet, despite this terrifying encounter, he would never again bear witness to the ethereal presence of the Naga. Thus, dear listener, I share these accounts with you, rendered in the vibrant tapestry of the first-person narrative, in an effort to evoke the ineffable and the mysterious nature of these encounters. The tale of the Naga, intertwined with the magic and the forbidden, serve as a reminder that there are realms beyond our comprehension, where forces beyond our mortal ken reside, awaiting their chance to intrude upon our world. May these stories serve as a testament to the enduring power of myth and the enduring mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows of our collective consciousness.
Doppelganger Encounter. Just 3 days ago, an eerie incident unfolded before my very eyes, alongside my dear friend. We embarked on a journey to Walmart, strolling along a familiar pavement trail adjacent to the neighborhood basketball court. Little did we know that this seemingly ordinary expedition would soon take a turn twist, enveloping us in a perplexing web of enigma. As we began our leisurely stroll, a peculiar event transpired, catching us off guard. Suddenly, as if conjured out of thin air, 3 individuals materialized right before our eyes. Initially, we brushed it off, assuming that they were fellow trail enthusiasts. After all, this particular path was commonly frequented by many. However, upon closer inspection, our hearts skipped a beat. These 3 figures bore an uncanny resemblance to our close friends, down to the tiniest details. It was as if they were meticulously crafted replicas, almost indistinguishable from the originals. Ordinarily, this coincidence would have been of little concern. However, one of our friends had recently embarked on a journey to Georgia, while the others were known to be at their respective homes. A shiver cascaded down our spines as the gravity of the situation sank in. Something was amiss, and an unsettling feeling washed over us. Nevertheless, we resolved to proceed, albeit with a hint of unease lingering in the back of our minds. We figured there was no harm in continuing our venture. After all, the truth awaited us further down the trail. As we trudged along, engrossed in our thoughts, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. A voice resonated through the air, echoing with an uncanny resemblance to the timbre, cadence, and intonation of one of our dear friends. Startled, my companion and I exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the authenticity of the voice that we had just heard. Bracing ourselves for the potential prank or harmless jump, we cautiously turned the corner of the trail, only to be confronted by a void. Our friends, or rather the doppelgangers that bore their likeness, had vanished without a trace. Undeterred, we pressed forward, our curiosity piqued and our apprehension mounting. To our astonishment, we stumbled upon them once more, this time in the parking lot of a home goods store along our route to Walmart. Maintaining a safe distance, we stealthily observed them, hoping to unravel the mystery that enshrouded our once mundane journey. In scrutinizing their features, a disconcerting realization washed over me. Our youngest friend, the embodiment of innocence, stood at a peculiar angle. As I tried to discern his facial features, my heart sank. There was nothing, no distinguishable traits adorning his countenance. The absence of any discernible facial features instilled an indescribable sense of horror within me. Yet it was not just their visages that were twisted in an unnatural manner. As they turned around, their entire countenances contorted in ways that defied the laws of nature. It was as if their bodies contorted to impossible degrees, defying the very limitations of human anatomy. A sudden revelation struck me. The path they were treading mirrored one that we had traversed together nearly a month ago. Every step, every placement of individuals in that eerie procession mirrored our past journey with unwavering precision. Driven by a mix of curiosity and a desire for answers, we decided to follow in their enigmatic footsteps, our hearts pounding with a peculiar blend of trepidation and fascination. Turning the corner, we ventured forth, only to be confronted by an inexplicable void. The entities that had captivated our attention had vanished, leaving no trace of their existence. It was as if they were phantoms, figments of our imagination brought to life for a brief, spine-chilling interlude. Unable to contain my apprehension, I confided one of my friends who had supposedly been part of this unnerving encounter. To my astonishment, she reacted with sheer terror, her very being trembling with fear. What alarmed her even more than the inexplicable doppelgangers was the revelation that their presence on the trail indicated their proximity to our location. It was as if an invisible thread bound them to our lives, leaving an indelible mark on our consciousness. A collective decision was reached to shroud this otherworldly phenomenon in secrecy, transforming it into a taboo topic that dared not be breached. Yet, deep within the recesses of my mind, a gnawing unease persisted, fueling my desire for resolution. Just today, as I ventured outside to dispose of the garbage, an unsettling incident unfolded in the depths of a dimly lit alleyway. A voice, unmistakably belonging to that of my friend, resonated through the murky shadows, although subtly distorted. A chill crawled up my spine as I turned to face the source of the sound, only to behold 3 figures, cloaked in an ominous shroud of darkness. Their silhouettes mirrored those of the enigmatic entities I'd encountered on that fateful day. It was as if they were lingering in the ethereal realm, silently observing my every move. Filled with an inexplicable dread, I swiftly concluded my task, hastily discarding the refuse and retreating to the safety of my house. At present time, I find myself grappling with the concoction of emotions and uncertainty, curiosity, and insatiable thirst for closure. While I cannot categorize this series of events as a catastrophe of grand proportions, the enigma surrounding it lingers, and a shadow cast upon my consciousness. Seeking solace and understanding, I implore anyone who possesses knowledge or insight into this otherworldly phenomenon to come forth and shed light upon our bewildering predicament. For now, I remain vigilant, yearning for answers that might bring an end to this surreal chapter of my life. Story number 12. Ask Reddit 3. I used to live in this enchanting old farmstead house, a rustic abode that had stood the test of time for about 150 years. Nestled in the heart of the countryside, it was a serene oasis surrounded by sprawling fields and rolling hills. The closest neighboring house belonged to my parents, a few hundred yards away, providing a sense of comfort and familiarity. One day as I returned home during the middle of a bright afternoon, an eerie phenomenon greeted me. My stereo, which also served as my trusty surround sound system, emitted a disconcerting static noise from its speakers. At the time, I didn't pay much attention, merely dismissing it as a fleeting peculiarity. Weeks passed, and the incident had long escaped my memory. Then one fateful night, the tranquility of my slumber was abruptly shattered. Startled awake at 3 a.m., my heart pounding within my chest, I found myself in a state of high alert, a primal instinct urging me to either flee or confront an unknown threat. As my mind attempted to make sense of the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I suddenly became aware that the stereo was once again blaring a cacophony of static. Only this time, it was amplified to its maximum volume, a deafening roar that reverberated through the small confines of my beloved dwelling. Such an ear-splitting level of sound was utterly foreign to me, as I had never dared to subject myself to such a sensory assault within the cozy walls of my humble home. Filled with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, I embarked on a thorough investigation, methodically scouring every nook and cranny of the house. Alas, no intruder was found, no hidden presence lurking within the shadows. As I finally managed to silence the stereo and bring an end to the disconcerting symphony, I decided to commence my daily routine prematurely, seeking solace in the familiarity of my workplace, longing to escape the inexplicable phenomenon that had shaken me to my core. What perplexed me the most was the naturalness, I guess you'd call it that, of this bizarre occurrence. You see, the stereo itself wasn't an enigma, for it required manual operation, necessitating the physical act of pressing buttons to switch between different settings. The remote control had vanished into the annals of time long before these strange events unfolded, and yet to my bewilderment, the setting on the stereo had been tampered with, altering from the auxiliary input to the cassette player, then to the CD player, and eventually settling on the radio, continuously changing stations. As if that wasn't bewildering enough, the volume knob had been twisted mercilessly to the right, unleashing a torrent of sound that threatened to shatter the tranquility of my humble dwelling. The unnerving thought of an unseen hand manipulating the stereo haunted my every waking moment. However, this unsettling incident was not an isolated occurrence in the tapestry of my experiences with this ancient farmhouse. On another memorable night, while engrossed in watching movies at my computer, I suddenly struck by an inexplicable presence. In the periphery of my vision, I caught sight of what appeared to be my son, standing silently beside me, seemingly curious about my activities. Naturally, my initial response was to acknowledge him and engage in conversation. Yet, as I turned to face him, the realization crashed over me like a tidal wave. My son was spending the weekend with his mother, far away from the confines of our shared home. The shock of this revelation sent shivers cascading down my spine, leaving me unnerved and questioning the very fabric of reality. It's essential to note that the house I occupied was nestled within a short distance of centuries-old cemeteries dedicated to children and infants. Its weathered tombstones bore witness to the countless souls who had departed this earthly realm far too soon. An undeniable connection began to form within my mind, linking these inexplicable occurrences to the somber energy emanating from the hallowed ground. The the supernatural forces that seemed to pervade my home appeared to be tethered to the restless spirits of those who had long departed. The enigmatic incidents persisted, casting a shadow of unease over my daily existence. However, fate had a peculiar way of interceding in my life. As if guided by a cosmic hand, I found myself welcoming a furry companion into my humble abode, a mischievous feline companion who would become my steadfast confidant. Remarkably, the moment my new feline friend crossed the threshold of my home, the malevolent phenomena that had plagued my nights and unsettled my days came to an abrupt halt. The inexplicable sounds, the eerie visions, and the chilling sensations dissipated into the ether, leaving behind a newfound tranquility that had long eluded me. Eventually, life took me on a different path, leading me away from that timeless farmhouse and into the bustling center of a town. I bid farewell to the creaking floorboards and the whispers of the wind that had accompanied me during my time in that historic dwelling. Now, the walls of my new abode are adorned with a sense of modernity, free from the weight of supernatural mysteries that had once plagued my existence. Reflecting back on those inexplicable incidents, I'm left with a profound appreciation for the unseen forces that shape our lives. The ethereal veil that separates the mortal realm from the realm of spirits can at times grow thin, allowing glimpses into the enigmatic beyond. While the mysteries of that old farmhouse may forever remain unsolved, I carry with me the memories, the thrills, and the lessons learned within its ancient walls, forever grateful for the unforeseen journey it bestowed upon me. Story number 7. Ouija board, unanswered and unspoken question without my touch. Looking for insight. This extraordinary incident occurred during my younger days, approximately 14 years ago. Reflecting on my adolescence, I vividly remember finding myself at the residence of my dear friend, who happened to be part of a remarkable Wiccan family. These extraordinary individuals, including my friend's 2 sisters and their wise mother, regularly engaged in the mystical practice of communing with spirits through the enigmatic Ouija board. Curiosity piqued, I agreed to spend the night at their bewitching abode, unknowingly embarking on an unforgettable journey. That fateful evening, as the moon cast an ethereal glow upon us, my companions broached the subject of employing the enigmatic Ouija board for a shared amusement. Initially, I remained skeptical, harboring doubts in my mind. Nevertheless, captivated by the allure of the unknown, I mustered the courage to partake in this enigmatic endeavor. Gathering around the Ouija board, we gingerly placed our fingers on the planchette, ready to delve into the enigmatic realms beyond. A sense of trepidation mingled with anticipation coursed through my veins as we initiated our otherworldly rendezvous. Greeting the spirits, we commenced our dialogue, venturing into uncharted territories of the supernatural. Gradually, the planchette began to move, guided by an invisible force. A sense of wonderment washed over me as I watched the words unfold before my eyes. The name Benny materialized on the board, leaving me dumbfounded. You see, a mere month prior to this extraordinary encounter, my family had bid farewell to a cherished figure in our lives, my mother's dearest friend, and an individual my sisters and I regarded as an aunt, Benny. Her untimely demise from the clutches of cancer had left an indelible void within our hearts. The mention of her name sent shivers down my spine, igniting an inexplicable sense of connection and intrigue. As the session progressed, a mixture of awe and fear coursed through my being, for the Ouija board began to unveil secrets that transcended the boundaries of rational comprehension. Lost in the mists of time, some details have faded from my memory, but one moment remains etched in my mind, the moment I daringly withdrew my hand from the planchette, embarking on an experiment of the mind. Deep within my thoughts, I silently posed a question. What is my middle sister's middle name? and to my bewilderment, the board spelled out K-I-P, Kip. The significance of this revelation cannot be understated. I had not uttered a single syllable aloud, nor did my friends possess any knowledge of my sister's middle name, as we had yet to cross paths. So at this juncture, a profound unease settled within me, shaking the very foundations of my skepticism. The inexplicable messages transmitted through the board defied the confines of logic and plunged me headlong into an enigmatic abyss. With trepidation intensifying, we pressed on, determined to quell the lingering doubts that hung in the air. Seeking a final message from the ethereal entity, we posed the question, "Do you have any parting words before we conclude?" The planchette hesitated momentarily before gliding across the board, spelling out 3 simple words that pierced through the veil of uncertainty. "Tell Mom hi." The sheer gravity of it sent a chill response cascading down my spine. It was as if an unseen force had pierced the veil of reality, transcending the boundaries of the physical realm to offer a message from beyond. To this day, recounting this experience elicits bewildered gazes from those who I share it with, as if they question the very fabric of my sanity. Yet, I can attest with utmost certainty that this inexplicable encounter transpired, and it was an experience that shook me to the core. In the aftermath of this remarkable escapade, my perception of the world underwent a profound shift. The boundaries of the tangible and intangible became blurred, as I grappled with the notion that forces beyond our comprehension may exist. The skepticism that once governed my beliefs was irrevocably shattered, replaced by an insatiable curiosity and a newfound respect for the mysteries of the unseen. As the years passed, I delved deeper into the realm of spirituality and the arcane, seeking answers to the questions that continue to linger within my soul. Though I may never fully grasp the intricacies of that mystical encounter from my youth, its impact remains etched upon the tapestry of my being. It serves as a constant reminder that our existence is far more enigmatic than we dare to comprehend, and that the boundaries of our world extend far beyond the realm of the visible and the tangible. And so, the tale of that haunting night when I stood on the precipice of the unknown continues to be retold, each telling lengthening its thread and further solidifying its place in my personal chronicle. It is a story that will forever carry with me, an enduring testament to the depths of the inexplicable, and a testament to the mysterious forces that lie beyond the veil of our understanding. He won't stop. Since my separation from the Navy 3 years ago, I've been working part-time doing security at the local bars and clubs. Recently, I just finished my last 2 days, thankfully because I've had more time to spend with my 5-month-old son and wife without feeling drained from working 5 or 7 days a week. I don't know how I managed it, but I did. A few months back, I was working at one of the aforementioned local bars, which happened to be one of my favorite spots. Good food, decent pay, and all-around amazing people. There are hardly any fights there, so my job mostly consists of escorting or throwing people out when they're too drunk or kicking out sailors after curfew. Well, you get it. I was having a good time and chatting with a drunken customer when my wife called me. That's weird, I thought. It's 2 a.m., and I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting a little anxious. I mean, we do have a young baby at home, so I'm sure you can understand. She told me that she couldn't sleep because of a nightmare, and I finally let out a breath. I told her I couldn't talk too much since I was on clock, so I told her to just message me. We began texting each other and I asked her about her nightmare. I wish I hadn't. She began to describe the recurring nightmare, starting with her sleeping alone in our room. She wakes up to a man sitting on her bed. Frozen in fear, she can't say anything, but he begins to speak. "You know, for a long time I've been watching you. I want your baby." When he finally turns to her, she can only make out a pair of red eyes. I then asked what the voice sounded like, and she said his voice was so deep that it didn't sound like something that could have come from a human. She continued to tell the rest. He then walks into our son's room, grabs him, and then disappears. She's been having that dream around the same time that I was having mine. It's been months since either of us dreamt about him, although recently my closets now have a very hard and dark feeling, like he's just waiting for the day to strike. Fast forward to now, we introduced the new year and things were feeling pretty light until 2 nights ago. My wife began talking in her sleep around 3 a.m. Normally I don't wake up until 4, and that's when my son decides to be difficult and wants to play. She kept saying, No, don't take him, he's not yours. I began feeling that sense of dread and malice from my dreams about the red-eyed man in the closet. The same as when I was younger, and still the same now. I jumped up, scaring my wife, and ran to my son's room, only to find the room a lot darker than usual, even with the blinds open and his nightlight on. The worst part, the absolute thing that filled me with fear, rage, and confusion, was that his closet was wide open. A 5-month-old infant cannot climb out of their crib and open 2 heavy doors. After seeing that, I told my wife to pack her bag for at least a few days. So they're currently staying at my in-laws' house in the countryside. Being a very traditional family, or rather being a very traditional Japanese family, I know that they have a lot of talismans and protective barriers around the house. I've been home alone for 2 days and 2 nights, and I feel that feeling of being watched at times. Yet, I try to apply logic first, being a veteran and all. But sometimes logic really can't make sense of the things that go on in my house. The events of the past few months have shaken me to the core. The nightmares, the eerie presence, and now the open closet in my infant son's room, it's all too much to ignore. With a heavy heart, I made the decision to call upon the help of a priest and a shaman. Today they're coming to my home, hoping to bring some semblance of peace and protection. As I wait for their arrival, I can't shake the feeling of being constantly watched. Shadows danced in the corner of my vision, and an unsettling energy lingers in the air. I walked through the house, checking every room, every corner, in a futile attempt to find answers. But the truth is, I'm in uncharted territory. My experiences in the Navy did not prepare me for this kind of battle, against an unseen force that threatens the safety of my family. My thoughts drift back to my wife and son, staying at my in-laws' house. I find solace in knowing that they're surrounded by the traditional Japanese talismans and protective barriers. Perhaps in the countryside, they'll find temporary respite from the malevolent presence that haunts our home. As the clocks tick away, each passing second feels heavier, as if time itself is distorted within these walls. I'm filled with a mix of anticipation and dread, unsure of what the priest and shaman will uncover during their visit. Will they be able to banish the entity that torments us, or will their efforts prove futile, leaving us to face this nightmare alone? I take a deep breath, summoning the strength within me, reminding myself that I am the protector, a defender. The Navy may be behind me, but the spirit of resilience and determination still burns within my soul. I will do whatever it takes to safeguard my family, even if it means delving into the realms of the supernatural. The sound of a car pulling up outside interrupts my thoughts. It's them. The priest and the shaman have arrived. As I open the door to greet them, a glimmer of hope flickers in my heart. Perhaps with their guidance and ancient rituals, we can reclaim our home from the clutches of darkness. I welcome them inside, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Together we will confront the malevolent presence, standing strong against the forces that threaten to tear our family apart. This battle may be unconventional, but I'm determined to protect those I love. The journey toward reclaiming our peace begins now, guided by faith, strength, and the unwavering love that binds us together. I think my house is a doorway to the spirit world. When I was 5 or 6, I experienced the loss of my paternal grandfather, lovingly called Poppy, who passed away peacefully in his sleep within the very house that he had helped build with my dad. It wasn't a dramatic or shocking event, just a natural course of life. However, that night, something peculiar happened. My sister claimed that she saw a translucent figure of our dear Poppy staring at her while she slept. Although I didn't recall this incident, it could have been the case of sleep paralysis or a vivid dream or even a child's imaginative tale. Unfortunately, my grandfather's passing left us with a significant amount of debt, forcing us to relocate back to the family home to make ends meet. Little did we know this decision would expose us to a series of unusual occurrences that many others have encountered in their own haunting dwellings. Footsteps echoing through empty halls and lights flickering on and off and doors swinging open, and even disembodied voices whispering in the air became a regular part of our lives. Some of my friends from grade school were hesitant to sleep over at our house because they believed it to be haunted. I couldn't blame them considering the nightmares and anxiety that plagued my own childhood. In fact, my mother recently shared a chilling tale with me. Apparently, when I was much younger, I had a nightmarish encounter with a white creature, its face hauntingly pale, standing at the foot of my bed. Although I had no recollection of this incident, my mother's vivid memory of my terror and detailed description convinced me of its validity, even if it couldn't be fully explained. As the years went by, my father and I would occasionally catch glimpses of a shadowy figure prowling outside our property. We came to refer to this enigmatic entity as the Shadow Man. Initially, we dismissed these sightings as mere tricks of the eye, rationalizing that we had never observed him simultaneously. It seemed the figure only appeared when we were alone, as if intentionally evading multiple witnesses. Let's fast forward to my early 20s when I returned to my family house after completing my college. At the time, I was dating my ex, and he often spent nights with me. However, his presence seemed to awaken the malevolence that lurked within our home. Pillows were inexplicably ripped from under his head in the middle of the night, blankets were violently thrown off, and his personal belongings were knocked off countertops with no logical explanation. We both witnessed covers being forcefully flung aside and his possessions being maliciously displaced. One fateful night, while my ex and I were relaxing in the hot tub on the patio, enjoying the view of our backyard, we were suddenly confronted by the Shadow Man, walking boldly through our property. Fight or flight instinct overcame, and we swiftly vacated, fleeing from the palpable sense of danger that filled the air. But the disturbances didn't end there. On another occasion, as we gathered around the fire pit in the backyard, my ex pointed out a ghostly white face peeking about above the shrubbery. It was as if the head of some ethereal being was attempting to survey our activities, only to retreat back into the shadows when noticed. We had seen enough and decided it was best not to stick around and uncover the identity of this mysterious apparition. Hastily, we locked up the house for the night, seeking solace within the perceived safety of locked doors. Now let's jump ahead to the quarantine period. My best friend and I found ourselves cooped up in the family house together due to the pandemic. Tired of endless video games, we decided to watch a scary movie to pass time. We settled on a film called Anthem, or something similar. I wasn't quite sure of the spelling. It was described as a horror version of Dante's Inferno. As the credits rolled and the movie came to its eerie conclusion, a sense of unease washed over me. Unable to resist my curiosity, I peered through the crack between the door frame and the door itself. To my horror, I saw dark figures shrouded in shadows staring back at us. My best friend sitting beside me noticed it too. Fear gripped us tightly as the very essence of our beings was being drained away. I often liken the sensation what I imagine being kissed by a Dementor from the Harry Potter series would feel like. It's the closest comparison I can really draw. The encounter was deeply unsettling for my friend, to the point that she refuses to discuss it till this day, still haunted by the vivid terror it invoked within her. I should note that this entity appeared even darker and more malevolent than the Shadow Man we had previously encountered. Now at the age of 23, I find myself living alone in the family house. My best friends moved out, and I bear the weight of these experiences on my shoulders alone. She had mentioned feeling a persistently negative and depressed vibe in the house, a sentiment echoed by others who had spent extended periods of time there. Intrigued and seeking answers, I confided in my mother about the strange happenings that have plagued her home. To my surprise, my mother revealed a startling secret. In every bedroom, discreetly tucked away, she had placed an open Bible bookmarked to protection prayers. This revelation sent chills down my spine, adding another layer of the mystery to the already perplexing situation. It was as if my mother had long been aware of the potential supernatural nature of our house and had taken precautions to shield us from unseen forces. With this newfound information, I couldn't help but wonder if our house, or perhaps the entire property, held some kind of portal or connection to the spirit world. I know it might sound far-fetched, but the series of events and shared encounters with otherworldly entities have ignited my curiosity. I'm left wondering if anyone else has experienced similar phenomenon, hoping to find solace in shared stories and perhaps even uncover the truth behind the unsettling presence that's lingered within the walls of our family home. The moment I was fearing for my life, the quote-unquote floating woman. I've always been afraid of deep water, ever since I was a child. And the first time I stood on edge of a swimming pool, I felt the sense of fear that never left me. There was something about the water that always seemed to threaten me, no matter how many times I tried to conquer my fear. When I was 12, I had a reason to be even more afraid of deep water. It was the end of summer and my mother had just gotten a job after a long period of unemployment. She wanted to take me on a trip, just the two of us, to get away from the paranormal and the occult stuff that my grandpa and aunt had introduced me to. She didn't like it and she thought it was best for me to take a break. So we decided to travel to a lake where we could swim. I was excited about the trip, even though I was still a bit afraid of the water. My mother had been through a lot, and it was the first time in years that she had time for just me. The day came and the sky was blue, and the sun was shining brightly. There were a few people in the lake, but we managed to find a spot where we could be alone. At first I was afraid, but then I started to swim and dive through the water. My mother was with me in the beginning, but then she left the water and enjoyed the sun. I began to dive deeper and lay down in the water, feeling weightless and free. It was an incredible feeling, and for the moment, I forgot all my fears. However, if you're really afraid of something, sometimes your fear can strike back when you least expect it. I was floating underwater for a long time, and I wanted to swim to the surface to get a breath of fresh air, when something grabbed my wrist very tightly. It hurt so much that I panicked. When I looked around, I saw a woman who looked terrified. At first, I thought she was maybe one of the other people that were at the lake, but she didn't wear a bathing suit. She wore a white, dirty dress, and her hands and face were very bony. Her brown hair was floating underwater, and she didn't look like a living person. The woman showed me a grinning smile and tried to pull me close to her. I tried to escape from her, but the grip was too strong. I was fighting her, and I tried to get to the surface because I was running out of air quickly. I feared that I could drown. She didn't let me go, but I managed to reach the surface, and I screamed for help as loud as I could. My mother heard my screams and came to my rescue, pulling me out of the water. The woman let me go when my mom reached me, and she disappeared. I was shivering and very close to crying. My mom asked me what happened, but I lied to her because I didn't want her to be angry with my grandpa and aunt. I was afraid that we would move again, away from them, and that I'd never be able to see them ever again. I said that I had a cramp and I couldn't swim to shore, and my mom believed me. On my wrist, where the woman had grabbed me, was a bruise, a handprint. My mom didn't see it, but my grandpa noticed it when we were at the back of her house. I told her the truth about my encounter with the strange woman, and she was the only one who knew about it for a long time. She did some sort of prayers and spells on me to protect against all the evil and prevent the woman from following me. When I grew older, I did some research on the lake, hoping to find some explanation for my terrifying encounter. However, my search yielded no results. There were no records of anyone drowning or disappearing in that lake. It was as if my encounter with the strange woman had never even happened. Despite this, I couldn't shake off my fear of deep water. Whenever I found myself near a large body of water, my heart would race and my palms would sweat. I tried to overcome this fear several times by taking swimming lessons, but it never worked. The fear persisted, and it seemed to be getting worse with age. Years went by, and I grew into a successful and happy man. I had a great job and a loving girlfriend and a wonderful family. However, the fear of deep water still lingered, and it became a running joke amongst my friends and family. One day, my girlfriend surprised me with a trip to a secluded beach resort. I was excited about the trip, but I couldn't shake off the feeling of dread that came with the thought of being near deep water. My girlfriend noticed my unease and tried to reassure me that everything would be okay. When we arrived at the resort, my girlfriend signed us up for scuba diving lessons. I was hesitant at first, but I didn't want to disappoint her. I reluctantly agreed to go through with it. The day of the lesson arrived, and we suited up in our diving gear. As we descended into the water, my heart was pounding and my breath became labored. But as we descended further, something magical happened. The underwater world was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Schools of brightly colored fish swam by us, and the coral reefs were breathtaking. The fear that had once consumed me was replaced by a sense of wonder and amazement. For the first time in my life, I felt free from my fear of deep water. The experience was life-changing and opened up a whole new world of possibilities for me. I went on to become a certified scuba diver, and I've traveled to some of the most beautiful underwater locations in the world. Looking back, I realized that my fear of deep water was just a manifestation of my fear of the unknown. I had let my imagination run wild, and it had taken over my rational mind. But once I faced my fear and experienced the beauty that lay beneath the surface, I was able to conquer it. Now, whenever I find myself near deep water, I'm filled with a sense of excitement and anticipation. I no longer see the water as a threat, but as an opportunity to explore and discover new things. And I owe it all to that fateful scuba diving lesson that changed my life forever. Story number 3. When I reflect upon my youth, particularly the period between the ages of 19 and 20, when I resided in Maryland, a wave of nostalgia washes over me. It was during this time that I nurtured an intense passion for capturing the essence of abandoned houses in some of the dilapidated suburban areas surrounding my childhood home. Despite the frequent encounters with law enforcement officials resulting from my trespassing escapades, which invariably led to nothing more than rides home in handcuffs and a gentle admonition, my insatiable desire to document these forgotten dwellings remained unabated. One fateful day, I stumbled upon a local legend about an abandoned house where a police officer had tragically lost his life. The intriguing allure of this macabre tale enticed me to explore the premises. According to the rumors, the house had been deserted for years, devoid of any human presence. Curiosity gnawed at my core as I pondered the mysteries concealed within its dilapidated walls. Undeterred by the warnings or potential consequences, I resolved to visit this forsaken abode and capture its essence through my lens. Upon entering the house, I was immediately struck by the peculiar ambiance that permeated the air. The floor, coated in a thick layer of dust and debris, stood as a testament to neglect and abandonment. It appeared as though the previous occupants had abruptly vacated the premises, leaving behind their entire lives, only for vandals to descend upon the remnants, savagely desecrating the remnants that was once his home. Despite the eerie atmosphere, I didn't sense any overwhelming malevolence or otherworldly presences. The sunlit day provided a semblance of comfort and reassurance, shielding me from any supernatural apprehensions. Eager to capture the essence of this desolate dwelling, I began my photographic exploration on the ground floor. The broken furniture strewn about in disarray added a sense of melancholic beauty to this derelict surrounding. Each snapshot immortalized the remnants of a forgotten era, frozen in time through the lens of my camera. Satisfied with my endeavors on the lower level, I ascended the wooden staircase, its apparent sturdiness providing me with a glimmer of hope for an uninterrupted exploration of the upper floor. Just as I reached the top of the staircase, my senses were abruptly interrupted by the distant sound of a police car's siren, growing increasingly audible as it approached the vicinity. Panic surged within me. realizing that my unauthorized presence in this forsaken abode had attracted the attention of law enforcement. I swiftly called out to announce my whereabouts, hoping to prevent any unfortunate misunderstandings that could ensue. To my surprise, 2 police officers swiftly entered the house, their authoritative presence instilling a mixture of apprehension and relief within me. In compliance with their instructions, I obediently remained stationed on the upper floor, awaiting their ascent. One of the officers, a youthful and seemingly inexperienced rookie, began cautiously climbing the stairs toward my location. It was at this juncture that the inexplicable commenced. With each step the officer attempted, a strange phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. As he distributed his weight upon the wooden staircase, the steps beneath him began to crumble and collapse. It was as if the very structure of the stairs conspired against him, sabotaging his progress with each move. Some steps merely cracked under the strain, encouraging him to persist despite the treacherous path ahead. However, on 2 occasions, the unfortunate officer's foot plunged through the steps, causing him to lose his footing entirely. The surreal nature of this occurrence left me dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the inexplicable events unfolding before me. In stark contrast to the rookie officer's plight, my descent from the upper floor proceeded without incident. Each step, as if recognizing my presence, bore my weight with steadfast reliability. It was as though an unseen force shielded me from the chaos that had befallen my unwitting companion. Exhibiting a mixture of relief and disbelief, I nimbly maneuvered past the broken steps and rejoined the officers on the ground floor. Following this perplexing episode, the 2 officers fulfilled their duty by escorting me back to my residence. The encounter concluded without any lasting consequences, and life returned to its familiar rhythm. Nonetheless, the memory of that bizarre experience remains etched in the depths of my consciousness. I can't help but speculate whether some dormant force within the abandoned house harbored an inexplicable animosity towards law enforcement, orchestrating a strange sequence of events as a testament to its malevolent disposition. To this day, as I reflect upon my youthful indiscretions and my unwavering fascination with capturing the haunting beauty of abandoned houses, the memory of that enigmatic encounter lingers as a testament to the inexplicable mysteries that lie hidden within the forgotten corners of our world. It serves as a poignant reminder of the enduring allure that can be found in the most desolate and unconventional places, igniting a ceaseless curiosity within the depths of my soul. Story number 6. Possible experience with something more than my mind can fathom. Now let me recount the events of last night, starting with the peculiar incident a couple of nights ago. I was lying in bed, accompanied by my dog, who is usually calm and never barks. To my surprise, he suddenly stood up and fixated his gaze on my doorway, letting out a series of loud barks. I found it highly unusual and speculated that perhaps he had heard a family member walking downstairs, or some other innocuous sound. Fast forward to last night, and I found myself ensnared in a perplexing dream. In this dream, I was seemingly asleep in my bed, but periodically I would jolt awake. Each time I regained consciousness, I found myself capable of surveying my surroundings, observing every detail in the room. I could see my faithful dog lying beside me, yet an unsettling realization dawned upon me. I was unable to move. It was as if an invisible force held me captive, rendering me immobile. Undeterred, I drifted back into sleep, however. The dream continued its enigmatic course, and once again I found myself seemingly asleep in my bed, only to awaken with a renewed determination. This time, as I roused from sleep, I made an attempt to retrieve my phone, only to discover that my attempts were in vain. My physical faculties seemed to have abandoned me. felt as though an immense weight akin to 1,000 pounds burdened my chest. In that disconcerting moment, I couldn't help but acknowledge that something peculiar and unprecedented was transpiring. My mind delved into the realm of the inexplicable, questioning the boundaries of belief itself. The notion of the extraordinary crept into my consciousness, a phenomenon I had never previously entertained, let alone experienced. As the night wore on, I once again succumbed to the realm of dreams. In this iteration of the dream, I found myself back in my bed, rousing from slumber yet again. However, this time I mustered the courage to defy the invisible restraints that confined me. Although I sensed an unseen presence weighing me down, I pressed on, determined to escape the clutches of this mysterious force. I maneuvered my way to the edge of the bed, inch by inch crawling alongside it. But as I reached the precipice, a chilling sensation enveloped my neck, a vice-like grip that tightened relentlessly, constricting my airflow. My vision dimmed progressively, and I could not help but acknowledge the impending doom creeping closer. In those harrowing moments, as my breath grew scarce, I grappled with the realization that my life teetered on the edge. I succumbed to the abyss, my consciousness relinquished, and darkness descended. When I regained consciousness, I found myself back in the safety of my bed, yet the unnerving events of the night had left an indelible mark on my psyche. It was then that the chilling realization struck me. I was not alone in that room. The presence I had felt, the inexplicable force that tormented me, lingered still. I resolved not to venture back into the realm of slumber, fearing a repetition of the terror I had experienced. With vigilant eyes, I guarded my surroundings for the remainder of the night, unyielding in my resolve. Subsequently, I confided in my father about the disturbing dream that had unfolded. Tentatively, he probed me, questioning whether I believed an entity had manifested within the room. Reluctant to be deemed insane, I initially hesitated to admit the truth, but the weight of my experiences compelled me to disclose my burgeoning belief in the presence of something paranormal. To my surprise, my father shared an anecdote and relayed to me by one of his employees, which bore striking similarities to my own encounter. You see, this employee and his wife had experienced the disconcerting sensation of an otherworldly presence while they slept, accompanied by a heavy pressure that bore down upon them. Their distress was so profound that they ultimately chose to vacate their residence altogether, never to return or venture near it ever again. While I had encountered vivid dreams in the past, this occurrence felt markedly distinct. The level of detail and the intensity of the experience blurred the boundaries between reality and the realm of dreams. Doubts began to assail my mind, leaving me questioning whether those awakenings within my dream were in fact genuine awakenings. A lingering sense of bewilderment and unease pervaded my being, pushing the boundaries of my sanity. The aftermath of that fateful night left me gripped with genuine fear. The mere thought of sleeping in the same room tonight fills me with trepidation, for I dread the possibility of reliving the horrors I had endured. Contemplating the course of action, I find myself mulling over the idea of abandoning my current abode entirely. So profoundly has this experience impacted my life. The very fabric of my existence has been shaken, and I yearn for respite from the torment that has unsettled me to my core. Story number 3. Thought I'd share one of my many paranormal encounters experienced within my family. Let me take you back to that eerie evening filled with inexplicable mystery and an unsettling encounter. As I reminisce about the events that unfolded in my adolescence, I can vividly recall the setting that surrounded my bedroom window, granting me a view into our serene and picturesque back garden. It was a haven of tranquility, a place where one could revel in the wonders of nature, and an escape from the complexities of the world. At the far end of the garden, tucked away amidst the blossoming foliage, stood our trusty storage room, or as we would affectionately call it, the shed. Its robust structure boasted a large window on the right side, while the door to the left flaunted an array of 9 small, humble little windows. Little did I know that on that fateful night these windows would become the gateway to an inexplicable enigma. It was during the twilight hours, as the sun's dying rays cast a golden hue upon the land, that I felt an inexplicable urge to gaze out of my bedroom window. Little did I know that this simple act would initiate a sequence of events that would forever leave an indelible mark. As I peered out into the garden, my eyes fixated upon the shed. It was then that I noticed an unmistakable figure inside, near the door, engrossed in the task of sorting through various items. My heart skipped a beat, for it was my sister, completely absorbed in her undertaking. Yet the sight that lay beyond the shed's window would shake me to my core. Gazing through that pane of glass, I beheld a dark silhouette, haunting in its presence. The figure stood there, motionless, its eyes fixated upon my sister with an intensity that sent shivers cascading down my spine. Despite the dwindling light, the details of this ethereal being were eerily distinct. It was a woman, gaunt and skeletal, her lustrous hair cascading just below her shoulders. She stood, an apparition frozen in time, unblinking, unwavering. In that moment, my mind raced to rationalize what I had witnessed. The only thin, slender woman in her household was my beloved aunt. And in my naivety, I concluded that it must have been her. Without dwelling on the matter much further, I casually descended the stairs, joining the occupants of our home. Someone whose identity eludes me posed the question of my aunt's whereabouts, and with an air of nonchalance I replied, "Oh, she's with Joe in the shed." Little did I know the depth of the mystery that awaited. To my astonishment, my aunt, as if summoned by the conversation, emerged from her room, her presence contradicting my previous assumption. Baffled, I approached her, desperately seeking an explanation. "Were you with my sister in the shed?" I inquired, to which she responded with a resolute no. She clarified that she had been confined to her room throughout the duration of the entire evening. Confusion washed over me, mingled with a sense of trepidation. If it wasn't my aunt, then who or what had I witnessed through that fateful window? With my curiosity aflame, I awaited my sister's return to the safety of our house. Upon her arrival, I wasted no time in interrogating her, eager to discern the truth that lay hidden in the shadows. Her response struck a chord of eerie resonance within me, as she confirmed that she had been alone in the shed. Unaccompanied by any other living soul, the mystery deepened, leaving us pondering the identity and purpose of the enigmatic figure we had all unwittingly encountered. As time wore on, this inexplicable occurrence became a recurring motif in our lives. Both my sister and my mother would go on to experience their own unsettling encounters with this ethereal woman on separate occasions. It was only recently, as fate would have it, that our paths converged, and we shared our respective tales of the enigmatic figure that had haunted us for years. To our astonishment, we discovered that the descriptions we each provided matched with uncanny precision. The significance of that peculiar event in 2015, when I was but a 14-year-old adolescent, began to unravel its enigma in the tapestry of our shared experiences. It became a testament to the inexplicable, a testament to the notion that there exists realms beyond our comprehension, where the boundaries of reality and the supernatural intertwine. Even now, as the years have passed, the memory of that skinny, spectral woman lingers within the recesses of our minds. It serves as a constant reminder that the world we inhabit is replete with enigmas waiting to be unraveled, with mysteries eager to be deciphered. As we continue our journey through life, we remain forever humbled by the inexplicable, forever captivated by the unknown, and forever haunted by the woman we glimpsed through that haunting window, a specter that defies explanation. Story number 12. Through Those Innocent Eyes. Back when I was still a young, eager college student, I found myself entrusted with the important responsibility of babysitting my cousin's youngest son. This adorable little boy, at the tender age of 3 or 4, was a bundle of energy and curiosity that seemed to know no bounds. It was on a particular evening, shortly after they had returned home from a fun-filled trip to the mall, that I found myself in the unique position of being alone with him. As his 2 older brothers were still at school, his mother was busy preparing a delicious dinner in the kitchen, while my cousin tinkered away in the garage, attempting to fix their car. In the midst of all of this hustle and bustle, the living room became our temporary haven, where the 2 of us embarked on an adventure of our own. I gently helped him remove his tiny shoes, cherishing these precious moments that I knew would be etched in my memory forever. Suddenly, amidst the quiet ambiance of the room, I heard a delightful sound that lifted my spirits instantly. It was the unmistakable sound of giggles emanating from the young boy. Confused yet intrigued, I looked up at him, our eyes meeting as I inquired about the source of his amusement. With a mischievous smile gracing his cherubic face, he pointed his tiny finger toward a stone grotto situated within the house. Intrigued by his reaction, I turned my gaze toward the grotto, half expecting to see a family member or perhaps a playful pet lurking in its depths. However, to my surprise, there was no one there. Instead, the stone grotto housed a collection of religious figurines and cherished photographs of our dearly departed loved ones. It was an area filled with memories, a place of solace and reverence. Yet, in this moment, it seemed to be the epicenter of the young boy's infectious laughter. Unable to resist the urge to uncover the mystery behind his amusement, I carefully scooped him up into my arms and made my way upstairs to their cozy bedroom. With each step I took, a sense of trepidation intertwined with excitement as it coursed through my veins. As we entered the room bathed in a soft white glow, I couldn't help but notice the hairs on my arms stand on end, while goosebumps cascaded across my skin. Seeking to comprehend the source of his contagious joy, I gently placed him on the plush-carpeted floor and knelt down beside him. With a mix of curiosity and a tinge of apprehension, I posed the question that weighed heavily on my mind. "Are there people here with us in the room, my dear?" His response was a simple yet profound one. He met my gaze, his eyes brimming with innocence, and offered me a radiant smile before directing his gaze toward the far corner of the room. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of awe washed over me, as if the veil between the earthly realm and something more ethereal had momentarily lifted. My heart skipped a beat and my mind raced to make sense of this extraordinary encounter. Were these unseen spirits, guardian angels, or simply the remnants of fond memories swirling around us? I couldn't say for certain, but one thing was undeniable. I was in the presence of something otherworldly. As time seemed to stand still, I found myself drawn to that corner of the room, my eyes fixated on an invisible force that seemed to transcend the boundaries of our tangible existence. It was as if the laughter of generations past echoed through the air, carrying with it a sense of joy and warmth that surpassed comprehension. In that singular moment, I felt connected to a lineage of love and a shared history that stretched far beyond the confines of my own finite existence. The young boy's laughter persisted, intermingling with the silent whispers of the unseen, creating a symphony of sound that filled the room with an indescribable energy. I couldn't help but smile, overcome with a profound sense of gratitude for being granted this glimpse into the mystical realm that lay beyond our reach,
Okay, it's going to rain harder now. Sorry, listeners, but I'm going to continue reading throughout this torrential downpour. Eventually, the laughter subsided, and the room returned to its tranquil state. The young boy, seemingly content with the otherworldly encounter, shifted his attention to a stack of books, oblivious to the profound impact that he had just bestowed upon my soul. As I watched him delve into the realm of colorful illustrations and imaginative tales, I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of wonder and reverence for the invisible forces that had blessed us with their presence. That night, as I bid farewell to my cousin's home, I carried with me not only the memories of an enchanting evening, but also a newfound appreciation for the mysteries that lie beyond our comprehension. The young boy had unknowingly bestowed upon me a gift, a glimpse into a world unseen, a world that exists in the whispers of laughter, the corners of rooms, and the everlasting bonds of love that transcend the boundaries of time and space, and for that, I will forever be grateful.
Masked thing keeps following me. In our humble abode, a place that became an intriguing amalgamation of unexplained phenomena, a myriad of peculiar occurrences regularly unfold. It seems that my residence has become a breeding ground for the enigmatic, where ethereal noises, elusive footsteps, and the unnerving presence of shadowy figures pervade the atmosphere. Over time, I've grown accustomed to these manifestations, assimilating them into the tapestry of my existence. Yet, an unsettling shiver still courses through my veins wherever my eyes fall upon a new apparition. The incident I'm about to recount took place a day when solitude reigned supreme within the walls of my dwelling. With my family temporarily absent, I embraced the opportunity to engage in some domestic tidying before their imminent return. The afternoon unfolded uneventfully, each task completed with meticulous precision, bringing me even closer to the comforting notion of a tidy abode. There was but one final chore to accomplish: fetching a fresh, pristine tea towel from the closet nestled within the corridor that connected my mother and my own sanctuary. It was here, amid the threshold of our respective domains, that an unanticipated encounter awaited me. As I approached the closet with measured steps, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A masked figure, poised majestically at the very heart of the corridor, a nexus where two worlds converged. Towering above me by a few inches, a small concession to my diminutive stature of 5'2", this enigmatic entity was adorned in a cloak with the deepest of ebony. Its very presence accentuated by the vibrant crimson shawl draping its form. The visage was concealed beneath the flawless white mask, crafted in an oblong shape, with black markings meticulously etched to define its eyes, a mouth, and a nose. Intricate patterns of orange and yellow danced upon the shawl, an ethereal canvas woven into its fabric. A primal fear coursed through my veins, raising hairs on the nape of my neck as I contemplated the nature of this unearthly vision. Could it be a figment of my fevered imagination, conjured by an overactive psyche attempting to rationalize the uncanny occurrences that beset my humble abode? Yet the vividness of its presence defied any such dismissive explanation. Days elapsed, and the persistent enigma did not relent. Engrossed once again in the act of cleaning, I ascended from the dimly lit abyss of the basement, clutching a laundry-laden basket. Setting it down upon the cool tiled floor of the kitchen, I reached for my trusty water bottle, longing for a revitalizing sip. It was then, through the corner of my eye, that I caught a glimpse of the mysterious figure, resolute in its observation of my every move. Standing resplendent within the confines of the living room, it beckoned my gaze with a silent insistence. It is worth noting that this enigmatic being, despite its proximity, never uttered a single utterance. It made no sound, leaving no discernible footfalls in its wake. Curiously, I never ventured too close, refraining from breaching the intangible barrier that separates our realms, In truth, I never felt directly threatened by its presence. Nevertheless, the disconcertion I experienced whenever our eyes met remained palpable, a disquieting reminder of the incomprehensible nature of its purpose. Perplexity now ensnares my thoughts, intertwining my consciousness with an intricate web of questions. How did this enigmatic specter find its way into the sacred confines of my cherished abode? What draws it here, to my sanctuary of solace? Alas, the answers elude me, like whispers carried by an ephemeral breeze. In my pursuit of solace, I turn to old age rituals, embracing prayer as a shield, smudging to cleanse the lingering energies, and burning incense to imbue the air with a fragrant plea. Yet as days turn to weeks, and weeks bleed into months, the presence persists, unfathomable in its intentions, and unyielding in its vigil. The relentless passage of time has not sated my curiosity. As I navigate the labyrinth corridors of my existence, I find myself ever vigilant, seeking signs, searching for meaning within the ethereal confines of this bewildering encounter. Does this masked enigma seek to communicate, its silence merely a cryptic code waiting to be deciphered? Or does it exist solely as a testament to the unfathomable mysteries that inhabit our world, a harbinger of the esoteric truths that lay beyond the grasp of mortal comprehension? As I venture forth, my heart a tapestry of trepidation and intrigue, I am reminded that within the realm of the inexplicable, answers often elude even the most ardent seeker. I remain an unwitting participant in the spectral dance, an observer ensnared by the enigmatic allure of the unknown. Only time will reveal the true nature of this perplexing entity, and until then, I'm left to navigate the winding corridors of my existence, hoping against hope that one day the enigma shall unravel its secrets and deliver unto me the enlightenment I so fervently seek.
Story number 14, Ghost on the Beach. In the summer of 2021, during a memorable trip to Myrtle Beach, I found myself immersed in a series of events that would forever leave an indelible mark on my memory. Accompanied by my beloved boyfriend, we had eagerly booked a stunning suite right on the beach, envisioning a romantic retreat to celebrate our cherished 4-year anniversary. It was a picturesque evening as we strolled along the sandy shores, the rhythmic sound of crashing waves serenading our steps. The clock had struck 11 p.m., and realizing my significant other was experiencing some discomfort in his stomach, we decided it was time to retire to our cozy haven. As he opted to lay down, seeking solace in the confines of our room, I felt an inexplicable pull to the balcony, beckoning me to witness the majestic ocean beneath the canopy of the star-studded night sky. Our hotel room, nestled between the lofty heights of the 5th and 8th floors, offered an exquisite vantage point. My eyes beheld a breathtaking panorama, with the beach stretching out before me, a magnificent spectacle illuminated by miles in both directions. On this warm summer's night, a youthful throng of teenagers had congregated directly below, reveling in spirited festivities and unleashing a symphony of vibrant fireworks into the heavens. Mesmerized by the vibrant bursts of color that danced across the firmament, I marveled at the sheer exuberance displayed by the energetic adolescents. However, in the midst of their jubilant revelry, my attention was inexplicably drawn to a figure lurking in the shadows behind them. Like an instinctive reflex, my gaze fixated upon this man, who I perceived with utmost clarity despite the distance that separated us. He stood there, a black middle-aged individual adorned in a plain white t-shirt and dark shorts, his countenance marked by palpable distress. Without pausing to contemplate the implications of my actions, the man executed an abrupt about-face and commenced a rapid sprint along the coastline, away from the very spot where the fireworks had been detonated with resounding enthusiasm. As he distanced himself from the gathering crowd, an astonishing sight unfolded before my eyes.
The man's physical form began to fade, gradually melding with the ethereal essence of the surrounding beach. The phenomenon was so surreal that I could discern the sand terrain through his translucent figure, until finally the faintest glimmer encased his outline and he vanished into thin air, leaving me spellbound. My entire being froze, awestruck by the inexplicable occurrence that had unfolded before me. Gathering my wits, I summoned every ounce of composure, cautiously making my way back to the room where my boyfriend lay, determined not to succumb to the overpowering sense of unease that threatened to consume me. Nevertheless, despite my best efforts, an undeniable undercurrent of fear permeated my every thought as I grappled with the incomprehensible sight I had just bore witness to. Yes, I must confess, inwardly, I was still utterly freaked out. As the night wore on, our tranquil haven turned into an eerie theater of unexplained phenomena. Bizarre noises echoed through the corridors, unsettling our senses and sending shivers down our spines. It commenced with a jarring crash, the unmistakable sound of the toilet seat in our private bathroom being violently slammed shut, reverberating through the silence. Subsequently, the contents of our kitchen cabinets rattled incessantly, as if animated by some unseen force. Both my boyfriend and I, imprisoned in this disconcerting symphony of sound, found our repose disrupted. The sleep was so desperately sought, eluding us with frustrating persistence. Time stretched as we lay awake, our minds racing to make sense of the inexplicable occurrences that had plagued our sanctuary. Whispers of supernaturals danced on the periphery of our thoughts, fueled by the residual echoes of that enigmatic figure and the disconcerting disturbances that persisted throughout the night. In the face of such unsettling circumstances, it was nigh impossible to find solace or respite. With the first rays of dawn, a tangible relief permeated the room, as if the ghosts of the night had retreated, relinquishing their grip on our fragile reality. Exhausted, mentally drained, my boyfriend and I emerged from our restless slumber, bleary-eyed and yearning. As we reluctantly packed our belongings, the memories of that fateful evening still haunted our minds. Myrtle Beach, once a picturesque retreat that had promised idyllic moments of celebration, now bore the indelible mark of the enigmatic encounter, a night when the extraordinary boundary between the seen and unseen had blurred, and the inexplicable forces of the unknown had infiltrated our lives.
Story number 6. My kid had a premonition almost 1 year to the date before my mother died. Every year, our family embarked on a highly anticipated week-long vacation to the breathtaking beach. It was an event that brought immense joy to all of us, especially because our busy schedules and commitments often left us craving quality time together. Like clockwork, we chose to embark on this adventure during the second week of July, a detail that would become relevant in the stories unfolding here. During one of these cherished vacations, my husband and I decided to treat our children to a memorable day at the zoo. The excursion required us to embark on a roughly 1-hour drive from our cozy abode by the shoreline. Naturally, my dear mother, whom we affectionately called Wita, opted to stay behind and enjoy a day of relaxation in the familiar surroundings of our temporary home. With excitement in the air, we set off on our expedition, unaware of the extraordinary events that awaited us. As we wandered through the captivating zoo, marveling at the exotic creatures that inhabited the lush enclosures, time seemed to melt away. The hours passed in a blur of laughter, learning the awe-inspiring expressions on the faces of our 3 beloved sons. However, exhaustion eventually caught up with them, and on the journey back to the hotel, the weariness overcame their young bodies, and they succumbed to the gentle embrace of sleep. Of my 3 boys, my oldest, who was then around the tender age of 6 or 7, possessed a unique temperament.
Unlike his more emotionally expressive siblings, he had always been a child who harbored his feelings deep within, rarely displaying overt signs of affection or vulnerability. Hugs and emotional displays were not his forte. Yet on this fateful drive home, his peaceful slumber was abruptly shattered as he awoke, trembling, tears streaming down his bewildered face. Overwhelmed by sobs, he managed to convey the contents of his disquieting dream, the words trembling on his quivered lips. "I had a dream that Ouida died." My heart skipped a beat, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. I exchanged a concerned glance with my husband, who was also grappled with a mixture of worry and confusion. We endeavored to soothe our distressing son, his anguish piercing our souls. Reassuringly, I mustered the strength to assure him that Ouida, his beloved grandmother, was alive and well, awaiting our return at the comforting embrace of the hotel. Finally arriving at our beachside condo, our son's distress miraculously dissipated, leaving behind a semblance of normalcy. It was almost as if the episode had been more of a fleeting shadow in the tapestry of our lives. Feeling a profound sense of relief, I summoned the courage to recount the ordeal to my mother, who had patiently awaited our return. She enveloped our son in a warm embrace, her voice brimming with love and tenderness as she uttered, "Baby, I'm here, don't worry, give me a big hug." Yet to our surprise, our son stood there, his countenance stoic, unyielding to the flood of emotions coursing through the room. Time, relentless as ever, proceeded to unfurl its unstoppable march. The second year of July arrived, a year seemingly distant, yet eerily reminiscent of the events that had transpired before. Tragically, and against all odds, my mother succumbed to the devastating grip of a hemorrhagic stroke, leaving a void in our lives that could never be filled. The unimaginable pain of loss washed over us. Each family member grappled with their own unique blend of grief and disbelief. I have never been one to harbor superstitious beliefs, relying instead on the firm grasp of logic and reason. However, the peculiar circumstances surrounding my son's dream continued to reverberate in the depths of my consciousness. The timing, the uncanny connection between his nightmarish premonition and the subsequent loss we endured, plagued my thoughts. It was an inexplicable event, an aberration that defied rational explanation. To be clear, I've never witnessed my son exhibit any other semblance of extrasensory perception or psychic ability. This solitary incident stood alone, an anomaly in an otherwise ordinary life. Yet the weight of that dream, the foreboding it carried within its ethereal realm, lingered in my mind, casting shadows of doubt upon the certainties I once held dear. In the grand tapestry of human existence, there are mysteries that elude comprehension, enigmatic forces that defy our attempts at logical deconstruction. The enigma of my son's dream, and its chilling resemblance to the eventual loss of my mother, serves as a poignant reminder of the vast unknown that envelops our lives. We navigate the intricate dance between the tangible and intangible, the seen and unseen, with a blend of trepidation and awe. The human mind, its vast expanses and uncharted depths, remain a realm of limitless potential and inexplicable wonders. We may never fully grasp the intricacies of dreams, the enigmatic threads that weave together the tapestry of our subconscious. And so, the story of that unforgettable vacation, imbued with the weight of my son's prophetic dream, stands as a testament to the unfathomable mysteries that lie beneath the surface of our existence, waiting to be unraveled or forever shrouded in the unyielding embrace of uncertainty. Some weird stuff has been going on at my house. I've never experienced anything super paranormal in my life, except for a few strange occurrences when I was a kid. The first incident happened when I was 6 years old and playing on my PlayStation 2 before school. Suddenly my vision flashed bright green, which freaked me out at the time. However, this has not happened since, so I've always wondered what it was. Another time, my sister and I were playing in the basement, and after we went upstairs and came back down, we found the sombrero we had been sitting on the ground flipped over. Moreover, when we went to move it, one of her electric Barbie dolls in the corner of the basement randomly started talking. This was a little creepy, but we brushed it off as a coincidence. Apart from these incidents, I've always been fascinated by the paranormal thanks to my dad and his relatives. They all grew up in a house that they claimed was haunted. Their dogs would bark at the ceiling for no reason. His toys would shuffle around as a kid. Everyone he grew up with could occasionally hear their names called when no one was home. Faucets would randomly turn on, and double doors would randomly swing open. According to my dad, the previous owners of the house had a 4-year-old girl that died running out into the street in front of the house. My dad had some pretty crazy things happen to him over the years, and his great-grandmother told him that he had a guardian angel when he was a child. Due to all these stories, I've always been extremely fascinated with paranormal things. I could keep mentioning things, but let me explain what's been happening at our house lately. I moved into the basement at the start of 2020, and ever since, some strange things have been happening. The moment I finished moving all my things into the room, I had a really weird gut feeling that I'd never experienced before. Lights started flickering in my room, and sometimes my room would get extremely cold out of nowhere. I have a laptop in my room, and it runs really hot. It's pretty much on all the time, so this shouldn't happen. Plus, the furnace is in my room behind a closed door, so this really shouldn't happen. Something else started happening like a week ago. I'll go to open a door, like the bathroom or when I go to turn the knob. It won't budge as if it's locked, but I'll give it a few minutes, and it opens with zero issues. Another time I was home alone with my dogs. Both of them were in my sight, and I heard a door slam shut in the basement. Sure enough, our storage room door that's right outside my room that I leave open was closed when I go back to check it. But here's the kicker. My dad has some sort of sixth sense. He can almost feel paranormal things. A few years ago, we used to visit our family friends often, and at some point, faucets started running in the middle of the night. Things would move around and doors would lock behind people after entering rooms. My mom wanted to test if my dad was sensing things correctly or not. So we all went over to their house one day, and my mom didn't mention a thing to my dad about what's been going on in their house. After being there for about 40 minutes, my dad pulled my mom into the garage and told her that he really had a bad feeling about the house and he wanted to leave. This was proof to us that my dad's sixth sense was real. So when I started experiencing strange things in the basement, I immediately called my dad to come over and check it out. He took a walk around the basement and immediately noticed something strange. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he said that he felt a presence in the room that he couldn't explain. Over the next few weeks, my dad would come over to the house every so often and check in on me and see if anything else had happened. He would often bring his spiritual tools with him, such as sage and crystals, to help cleanse the house of any negative energy. My dad would go around the basement with his sage, wafting the smoke in every nook and cranny to clear out any bad spirits. He would also leave crystals around the room to absorb any negative energy that might be present. Despite all this, I continued to experience strange occurrences in my basement. One night while I was laying in bed, I heard a loud bang come from the other side of the room. When I got up to investigate, I found that a picture frame had fallen off the wall for no apparent reason. Another time, I woke up in the middle of the night to see a dark figure standing at the end of my bed. I couldn't make out any features, but the figure just stood there watching me. At this point, I was getting really scared. I didn't know what was happening in my basement, and I didn't know how to make it stop. I called my dad again, and this time he brought in a psychic medium to help us figure out what was going on. The medium was able to connect with the spirit that was haunting my basement, and she told us that it was a ghost of a young girl who had died in the house years ago. The medium was able to communicate with the girl's spirit and help her move on to the other side. After that, everything in my basement went back to normal. The lights stopped flickering and the room no longer felt cold, and I never heard any more strange noises either. I was finally able to sleep soundly at night without worrying about what might happen in the basement. In conclusion, my experiences with the paranormal have been scary and fascinating. From the strange occurrences in my childhood to the unexplainable things in my own basement, I've always been intrigued by the idea of the supernatural. Thanks to my dad's sixth sense and the help of a psychic medium, I was able to put my fears to rest and finally get some peace of mind. Strange figures at the zoo. As I make my way through the zoo early in the morning, I watch as one of the keepers replaces the feeding stations for the birds. Suddenly he stops and looks around, listening intently. I can see the concern on his face as he mentions that he hears something strange, like some sort of socializing, but unlike anything that he'd ever heard before. Having worked here for ages and raised many of these birds, he knows them very well and can accurately determine the source of the sounds. He realizes that the calls are coming from the top of an artificial rock structure, where some equipment and controls for the building are hidden. None of the birds go up there because they're afraid of the motor for the waterfall. When he investigates, he finds nothing. Multiple night guards have reported similar experiences in the area, with 2 of them even seeing tall figures standing up there. One guard recalls sitting just outside and hearing the strange sound, thinking that one of the birds was hurt. Upon entering, he could hear light footsteps on top of the rock structure, slowly stepping out with his taser. He looked up and saw a figure, possibly around 6 feet tall with a hunched posture, peering over an aviary and looking around. The figure didn't seem to notice him, but he left and called the police. They searched the entire zoo but found nothing. The second guard had a similar experience, except this time there were 2 figures who threw a rock at her. She couldn't find the object that they had tossed at her, but she knew that it had come from up there. Unfortunately, the zoo is yet to set up any cameras in the building, much of the frustration of the staff, for reasons other than the paranormal. However, one of the outdoor cameras did manage to capture the sound once when it was particularly loud. The administration is finally taking notice of these encounters, as they've become so common in the off-season. Even our own CEO has heard the sounds. Recently, staff and guests have reported several incidents of objects being thrown at them, and one of the birds was found dead, as if it had been squeezed to death. It was especially heartbreaking since the bird was such a beloved and well-known creature. Although there are many more stories, it would take me forever to include them all. And I too had experiences with the strange occurrences in the aviary. The first time I heard the vocalization, which was unlike anything I'd heard before, it was loud and unsettling. All the birds went dead silent when the ground birds hid. It was especially unnerving since they aren't usually afraid of loud sounds. The second time was even more intriguing. As I walked through the area, I noticed that the section of net had separated the iguana from the birds was being stretched up and onto the top of the rock structure and into the foliage. It looked as if someone was trying to rip off the top of the enclosure. I called out asking who was up there, but there was no response. When I radioed security and waited for them to arrive, the net sprung back and there was no sound. We searched the area, but there was no sign of anyone. The iguana was a bit stressed, but seemed unharmed. As I write this, the incidents are ongoing. Today I walked through the aviary and heard another call. Suddenly I had to stop typing as someone shoved a metal shelf off the top of the rock structure. It's clear that something is happening in there, and whatever it is, it's very active. I don't know what else to say. I want to say it's a poltergeist, but it's so vocal and active. The shadowy figures that I've been seeing multiple times have left many of us on edge. There's a sense of unease that permeates the entire zoo, especially at night. I've heard stories of strange occurrences happening in other parts of the zoo as well, but nothing as consistent as what's been happening in the Aviary building. One of the security guards told me that he saw one of the shadow figures move from one spot to another with a kind of jerky, unnatural motion. He said it reminded him of stop-motion animation. Another guard said that he saw the figures moving away and suggested that they weren't entirely solid, almost as if they were made of smoke or mist. I started to notice that some of the birds in the aviary seemed to be acting strangely as well. They'll suddenly become agitated for no apparent reason, flapping their wings and screeching. It's like they're reacting to something that we can't see. I've been working at that zoo for years and I've never experienced anything like this. It's hard to feel like we're not being watched or that there's something malevolent lurking in the shadows. Even during the day when the aviary is filled with natural light, there's a feeling of darkness that hangs over everything. I've talked to some of the other staff members and everyone seems to have their own theory about what's going on. Some people think it's a ghost, others think it's a poltergeist. and some believe it's some kind of interdimensional being that's crossed over into our world. Personally, I'm not sure what to believe. All I know is that there's something very strange happening in the Avery building, and it's starting to affect everyone who works at the zoo. The fact that these occurrences have been going on for so long without any explanation or resolution is starting to take a toll on all of us. I do hope that the administration will take this seriously and bring in some experts to investigate. We need answers, and we need them soon. Until then, I'll be keeping a close eye on the Avery and listening for any more strange sounds or sightings. Who knows what we might find if we keep digging deeper into this mystery.
Down south, a long time ago. I'm now a man in my 30s, but the memory of the scariest experience of my life still haunts me. It all happened when I was just 11 years old and still living in my town where I grew up. My friend John and I decided that we'd have a multi-night of hanging out and playing video games with all the junk food. We started the first night at my place, playing Resident Evil 2 on my PlayStation 1 while munching on Doritos and drinking Mountain Dew. We stayed up all night and day, taking turns with the controllers whenever one of us died. By the end of the day, we had all but beaten Leon's story. The next day, we went to John's parents' house where his grandfather also lived. He was a widowed Southern Baptist preacher who spent most of his time watching TV and smoking cigarettes. John's parents liked to go out on the weekends and visit his mom's sister, which meant that we could stay up all night once again. On the second night, we were both tired and jacked up on sugar and caffeine, arguing over the controller. Mr. G, John's grandfather, walked into the small back room of the trailer and asked us to keep it down a little while he was sleeping on the couch, just 10 feet away. He informed us that there was plenty of deli turkey and bread in the fridge for us to snack on, and then went back to bed. Around 2 a.m., John's mother called, but the call abruptly broke both our concentrations. John was in the middle of a game when he got devoured by a zombie, and I laughed, earning an arm slug in the process. John had his parents' old queen-sized waterbed that took up most of the room, and the phone was wedged between the mattress and the frame. So he went headfirst into the wall trying to answer the phone, putting his hands through the door. He looked at me and said, "Hey, my mom and dad are too trashed to come home, so it's just us and Pawpaw." By 2:45 a.m., I was deep in the bowels of the sewers of Raccoon City, and John was nodding off, so I woke him up and he decided to take a shower and wake himself up. About 3 or 5 minutes after he left the room, I heard something fall off the dresser that was wedged in the closet. I paused the game and then heard John's grandfather walking through the house. He was a big guy, so his footsteps echoed throughout the small metal box. Then I heard water stop running, and a loud slam coincided with the gaslight outside the back window of the room trailer flickering. I heard John scream, "No!" I jumped up and ran to the bathroom, where I found him half on the floor and half propped against the wall, looking up at the mirror, pale as a sheet. On the mirror was a large, much larger than mine or John's, handprint. John was crying, not boo-hoo crying, but sobbing. He said, "Will, there was a fucking Indian in the mirror in there looking at me. His eyes, they were leaking black, and he was staring right through me." At that moment, I heard another slam. I could hear his grandfather snoring as loud as could be, and heavy footsteps through the back of the trailer. I helped John up and put a towel over him. I stepped around the corner to see an empty black void of nothing. The light from the TV, even though it was white static, wasn't going past his granddad's feet. John asked, "What did you see?" I replied, "Nothing." I replied again, my mind still preoccupied with the memory of that terrifying night in the single-wide trailer on Bobo Road. It was a memory that haunted me, even now, years later. As a druid and a believer in the supernatural, I had encountered many strange and unexplainable things over the years, but the night with John was different. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. I had always been fascinated with the occult ever since I was a kid, As a teenager, I delved deeper into the mysteries of the paranormal, reading books and researching on the internet, and even joining local ghost hunting groups. But that night had been a wake-up call for me. It made me realize that there was so much more to the world than what we could see or understand. After that night, I became obsessed with the supernatural, spending hours poring over books on demonology, witchcraft, cryptozoology, trying to learn as much as I could. I started attending pagan gatherings and joining online forums where I could discuss my experiences with like-minded people. But no matter how much I learned, the night with John remained a mystery. I tried to rationalize it, to explain it away as a trick of the mind, but I couldn't. There was something real about what had happened that night, something that defied explanation. Over the years, I had many encounters with the supernatural, some of them terrifying and some of them beautiful. I had seen ghosts and demons, and encountered fairies and spirits, and even witnessed a UFO sighting. But that night with John remained one of the most powerful and significant experiences of my entire life. As I sat there, lost in thought, my friend asked me if I had ever experienced anything like that again. I shook my head, not wanting to go into too much detail. I didn't want to scare him or make him think I was crazy. But I knew that no matter how much I tried to ignore it, the supernatural would always be a part of my life. It was my calling, my destiny, and I was ready to embrace it no matter what mysteries it might hold. The Three Ghosts. As a child, I spent a significant amount of time living with my mom, grandma, and aunt because my father was a terrible person. My grandma and aunt were both interested in the occult and paranormal, and my grandma even married a demonologist named my grandpa. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to meet him as he passed away before I was born. My grandparents bought a house years ago that my grandpa stumbled upon during his research. Initially, they didn't plan on living there for long, but as my grandpa believed it would be helpful for his studies, they eventually became so comfortable that they decided to stay. My grandpa was a devoted researcher and discovered that there were 3 paranormal beings residing within the house. Over time, he managed to uncover some information about each one of them. Their names were Thomas, Maria, and Jonathan. Thomas was the most active of the 3 beings in the house. According to the locals, my grandpa asked, Thomas was once an owner of the building who died from an illness. He was described as a kind-hearted person who cared deeply about others, even strangers. He would help anyone in need and provide them with valuable advice to solve their problems. However, Thomas also had bad days when he would throw objects around the room. Even after his death, he continued this behavior, albeit not as extreme. He never appeared in human form, but I've seen shadows pass by or small movements that I believe were him. When he was in a bad mood, he would toss objects down, and one time he even managed to throw a glass from a cabinet in our kitchen, which made my grandma very angry. At first I was scared of Thomas, as I was just a child, and this whole situation was new to me. However, my grandma assured me that there is nothing to be afraid of, and if I saw any shadows or movements, I could greet him, which would make him happy. I tried it and my fear subsided. To this day, when I see any movements in the house, even if it's just the wind, I greet Thomas. It may sound strange, but sometimes the surroundings become filled with happiness after that. My aunt and I once tried to contact him through a Ouija board, but nothing happened. It seemed like he didn't want to communicate in any other way with us, and I guess we just had to respect that. Maria, on the other hand, is one of the entities that I'm afraid of, despite my grandma and aunt telling me that she's also harmless. She haunts the attic and only shows herself a few times. In all the years I lived with my grandma, I only noticed her 3 times in the form of footsteps and silent humming. I never went to the attic alone, and even today I still get goosebumps when I go up there. It's always cold. Sometimes there's a slight perfume smell that my girlfriend thinks smells like flowers. I don't know much about Maria, but my grandpa mentioned feeling a strong sense of sadness when he was in the attic. According to notes, she was the daughter of someone who owned the house in the late 1800s. I'm really curious about her story, but I doubt I'll ever find out. Finally, Jonathan is the most mysterious of all the ghosts. He only appeared during specific times when it was very cold outside, and fog blankets the landscape. During early morning hours, you can sometimes see him walking through the mist around the house. He has the appearance of an old man with a peaceful and kind attitude. When you encounter him, he won't talk to you or stop walking. He just looks at you with a kind smile, and you'll feel as though everything will be all right. I've never had any direct interaction with Jonathan, but my grandma and my aunt have seen him multiple times. They described him as a peaceful and comforting presence. My aunt even claims that she saw him once when she was feeling very sad, and that just seeing him made her feel much better. Over the years, I've become more and more interested in the paranormal, just like my grandma and my aunt. I've read many books on the topic, and I've even started to do some of my own research on the history of the house and its former residents. I found some old newspapers and documents at the local library that shed light on some people who lived here in the past. One day I stumbled upon an old diary in the attic, and to my surprise it belonged to Maria. In it, she wrote about her life in the 1800s and her family's struggles with financial problems and illness. She also wrote about her love for music and how she would often spend hours playing the piano in the attic, which is now where she haunts. Reading her diary made me feel a deep connection to Maria and her story. It also made me realize that these ghosts are not just scary entities, but they have their own stories and personalities, just like living people. Despite my growing fascination with the paranormal, I've never been able to fully shake off the fear that comes with living in a haunted house. There have been times that when I heard strange noises or seen shadows moving across the room, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. But at the same time, I also feel a sense of comfort, knowing that these ghosts are here with us, watching over us and protecting us. And I know as long as I greet Thomas when I see his shadows, and as long as I acknowledge Jonathan's presence when he appears, everything's going to be all right. Quote-unquote Oscar. When I was growing up, my grandpa used to tell me this creepy story that happened to him when he was around 23 or 24 years old. At the time, he was in the middle of his studies in demonology, chemistry, biology, and physics. One day, a professor that he admired asked him if he wanted to do some research with him, and a few other students at home of the family that had reached out to him as well. My grandpa was thrilled to join the group. After weeks of preparation, they finally visited the family at their home, which was a big and beautiful house suitable for 4 people, with so much space for 2 children as well. During their talk, the parents and the team of my grandpa told the whole story of how it all started. They had been living in the house for almost 10 years when their 8-year-old daughter began to see things and talk to the air. At first, the parents thought it was her imagination, and those things that she talked to were invisible friends, but it got weird. The daughter became more and more scared of something. She couldn't sleep very well either and had nightmares, and often asked her parents if they could make her child go away. At first, the parents thought that her brother was behind everything and was just annoying the sister, but he denied it every single time. Every day it became worse too. The daughter didn't want to be alone anymore because she was too scared of the child, quote-unquote. Their son also began to experience things. He heard whispers and his toys began to disappear and appear again completely destroyed. In some nights, the family was woken up by a loud banging and other noises, but they couldn't find the source of the noise itself. They were all too scared at this point, and there was one night that they couldn't forget. The family was asleep, and the kids were in their rooms, the parents on the couch in the living room, and out of nowhere, all the doors in the kitchen began to open. The dishes and the cupboards were thrown out with violence, according to the homeowners. They could hear several footsteps running through the house, and the children also woke up. The whole family was in fear and immediately left the house. When they returned, Most of the kitchen was destroyed, as well as a few things in the other rooms of the house. They couldn't find an explanation for the whole thing, but the daughter said that it was the fault of the quote-unquote child. They didn't really believe in ghosts, but they also didn't know what they should do next. Someday they came into contact with the professor of my grandpa and asked him for help. He took a few students with him and decided to take a closer look. They couldn't find anything weird at the beginning. It was just a normal-looking house with a normal family. The daughter didn't see anything, and also the son behaved normally. But soon, they noticed many spots in the house that seemed strange, cold, and dark. According to my grandpa, it was pretty weird. Such a nice and warm-looking house, and then such cold and threatening places within it. They stayed one day and one night without the family at the house and tried everything to lure something out. In the end, I decided to try the Ouija board. They prepared and did everything to protect themselves, and when the night came, they started the session. My grandpa wrote that it took almost 2 hours till something happened. At first, it started slow. They asked normal questions, and the answers were very unspectacular too. But then it got weird and confusing. The being that they contacted named itself Oscar. It said that it is a child, but after the professor asked how Oscar is, despite the insults and aggression from the being, the team continued to hold their ground and focus on ending the session safely. They used their knowledge of demonology and other supernatural subjects to try to banish the entity from the house. My grandpa wrote that they spent several hours more trying to rid the entire entity. They recited prayers and used holy water and even burned sage to clean the house. After what felt like an eternity, the activity in the house finally subsided. The team gathered their things and left the house, exhausted and shaken from the experience. They never returned to the house, and my grandpa's professor advised the family to move out as soon as possible. My grandpa wrote that the experience left a lasting impression on him. He became even more fascinated with the supernatural and continued his studies in demonology and other related fields. He often spoke about the experience to his family and friends, and it became part of his legacy. Years later, when my grandpa was in his 80s, I sat down with him to hear the story once again. He recounted the events with vivid detail, as if it had just happened yesterday. It was a surreal experience for me to hear the story from his perspective. I felt like I was there with him and the team in that house fighting off this malevolent entity. In the end, the experience left me with a newfound respect for the supernatural and the dangers that come with delving too deep into the unknown. It was a reminder that there are still things in this world that we may never fully understand or be able to explain. Story number 2. Girl in My School. When I reminisce about my childhood, one particular memory always stands out, etched deeply into my mind like an indelible mark. It was a time when I was around 10 years old, attending a school that had been built in the early 1940s, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. Little did I know that this seemingly ordinary educational institution held secrets that would challenge my skepticism and ignite a curiosity I could never have anticipated. It all began with my music teacher, a charismatic and slightly eccentric individual who possessed an uncanny ability to captivate his young audience. He would regale us with tales of the school's alleged resident ghost. At the tender age of 10, I regarded such stories as nothing more than a load of horse manure, dismissing them with an air of youthful naivety. However, fate had a different plan in store for me, unfolding an inexplicable encounter that would shake the very foundations of my belief system. It was a day like any other, filled with the mundane routines of academia. Nature's call beckoned, and I found myself in need of a bathroom break. Securing a hall pass, I made my way toward the facilities, completely oblivious to the extraordinary events that awaited me. As I entered the boys' bathroom, anticipation filled the air, mingled with the faint scent of disinfectant. Yet to my surprise, I discovered a figure in the corner,
huddled and weeping. It was a little girl, her tears cascading down her cherubic face. Her presence was as vivid and tangible as my own, her appearance as ordinary as any other child's. Confusion and intrigue enveloped my young mind. How had she ended up in a boy's bathroom? Puzzled, I turned away momentarily to attend to my own needs, assuming her presence would be resolved upon my return. With a fleeting glance over my shoulder, I prepared to zip up my pants, only to find an empty corner where the little girl had stood moments ago. She had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an enigmatic aura that tugged at the fringes of my understanding. A sense of foreboding crept up over me as I contemplated this inexplicable occurrence. Unable to contain my bewilderment, I resolved to confide in my music teacher, the one person who had spoken openly about the enigmatic tales surrounding our school. After the final bell rang, signaling the end of the day's lessons, I approached him with trepidation, recounting the events that had transpired within the bathroom's confounding walls. To my surprise, my music teacher's eyes widened, betraying a hint of something more profound than surprise. Before I could vocalize my questions, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Out of nowhere, a radio perched precariously on a shelf sprang to life, its melodic tones reverberating through the classroom. The tune played for a mere 4 seconds before abruptly falling into a disconcerting silence. What sent shivers down my spine was the realization that the radio was not connected to any power source, rendering this inexplicable symphony all the more chilling. My music teacher, his face a mix of awe and trepidation, broke the silence with a trembling voice. He spoke of the countless accounts, hushed whispers, and unexplained phenomenon that had haunted our school for generations. Story of a ghostly presence said to wander the halls and classrooms had been woven into the very fabric of our educational institution. As he delved deeper into the lore, I found myself hanging on his every word, a cocktail of fear and fascination coursing through my veins. Evidently, my experience was not an isolated incident, but rather a piece of a much larger supernatural puzzle. From that day forward, I became consumed by a fervent desire to uncover the truth behind the school's haunting reputation. Late nights were spent poring over dusty library archives, searching for any shred of evidence that would shed light on the mysterious little girl and the countless unexplained occurrences within those hallowed halls. While my quest for answers would be fraught with dead ends and unanswered questions, it instilled in me an insatiable thirst for knowledge and unwavering determination to unearth the hidden realm that coexists with our everyday reality. Years have passed since that fateful encounter, and I find myself reflecting on the significance it held in shaping my outlook on the world. The enigmatic encounter within the boys' bathroom not only shattered the foundations of my youthful skepticism, but also ignited a lifelong passion for the unexplained. As I gaze upon the school, now decades removed from my formative years, I can't help but wonder if the ghostly presence still lingers within those weathered walls. Perhaps the mysterious little girl still roams the corridors, searching for solace or resolution, and although time may have obscured the vivid details of that unforgettable day, the echoes of that encounter will forever reverberate within me, reminding me of the boundless mysteries that await those who dare to venture beyond the realm of the mundane. My grandma's house was haunted. When I was just 8 years old, my parents divorced, and my older brother and I moved in with my mom and stepdad. We only got to see our dad on weekends, and it was a couple of weeks during the summer breaks. 1 year after the divorce, my dad started taking us to our grandma's house because he wasn't great with kids and had no idea what to do with us. My grandma raised my dad as 2 brothers and sister, so she was great with kids. Being so young, I didn't really notice all the freaky things going on in the house or realize how truly freaky they were. Looking back, there were tons of little things that were easily written off and debunked, I guess, though there were just as many occurrences that were harder to do so. My grandma owned a Ouija board, and as a kid, I didn't fully understand how bad those boards could be. I just saw it as a weird thing that my cousins liked to play with that also happened to come with scary stories. but my grandma insisted that the spirit attached to it was good. To be fair, I don't really remember any evil vibes. Terrifying, yes. Evil, not really. I remember my brother using the fact that there was a ghost in the house to his advantage. He used to scare me by saying, "There's someone behind you," and then there wasn't. There was this one time when we were both in the playroom or kid's bedroom playing with my Polly Pockets and his G.I. Joes, and he pointed to the wall next to me and said, "There's a man there." I didn't see anything, and I can't exactly remember if he was tricking me again, but my brother was so insistent that it freaked me out. The house was all one story, no attic, no basement. Though there was a back room that was just as creepy as any basement. It was always dark and the tiled floors were sticky no matter how many times you mopped it. Just the fact that the house was old began to make everything so much creepier. It was absolutely terrifying in the back room. I think that's where the spirit lived. Plus, I was scared of the dark. To make things even worse, in one of the 2 rooms back there, my grandma kept her dolls on shelves. It was an old bedroom or something that no one used. Just 2 walls lined with dolls of all sorts. Clowns, porcelain, collectors, you name it. The collection even stretched out into the other corner of the back room. There was also an organ in the back room, one more modern, I think. It had switches and stuff to modify the sound. Kind of like an older-fashioned keyboard piano. Anyway, there were so many times that we've been sitting in the living room or just watching TV when a key or 2 of the organ would go off. No cats, only chihuahuas that only jumped onto the couch. It was always so random but still spooky. As I write this, I'm home alone and it's windy as hell. Children are outside yelling, not spooky at all. The thing is, we had one of those keyboard pianos in the front bedroom, but it never went off, unless it was a cousin or nephew or my brother playing tricks. I was also terrified of that front bedroom, too. It was just some silly little unexplainable thing. I was leaving the room and out of the corner of my eye I saw a flash of blue. I turned around and saw a flat blue blob thing on the floor under the bed. Couldn't shake off the image of the blue blob from my mind. It haunted me every time I entered the front bedroom. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but deep down I knew that it was real. I started to notice more and more strange things happening in the house. Doors would open and close on their own, and I could hear footsteps in the hallway when no one was there. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find my blanket pulled down to my feet, even though I knew I'd tucked it in tightly. One night I woke up to a tapping sound on the window. I looked outside, but it was pitch black and I couldn't see anything. The tapping continued, growing louder and more insistent. My heart was pounding in my chest as I slowly got up and walked toward the window. As I drew closer, I could make out a faint silhouette of a person outside, tapping on the glass with their long, bony fingers. I screamed and ran to my grandma's room, waking her up in the process. She tried to calm me down, telling me that it was a tree branch tapping against the window, but I knew what I had seen, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something watching me. The incidents kept piling up, and my fear of the house grew with each passing day. I stopped wanting to go to my grandma's house altogether, but my dad insisted on taking us there every other weekend. I dreaded those weekends and would often fake illness to avoid going. It wasn't until years later, when I was in college, that I found out the truth about the house. My grandma had passed away, and my dad was going through her belongings when he came across a journal hidden in a drawer. In it, my grandma had written about the strange occurrences in the house and her attempts to contact the spirit through the Ouija board. According to her journal, the spirit that my grandma had believed to be benevolent was anything but. It had been manipulating and tormenting her for years, and she had been too afraid to tell anybody about it. She had even gone so far as to invite a priest to bless the house, but the spirit had only grown more violent in response. Reading my grandma's journal was chilling, and it confirmed everything I'd suspected about the house. I felt a sense of relief knowing that I wasn't just imagining things, but at the same time, it made me realize how much my grandma had suffered in silence. Looking back, I can't help but wonder if my grandma's spirit is still trapped in that house, and if it's still tormenting anyone who enters it. I had an encounter that would turn anyone into a believer. One night I was getting ready for a thirsty Thursday with my suite mate Brian. We were close friends and we shared a suite with a Vietnamese couple we barely knew.
Hazel and Richie. And as we were getting ready in front of the double vanity mirror, Brian decided to head into the bathroom. And at that point, I heard the door slam and Brian yell out, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." And as he ran back to the vanity with his hands over his mouth, he whispered, "I almost just walked in on Hazel, dude. She was like, 'No,' and slammed the door back on me." Brian was obviously embarrassed at the awkwardness, especially because Hazel and Richie were quiet and polite and private people. I jokingly teased him, saying, "Damn, dude, don't you fucking knock?" Since I was done getting ready before Brian, I told him I would head downstairs to the lobby and wait up for our other friends who were supposed to be coming down to meet us too. After a few minutes of people watching, students barraged into the dorm, and suddenly my jaw dropped. I saw Hazel and Richie walking to the building holding a shit ton of ShopRite bags. I instantly got the shit out your heart feeling that you get from a steep roller coaster drop. As they got into the elevator and it closed up, the one next to it dinged open, and I could see Brian standing there. I could tell his face that he immediately noticed something was wrong, and as fast as I could possibly get the words out of my mouth, I said, "Dude, Hazel and Richie just fucking walked by." Now he was seriously confused and said, "What are you talking about? Hazel just freaked out on me, remember?" I tried to keep my shit together and I told him, that couldn't have been Hazel because I just saw her and Richie walk in. His eyes widened, and he turned around to viciously start pressing the elevator button. We rushed upstairs and crashed into the room like a SWAT team. Hazel and Richie were in the kitchen unpacking their groceries, and the bathroom door was wide open, lights off. And no hissing of a toilet that had recently been flushed. We inspected the bathroom, but there was nothing there, no sign of anyone having just been in it. Brian and I were fucking shook at this point. He ran into the kitchen, freaking out Hazel, asking if he just walked in on her in the bathroom like 10 minutes ago. She gave him a confused look and mentioned their groceries, pointing out that they had just been here right before we did. After some research, we figured out that we may have been dealing with a Jinn entity, which have been said to sometimes inhabit bathrooms. A little bit of a backstory here. This was the final straw in a string of events that led us to believe that this room was seriously haunted, from human-like knocking and noises in the walls to random baby cooing, among other things. We already had our suspicions about not being alone in this apartment. Also, one of my friends who was an RA warned me about this apartment, 401, as he lived there 2 years before I did and experienced some seriously spooky shit too. He knew I was living there because of a video I posted on Facebook at the time that hosted noises coming from my room that were creeping me out. Overall, the experience was terrifying and something that I'll never forget. It's made me question the existence of paranormal entities and how they impact our lives in ways that we can't comprehend. It's also made me wonder about the things that we can't see or hear and how they can affect our mental and emotional well-being. Research has shown that listening to certain types of music can actually have a positive impact on our mood and can even reduce stress levels. For example, classical music has been found to be particularly effective in reducing anxiety and stress. It has even been shown to have a positive effect on blood pressure and heart rate. Other studies have shown that listening to nature sounds, such as the sound of waves crashing, birds singing, or the sound of a gentle breeze, can have a calming effect on our minds and reduce stress. White noise, such as the sound of a fan or an air conditioner, has also been found to be effective in promoting relaxation and improving sleep quality. On the other hand, loud and aggressive music, such as heavy metal or rap, can have a negative impact on our mental health and may even lead to increased aggression and irritability. It's important to be mindful of the music we choose to listen to and how it makes us feel, as it can have a significant impact on our overall well-being. In addition to music, the sounds we hear in our environment can also have an impact on our mental and emotional well-being. Living in a noisy environment with constant background noise, such as traffic or construction, can be stressful and can even lead to health problems such as high blood pressure and heart disease. On the other hand, silence and tranquility can have a positive impact on our mental and emotional health. Taking time to disconnect from the constant noise of modern life and simply enjoying the peace and quiet of nature or a quiet room can be incredibly beneficial to our overall well-being. In conclusion, the sounds we hear can have a profound impact on our mental and emotional health. It's important to be mindful of the sounds we choose to listen to and the environment we live in, as they can have a significant impact on our overall health and well-being. Taking time to enjoy the calming sounds of nature and listening to soothing music and avoiding excessive noise can all help to promote a healthy and happy life. Creepy girl in all-white hospital gown with brown leather bag and no shoes or socks. A few years ago, I had an experience that still gives me chills to this day. It was the middle of summer and my sister and I were driving home around 2:30 a.m. We had stopped at a 7-Eleven just a few hundred feet from our subdivision to grab some snacks. As I was getting my sister's candy, I looked over the corner of the parking lot and I saw a girl who looked like she had been described in horror movies. Her hair was messy and uncombed with leaves and twigs stuck in it. I noticed a small set of woods behind the 7-Eleven, so I assumed that she had been wandering around there. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s and crouched like a baseball catcher hugging a weird leather satchel. As I took a few steps toward her to see if she was okay, her head sprang up and locked onto me. I remember feeling absolutely terrified as she walked really quickly out of the darkness and right at me. I quickly got back in the car and locked the doors. However, the girl kept walking towards the car. Instead of going to the window, she walked around to the front of the car and stared right at us. All the while, she kept hugging that weird leather satchel that looked like it was from the turn of the 20th century. She had a hospital gown on, like I'd never seen before. It was solid white, besides some dirt on it, like she had maybe been crawling through the woods. I noticed that she had no shoes or socks either. She never said a word or even made an expression, really. So all we could tell was that she looked sad or maybe distressed. We stared back at her for what felt like a minute, but realistically it was probably only 20 seconds or so before my sister pulled out and drove down the road. As we drove away, we talked about her attire and decided to turn back and call the police, if she was still there, that is. We assumed that she must have been an escaped mental patient or something like that. We quickly turned around and drove back no more than 2 minutes later, but there wasn't even a trace of her. We drove down each direction looking for her, thinking that maybe she had mental issues and was escaping a hospital or something like that. However, there were a few problems with our theory when we thought about it more. Firstly, there were not any mental hospitals or even regular hospitals anywhere near where we live. Secondly, she had a solid white, very old-looking medical gown, and it was hugging this really odd leather satchel that looked like it was straight from the early 1900s. I remember fixating on that bag when she stood in front of our car. It looked so out of place, and so did her gown. It had no pattern, just dirty marks on it. I couldn't figure out where she could have come from other than something like a mental hospital or being kidnapped and escaped. Maybe somehow she had that bag to try to use it to identify who kidnapped her or something like that, but my mind struggled to find a reasonable explanation for what the hell she was. I still sometimes feel like it was a figment of my imagination, but my sister and I both experienced it. We get so creeped out whenever anyone brings it up. I even considered calling the cops to report this case of a woman who matched her description, missing in my area. Maybe she's just a sex-trafficked victim, or escaped or something like that. But why wouldn't she just ask for help if that was the case? She certainly didn't act like somebody looking for help, and this experience made me believe 100% in the paranormal. It's the scariest thing I'd ever experienced, and I still can't shake off the feeling of terror whenever I think back to that night. The image of the girl in the hospital gown with the strange leather satchel is seared into my memory, and I've spent countless hours trying to come up with a logical explanation for what it is that I saw. At first, I was convinced that she must have been an escaped mental patient. The small set of woods behind the 7-Eleven would have provided the perfect cover for someone like that. But as I thought about it more, I realized that there were no mental hospitals near the area once again, so the theory fell apart. Then I started to wonder if the girl had been a victim of kidnapping. Maybe she managed to escape her captors and was wandering around in a daze, unable to ask for help. But again, that didn't make sense. Why wouldn't she just have approached us if something like that was happening? The more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that there was no logical explanation for what I saw that night. It was as if the girl had come from an earlier time or dimension, and her appearance in our world was completely inexplicable. Since that night, I've become a firm believer in the paranormal. I've read countless books and articles about ghosts and spirits and other supernatural phenomenon, searching for answers to the question that have plagued me since that fateful night. But despite my best efforts, I've never been able to find a satisfactory explanation for what it is that I saw. It remains a mystery to this day, and I can't help but wonder if I'll ever be able to fully shake off the feeling of unease that it left with me. Whenever I pass by that 7-Eleven, especially late at night, I still feel a chill run down my spine. The memory of that night is something that'll always stay with me, no matter how hard I try to forget it.
Story number 8. God mad at me? Years ago, during a fondly remembered evening filled with karaoke, my mom and I found ourselves immersed in a joyous melody and harmonies that echoed throughout the room. We were relishing the music, belting out our favorite tunes with exuberance and laughter. However, there was a fleeting moment, one that still lingers in my memory, when the impulsive and foolish nature of my teenage self took hold of me. Without any logical explanation, I spontaneously grabbed the microphone and shouted with unwarranted defiance, "I hate God!" The words slipped past my lips before I could even comprehend their weight. The room fell silent as my audacious outburst reverberated through the air, leaving a tangible tension in its wake. I watched as my mom's eyes widened in disbelief, her head shaking slowly from side to side, silently reprimanding me for my senseless act. The consequences of my impious proclamation soon manifested themselves in a way I could never have anticipated. As I stepped into the comforting cascade of warm water during my post-karaoke shower, an unexpected and inexplicable force descended upon me. It was as though an invisible entity had targeted my chest with an unfathomable power, delivering a blow that momentarily stole my breath away. The sheer impact was so profound that I recoiled, my body overwhelmed by an overwhelming sense of sickness and discomfort. I could feel my stomach churn and twist, as if caught in the clutches of a restless storm. With an urgency I'd never experienced before, I frantically stumbled out of the shower, my wet feet slipping and sliding on the tiled floor. I barely had time to towel myself dry before uncontrollable waves of nausea erupted within me. And I vomited right then and there, the remnants of the karaoke night now reduced to a pitiful mess. The once cleansing water had become a temporary refuge, abandoned midstream as my body rejected every morsel of sustenance I had consumed. The sickness gripped me with an unrelenting tenacity, refusing to grant me even a moment's respite. It was as if I had been struck down by a merciless stomach flu, cursed to suffer its wrath for an eternity. The following day became a relentless barrage of heaving and retching, each episode seemingly more forceful than the last. My body trembled under the strain, my throat raw from the repeated convulsions. Throughout this grueling ordeal, I found myself contemplating the inexplicable correlation between my ill-advised declaration and this harrowing physical torment. Was it mere coincidence, a cruel twist of fate, or something more profound? Had my thoughtless words triggered a chain reaction in the intricate fabric of the universe, leading to this vicious retribution? Questions swirled in my mind as I lay huddled in my bed, my body depleted, my spirit subdued. Days turned into nights, nights into days, each passing moment blending into a hazy blur of suffering. I became a prisoner in my own body, yearning for the affliction to release its grip on me. My mom, witnessing the agony I endured, remained a steadfast presence by my side, her concern etched across her face. She offered soothing words of solace and brought me remedies to alleviate my distress, but nothing seemed to abate the relentless assault of my fragile constitution. Finally, as suddenly as it had begun, the torment began to wane. The bouts of nausea became less frequent,
the violent upheaval within me gradually subsiding. With cautious optimism, I dared to believe that perhaps the storm was passing, that I would emerge from this tribulation stronger and wiser. In the aftermath of this bewildering ordeal, I found solace in self-reflection. I recognized the consequences of my careless words and the importance of mindfulness in my actions. This humbling experience taught me the profound impact of our words, the ripple effect they can create in the intricate tapestry of existence. It reminded me to approach life with greater consideration, to understand that our thoughts and declarations hold immense power, capable of shaping our reality in ways we could never comprehend. Years have passed since, but the memory of that fateful karaoke night remains etched in my consciousness. It serves as a constant reminder of the intricate dance between our choices and the consequences that they yield. I carry with me the lessons learned from that turbulent chapter, forever grateful for the enlightenment born out of my teenage recklessness. And as I navigate the intricate journey of life, I strive to ensure that my words and actions reflect the understanding that sprouted from the crucible of that unforgettable experience. Story number 7. 2-year-old sees eyes in his room. As a parent, my son's bedroom has always been a place primarily designated for playtime and storing his clothes. Since he's only 2 years old, he usually sleeps with my partner and me. However, 2 nights ago, I made a slight deviation from our usual routine. I left his bedroom door open, allowing him the freedom to wander in and out of his room. The layout of our house is such that you can easily see down the hallway leading to his room from the living room, so I didn't consider it a major safety concern. Little did I know that this seemingly innocuous decision would lead to a series of unsettling events. At first, everything seemed normal. My son was quietly playing in his room, presumably enjoying the newfound independence that I had granted him. Suddenly, without warning, he burst out of his room, a clear expression of distress etched across his face. He was yelling frantically, "Scary, scary, scary eyes!" while pointing back towards his room. Naturally, I rushed to his side, concern flooding my thoughts. I anxiously inquired about what had frightened him, but all he could manage to utter was "eyes," repeatedly. Taking his tiny hand in mine, I asked him to guide me to where he had seen these alarming eyes. Together, we ventured back into his room, his tiny fingers pointing to an empty wall. Confusion enveloped me as I failed to comprehend what could have possibly terrified him in the seemingly ordinary space. There was nothing on that wall apart from a window covered by a curtain. His finger aimed to the right of the window, indicating the source of his distress. In an attempt to reassure him and assuage his fears, I assured him that he was safe and that there was nothing to worry about. Privately, I dismissed the incident as a product of his active imagination, believing it to be nothing more than a passing childhood fear. Time passed, and the incident faded from my immediate memory. However, the events of that peculiar night were destined to resurface. Approximately an hour later, my son once again pointed down the hallway, his voice filled with terror as he exclaimed about the presence of eyes. Sensing his distress, I hurriedly moved toward the hallway, preparing to investigate the matter further. Astonishingly, in the very moment I shifted my gaze in the direction he had indicated, he gasped in shock and exclaimed, "Gone!" It was as if the mysterious eyes had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of their existence. Curiosity and concern mingled within me, urging me to seek answers. Unfortunately, my son's limited vocabulary and developing language skills made it a challenge for him to articulate his experiences. All my attempts to extract specific details about the eyes proved futile. All I could gather from his fragmented explanations was that the eyes were undeniably there, and they held a sense of deep-rooted fear within him. Days passed, and life continued its usual rhythm. However, fate had another eerie encounter in store for me. We were babysitting a friend's daughter, a 12-year-old skeptic who remained oblivious to the events surrounding my son's unsettling experiences. Engaged in innocent play within my son's room, she suddenly emerged, her eyes wide with disbelief. She recounted a strikingly similar tale to the one I had encountered only a couple of nights prior. This time I resolved to delve deeper into the matter. Summoning all of my parental intuition, I requested my son to indicate the precise location of the eyes he had repeatedly encountered. Pointing with conviction, he guided his finger to the exact same spot as before. Positioned behind him, he remained unaware of my presence. It was this very moment that my eyes, following the trajectory of his tiny finger, fixed upon the designated area. Astonishingly, my son gasped once more, whispering the word, "Gone." With a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, the eyes, it seemed, had vanished once again, leaving us perplexed and unnerved. Despite my persistent inquiries, my son's limited verbal capabilities hindered any comprehensive explanation. Yet the conviction in his voice and the sheer authenticity of his fear left an indelible mark on my parental instincts. I couldn't ignore the possibility that something genuinely unsettling was occurring within the confines of his room. The enigma surrounding these mysterious eyes persists, shrouded in a cloud of uncertainty. As a concerned parent, I continue to grapple with this unsettling phenomenon, desperately seeking answers that elude me. Until the day my son can effectively communicate the nature of his fear, I remain on high alert, ever vigilant for any signs of those chilling eyes that seem to appear and vanish at will.
Watching spirit. I've always had a passion for baking, especially when I have the kitchen all to myself. It's my little sanctuary where I can put on my favorite tunes through my trusty earbuds and let my creativity flow. However, something strange started happening recently, and has left my entire family bewildered. We began hearing peculiar thumping and banging noises originating from the attic area, just outside my room. Although the precise location may not be crucial to the story, it sets the stage for the events that unfolded. On this particular day, as I was nearing the completion of the batch of cookies I was diligently crafting, those mysterious thumping sounds echoed through the air once again. At first, I dismissed them as mere interference from my music, and I simply lowered the volume. But as fate would have it, a few minutes later, the enigmatic noises persisted, compelling me to pause my tunes and investigate further. Eager to get to the bottom of this strange occurrence, I strained my ears, trying to discern the source of the sound. Initially, I entertained the notion that my mother and grandmother had returned from their grocery shopping expedition, causing the commotion upstairs. I eagerly awaited the familiar sound of the back door opening, signaling their return. However, to my surprise, the door remained closed, and no familiar voices or footsteps permeated the air. Instead, an unsettling sensation washed over me, as if a pair of unseen eyes were intently fixed upon my every move. Now, I must admit that I've always been easily spooked by the sensation of being watched, and in this situation, there was no exception. My gaze darted anxiously around the room, searching for any indication of the mysterious presence. I even considered the possibility that my beloved dog or mischievous cat might be responsible for the eerie occurrences. Alas, a thorough inspection yielded no signs of their whereabouts. My eyes finally settled upon the hallway leading to the attic, and that's where I spotted it, a grotesque figure peering at me from the shadows, its haunting smile sending shivers down my spine. The creature's appearance was chillingly bizarre, with its pallid, almost grayish-white skin and fingers that seemed discolored at the tips. Its eyes were pitch black, devoid of any reflection or discernible source of light, while its unkempt light brown hair hung limply in stringy strands. The most disconcerting aspect was its sinister yellowed teeth that greeted me in an unsettling grin. Terror gripped me so tightly that I instinctively sprinted downstairs to the basement, a place I seldom ventured alone unless accompanied by another family member. Trembling with fear, I implored my brother to join me, seeking solace and reassurance in his presence. We huddled together in the kitchen, the thumping noises continuing intermittently. We exchanged perplexed glances as if silently questioning each other's involvement in this surreal situation. Yet no rational explanation presented itself, and the enigmatic entity never revealed itself again during our vigil. Since that spine-chilling encounter, I've occasionally caught sight of the eerie being, observing me with a fixed gaze or peering out from me from various locations in the kitchen. It never attempted to communicate or emit any other audible sounds. Its behavior, though disturbing, did not escalate beyond its persistent watchfulness and the occasional chase it would embark on. I distinctively recalled one unnerving incident when, astonishingly, I spotted the creature approximately 30 feet away from home, lurking near a friend's place. This revelation sent shivers down my spine, leaving me to ponder its intentions and question why it seemed to be fixated on me. I must emphasize that I have no involvement in witchcraft, nor do I dabble in summoning spirits. Similarly, none of my family members harbor any interest in such occult practices, and we have never engaged with the Ouija board or any other means of inviting supernatural entities into our lives. The inexplicable presence that shadows me remains an enigma, its motives and desires shrouded in darkness. It seems content with silently observing me, occasionally taunting me with its disturbing smile, and on rare occasions pursuing me in menacing chase. As the days stretch on, I find myself constantly on edge, never knowing when or where this mysterious being might reappear. Its presence casts an unsettling shadow over my daily routines, infiltrating my thoughts and instilling a perpetual state of unease within me. What does it want from me? Why has it chosen to follow me and watch me so incessantly? These questions torment my mind, yet answers elude me, leaving me to navigate this inexplicable nightmare with a sense of trepidation that lingers like an indelible stain. Story number 1. A weird laugh I heard in rural Minnesota. I used to live alone in northern rural Minnesota, nestled near the Canadian border, in a cozy little cabin. Being a seasonal employee, my days were filled with serenity and solitude. However, one winter night, an eerie incident occurred that left me questioning the tranquility of my surroundings. It was a particularly cold evening, and as I lay in bed, desperately seeking sleep, the clock struck 2 a.m., just as I was about to drift off into dreamland. A sound invaded the silence, shattering the peace that I had come to cherish. It was a laugh unlike any other I'd ever heard before. This wasn't an ordinary laugh. It was a haunting, malevolent chuckle straight out of a horror movie. The sinister laughter reverberated through the air, echoing off the walls of my humble abode. It seemed to stretch on for an eternity, lasting a whole minute before gradually fading away into the night. My heart raced and a shiver ran down my spine as I tried to make sense of what had just transpired. In a state of disbelief, I considered the possibility that the sound had emanated from my phone. I reached over, grabbed my device, and inspected it carefully. To my relief, or perhaps disappointment, it wasn't the source of the chilling laugh. The realization hit me like a gust of icy wind. I was certain that the sound had originated from outside. Momentarily, I entertained the idea that someone was playing a cruel prank on me. However, my logical mind quickly dismissed this notion. There was a raging snowstorm outside, and it was far too late for anyone from the company to venture out here, as they, resided about an hour away. That seems unlikely. Moreover, I had been living alone in this cabin for quite some time and I didn't have any roommates. It seemed impossible for any other human presence to be responsible for this hair-raising laughter. Driven by curiosity and perhaps a touch of fear, I mustered the courage to rise from my bed. With trepidation, I made my way to the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of anything that could provide an explanation. I peered out into the darkness, straining my eyes to penetrate the swirling snowflakes. However, my efforts were in vain. There was nothing to be seen, no figure, no movement, just an expanse of desolate whiteness. As I stood there, gazing into the wintry abyss, a series of perplexing questions flooded my mind. How was it possible for a laugh to cut through the howling wind and blizzard? And why did it possess such a chilling and malevolent quality? The laugh's slow fade, lingering like a ghostly whisper, only intensified the sense of dread that had enveloped me. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, but the memory of that disturbing laughter refused to fade. It continued to haunt my thoughts and cast a shadow of unease over my peaceful existence. Eventually, the company I'd worked for reached out to me, inquiring if I'd be interested in returning for another season. The mere mention of going back to that isolated, eerie environment sent shivers down my spine. In my response to the company's offer, I politely declined, though deep down, the reason for my refusal remained unspoken. It was that haunting laugh, the enigmatic sound that had pierced the tranquility of my nights. It had left an indelible mark on my psyche, forever altering my perception of solitude. So I bid farewell to this northern reach of Minnesota, where the borders blurred between civilization and untamed wilderness. I sought solace in the familiarity of my hometown, longing for the hustle and bustle that would drown out the echoes of that malevolent laugh. The decision to sever my ties with the secluded cabin was a choice made out of self-preservation, a quest to protect my fragile sense of peace. As I settled back into the rhythm of everyday life, surrounded by the comforting noise of the city, I couldn't help but wonder about the enigma that had disrupted my solitude. Was it a figment of my imagination, born out of the isolation of harsh winter nights? Or did that laughter carry with it a hidden truth, a message from the unknown depths of the wilderness? While the answer to that question may forever elude me, one thing remains certain. The memory of that night and the bone-chilling laughter that pierced through the snowy landscape will forever remain etched in the deepest recesses of my mind. Story number 13, Ask Reddit 4. During my days as a security guard, I had the daunting task of patrolling a boat manufacturing factory throughout the night. It was a grueling routine, 4 times a night from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., navigating through 2 massive buildings and a sprawling courtyard. For some inexplicable reason, the place always sent shivers down my spine. You weren't allowed to turn on the lights, but fortunately, the main factory had emergency lighting that illuminated the area quite well. The second building, where they painted the boats, was a different story altogether. It lacked any form of lighting, forcing me to rely on a feeble flashlight to navigate through the maze of boats and debris just to reach the back door. To make matters worse, the building had a persistent leak resulting in a constant drip of water, and a pervasive smell of heavy fumes hung in the air. One particular night, during my final patrol around 3 a.m., my nerves were already on edge from the 3 previous visits. I can't recall precisely what had happened during those rounds. It was likely just eerie noises echoing through the factory. As I cautiously made my way into the second building, aiming for the back door, an unexpected occurrence sent my heart racing. Suddenly, the PA system crackled to life, flooding the entire building with ear-piercing static. The sheer intensity of the sound startled me so much that I'm convinced I jumped high enough to touch the roof. Without even reaching the back door, I bolted out into the courtyard, only to have a cat unexpectedly pounce on me from one of the boats. In that moment, the feline's sudden appearance managed to divert my attention from the unnerving incident with the speakers, and I burst into laughter, berating myself for being such a scaredy cat of a security guard. Shrugging off the strange encounter, I decided to abandon the rest of my patrol and headed back to the main building, still chuckling to myself about the feline surprise. As I made a quick pit stop at the bathroom, enjoying a brief moment of respite, an unexpected sound filled the air. Faint music emanating from the radio connected to the plant's speakers. Justin Bieber's voice wafted through the air, and I couldn't help but curse underneath my breath. So would I. My sudden burst of panic propelled me out of the bathroom and into the hallway, where, to my disbelief, I distinctly heard a voice saying, "Hello, are you there?" The voice seemed genderless and distorted, enough to assure me it wasn't a potential intruder. Without wasting another second, I sprinted out of the building, reaching my car, and hastily dialed my supervisor's number. When I finally connected with her, all she did was burst into laughter on the other end. Apparently, these occurrences were not uncommon, and some guards outright refused to enter that particular building. She admitted that she hadn't informed me beforehand to spare me the unnecessary fear. There's another incident that comes to mind, the time when I was training a new guard. It was our fourth and final visit together, and nature called, demanding a visit to the restroom. Instructing my trainee to continue the patrol alone and locate all the designated checkpoints, I hurriedly made my way to the facilities. As I emerged from the restroom, I overheard my trainee's voice outside the hallway responding, "Yeah?" And of course. Confused, I approached him and inquired about his actions. He explained that he had heard a voice asking, "Hello, are you here?" and had assumed that it was me calling out to him. I was taken aback, realizing that I had never shared my ghostly encounter with him, making his experience all the more unsettling. In fact, I had encountered inexplicable phenomenon even during my time as a security guard at the hospital, particularly on the top floor of the administration building. Although not in the vicinity of the morgue or any other areas associated with death, strange occurrences still managed to manifest. There were instances where objects appeared to move on their own, defying the laws of physics, leaving me puzzled and questioning the nature of reality itself. All these unnerving incidents have taught me to expect the unexpected and to always remain vigilant, even in seemingly mundane environments. Whether it's the eerie stillness of a boat factory at night or the mysterious happenings within the walls of a hospital, there are forces beyond our comprehension that may stir and awaken when darkness descends. As for me, I continue to carry those memories with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, wondering what other secrets lie hidden in the shadows of the night. Story number 7. Do you believe in signs prior to having a loved one die? Approximately 1 week before the tragic loss of my dear mother, an unforgettable incident occurred that sent shivers down my spine, haunting my thoughts into this very day. It was a day marred by an ominous storm, one that raged with an unparalleled fury. As if the heavens themselves were unleashing their wrath upon the earth, the torrential rain fell relentlessly, drenching the world in its sorrowful tears. While gusts of wind howled throughout the night, carrying a foreboding sense of unease. As this tempest raged outside, I sought refuge within the comforting walls of my home, seeking solace from the tempestuous elements that raged beyond my windows. Little did I know that fate had a macabre surprise in store for me, lurking just behind the safety of my house. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of nature's fury, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the darkness with an electrifying power. The luminous spear of energy struck a towering tree mere yards away from my humble dwelling, its thunderous crack resonating through the air like a battle cry. Strangely, the tree remained unscathed by the fiery touch of the lightning bolt. Instead, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. The rainwater cascading down the branches mingled with the electronic current, resulting in a smoldering effect that wafted through the air like an ethereal mist. The ghostly tendrils of smoke danced in the aftermath of this surreal spectacle, lingering for hours on end as if reluctant to let go of the scene that had transpired. However, this enigmatic display was not the only perplexity that occupied my mind on that fateful day. As I retreated to the shelter of my garage, seeking sanctuary from the raging elements, a foul stench assaulted my senses, stopping me dead in my tracks. Bewildered, I tried to recall whether this odorous intrusion had been present earlier in the day when I had last ventured into this domain. Alas, my memory failed me, for the putrid aroma was absent during my previous visit. Determined to unravel the mystery that pervaded the air, I enlisted the aid of 2 contractors who happened to be present, diligently working on some repair tasks within the confines of my abode. With desperation creeping into my voice, I beseeched them to lend their expertise in unearthing the sources of this noxious smell that permeated my garage. Perhaps a diseased rodent had found its final resting place within these walls, I conjectured, praying for a logical explanation to this disconcerting conundrum. Together we embarked on a mission to uncover the hidden secret that lay concealed amidst the shadows of my garage. Every nook and cranny was scrutinized, every corner meticulously examined in our quest to unveil the origin of this repugnant aroma that defiled the air. After what felt like an eternity of fruitless searching, one of the skilled workers finally stumbled upon the grotesque truth that had eluded us thus far. Nestled betwixt a window still and the shutter, securely fastened to it, an eerie discovery awaited us: a lifeless crow. Its once majestic wings, forever stilled, lay lifeless in this unconventional resting place. The shutter, designed to be opened like a door, was inexplicably closed, as were the surrounding panels. It defied all reason, for there were no conceivable ways that a creature of such size and wingspan could have squeezed through the tightly shut shutters. And yet, there it was, a lifeless sentinel of darkness, mocking our feeble attempts at understanding it. The sight of this grotesque spectacle sent shivers down my spine, and I observed the contractors' faces contort in a perplexing mixture of fear and disbelief. Whispers escaped their lips, laden with an eerie sense of superstition and trepidation. "This looks like some kind of voodoo-like curse," one of them murmured, his voice barely audible amidst the backdrop of their nervous laughter. Their uneasy demeanor only served to intensify the foreboding atmosphere that had taken hold of us, leaving an indelible mark on our memory. Little did I know that this bizarre encounter with the lifeless crow was but a harbinger of the impending tragedy that awaited me. 1 week later, my beloved mother succumbed to a devastating hemorrhagic stroke, leaving behind a void that could never be filled. The eerie events preceding her untimely demise lingered in my mind, intertwining the threads of fate and coincidence, forever etching themselves into the tapestry of my existence. Story number 12. Experience with terminal patient with ghost sighting before and after her death. During my 17 years as a hospice RN, I encountered countless spiritual experiences that left an indelible mark on my soul. One particular incident stands out vividly in my memory, which took place during my time at the hospice inpatient unit, where we cared for 10 patients in their final stages of life. On that fateful day, I was attending to a woman who was actively nearing the end of her journey. As I walked past her room, I couldn't resist stealing a glance inside. To my surprise, there she was, sitting upright on the edge of her bed, adorned with a warm, gentle smile. It struck me as odd since just a few seconds prior, she had been lying in bed with both legs intact. Initially, I continued on my way, but something compelled me to stop and reflect. The realization hit me that she had not been faring well lately. Furthermore, the sight of her missing leg, which had been present in my previous encounter, added an additional layer of perplexity to the situation. Curiosity and a deep sense of compassion urged me to retrace my steps and peek into the room once more. To my astonishment, she was still lying in bed, just as I had left her moments ago. A thought crossed my mind, like a whisper from the ethereal realm. Could it be that what I had witnessed was her soul preparing to embark on its journey beyond the physical realm? In that moment she appeared so content, so blissful. It was as if she had caught a glimpse of the purest form of happiness that awaits us all. As my shift came to an end, I made my way home, carrying the weight of the extraordinary encounter with me. Little did I know that the extraordinary was about to follow me right through my front door. As I stepped into the familiar comfort of my house, I couldn't believe my eyes. Standing there in my hallway was the very woman I had attended to earlier that day. She stood tall and radiant, possessing both of her legs and appearing to be at least half her age. Her smile radiated a brilliance that could light up even the darkest of rooms. Caught between awe and disbelief, I found myself rooted to the spot, unable to tear my gaze away from her enchanting presence. Time seemed to stand still as we exchanged a silent acknowledgement, an unspoken connection that transcended the boundaries of our physical existence. Gratitude welled up within me, and I mustered a smile, expressing my profound appreciation for her decision to grace me with this visitation. In a fleeting moment, as though fading into a realm beyond mortal comprehension, she vanished from my sight. The ethereal encounter left me trembling with a mixture of emotions, wonder, humility, and an overwhelming sense of blessing. I knew deep within my heart that this extraordinary event was not a mere figment of my imagination or a trick of the light. It was a profound experience that affirmed the existence of a world beyond our own. Without hesitation, I dialed the number from my workplace, my voice trembling with excitement and a touch of trepidation, urging them to check on the patient I had encountered. I anxiously awaited their confirmation. The nurse at the other end of the line returned, her voice filled with solemnity, as she affirmed that the patient had indeed passed away. A profound sense of gratitude washed over me, intertwining with a profound sorrow. The knowledge that this remarkable woman had chosen to touch my life, even for a brief moment, filled me with an immense sense of purpose. I had been granted the privilege of witnessing her transition and sharing in the joy that accompanied her departure from this earthly plane. In the years that followed, I continued to care for countless patients, offering them comfort and solace during their final moments. However, that encounter with the woman who defied the boundaries of time and space remained etched in my consciousness. It served as a constant reminder that there is a realm of existence beyond what our mortal senses can perceive, a realm filled with joy and love and profound connections. As I reflect upon my journey as a hospice RN, I am humbled by the privilege bestowed upon me to witness the delicate dance between life and death. Each encounter, every spiritual experience, has left an indelible mark on my being, shaping me into the compassionate, empathetic nurse I am today, and for that, I will be forever grateful. Story number 13. Street with Bad Vibes. As I reminisce about that memorable night, I can't help but recall the eerie experience I had while driving home from the prom with my companions. Picture this, a car filled with laughter and youthful exuberance, traversing a street nestled amidst the scenic countryside, belonging to the Portland-Vancouver area. Little did we know that our journey would take an unexpected turn, and the events that unfolded would etch themselves indelibly into my memory. It all began when my gaze inadvertently fell upon a house situated along that very road. In an instant, an inexplicable sensation of unease gripped my being, sending chills down my spine. I couldn't shake off the strange aura that enveloped that particular house. Intriguingly enough, I found myself unable to articulate this discomfort to my friends, and an unspoken agreement seemed to exist, silently acknowledging the palpable shift in the atmosphere. As we continued our drive, it became evident that this peculiarity I initially sensed was not confined to that lone residence. No, dear reader, The enigmatic ambiance seemed to extend its insidious tendrils, casting an unsettling pallor over the entire stretch of houses lining that road. Each house, with its distinct ranch-style architecture, appeared foreboding in its own right, evoking an amalgamation of curiosity and trepidation within me. I couldn't help but notice these homes possessed an uncanny similarity in their appearance. Their front yards, like open invitations, extended towards the road, seemingly beckoning passerbys into their enigmatic domains. And there, amidst those elongated spaces, were meticulously curated gardens, adorned with an abundance of diminutive pine trees. The juxtaposition of nature's beauty against the backdrop of an inexplicable disquietude created an unsettling tableau that defied rational explanation. In an attempt to make sense of this disconcerting episode, I confided in one of my close friends, a person endowed with the exceptional gift, the ability to perceive and comprehend emotions on an extraordinary level, a fellow empath. Their understanding of the human psyche far surpassed my own, and to my astonishment, their response mirrored my own sentiments precisely. We shared an unspoken bond, forged through our mutual recognition of the oppressive air that hung heavily in the wake of that peculiar road. The sheer weight of those emotions, combined with the unending mystery of what lay beyond those seemingly innocuous facades, weighed heavily on my mind. What was it about those houses, their architecture, or perhaps some intangible force that emanated from within, that elicited such an intense reaction? The query gnawed at the corners of my consciousness, refusing to relinquish its hold on my thoughts. It was only when we finally escaped the clutches of that ominous street, leaving its indistinct specters behind, that a sense of relief washed over me. Like a prisoner released from their shackles, I could breathe freely once more. The lingering sense of dread dissipated, replaced by a newfound tranquility that settled deep within my soul. Yet, despite this respite, my mind remained ensnared in a ceaseless cycle of contemplation, relentlessly dissecting the events of that fateful night. As I recount this tale, dear listener, know that the enigma of that road, the inexplicable sensations, and the haunting beauty of those houses remained etched within the deepest recesses of my consciousness. The tendrils of curiosity, ever tenacious, continue to wrap themselves around my thoughts, refusing to relinquish their grip. It is a puzzle that persists unresolved, a testament to the enduring power of the unknown and the indelible impact it can have on our lives. And so, as the wheels of time continue to turn, I find myself drawn back to that road, that night, and the enigmatic houses that seem to hold a myriad of secrets. The questions linger, suspended in the realm of the unanswered, waiting patiently for their day of revelation. Until then, I wander through the corridors of my mind, seeking solace in the untold stories and the unexplored depths of the human existence, forever captivated by that single moment of time that left an indelible mark on my journey. Story number 14. Mom visited me for the second time since she passed 2 years ago. As the night before Mother's Day approached, I found myself caught in the clutches of my own personal torment. Plagued by post-traumatic stress disorder, my mind was a battlefield, constantly besieged by vivid and repetitive survival scenarios, all veering towards apocalyptic themes. In these dreams, I was perpetually running for my life, desperately trying to evade the clutches of impending doom. Yet, to add an additional layer of agony, the person accompanying me in these nightmarish episodes was always someone I held dear, only to betray me in the end, becoming the catalyst for a collective downfall. It seemed as though my subconscious harbored an inherent desire to torment me, denying me any respite from the relentless narrative of struggle and chaos. My dreams were devoid of joy,
void of any deviation from the familiar script of my frantic escape. Whether it was navigating through a world ravaged by zombie hordes, seeking refuge in isolated countryside dwellings, or finding myself trapped within the confines of a sinister jail cell, my dreams remained steadfast in their adherence to this recurring theme. There was even a recurring image of a sprawling train track, stretching out into the distance, leading me towards an enigmatic launch pad destined for the vast expanse of outer space. My mind seemed limited by its ability to conjure alternative dreamscapes, locking me into this perpetual cycle of terror. However, it was on the eve of Mother's Day that my dreams took an unexpected turn, ensnaring me once again in the throes of a nightmare where I was falsely accused of a murder I did not commit. My world was abruptly transformed. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of the dream, my mother materialized before me, shattering the illusion of peril and substituting it with a profound sense of astonishment. I stood frozen, unable to fathom how she could be present in this realm, for she had long since departed from the earthly plane. The dream's ominous theme dissipated, leaving only my mother and I enveloped in a sacred cocoon of otherworldly connection. Unable to contain my astonishment, I blurted out, "How are you here? You're dead." My words hung in the air, pregnant with a mix of disbelief and wonder, yet my mother's response shattered any lingering doubts and instilled an indescribable sense of solace within me. "I'm not dead," she gently muttered. Her voice carried a resonance that resonated with the deepest recesses of my being. "I'm with you every single day." The weight of her words reverberated through my soul yet again, permeating the very fabric of my consciousness. Regrettably, at that pivotal moment of connection, I was rudely awakened from my slumber. My eyes fluttered open and I found myself engulfed in a surge of frustration and anger. The ephemeral encounter with my mother had been abruptly cut short, leaving me yearning for more precious moments of conversation. The intensity of the experience lingered, its echoes resounding within the chambers of my heart. In that ephemeral interlude, the boundaries between reality and dreams had blurred, leaving me with an overwhelming sense of awe and certainty. Never before had I been so convinced that my mother in some mystical way would be visiting me in the realm of dreams, bridging the chasm that separated us. Even now, as I reflect upon the surreal encounter, I remain awestruck. The raw authenticity of the dream had shattered the constraints of logic and reason, leaving me with an unshakable conviction that something truly extraordinary had transpired. The emotional impact eclipsed that of any previous dream, leaving an indelible imprint upon my consciousness. In that fleeting moment, the veil between life and death had been momentarily lifted, allowing me to commune with a loved one that transcended all boundaries. And so as Mother's Day dawned upon the world, I carried with me a newfound understanding, a deeper connection to the essence of maternal love. The boundaries of space and time may confine us, but the realm of dreams knows no such restrictions. In those ethereal landscapes, I find solace in the belief that my mother's spirit intertwines with mine, guiding me through the labyrinth of my dreams and whispering words of love and comfort. It is a sacred bond, woven with ethereal threads, and I cherished it with every fiber of my being. Fairly recent experience, one of many. Throughout my life, I've experienced a multitude of frightening things. However, one that comes to mind happened just last summer when I was staying at my aunt's house. It was right before lockdowns were put into place due to the pandemic, and one day my aunt's cook, who lived on the second floor of their house, told us that a young boy around 7 years old had been coming to his door at night, watching him sleep. The boy had a dusky complexion and wore beads around his neck. Initially, we assumed that the cook was just making excuses to leave his job, or perhaps maybe he was drinking. But he complained about the boy's visits, saying that they were happening every night and he couldn't sleep. I've always been known among my relatives for seeing things, quote unquote, since I was a child.
and as I stayed in my aunt's house, I began to feel a strange presence that made me terrified to sleep. On the fourth day of my visit, I was taking a bath in the bathroom, which was located in the dressing room outside of the bedroom. I had double bolted the dressing room door for added security since it wasn't my usual bathroom. While I was in the bathroom, I clearly heard the double bolts of the dressing room door being unlocked. One click and then another. I assumed that my uncle had come home early from work in the afternoon, which seems strange in hindsight. My first concern was that my clothes were in the dressing room while I was bathing in the bathroom. I then heard a pair of heavy men's shoes on the floor, and I saw a black silhouette that looked like black pants through the stained glass of the bathroom door. The silhouette approached the cupboard, and I heard the creaking of the cupboard door opening loudly. I was inside waiting for him to get out so I could get my clothes from the dressing room and get dressed. 1 minute passed and then another. I began to wonder what was taking him so long. So I peeped through the stained glass to see what was happening. There was no sound of him going about his business, and when I opened the bathroom door, I realized that there was no one in the dressing room. He must have gone out, I thought. I quickly got dressed, picked up my belongings, and went to open the dressing room door, but it didn't budge. My blood ran cold. The dressing room door was still locked. I opened it by clicking the double bolts once and then twice, and I was confused at this point. Had he locked the door from outside? I went out into the lobby where my sister was watching TV, and I knew the answer before I could even ask her. Did Uncle go in the dressing room? She looked at me weirdly and said, It's 3 PM. He doesn't come home before 9 at night, and nobody's home. Nobody even went to the bathroom. I went on and told her about the whole thing, and she was just as shocked as I was. She went into the dressing room and all the cupboards were locked. I swear to God, I told her, that cupboard did swing open with the creaking and all. We called our uncle at his work, but he hadn't left his office and hadn't come home. To this day, I don't understand how something or someone could have opened those double bolts, come in, opened the cupboard, and then left while everything was locked and there was no one home. The very next day, my sister and cousin were watching TV at midnight, and they felt a strange presence behind them, and they heard the stove in the kitchen being switched. I ran upstairs to my aunt's room where my cousins were sleeping to tell them what had just happened. They were both scared and didn't want to be alone, so we all decided to sleep together in one room that night. I felt uneasy all night and couldn't sleep a wink. I kept feeling like someone or something was watching me, and I couldn't shake off the feeling. The next day, my aunt called in paranormal investigators to check out the house. The investigator said that there was definitely something strange going on. We were all shocked and scared of the news, but we knew that we needed to get to the bottom of things and figure out how to deal with it. Over the next few days, the investigator conducted a series of tests and experiments in the house. We all watched in horror as she communicated with the spirit through a Ouija board, and even performed a seance to try to contact it directly. It was a nerve-wracking experience, and I could feel my heart pounding the whole time. They eventually determined that there was indeed a spirit in the house, and it was likely a ghost of a young boy who died in the house many years ago. She said that the boy was angry and confused and that he was lashing out at us because he wanted us to know that he was there. We were all terrified by the news, but we knew that we had to do something to help the boy find peace. We contacted a local priest who came to the house and performed a cleansing ritual to try and get rid of the negative energy in the house. We also tried to communicate with the boy and offer him our love and support. Over time, things started to calm down. We stopped hearing strange noises and the boy's spirit seemed to have moved on. We were all grateful. Looking back, I get chills. It was one of the scariest and most intense experiences of my life, but it also taught me the power of the human spirit to overcome the most terrifying of situations. Six years ago, I was just a 17-year-old kid who loved Halloween. My girlfriend and I had planned to attend a Halloween party that evening. We were both very excited. When we arrived at the party, we were greeted with the sight of people in costumes and spooky decorations and the sounds of laughter. As the party progressed and the night grew later, a few of us decided to try a Ouija session. Someone had brought a board to the party, and we all thought that it would be fun. I had tried a Ouija session once before with my aunt, but sadly nothing had happened. However, I was a bit drunk and I thought it would be exciting to try it again. My aunt would have been furious if she knew what we were doing.
She always stressed the importance of having a clear mind while doing Ouija sessions and warned us about the dangers of doing it while under the influence of drugs or alcohol. But being drunk wasn't our only mistake. When you're doing a Ouija session, you need to be prepared. You should inform yourself and do it with a practiced person. Buy frankincense and candles and prepare questions, and do it with respect. You never know what you might bring into the world, and it could be dangerous. In the end, there were 6 of us who wanted to try it. My girlfriend and I, and 3 other girls, and a guy whom I'm going to call Norman for the sake of the story. The Ouija board belonged to Norman, but he had never tried it before. We went into a quiet room so that the other guests wouldn't disturb us. We sat in that dimly lit room, using only 2 phones for light, thinking that it would be fun. I don't remember how long we sat there, asking questions to the board and waiting. 2 of the girls became bored and decided to go back to the party, which was a grave mistake. You should never break the cycle when doing a Ouija session. In the end, it was just Norman, the other girl, my girlfriend, and me who were left trying to summon a ghost. We asked questions repeatedly, and then something happened. When Norman asked for the 100th time if someone was there, the planchette began to move, slowly. We had made contact with something. Norman asked who the presence was, and we got a name. Luca. Norman was thrilled that something was happening, and he continued talking to Luca, but soon, my girlfriend and the other girl noticed that something was off. The atmosphere of the room had changed, and it felt bad. Then my girlfriend's phone, which was new, just broke. At this point, I started to feel uneasy. My grandpa was a demonologist, and he had done research on paranormal and occult things like ghosts, demons, and other entities to learn more about them. In his notes, he had mentioned that evil entities like demons often like to disguise themselves as little children because they seemed harmless. And that was exactly what Lucas seemed like, a harmless and friendly little child. Norman was still having a great time talking to Luca, but we began to realize that something wasn't right. When the planchette started moving to random numbers or letters, it didn't make any sense. Additionally, a sickly sweet smell filled the room. It was disgusting and not pleasant at all. I remembered when my aunt had told me about Ouija sessions and the answers you can receive. When the answers to your questions don't make any sense, you should stop immediately because the entity you called might be mocking you. It could be dangerous to continue. Finally, I couldn't shake off the strange feeling that lingered with me after that Ouija session. I knew that dabbling in the occult could be dangerous, but I never expected to encounter something like that. After that experience, I started to research more about the paranormal and the dangers of Ouija boards. I read countless stories of people who had similar experiences and how their lives were affected after contacting malevolent entities. I also talked to my grandpa about the session, and he confirmed my suspicions. He warned me about the dangers of playing with the unknown and how one should basically always be careful when dealing with such things. From that day on, I made a promise to myself to never engage in anything like that again. The consequences of playing with the supernatural are too great to risk. As for Norman, I lost touch with him after that night. But I did hear from mutual friends that he had a hard time after the Ouija session and struggled with nightmares and paranoia. It was a stark reminder of the dangers of dabbling in such things that one doesn't fully understand. Looking back on that Halloween night, I realized that it was a pivotal moment in my life. It made me more aware of the dangers of the unknown and the importance of respecting the boundary between our world and the supernatural. In conclusion, the Ouija session may have been fun and exciting for some, but for me, it was a wake-up call to the dangers of playing with the unknown. I learned that we should always be cautious and respectful when it comes to the paranormal, and never underestimate its power. Story number 11. Ask Reddit 2. I have a story to share, a bone-chilling experience that unfolded in an orphanage, a place where my own childhood memories were etched. Situated in the heart of Goldburn, there stood an abandoned orphanage that had become an emblem of mystery and curiosity. Many dared to venture inside its dilapidated walls, considering it a rite of passage, a test of courage. However,
Fate had a different plan for this place, as it was ravaged by fires, leaving its structural integrity in question. The once daring escapades had come to a halt. Nevertheless, the allure of the abandoned building persisted, and I found myself accompanied by some close friends on an evening that would be forever etched into my mind. These friends, seasoned explorers of the orphanage, reassured me that it was a mere venture into a cool abandoned structure, devoid of any paranormal presence or imminent danger. They promised that we wouldn't get caught, and their confidence eased my initial trepidation. As we entered the orphanage, I couldn't help but notice that the entrance was unusually open and unlocked, just as my friends had expected. With a sense of adventure and a hint of apprehension, we began our exploration, marveling at the remnants of a forgotten past. However, the atmosphere swiftly transformed into a sudden drop. It was like the whole temperature surrounding us plummeted. It was as if the summer's night right before the commencement of school had been instantaneously replaced by the biting chill of winter. Our breath materialized before us, evident of the supernatural coldness that had gripped the air. Footsteps echoed through the hallways, captivating our attention. Some members of our group had veered off in different directions, so we convinced ourselves that it was merely their presence that we were hearing. Yet to our surprise, they didn't respond when we called out to them. The sound of footsteps persisted, growing closer and seemingly following our every move. With each passing moment, our unease intensified, and a sense of foreboding settled in our hearts. We glanced behind us, inspecting the vacant rooms, but no one was there. The invisible pursuer lurked in the shadows, eluding our desperate attempts to catch a glimpse. To add to our growing anxiety, we heard the unmistakable sound of someone walking on the roof. Although this was a trick our friends would often play, our nerves were now on edge. The boundary between reality and the supernatural seemed blurred, and our minds couldn't dismiss the possibility of a spectral presence. The combination of inexplicable occurrences and eerie sounds began to unnerve us all. Eventually, our courage wavered, and we made the collective decision to leave. I quickly sent a text to our absent friends, informing them of our departure and cautioning them against taking unnecessary risks, especially climbing the roof. We descended the stairs, our hearts pounding in our chests, when suddenly, one of the girls let out an ear-piercing scream and bolted out of the orphanage. Fear had taken hold of her, and she ran all the way home, leaving us bewildered and concerned. Later that night, her frantic mother contacted us, desperate for answers. Her daughter's tearful and incoherent recounting of events left her shaken and confused. Amidst the anguish, we pieced together the fragments of her terrifying encounter. According to her, she had spotted a young boy, a spectral figure, waving at her from a distance. The sheer terror of that encounter had forever scarred her, and she vowed never to return to that forsaken place. Curiously, the friends who had broken off from our group didn't experience anything out of the ordinary during their exploration. They assured us that they hadn't followed us or set foot on the roof until after receiving the text message challenging them to do so. The inexplicable events seemed to have selectively chosen their victims, leaving a trail of unanswered questions and lingering unease. This harrowing experience at the orphanage served as a stark reminder of the thin veil that separates the realm of the living and the dead. It left an indelible mark on my soul, a testament to the existence of forces beyond our comprehension. The abandoned orphanage, once a symbol of adventure, had become a haunting reminder of the unknown, and a price we pay for delving too deep into mysteries that lie hidden within the shadows. Story number 4. Grandma woke out of a coma speaking a strange language. My grandmother and I shared a bond that was unique, characterized by a deep connection that transcended physical displays of affection. She was what some might call a stiff upper lip Irish English. And when my parents were going through a tumultuous divorce, she graciously took me in. I often joked that she and my pop rescued me from the chaos, as my parents were too consumed by their own battles to notice my struggles. Throughout my college years, I made a conscious decision to attend a school near my grandmother. Unfortunately, the details of what led her to be hospitalized and slip into a coma have escaped my memory. However, I vividly remember the sight of her lying there, so small and vulnerable in that massive bed, surrounded by an assortment of machines. It was unusual to see her hooked up to so many devices. She had always been averse to excessive medical intervention. I believe she had only a breathing mask for oxygen, in addition to the standard monitoring equipment for blood rate and heart pressure. I remained faithfully by her side for over 2 weeks, forsaking all other obligations. I even summoned the courage to contact my literary professor, beseeching for an extension to present my final report. The paper was completed, but I felt emotionally drained, incapable of standing before an audience without succumbing to tears or exhaustion. My professor granted me the option to either present or accept a failing grade. With high honors and an imminent graduation in sight, I mustered the strength to deliver the presentation, although it was far from my best work. As soon as I finished, I rushed back to the hospital and resumed my position by her bedside, where she remained in the intensive care unit throughout her stay. On one particular day, while holding her delicate hand and pouring my heart out, I observed her head slowly turning in my direction. Instead of the expected joy or confusion upon awakening, her expression transformed into one of absolute anger and possibly even hatred. I had never witnessed her eyes shift in such a manner, nor had I ever heard her voice resonate with such furious intensity. The shock of the situation left me momentarily paralyzed, questioning whether my senses were deceiving me. I strained to comprehend the inexplicable gibberish that emanated from her. Yet, it possessed a peculiar semblance of organization. Despite the language being entirely foreign to me, I detected an unwavering gaze fixed upon me as she continued screaming. Regrettably, in my state of bewilderment, I failed to document the particular sound that she produced. Still in a daze, I stumbled out of the room, my expression somewhat smug, thinking, "See, she did come out of the coma." Approaching the nurse's station, I murmured softly. My grandmother woke up. The two nurses exchanged bewildered glances before hastily responding. Panic ensued as buttons were frantically pressed, codes were urgently announced, and I found myself forcefully escorted away from the room. The curtain was abruptly drawn, shielding my view from the ensuing commotion. Once the chaos subsided, I mustered the courage to inquire about the cause of my grandmother's rage and the content of her vehement tirade. The doctor's response only added to the mystery. Apparently, such outbursts were occasionally observed when individuals emerged from comatose states. Yet the medical community remained uncertain of their origins. The following day, my grandmother awoke, her face beaming with a warm smile as she eagerly grasped my hand. "I heard you the whole time. Thank you for staying with me," she expressed gratefully. Contemplating everything I now understand about the vastness of the universe, I'm compelled to pose a thought-provoking question to all who may read, or in this case, hear this. Have any of you experienced anything similar, or known someone who has? What do you think could have triggered my grandmother's inexplicable anger during that moment of awakening? The enigmatic nature of her outburst continues to linger in my thoughts, urging me to explore the depths of human consciousness and the intricacies of my own mind. Story number 3. Then and Now, Dark Silhouette, Shadow Person. The first time I laid eyes on it, I found myself within the confines of my deceased grandparents' house, a quaint abode nestled in the small rural community surrounded by approximately 50 houses, all engulfed by the serenity of a dense forest. A mere 30 kilometers separated us from the nearest semblance of a bustling city. In that dwelling my parents and I resided, our solitude interrupted only by the whispers of nature's symphony. It was during one fateful night, as the nocturnal veil enshrouded the land and the feeble glow of an extension cable cast a dim light within my room, that I experienced an encounter that would forever etch itself into the recesses of my mind. Stirring from my slumber, I discovered a chilling sight, a darkened figure, distinctly human in form, standing ominously beside my bed, the posture of its head subtly tilted to the left, or so I inferred, indicating an intense fixation upon my person. Paralyzed by fear, my instinctual response was to cautiously draw my blanket over my quivering frame, tightly shut my eyes, and tremble in the grip of terror's embrace. With the break of dawn, I mustered the courage to confront my parents, questioning them about any nocturnal visitations they may have made into my room. Alas, they professed no such intrusion. Seeking solace in the wisdom of my mother, who once presided over an esoterica salon in years past, I divulged the details of my harrowing encounter. Although her response carried the weight of convenience, she dismissed my experience as nothing more than a mere dream. Nevertheless, she bestowed upon me a silver medallion, urging me to wear it alongside my silver chain, asserting that it would serve as a talisman of good fortune. Resolute, I vowed to never part with this, steadfastly donning it around my neck for the years that followed. A decade elapsed since that initial sighting, and the memory of the dark figure had gradually receded from the forefront of my consciousness. Fate, however, had chosen a particular night as the moment to sever the bond between myself and that protective medallion. Engaged in the daily rigors of a seafarer's life, toiling away as crew members aboarded a container ship, I found myself in the midst of routine maintenance on the ship's deck when the medallion unexpectedly broke free from its chain. Weary from my laborious endeavors, I resolved to mend it in the morrow, succumbing to the fatigue that consumed my senses. As twilight cast its gentle embrace upon the vessel, ushering the world into a realm of nocturnal tranquility, I awoke abruptly, only to find the specter of my past lurking within the confines of my cabin. The figure stood unwavering in a distant corner, its gaze fixed upon my quaking frame, head still positioned in that inexplicable tilt. Despite the passage of a decade, my resolve crumbled and I succumbed to the overwhelming terror that coursed through my veins. A grown man, now reduced to a trembling soul beneath the shelter of a meager blanket, dared not emit a sound, paralyzed by the weight of unyielding fear. The following morning arrived, heralded by the jarring blare of my alarm, signaling the resumption of my daily duties. A profound emptiness accompanied me throughout that interminable day, its presence suffocating any inclination for conversations with my fellow crewmates. It was only upon concluding my arduous work that I endeavored to repair the fractured medallion, its mended form symbolizing the culmination of my confrontation with the enigmatic specter. From that day forward, the figure's visage eluded me, vanishing into the ether of the unknown. Now, 14 years have elapsed since that initial sighting, the passage of time doing little to assuage the enigma that continues to loom in the recesses of my consciousness. The memory resurfaces sporadically, an enigmatic puzzle that eludes the grasp of rational explanation. At times I ponder the prospect of once again beholding the figure's shadowy presence, contemplating the possibility of removing the medallion before surrendering to sleep. Yet, thus far my nerve has faltered, and I have not dared to unravel the bond that tethered me to that otherworldly encounter. Story number 8. Strange Times at My Old House. So let me begin by sharing the unsettling experiences I encountered during the time I resided in 2 different houses with my late mother. It's been 5 years since these incidents occurred, and I moved out a year ago after her passing. The first house we lived in was, without a doubt, the worst of the two, and oddly enough, the second house was just 2 houses down from the first one, on the same plot of land. I mentioned this because I believe there may be some connection to the land itself, which is why it strikes me as significant. Recently, I came across a comment on a post that discussed how living near train tracks could potentially lead to paranormal encounters and the presence of black mold. This particular remark triggered a train of thought within me, as both of the houses I lived in were plagued by black mold. Although they were old trailers, the first one suffered the most severely. Living there, I consistently felt an eerie sensation of being watched. It reached a point where at times, around 3 in the afternoon, I would become overwhelmed by fear, sensing an impending threat. I would hastily flee the premises, abandoning my shoes in the process, only to put them on and outside, and seek refuge at my mother's workplace for a grueling 8 hours, anxiously awaiting her shift to conclude. I suppose I should clarify that I was already in my late 20s at the time, so it wasn't simply a case of youthful fright. The overwhelming sense of dread I experienced was truly overpowering. During this period, I also had manic episodes that fueled my belief that there were individuals in the living room plotting my demise, planning to bury me somewhere in the yard. Furthermore, vivid images would materialize in my mind's eye, depicting an enormous ancient demon, devoid of any discernible gender, residing within the open closet positioned right behind my head. Impish creatures would manifest in the hallway as well, and astonishingly, I could actually see them. However, I must emphasize that these mischievous entities never made any direct physical contact with me, even though their presence was undeniably unsettling. I do apologize if I appear to be rushing through this account. There's simply so much to convey and my thoughts are jumbled. Please pardon any grammar errors as well. I'm merely hoping to find solace in knowing whether anyone else has encountered similar things. Interestingly, after my mother moved to the second house, the one that was just 2 houses away, I began experiencing seizures there as well, following a series of manic episodes wherein I perceived and sensed spirits dwelling within the house. In an attempt to capture evidence of these ethereal beings, I would often take photographs of the hallway at night, and to my shock, I would discover apparitions captured in the images. Even my family members corroborated my claims of seeing these spirits in the photographs. Unfortunately, I no longer possess those photos as the phone containing them is no longer in my possession. However, I do have one image on my current phone, although the spirit within it is barely discernible unless you scrutinize it closely. Yet upon careful examination, one can observe pointed ears, a mouth, eyes, a body, and 2 slender legs, an imp, captured on camera. I truly wish I still possessed the other pictures, particularly one depicting a malevolent hellhound standing in front of my bedroom door, as well as a photograph revealing the presence of 2 towering shadow-like figures. These images would have served as compelling evidence. Regrettably, I have no means to prove the hardships I endured during that period, despite even my skeptical aunt bearing witness to the hellhound and the apparitions present in those photos. It's an overwhelming desire of mine to find a way to substantiate the reality of what I had experienced. In retrospect, I ponder whether the combination of black mold and the peculiar land upon which I resided played a significant role in instigating these harrowing encounters. Certainly, stress was a contributing factor as well, and I acknowledge that. However, the intense feeling of dread that permeated my being was undeniably real. If only I possessed the photographs, I could present them as tangible evidence to support my claims. Alas, they are lost to me now, leaving me with a lingering sense of longing for validation. I accidentally predicted my uncle's death and other things. Growing up, my family was not very religious, but we all believed in God. I went to church frequently, but over the years, I've become more agnostic. Despite this, many members of my family have claimed to see spirits,
My mom, my cousin, and my grandma have all had experiences with them. One of my aunts is supposedly able to see them very well, but it terrifies her too much, so she doesn't talk about it. As for me, I've always been more of a skeptic, but I've had my fair share of experiences that I can't quite explain. One thing that has never sat right with me was the death of my uncle in 2018. I went to see the Avengers Affinity War with my mom and my best friend's mom, who was a family friend. After the movie, we went out to dinner and discussed my aunt and uncle who were living in D.C. We talked about how my uncle had looked very good the last time we'd seen him in March and how he had gotten surgery that day. I remember saying, "I don't have a good feeling about it. He really doesn't seem well. I don't have a good feeling about what's happening with him. I'm not sure he's going to make it." And little did we know, my uncle had a very aggressive lung cancer. And the very next day, my mom and I were doing yard work when my aunt called. She said in a detached voice, "I need to talk to your mother." I watched my mom's reaction and had a sinking feeling in my gut. My uncle had died in the night, and my aunt had found his body the next morning. It wasn't a gentle passing either, and my mom and my other aunt flew up from D.C. the next day to make sure my aunt wouldn't do anything drastic, since she lived in a penthouse apartment at the top of a very tall building. My mom told me later that she had to clean up the bathroom where he died, and it was very traumatic. My family has also claimed to have seen a spirit at our summer cottage in Tennessee. Both my mom and cousin say that they've seen a woman in an old-style dress. My cousin said it was a Victorian dress, but I'm not sure how well she knows each era's clothing style. She said the spirit didn't seem malicious, and it was warning them of something. I've never seen this spirit, and it hasn't appeared in a few years. But one time I was alone in the cottage when I heard footsteps. An hour later, I heard the sound of breathing next to me. I couldn't have been the AC because it turns on very loudly, and this was just breathing. So after that incident, my mom and cousin didn't see the spirit anymore. I have also had some strange experiences myself. One night, something huge crashed into the wall of my bedroom, waking me up. I knew I hadn't imagined it because my dog woke up and started barking like crazy. I grabbed him and held him until he settled down. The next morning, there was no evidence of a tree branch or an animal footprint in the dirt. My house looked completely normal, and I know it was probably an animal, but the crash was huge and it made my bed shake. Suffice to say, I don't sleep with my windows open anymore. I also dreamt about my dad one night. He was exactly the same as he had been when he was alive, and told me that he had been taking care for Cliffy, our old dog who passed away before my dad died. My family told him that he was visiting me, but when I opened the door, it wasn't him. Instead, it was a stranger who looked vaguely familiar. He had a friendlier smile and greeted me pretty warmly as if he knew me. I was taken aback and I didn't really know what to do. "Hi there, sorry to surprise you. I'm Jack, a friend of your cousin," he said, extending his hand for a handshake. I shook his hand, feeling a little uneasy. "Oh, okay, nice to meet you. But where is my cousin?" I asked, looking around. "Oh, he had to leave unexpectedly. He asked me to drop by and say hello since I was in the area," Jack explained. I still felt a little uneasy, but tried to be polite. "Well, that's nice of him. Please come in." We sat down in the living room and made small talk. Jack seemed like a nice guy, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't right, and as we talked, I noticed that he kept glancing at his phone and seemed distracted. Finally, he said he had to leave and quickly got up and go. "It was great meeting you. Your cousin talks about you all the time," he said with a smile. As soon as he left, I felt a sense of relief. I wasn't sure what it was, but something about Jack didn't sit right with me. I decided to call my cousin and ask him about Jack, but he did not answer his phone. The more I thought about it, the more worried I became. Who was Jack? Why was he really there?
Story number 2. When I was 12 years old, my dad shared a chilling story with me. One that stuck with him so vividly that he can recall every detail as if it happened just last week. You see, my dad served in the police force for a remarkable 20 years. and during his early days as a rookie, he found himself tasked with conducting nighttime roadblocks to catch drunk drivers. By that point, they had already conducted numerous roadblocks, and this particular night began just like any other routine operation. Little did they know that their lives were about to take an eerie and unexpected turn. It all started when a Toyota Corolla approached their position with something peculiar on its roof. A white blanket flapping in the wind caught their attention, but they initially dismissed it as a harmless oddity. One of the officers even cracked a joke, suggesting that the driver was multitasking by drying laundry and driving home simultaneously. However, the laughter swiftly subsided as the car drew closer, revealing a shocking sight that sent chills down their spines. Resting on top of the vehicle was what appeared to be a woman dressed in white, lying face down. Baffled and unsettled, the officers watched in disbelief as the mysterious figure seemed to slide backwards like a slug, disappearing behind the car before it eventually came to a halt in front of them. The gravity of the situation took a few minutes to register within my dad's team, and they exchanged bewildered glances, silently confirming that they all had witnessed the inexplicable spectacle. Finally, the most senior member of their group summoned the courage to approach the driver and commence the usual line of questioning. However, his voice betrayed a noticeable quiver, evidence of the unease that had settled upon them. With trembling words, the senior officer instructed the driver to step out of the vehicle. As the team conducted a thorough inspection of the Toyota Corolla, they meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny, including the trunk, searching for any signs of foul play or unusual occurrences. Surprisingly, their search yielded nothing out of the ordinary, leaving them perplexed and even more intrigued by the enigma before them. The driver, a handsome staff sergeant from the Army, explained that he was returning home from a company event that evening. He admitted to having consumed a few cans of beer, but claimed that he had decided to sleep it off in his bunk before embarking on the journey back home in the early hours of the morning. Around 4 a.m., his sobriety tests came back clean, further deepening the mystery surrounding this bizarre situation. As they continued to question the driver, their curiosity grew, prompting them to inquire if he had witnessed anything peculiar during his drive. Initially, he denied noticing anything out of the ordinary. However, under further interrogation, he hesitantly disclosed that he had been forced to swerve his vehicle to avoid what appeared to be a bird flying upside down, an eerie sight indeed. Although he found it unsettling, he had dismissed it as a trivial detail unworthy of sharing with the police. The senior officer, now grappling with a perplexing conundrum, made a decision. He advised the driver to spend some time at a 24-hour coffee shop before continuing his journey home. It was a local belief that making a pit stop could confuse malevolent spirits, preventing them from setting up shop in one's house. Initially confused by the suggestion, the driver eventually comprehended its purpose and nodded in agreement, grateful for any measure that might safeguard him from the supernatural. Once the driver had departed, my dad and his team promptly reported the incident to the station, opting to cut the night short. To this day, they remain in the dark about the ultimate fate of the driver. Nevertheless, my dad, like me, hopes that he emerged from the uncanny encounter unscathed, free from any lingering supernatural repercussions. And so, that is the tale my dad shared with me, a story that has remained etched in his memory, defying the passage of time. As I reflect on his vivid recollection, I can't help but feel a shiver crawl down my spine, appreciating the enduring power of a truly chilling encounter. Story number 9, Late Night Driving. My partner and I found ourselves embarking on a journey back home after attending my brother's glorious graduation ceremony. The event had filled us with proud cheers, heartfelt speeches, and the joyous clinking of celebratory glasses. As we set off on our homeward drive, the night sky spread its velvety curtain over the world, casting an enchanting darkness upon the road ahead. The desolate highway stretched out before us, seemingly untouched by the passing of time. It was as if we were the sole inhabitants of this vast expanse, with only a handful of scattered vehicles breaking the solitude. The occasional car would whiz past us, their taillights flickering like distant fireflies, briefly illuminating the otherwise desolate surroundings. However, amidst this serene isolation, a peculiar sight caught our attention. On the side of the road, a lone figure stood, motionless and still. His presence seemed almost surreal, his arms hanging limply by his sides. There was an eerie air about him, something unsettling that sent shivers cascading down my spine. His gaze was fixed upon us, unyielding and piercing, as if he was watching our every move with an intensity that bordered on the malevolent. As our car approached this enigmatic figure, I couldn't help but wonder what had brought him to this desolate place. There were no vehicles nearby that could suggest that he had driven here, leaving us to ponder how he had arrived at this forsaken stretch of road. The barren landscape stretched out for miles, devoid of any signs of civilization, with no cities or towns to seek refuge in for quite some time. A foreboding feeling began to settle within me, a sense of unease that was impossible to ignore. I glanced at my partner, hoping to find reassurance in his eyes, to confirm that I wasn't the only one feeling the weight of this strange encounter. His face mirrored my concern, his brows furrowed and a faint frown creasing his forehead. It was clear that he too was captivated by the inexplicable nature of this encounter. As we drove past the enigmatic stranger, my eyes remained fixed on him, the image of his haunting presence etching itself deep within my memory. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, and there was more to this encounter than met the eye. The silence inside the car was suffocating, each passing second only intensifying the questions swirling within our minds. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through my head as we continued down the desolate road, the headlights of our car piercing through the inky darkness. Who was that man? What was he doing standing there, seemingly unbothered by our presence? Was he a harbinger of impending danger, or merely a solitary wanderer lost in the depths of the night? The minutes turned into hours as we traversed the winding road, each mile bringing us farther away from the mysterious figure. The memory of this ominous silhouette haunts me, its ghostly presence lingering in the recesses of my mind. I wondered if he would ever uncover the truth behind the chance encounter, or if it would forever remain an enigma, forever etched in the annals of our shared experiences. It was a night that left an indelible mark on both of us, a moment suspended in time where reality and the supernatural danced on the edge of perception. The road stretched endlessly before us, and as the car hummed with the steady rhythm of the engine, we couldn't help but reflect on the fragility of our existence, the thin veil that separates the known from the unknown. Ultimately, it was an experience that reminded us of the vastness and unpredictability of the world around us. It taught us that even in the most mundane of situations, the extraordinary can unveil itself, challenging our preconceived notions and shaking the very foundation of our beliefs. As we finally reached the comforting lights of our home, the memory of that peculiar encounter refused to fade. It served as a constant reminder that the world is a tapestry of mysteries, waiting to be unraveled, and that sometimes the most profound moments occur when we least expect them, in the darkest corners of our journey.
Story number 13. In light of discovering a sleep paralysis, tag exists. Check 1. The harrowing experience began with the sound of my mother's voice, piercing through my consciousness, rudely interrupting my peaceful slumber. Groggily, I turned my gaze towards the wall,
only to be met with the dimness of the early morning. Convinced that it must have been a figment of my dream, I decided to remain still, waiting for the voice to dissipate into the realm of my imagination. Yet to my astonishment, the voice resurfaced, cutting through the silence once again. "Hey, come here now," my mother's voice demanded urgently. Curiosity mingled with a tinge of apprehension, causing me to hesitate. Something deep within me urged me to disregard her call this time. Despite my internal conflict, I remained motionless, rooted to my spot. The voice continued its ascent, climbing up the stairs in disjointed intervals, as though propelled by an otherworldly force. It spoke rapidly, uttering an inexplicable abundance of words within the confined time frame. It was at this moment that I realized I couldn't move a muscle, no matter how hard I concentrated, even the slightest twitch, as others had suggested in similar situations. Soon enough, the voice reached the threshold of my bedroom. Its tone remained unmistakably my mother's, yet it was infused with an uncharacteristic anger and bitterness that sent shivers down my spine. The transformation was so drastic that it rendered her voice unrecognizable, defying any prior familiarity that I had with it. Dread enveloped me as the realization sank in. Then, as I lay there, vulnerable and paralyzed, the voice fell silent, leaving me in an eerie void that seemed to stretch on for both mere seconds and eternal minutes simultaneously. A sinking feeling consumed me when I perceived the unmistakable dip in my bed. It was as if the weight of an unseen presence pressed down upon the mattress, and a surge of terror jolted me from my immobilized state. Frantically, I surveyed the room, scouring every nook and cranny for any sign of an intruder or a hidden being, perhaps, lurking beneath my bed. Yet there was nothing to be found. No open door, no unlocked window, and certainly no cats or malevolent figures concealed within the shadows. It was just me, trapped in the clutches of fear at the unholy hour of 2 a.m., my mind grappling with the possibility of this all being a vivid nightmare. Strangely enough, while the owner of the voice remained elusive in my dream, a vivid image that has etched itself into the recesses of my mind. It feels as if I've encountered this terrifying entity before, and now I shall attempt to describe it to the best of my abilities. Though I must acknowledge the possibility that my own imagination has conjured the most grotesque and horrifying features to attribute to this being. In my mind's eye, it stands tall, towering above me with an imposing presence. Its throat is marred by deep bruised discolorations, and I can even make out its windpipe, an eerie purple lump protruding unnaturally against the strained skin. Every muscle in its face appears tense and rigid, reminiscent of those haunting photographs of patients afflicted with tetanus. Yet, there is an undeniable human quality to its countenance, further accentuating the disturbing nature of its appearance. Curiously, it reminded me somewhat of the chilling bath scene from the iconic film The Shining, leading me to suspect that my childhood fears and haunts have played a role in shaping this visage. Nevertheless, despite the terrors that have plagued my mind, there is a sense of relief in knowing that it's merely a product of my overactive imagination, allowing me to conclude this unsettling narrative with a hint of laughter at my own dreadful creativity.
Story number 10. Animals dying in our driveway. Living in our serene neighborhood in Oklahoma has always brought us with a sense of tranquility, but lately, an inexplicable and rather unsettling phenomenon has been plaguing our peaceful existence. It all began innocuously enough with the discovery of a lifeless, desiccated frog on our driveway. Its shriveled form, devoid of vitality, struck us with a mixture of curiosity and mild unease. Little did we know that this was merely the prelude to a series of perplexing incidents that would send shivers down our spines. As days turned into weeks, another macabre addition appeared in the same location, a bird, its once vibrant feathers now dulled and lifeless. The unusual nature of these discoveries was hard to ignore, as the animals seemed to materialize overnight, their remains transforming into eerie reminders of death's grip. But what sent chills down our spines was the realization that these peculiar occurrences were confined solely to our property. None of our neighbors had experienced such disconcerting phenomena, deepening the mystery surrounding our predicament. The unsettling nature of these events reached its peak when just yesterday we made an unsettling discovery. There, on the very spot that had become a haunting stage for these grim manifestations, lay not one, but two small snakes, their bodies twisted and contorted, their vitality mercilessly drained. The sun's harsh rays beat down on their lifeless forms, rendering them even more desiccated and withered than their predecessors. It was as if an unseen force had systematically targeted our driveway, leaving behind a chilling tableau of death. Naturally, we were gripped by an overwhelming sense of confusion and trepidation. What force or entity could be orchestrating these grisly displays? Was it a manifestation of some dark supernatural power, or a series of coincidences that conspired to disturb our peace? We turned to our neighbors, sharing our concerns and searching for any semblance of clarity amidst the enigma that surrounded us. Alas, their bewildered faces mirrored our own, offering no answers, only a shared sense of disquietude. Driven by our insatiable thirst for answers, we embarked on a quest to unravel the mysteries that enveloped our once idyllic surroundings. Countless hours were spent poring over books, scouring the depths of the internet, and engaging in countless conversations with experts in fields ranging from biology to folklore. Yet the elusive truth remained elusive, teasing us with its hidden nature like a ghostly specter lingering just beyond our grasp. Speculations and theories danced through our minds, each as varied and non-conclusive as the next. Was it an omen, a forewarning of some impending calamity, or perhaps a vengeful spirit trapped between worlds and seeking to communicate with the living through these macabre displays? We delved into the annals of local legends and folklore, searching for any tale that might hold a glimmer of truth. Yet every thread we pulled led to a dead end, leaving us ensnared in a web of uncertainty. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months, as our tireless pursuit of truth seemed to yield no respite. With every passing discovery, the weight of the unknown bore down upon us, threatening to extinguish the flickering flame of hope that still burned within our hearts. We clung to the hope that one day the puzzle pieces would align and the truth would emerge from the shadows that held it captive. And so, dear listener, here I stand recounting our harrowing tale as the haunting mystery of the dried and withered creatures on our driveway continues to confound us. The journey has been arduous, the answers elusive, but our determination remains unyielding. We beseech the universe and anyone who might stumble upon our story to shed light on the enigma that engulfs our once tranquil existence. For it is through collective knowledge and shared experiences that we may yet unearth the truth behind this unsettling phenomenon and bring an end to the spectral reign that has cast a shadow over our lives. The Hellhound. As a member of my mother's family, I come from a special lineage of people who've always been fascinated by the occult, witchcraft, magic, and all things paranormal. My grandfather was a demonologist and a scientist who spent a lot of his life researching the otherworldly things and the occult. He wrote down many of his experiences too, and those notes are now mine. I keep them as a treasure, and I rarely show them to anyone. Even though I'm a scientist myself, with knowledge of chemistry and biology, I find some of my grandpa's notes difficult to decipher. There are many scientific theories about paranormal and occult stuff,
as well as theology and alchemy. But I recently stumbled upon a few stories about my grandpa's experiences when he was a young man, and I thought it might be interesting to share them with you alongside my own personal stories. One of my grandpa's stories is called The Hellhound, and it happened when he was in his 30s. At the time, he was working in a laboratory, and he was considering quitting his job as a demonologist. He and his grandmother were planning to start a family, and he thought that living in a haunted house was exciting enough. He didn't want to be a famous demonologist like Ed Lorraine Warren. For him, it was just a nice hobby. But as you'll soon see, the hobby kept catching up with him. One night, a friend of my grandpa's called him, sounding scared and claiming that he felt threatened by something that he believed to be not from this world. My grandpa was interested and wanted to figure out what was going on. He visited his friend and stayed with him for several days. His friend told him that he had been feeling watched for a few weeks and that something was following him everywhere that he went. At night it got worse, and this thing tried to get into his house. He couldn't sleep or eat, and he was close to not even leaving the house anymore. He had called the police many times, but they couldn't find anything, so he called my grandpa, who had some knowledge of this stuff and might be able to help him. My grandpa asked him how it all started, and his friend told him that one night he was walking home from his favorite pub, drunk and stumbling through the landscape. He heard a growling behind him, turned around but saw nothing. He kept walking, but after a while he heard the growling again, and it got worse every minute. He thought it was a dog that had run away from home, but the growling didn't sound normal. After a while he saw something big move in the darkness, and he started to get scared. He felt hot breath on his neck, panicked, and ran away. Since then, this thing had followed him. At first, my grandpa thought it was just the influence of alcohol, but he could see how scared his friend was, so he decided to check if there was really something weird going on. In the first 2 days and nights, nothing happened, but on the third night, something interesting occurred. I was sleeping when a loud noise woke me up. My friend was screaming and terrified. It sounded like growling and barking, but it was different from a normal dog. It was loud, unreal, demonic, and full of hatred, according to my grandpa. He could hear something moving around the house and then something heavy crash against the door. My grandpa thought that he and his friend were going to die that night, but after the crash, the thing disappeared. My grandpa searched the surroundings of the house for any tracks, but he found nothing. He then went to the nearby village and asked the people if they knew any good places to stay for the night. The villagers recommended a small inn on the outskirts of the village, which they said was clean, comfortable, and reasonably priced. Feeling relieved, the traveler made his way to the inn and checked in for the night. The innkeeper greeted him warmly and showed him his room, which was small but cozy. The traveler was grateful to have found such a welcoming place to stay, and he settled in for the night. As he lay in bed, the traveler thought about his long journey and all the sights he had seen along the way. He realized that even though he had been traveling for so many days, he had never felt alone or lost, thanks to the kindness of strangers who had helped him along the way. Feeling grateful, the traveler drifted off to sleep, knowing that tomorrow would bring more adventures and more opportunities to experience the kindness of others. Story number 11. Possible leprechaun sighting. Around 7 years ago, during my stay at my dad's house, an incident occurred that continues to send shivers down my spine whenever I recall it. In the middle of the night, I found myself abruptly awakened by a sight that, although seemingly absurd, I now believe was a leprechaun. Growing up in my dad's house, it had always felt like a place of comfort, devoid of any eerie vibes or history of paranormal occurrences. It was just as an ordinary house, a sanctuary for my childhood memories. That particular night, I was sound asleep in my bedroom, facing the left side of my room as slumber embraced me. However, as fate would have it, I was destined to be jolted awake by an inexplicable phenomenon. I
I found myself peering into the darkness, my vision yet to adjust to the dimly lit room, and there, roughly 1.5 meters in front of me, stood a small figure, a man, or what I presumed to be a man, standing no more than 3 feet tall. The silhouette was discernible, but the lack of facial features made it impossible to truly comprehend what I was witnessing. This wasn't a mere shadowy specter, it possessed a palpable corporeality, as if an actual person had materialized within the confines of my room. A top hat adorned his head, adding to the surrealism of the scene. But it was the dancing that struck me with both fascination and dread. Describing it proves challenging, for the movements defied conventional description. Hunched over, the figure performed a peculiar and exaggerated tiptoeing motion, akin to a macabre ballet. I remained transfixed, watching this enigmatic performance unfold. The seconds ticked by, stretching into an eternity as I grappled with the incomprehensible reality of this situation. How could this be real? As if sensing my growing bewilderment, the dancing abruptly ceased. The figure turned toward me, locked its gaze upon me, and with an unsettling agility, began hurtling toward me at alarming speed. Terror gripped my soul and a scream escaped my lips as I instinctively flung myself to the other side of the bed, fumbling for the light switch. The room bathed in illumination. I cast a frantic glance toward the spot where the apparition had danced mere moments ago. To my utter disbelief, it had vanished without a trace. Needless to say, that night, sleep evaded me until the sun's gentle rays chased away the darkness and my father emerged from his own slumber. For years, I tried to rationalize the encounter, dismissing it as nothing more than a bizarre encounter with a diminutive hat-wearing intruder. It wasn't until I mustered the courage to confide in my boyfriend about the incident years later that the truth dawned upon me. He suggested what I had witnessed bore striking resemblance to a leprechaun, and in that instant a peculiar realization washed over me. Now, when it comes to finding a rational explanation for what transpired, one might argue that it could be just me waking hallucinations, or lingering traces from a vivid dream. Yet throughout my life I've experienced several instances of awakening in the night only to find myself beholding spectral apparitions. This particular encounter, along with another that felt equally distinct from the others, stands out in my memory. It wasn't a fleeting glimpse or a mere flicker. It had been afforded ample time to observe and absorb every unsettling detail. By the time it lunged towards me, I was fully awake, my senses sharp and attuned to the chilling reality that was unfolding. I struggled to dismiss it as a mere hallucination, for it defied logical explanation and left an indelible mark on me in the process. Whenever the memory resurfaces, my heart quickens its pace, and an eerie chill creeps down my spine. So I pose the question to you, was it just another figment of my imagination? Another hallucination? Or was there something more otherworldly at play that fateful night? Story number 1. I have a captivating story to share with you, one that takes place in the vast lands of Russia. It revolves around an intriguing character, the father of my beloved girlfriend. This man, unlike the typical law enforcement officers you may encounter in America, was a voluntary cop, akin to an American deputy, but with a bit less authority. His responsibilities primarily involved handling minor infractions, such as individuals strolling across public lawns, or intoxicated individuals serenading the streets with their off-key melodies. Allow me to transport you to a serene evening in this tale. Word reached the ears of our valiant volunteer that a clandestine gathering was taking place in the city park, defying the rules and regulations set forth by the authorities. He made his way to the location, only to discover a joyous wedding celebration hosted by 2 rather large families. Demonstrating his benevolent nature, he offered them his heartfelt wishes for a prosperous union and promptly departed.
However, he decided to embark on a shortcut through the ancient cemetery on his way back home. This cemetery, an artifact of World War II, had remained unchanged since those dark days of conflict. Its caretaker, a weathered old man, devoutly guarded the solemn ground, receiving a meager salary in return. A tranquil atmosphere enveloped the aged tombstones, and as nightfall descended upon the land, our hero quickened his pace along the main road. Suddenly, amidst the eerie shadows, he caught sight of a diligent gravekeeper. The old man was meticulously repairing a fence that had been damaged by a fallen branch, while nearby rested his cart, laden with various gardening tools. As mischievous thoughts danced through our hero's mind, he concocted a whimsical prank to play on the unsuspecting gravekeeper. Stealthily, he crept toward the cart, seized one of the discarded litter bags, and deftly wielded his pocket knife to create 2 precise eye holes in the bag. With a mischievous grin, he draped the bag over his head and torso, effectively disguising himself. To enhance the illusion, he produced a lighter, its flame casting an eerie glow from within the bag's makeshift eyes, and commenced his wailing. The gravekeeper, engrossed in his diligent repair work, eventually pivoted to face the source of the unearthly lament. Slowly his gaze met the peculiar figure before him, and for an entire minute he studied the enigmatic spectacle. Curiously, he averted his eyes, seemingly undisturbed by the supernatural presence. With a resolute spirit, he resumed his duties, leaving our hero befuddled by the utter lack of response. The gravity of his prank began to weigh heavily upon him, and he was consumed by remorse for his juvenile antics. Without hesitation, he removed the bag, quietly mumbled an apologetic, "Sorry, man," and hastened his pace towards the exit of the cemetery. But fate had an unexpected twist in store for our bewildered protagonist. Just as he reached the very gates of the cemetery, his ears caught the distinct sound of hurried footsteps echoing behind him. Turning around, he beheld the gravekeeper, sprinting towards him unwavering with determination. In a swift motion, the old man brandished his spade and delivered a sharp, albeit painful, poke to our hero's side. With a voice fueled by both frustration and concern, he sternly admonished, "How many times must I emphasize? Dear people, feel free to wander within these hallowed grounds, but I implore you, do not venture beyond its sacred borders." And thus concludes this captivating tale from the heartland of Russia, where the unpredictability of pranks intertwines with the unwavering guardianship of a vigilant gravekeeper. It serves as a reminder that even in the realm of mischievous exploits, there are consequences to be faced and valuable lessons to be learned. Story number 5. Saw and felt something, but we were alone. In the year 2015, when I was 33 years old, I found myself deeply involved in a romantic relationship with my now husband, Andrew. At that time, I resided in a different city, but during one particular weekend, I decided to pay Andrew a visit in Houston, where he lived. He shared a ranch-style home reminiscent of the 1960s with 2 other individuals whom I shall refer to as Gary and Gary's girlfriend. It was our routine to spend our weekends together, exploring various activities, but on this specific evening, each couple had chosen to pursue separate plans. After Andrew and I returned home from a lovely dinner, we thought it prudent to check in with his roommates to ascertain their whereabouts. Gary informed us that they were still dining and would return after a few more hours. With this knowledge in mind, Andrew and I settled in front of the television, intending to enjoy some leisurely entertainment before retiring early for the night. Since we had the house to ourselves, I decided to utilize Andrew's shower while he opted for the guest room down the hallway. My shower lasted approximately 10 minutes, and as I emerged from the steam-filled bathroom, I contemplated the lack of necessity in closing the door. Considering it was just Andrew and me in the house for the foreseeable future,
I reasoned that there is no potential for anyone else to inadvertently witness my awe-neutral state. Completing my usual bedtime routine, with changing into my pajamas as the final step, I began brushing my teeth. While hunched over the sink, completely exposed, an unexpected sight caught my attention. An individual swiftly passed by the door, down the hallway. Moreover, the unmistakable sensation of a presence permeated the atmosphere, including its fleeting encounter with the bathroom. Alarmed and utterly flabbergasted, I hastily wrapped myself up in a towel and hastened toward the guest room where Andrew had been preparing for the evening. He was in the process of getting dressed as I divulged my distressing revelation. Gary had inadvertently caught sight of me in my vulnerable state, which left me feeling deeply upset and mortified. Andrew, wearing a perplexed expression, vehemently denied the plausibility of my account, revealing that he had received a text message from their friends, notifying him that they were concluding their dinner and would be soon returning home. As Andrew's words reached my ears, it felt as if the blood drained from my face. His remark, suggesting a resemblance to a person encountering a ghost, failed to capture my sentiments at the time. I didn't consider the paranormal as a possible explanation. Instead, my immediate assumption revolved around the notion that an intruder had breached our sanctuary, and now roamed freely within its confines. Filled with trepidation, I implored Andrew to conduct a thorough search of the entire house, and even the garage while I sought refuge in the safety of the guest room. However, much to our relief, his inspection yielded no intruders or signs of unauthorized entry. Until that moment, my beliefs concerning the paranormal had remained somewhat neutral. I neither adamantly denied its existence nor actively sought validation for such phenomena, as I had never experienced any first-hand encounters. Nevertheless, that fateful night remains etched in my memory as vividly as it had occurred yesterday. I am certain of what I saw and the distinct sensations that coursed through me. While I lack the expertise to unravel the mysteries of the supernatural, I cannot explain why this peculiar incident represented the sole manifestation throughout the 2 years Andrew resided in that house. As far as my knowledge extends, the property lacks any sinister or macabre history. Perhaps this occurrence was an isolated event, or perchance my imagination had played tricks on me. Regardless, from that point forward, I became an unwavering believer in the existence of paranormal phenomenon.
Story number 10. Ask Reddit. Let me tell you a fascinating story that was recounted to me by a fellow airman that I had the privilege of working with during my time in the Air Force. It was back in 2003 when I was stationed in Osan, AB in South Korea. This airman, whom I'll refer to as John, shared an eerie experience that occurred during his first duty station in Germany, nearly a decade before our conversation. The tale unfolded in a small basement apartment where John and another airman found themselves as roommates, residing just off the base. One fateful night, as John peacefully slumbered in his tiny room, he suddenly found himself jolted awake. To his astonishment, a mysterious figure shrouded in darkness stood ominously in front of his window. With a rush of adrenaline, John's senses heightened, and in an instant, the figure vanished into thin air. Curiously, what perplexed him even more was the fact that his bed was positioned right up against the window, leaving no space for a person to stand. Initially, he dismissed the encounter as a mere product of his dreams, but the experience had rattled him all the way to the core, rendering him unable to fall back asleep. Frustrated after hours of tossing and turning, John surrendered to the wakefulness and decided to rise from his restless bed. To his surprise, the following night brought forth a similar occurrence. John's eyes fluttered open, and there before him stood the enigmatic shadowy figure once again. Determined to uncover the truth behind these strange encounters, John mustered the courage to confront his roommate the next day. With trepidation, he inquired whether his companion had entered his room the previous night, specifically around the bewitching hour of 3 a.m. Much to his chagrin, his roommate responded with a resounding no, accompanied by a dose of ridicule that stung his already troubled psyche. Nights turned into weeks, and every evening like clockwork the dark specter materialized at 3 a.m. John grew accustomed to the presence, albeit begrudgingly. Each time the figure manifested, he strained to focus his attention upon it, yet it always vanished, leaving him perplexed and yearning for answers. Aware that sleep was a futile pursuit, John resigned himself to the fact that he would be sleepless into the early hours of the morning. Around 3:15 a.m., he would resign himself to his sleepless fate, brewing a pot of coffee to invigorate his wary mind and passing the hours by engrossing himself in the glow of a television screen until it was time to report for duty. Then, one fateful morning, as John went about his usual routine, his life took a chilling turn. He found himself seated comfortably on the couch, clutching his steaming cup of coffee, when suddenly out of nowhere, a blazing fireball erupted from the stove responsible for heating the apartment. The fiery projectile swiftly ignited a dried-up houseplant, which happened to be situated only a few feet away. Reacting swiftly, fueled by adrenaline and a heightened sense of urgency, John sprang into action. He swiftly rose from the couch, snatching the blazing plant and hurled it into the safety of the bathtub, extinguishing the flames that threatened to consume their house. In a bewildered state, John realized that from that moment onward, the dark, shadowy figure that had haunted his nights seemed to vanish as abruptly as the flames had been so valiantly quelled. The inexplicable encounters ceased, leaving John both relieved and perplexed. While the mysterious shadow never reappeared, John couldn't help but wonder about the connection between the ethereal figure and the fiery ordeal that had unfolded before him. To this day, the story lingers in my mind as a testament to the enigmatic and often unexplainable phenomenon that exists within our world. John's experience serves as a reminder that sometimes the answers we seek lie hidden in the realm of the inexplicable, waiting to be discovered through unexpected twists of fate and inexplicable events. Story number 2. Had a coworker that passed away, and I saw his spirit and I dreamt about him. Back in 2016, I found myself employed at a local supermarket. The working grave shift alongside 3 coworkers and a supervisor. Among them was a certain individual named Kev, although we didn't quite connect on a personal level. Many times, our supervisor assigned me to assist Kev because he often fell behind on stocking the shelves. One day, our supervisor instructed me to lend a hand to Kev, so I made my way to his aisle. As I approached, our supervisor informed him of my presence, but Kev remained silent, simply continuing with his work. While I focused on restocking the shelves, I couldn't help but sense that Kev's gaze was fixed on me. Curiosity compelled me to turn my head, confirming my suspicion that he was indeed staring at me. In that brief moment, we locked eyes and engaged in an intense stare-down, as if trying to communicate something unspoken. I couldn't shake off the strange melancholy that emanated from Kev's gaze, and it seemed as though he harbored an unspoken message. Yet, he chose to remain silent. Resuming my work, I shifted my attention back to the products, leaving the enigmatic encounter behind. Some time later, as I walked into the store's warehouse, I caught sight of someone in the distance. It appeared to be Kev making his way toward me. Coincidentally, it was my time for break, so I exited the warehouse and I headed for the lunchroom. While enjoying my lunch break, I witnessed something inexplicable. The office door swung open on its own accord, despite no one being present. Initially, I brushed it off as a mere malfunction or possible damage, failing to attach any significance to the incident in the process. A day after that peculiar encounter, upon arriving at work, My supervisor wasted no time in informing me that Kev would no longer be working at the company. Intrigued, I couldn't help but inquire about the reason behind his sudden departure. My supervisor revealed that Kev's mother had called earlier that day to deliver the devastating news. Kev had tragically passed away the morning before. It was then that the pieces began to fit together, and a chilling realization washed over me. I had encountered the spirit of Kev, lingering within the confines of the supermarket, even after his untimely demise. But the story doesn't conclude there, for there was more to come. 2 weeks later, a dream invaded my slumber. In this vivid vision, I found myself standing within a grand 2-story home. Suddenly, a lady approached me, seemingly appearing out of thin air. Her voice resonated with an otherworldly quality as she urgently spoke. "Hurry up and say goodbye to him, because he's departing very soon." I was intrigued, so I complied with her request, and I ascended the stairs. As I entered the room on the upper floor, there stood Kev, his presence as real as in life. He approached me, and without hesitation, we embraced. The warmth of his hug enveloped me, and I reciprocated, holding on tightly. In that poignant moment, I managed to utter a heartfelt goodbye. Suddenly, my eyes fluttered open, and I found myself back in the realm of wakefulness, the remnants of the dream clinging to my consciousness. The enigmatic encounter with Kev, both in the waking world and in the realm of dreams, left an indelible mark on me. I couldn't help but ponder the mysteries that surrounds life and death, the thin veil that separates our physical existence from the ethereal realms. To this day, the memory of those haunting moments in the supermarket and the bittersweet farewell in the dream remains etched in my mind, a testament to the profound and enigmatic nature of the human experience. Story number 8. I just woke up to a deep growl in my ear and a male hand around my neck. I've always been a person who easily gets spooked, but this time I was scared shitless. I couldn't believe what had just happened to me. It felt like a scene from a horror movie. Unsure if it was sleep paralysis or some supernatural phenomenon, I found myself wide awake after a particularly unsettling dream. As I lay there in bed, desperately attempting to calm my racing heart and fall back to sleep, I was suddenly startled by a deep guttural growl that echoed right in my ear. Simultaneously, I felt the unmistakable presence of a large masculine hand wrapping itself around my neck, its fingers extending and spreading out across my chest. It was as if an unseen force was trying to choke the very life out of me. Panic set in, and I realized with horror that I couldn't move a muscle. Summoning every ounce of strength within me, I fought against the invisible restraints, struggling to break free from the terrifying grasp that held me captive. After what seemed like an eternity, I managed to pry my eyes open. The moment my vision cleared, the eerie sensation dissipated into thin air. I was left trembling and shaken, unable to comprehend the terrifying encounter I had just endured. Still quivering with fear, I found myself sitting in my room, the only sanctuary I had at that moment. This wasn't the first time I'd experienced inexplicable phenomenon within the confines of my apartment. From the moment I moved in, I had an eerie sense that something otherworldly resided within those walls. It started innocently enough, with the door mysteriously closing on its own, sometimes even after I had firmly shut it. At first, I dismissed it as a mere coincidence, attributing it to the fluctuating air pressure, or perhaps a faulty latch. However, as time went on, these inexplicable occurrences became more frequent and unnerving. Objects would seemingly move on their own accord, shifting from one place to another while I was away. Strange noises echoed through the rooms, giving rise to an unsettling atmosphere that constantly put me on edge. It was as if the unseen spirits were playing tricks on me, toying with my sanity. Curiously, the supernatural incidents ceased when my sister and her girlfriend moved into the apartment. Their presence seemed to bring about a newfound sense of peace and tranquility within those haunted walls. Gone were the strange happenings and inexplicable phenomenon that had plagued me relentlessly. I couldn't help but wonder if their positive energy and companionship had somehow banished the malevolent force that had tormented me for so long. Yet as I sat there, trembling and reflecting on my recent encounter, a deep-seated unease settled within me. Perhaps the dormant spirits had reawakened, seizing an opportune moment to remind me of their lingering presence. The room felt heavy with an unseen presence, and the air grew thick with an unexplained dread. In that moment, I realized I couldn't continue to live in a perpetual state of fear. I needed answers, an understanding of the supernatural forces that had invaded my life. It was time to seek the help of experts in the paranormal, those who possessed the knowledge and skills to unravel the mysteries that plagued me. With renewed determination, I resolved to embark on a journey of discovery, delving deep into the realm of the occult and the unexplained. Armed with research, spiritual guides, and an unwavering belief in the existence of something beyond the natural world, I would confront the spirits that haunted my apartment and reclaim my sense of peace and security. Little did I know what lay ahead on this daunting path. The supernatural realm held countless secrets, and I was about to unlock a Pandora's box of otherworldly encounters, tests of courage, and profound revelations that would forever change my perception of reality. My journey had just begun, and the true depths of the paranormal awaited me with open arms. Story number 4. So won't stay in my creepy, inhabited room. We're on the verge of securing a place to live, and my significant other has resorted to sleeping in the car due to the lack of quality of sleep in our cluttered living room. As a result, I decided to take action today and clean out my own room. However, much to my surprise, my so expressed a strong reluctance to sleep there, significant other. Now, let me provide some background information. Ever since I was a child, this room has instilled a sense of fear within me. I would frequently witness shadowy black figures and apparitions within the confines of our house, with a particular concentration of these eerie encounters occurring in the back guest room. My claims, accompanied by similar experiences shared by my younger siblings, prompted my parents to seek the assistance of paranormal researchers. These experts discovered orbs, captured electronic voice phenomenon, and other evidence that validated our haunting experiences. At a later point, my aunt moved in with us, but she adamantly refused to sleep in the back guest room. She claimed that a shadowy figure had opened her dresser drawer and loomed menacingly above her bed. Once again, the paranormal researchers were summoned, but this time they brought along a few unfamiliar faces. 2 newer researchers participating in what they claimed was a blind study, unaware of our previous reports or investigations, rushed out of the guest room in a state of panic. According to them, they had witnessed a little girl emerging from the closet while they were setting up their equipment. This revelation struck a chord with me, since I too had previously seen the apparition of a little girl in that very room. Despite seeking assistance from several therapists regarding my hallucinations, they insisted that I was mentally stable and unable to offer any further help. Eventually, I moved out, only to return 8 years later as an adult. Since then, I have resided in the same room, occasionally plagued by visions of a shadowy figure looming right over my closet. However, I had convinced myself that these were merely figments of my imagination. My current significant other holds a firm disbelief in the paranormal. He rejects the notion of spirits, demons, or an afterlife. When I confided in him about the strange occurrences throughout my life, he dismissed them as products of my vivid imagination, affirming that I was not crazy. Nevertheless, today, when I'm informing him of my intention to clean and transform the room into a cozy and habitable space, he surprised me with his vehement refusal to sleep there. Naturally, I inquired about his reasons. and he confessed that the room evoked a profound sense of unease and left him feeling depressed whenever he stayed there. Even during his initial visit, he had expressed discomfort and an inexplicable feeling of something within the room, resented his presence, especially around me, an unsettling notion indeed. He described his visions of a black angel emerging from the closet, pitch black with piercing white eyes, hovering menacingly above him as he slept. Although he acknowledged the irrationality of his superstitions, I found it peculiar since this room had always been a focal point for the unexplained emotions and sightings. Nevertheless, I assured him that I didn't mind sleeping in there myself. In conclusion, the room's eerie history, coupled with my own childhood experiences and the testimonies of others, have given rise to a formidable aura of mystery and trepidation, while my significant other, who typically rejects the supernatural, succumbs to an unexplainable discomfort and vivid hallucinations within its walls. I remain resolute in my willingness to reside in that room, even amidst its inexplicable phenomena. Story number 14. Ask Reddit 5. More than a decade ago, I found myself working as a security guard for a brief period of time. During my tenure, there were 2 stories that left a lasting impression on me, each adding to the mysterious and eerie nature of my job. In one of my assignments, I was working at a hotel consisting of 2 wings with elevators situated at the center. As part of my routine, I would take the elevator to the top floor and commence my patrol towards one of the stairwells located at the end of the wing. After reaching that floor, I would then walk down to the next level and proceed in the opposite end of the stairwell. However, on one particular floor, as I strolled past a specific room, I couldn't help but sense a set of footsteps mimicking my every move, seemingly locked in step behind me. Yet, as I continued past the elevators in the central area, this strange sensation would gradually fade away. It was a perplexing occurrence that left me with more questions than answers. In another intriguing incident, I was assigned a facility that was undergoing expansion and upgrades. As a result, the fenced-off area of the site had been temporarily taken down, necessitating overnight security. My responsibility primarily involved patrolling the premises, but apart from those rounds, I would remain stationed in my vehicle. It was during one such night that I had completed a patrol and settled back into my vehicle. As time passed, a whispering voice abruptly pierced the silence, repeating the words, "Go away, go away, go away." Naturally, this unexpected occurrence sent shivers down my spine, and I instinctively positioned my hand near the ignition, ready to start the vehicle and flee from whatever unseen presence haunted the area. However, as my rationality kicked in, I contemplated the embarrassment and difficulty of explaining my abrupt departure to my supervisor. Despite the fear that gripped me, I decided to stay put, carrying out my patrols diligently and remaining at my designated post for the remainder of the night. During my patrols on various occasions, I would hear faint conversations that appeared to originate from small groups, engaged in ordinary discussions. Intrigued yet bewildered, I utilized a powerful 2 million candle power flashlight that I possessed at the time. Shining it in the direction of those elusive voices, I fervently hoped to uncover the source of these peculiar occurrences. However, to my dismay, nothing out of the ordinary ever came into view. It was as if these voices were mere figments of my imagination, teasing me with their cryptic presence. Furthermore, the words being exchanged remained incomprehensible, leaving me frustrated and mystified. Eventually, the construction work reached completion, rendering our security services unnecessary at the facility. I moved on to other night security assignments, yet the remnants of those enigmatic experiences lingered within me. From time to time, while fulfilling my duties at other locations, I would occasionally hear a plaintive voice whispering, "Why aren't you here? You belong here." The voice seemed to tug at my heartstrings, conveying a sense of longing and belonging. However, as it faded away, becoming a distant memory, it's been a significant amount of time since I last heard it, as I've moved on to different employment opportunities since, leaving behind the enigmatic realm of night security. These tales from my brief stint as a security guard continue to fascinate me, evoking a sense of mystery and intrigue that has stayed with me throughout the years. Each experience, whether it be synchronized footsteps trailing behind me, or the inexplicable whispers in the darkness, adds another layer to the inexplicable nature of the unseen world that intertwines with our everyday reality.
There's something following me. When I reflect upon my early years, a series of inexplicable occurrences and eerie encounters come to mind, as if they were fragments of a haunting melody that once permeated my life. It all began when I was just a helpless babe, cradled in the loving arms of my slumbering mother. While she dozed off, drifting between the realms of consciousness and dreams, a peculiar scene unfolded before her wary eyes. In the midst of her drowsy state, my mother caught sight of a man, gracefully stepping into the room. With a subtle gesture, he removed his cap and delicately placed it on the nightstand. Assuming it was my father returning home early from work, she sleepily mumbled, "You're home early from work?" To her surprise, the man remained silent, devoid of any response. As she blinked away at the remnants of her slumber, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. No one stood before her, and the cap that once rested on the nightstand had vanished without a trace. As the years trickled by, I reached the tender age of 5 or 6, where the boundaries of reality often blend with the realm of the imagination. On one such morning, as sun's rays timidly illuminated the world outside, I found myself drawn downstairs before the break of dawn, driven by an insatiable thirst that demanded a refreshing drink. The kitchen, adorned with ghastly shades of orange, was a sight to behold. It was there, amidst those fruitful hues, that I encountered a mysterious figure, perched upon the windowsill, his knees tucked closely to his chest. Peering through the sheer orange curtains, I caught a glimpse of his enigmatic presence. Although the details eluded my youthful gaze, fright overwhelmed me, propelling my tiny legs to move me up the stairs with remarkable speed, until I found refuge atop an unsuspecting sister whose dreams were abruptly disrupted. Even to this day, both my mother and sister recount this tale with disbelief, astounded by the fact that I still recall it with vivid clarity. But it wasn't just my experience that forged an unspoken bond with the supernatural. My sister, too, shared a story that chilled our spines. She would often recount the nights when a phantom symphony echoed through the corridors of her home. Like clockwork, when the world lay sound asleep, she would hear the unmistakable sound of a dining room chair scraping against the floor. Each night without fail, this eerie melody wafted through the air, while we peacefully slumbered, upstairs, and oblivious to the unseen force orchestrating its sinister serenade. It was around the age of 8 that we bade farewell to a previous house, embarking on a journey to a new residence that held both promises and secrets. It didn't take long for those secrets to reveal themselves to me. The bathroom, equipped with an antique tap that required a firm twist to dispense water, became a harbinger of inexplicable events. One fateful day, I was struck with the sudden awareness of gushing water emanating from the bathroom, adjacent to my own bedroom. Driven by curiosity, I ventured forth to investigate, only to discover the tap twisted to its maximum extent, as if manipulated by unseen hands. With all my strength, it took a good 20 seconds to fully quell the relentless flow. No culprit lurked within the confines of that bathroom, leaving me perplexed and uneasy. Furthermore, during my time in that peculiar house, a recurring nightmare would haunt my slumber every once in a lunar cycle. It was only in recent conversations that I learned that my mother and sister had witnessed a shadowy specter traversing the upstairs hallway, gradually itching closer to my vulnerable sanctuary.
Story number 5. Let me tell you about a series of bizarre events that unfolded within the confines of our house. It was a place where inexplicable phenomena became an unwelcome guest, defying the laws of nature and challenging our perception of reality. Strangely enough, I always brushed aside these occurrences, dismissing them as mere coincidences or figments of my imagination. Little did I know that one fateful night would change everything, shattering my skepticism and plunging me into a realm of fear and uncertainty. As the tale goes, I found myself in the solitude of my bedroom when I witnessed something truly unnerving. A decorative hanging on my wardrobe door handle suddenly commenced an eerie dance, swinging back and forth with inexplicable vigor. The sight sent shivers down my spine, leaving me paralyzed with fear. Determined to find solace, I sought the comfort and presence of our family dog, a loyal companion known for his unwavering bravery. I beckoned him to sleep beside me, hoping his presence would alleviate my growing unease. With the lights dimmed, I lay there in bed, my mind racing with questions and trepidation. Sleep eluded me, my senses heightened by the unexplained phenomenon I had just witnessed. Suddenly, the dog sprang to his feet, his body tense and his growls filling the room. He began to circle the space, his eyes fixed on an unseen presence that instilled a primal fear within him. I was taken aback by his reaction, observing his behavior with a mixture of curiosity and dread. Overwhelmed by the mounting terror, I made a hasty decision to abandon my room and seek refuge on the living room couch. With the loyal dog as my steadfast companion, I settled in, hoping that a change of surroundings would bring a sense of respite. Yet, as fate would have it, tranquility proved elusive once again. Approximately 10 to 15 minutes into my new sleeping arrangement, the dog leapt to his feet once more, his barks piercing the silence of the night. Through the faint illumination cast by the street lamps outside, I watched as his entire body bristled with agitation. It was a sight I had never witnessed before, an animal so consumed by anger and fear that its very essence seemed transformed. Following his gaze, I turned my head to face the direction of his relentless barking. There, in the distance, I saw an otherworldly apparition, an ethereal, towering figure enveloped in a swirling mist of white. With a slow and deliberate glide, the mysterious entity made its way through the kitchen, its presence palpable and foreboding. As the seconds ticked by, it gradually dissipated, fading into nothingness before my eyes. In that moment, I felt a chilling realization wash over me. I had encountered a supernatural force, a specter from realms beyond our comprehension. From that night onward, my skepticism shattered like fragile glass, replaced by an unsettling acceptance of the inexplicable. The house, once a sanctuary of warmth and familiarity, now became a domain of unexplained phenomena and unrelenting fear. Each creaking floorboard, every flicker of light, served as a haunting reminder that we were not alone in this space. To this day, the memory of that tall, white, smoky apparition lingers in my mind, an indelible mark of the paranormal etched upon my consciousness. It serves as a constant reminder that there are forces at play in this world that surpass our limited understanding. A reminder to approach the mysteries of life with humility and an open mind. Story number 14. I work at a hospital and had a paranormal encounter when I used to work on evenings and nights. Before I began my tenure at the hospital, where I've devoted a significant portion of my life for the past decade, I was already aware of the haunting reputation of the significantly older hospital within the same trust. Little did I know the one I worked at has its own eerie secrets as well. The discovery of this fact was rather unsettling, to say the least. It was a day like any other, as my colleagues and I completed our duties within the hospital. Exhausted, we decided to gather in the kitchen for a brief respite before bidding farewell to the premises. This particular kitchen was situated in a section of the hospital that housed the research laboratories, conveniently located on the same floor as the wards, but entirely separated from them. We were fully aware that everyone else had already departed for the day, leaving only the three of us remaining. However, as soon as the two staff members accompanying me exited the kitchen, I was confronted with a palpable sense of solitude. Approximately 5 minutes after their departure, a mysterious occurrence seized my attention. Footsteps, unmistakable in their distinct rhythm, began emanating from the corridor adjacent to the kitchen, the very same corridor guarded by a magnetic locked door. It wasn't possible for anyone to have entered undetected, yet the sounds persisted, finally halting just outside the kitchen door. Driven by an instinctual curiosity, I felt compelled to investigate, hoping to uncover the source of this spectral disturbance. Much to my bewilderment, my inspection revealed an empty area, void of any presence other than my own. The rooms at my disposal beckoned me to explore further, and dutifully, I inspected each one, meticulously confirming their vacancy. Not a soul could be found. Perturbed by these inexplicable events, I decided it was best to retreat from the enigmatic realm that had seemingly invaded my workplace. While waiting for a lift, an experience transpired that would forever linger in my memory. I could swear with unwavering certainty that a shadowy figure materialized from the far end of the corridor I had just traversed. Its silhouette manifested amidst the dimly lit hallway, and for a fleeting moment our eyes met. A shiver traveled down my spine as an entity dissolved into thin air, leaving me pondering the nature of what I had just witnessed. Determined to seek solace and comprehend the peculiar happenings, I sought out my fellow staff members, eager to glean insights from their own encounters. One colleague recounted an eerie encounter within a ward, an apparition of an elderly individual, aimlessly wandering through the area, only to be inexplicably vanished. Another shared a chilling tale of phantom screams that reverberated throughout the hospital, despite the conspicuous absence of any living being. Yet another individual divulged an experience of hearing an ethereal melody, a haunting melody that resonated through the corridors, evoking both fascination and trepidation. It was clear that these eerie episodes were not confined to my own encounters, but had touched the lives of others within our shared workspace. That fateful day, wrought with the enigmatic and uncanny, transpired nearly 8 years ago. Although I have since moved on from that particular section of the hospital, the memories of those inexplicable incidents continue to linger within the recesses of my mind. The whispered stories and shared accounts of apparitions, inexplicable sounds, and ghostly figures have become an integral part of the hospital's legacy, a chilling testament to the paranormal mysteries that shroud its walls.
Step into the shadows with us. Here at Paranormal M, we bring you stories that'll make your hair stand on end. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications and stay up to date with our latest bone-chilling tales. We hope you have a frightfully good time listening. I've spent my entire life in the serene and picturesque landscapes of North Carolina. Our little abode nestled between neighboring houses, a sprawling pasture of majestic horses to the left, and a dense forest at the back. It was the year 2015 or maybe 16, and the holiday season had painted the world with a snowy blanket as Christmas approached. At the tender age of 11 or 12, I stepped outside, accompanied by my faithful canine companion, to explore the beginning of the woods. The snowflakes fell gracefully around me, creating a whimsical ambiance that mirrored the festive spirit.
As I ventured further, something peculiar caught my attention. A faint melody echoing through the trees, reminiscent of wind chimes or a delicate music box. My heart skipped a beat and a shiver ran down my spine. Instinctively, I hurriedly ushered my dog back to the safety of our cozy home, afraid of the unfamiliar sounds that seemed to emerge from the heart of the woods. Later, when I mustered the courage to recount my encounter with my uncle and grandmother, they greeted my tale with skepticism. Their doubtful expressions conveyed their disbelief, leaving me somewhat disheartened. Little did they know that reports of clowns luring children into the woods had been circulating in the news, causing widespread panic in South Carolina during the same period. I had hoped that these news stories might lend some credibility to my experience and alleviate their skepticism. Alas, my plea fell on deaf ears as they remained unconvinced. My uncle, however, mentioned the existence of an old house situated across our property line, speculating that the haunting music might have originated from there. But deep down, I knew that it wasn't this kind of melody, and I couldn't make him understand. Time whisked me away, and now it's December 3rd, 2021. The holiday season once again graced us with its presence. I'm now 17, and the passing years have brought both change and loss. Sadly, my uncle had departed this world, leaving behind cherished memories and a void in our heart. In the wake of his passing, my mother and stepfather decided to relocate, and we now reside in the very house that borders the enigmatic woods. Although the snowflakes have not yet started their graceful descent from the heavens, I've yet to summon the courage to revisit that mysterious place. Consequently, the haunting melodies have eluded my ears, for I have chosen to shield myself from the unknown. Recently, however, my curiosity is being rekindled. On a quiet evening, I was startled by the sound of faint knocks and footsteps outside, their cadence separated by approximately an hour. Intrigued and compelled by the inexplicable force, I embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind my childhood encounter. As I delved into research, I discovered a multitude of accounts similar to mine. People recounting their experiences with haunted melodies, within similar settings and during the same period of time. It was as if a vast chorus of shared mysteries echoed through the annals of time. Now as the winter season beckons, and if the heavens grace us with the glistening blanket of snow, I've made up my mind. I will venture into the woods once more, accompanied by my loyal four-legged friend. With bated breath, I anticipate the return of those ethereal melodies that have haunted my memories for so long. Perhaps this time, armed with the knowledge of countless others who have heard the same enigmatic tunes, I'll finally unravel the secrets that lie hidden in the veiled depths of the woods. Story number 10. So I found big handprints on my fridge? So this morning, I woke up feeling groggy and disoriented. As I slowly regained consciousness, I realized it was time to let my dogs out. With a yawn and a stretch, I stumbled out of bed and made my way toward the back door. As I reached the kitchen, something caught my eye. The side of my fridge, which usually faced the wall, was now positioned towards the back door. It was an odd sight, but I didn't pay much attention to it at first. I opened the door to let my dogs out, and as I turned around to close it, I was met with a startling discovery. Right there on the fridge was a fresh handprint. It was as if someone had just touched the surface moments ago. The steamy imprint reminded me of the fogged-up mirror in the bathroom after a hot shower, only this handprint was much larger than my own. To validate my astonishment, I quickly snapped some comparison pictures. Living with just my girlfriend and me in the house, this mysterious handprint sent chills down my spine. We hadn't touched the side of the fridge in ages, let alone with both hands like that. It was undeniably eerie and left me pondering over its origins. Seeking some clarity, I decided to seek unbiased opinions. I shared the peculiar incident with a few friends and family members, hoping they could shed some light on the matter. Unsurprisingly, they were just as perplexed as I was. None of them could come up with a logical explanation for the sudden appearance of the handprint. As I delved deeper into recent history, I realized that strange occurrences were becoming a recurring theme in my life. It wasn't just the handprint on the fridge that unsettled me. There's been other bizarre incidents that left me questioning my sanity. One night, as I prepared to retire for the day, I turned off the main light in my bedroom. I climbed into bed, reached over to turn on my bedside lamp, but to my astonishment, it refused to illuminate. No matter how many times I flicked the switch, the light remained stubbornly off. Frustrated, I eventually gave up and resigned myself to sleep in the darkness. However, just as I began to relax, I felt something peculiar underneath my pillow. It was an unmistakable shape of a light bulb. Confused, I pulled it out and realized that it was the light bulb from my malfunctioning lamp. How it ended up beneath my pillow, I had no clue. Instances like these were not isolated. I would frequently discover clothes missing from my wardrobe, only to find them days later in unexpected places. It was as if my belongings had a mind of their own, playing hide and seek with me. I couldn't help but wonder if these occurrences were somehow connected to the mysterious handprint on the fridge. As I recounted these incidents, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It was as if there was an invisible presence in our home, toying with our belongings and leaving behind perplexing clues. The logical part of my mind desperately searched for rational explanations, but the inexplicable nature of these events continued to baffle me. Was there a logical explanation for all of this? Or was there something supernatural at play? The handprint on the fridge remained an enigma, leaving me with more questions than answers. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this story than met the eye. So here I am, sharing my experiences and seeking any insight or guidance from those willing to offer it. Perhaps someone out there has encountered similar phenomena or possessed the knowledge to unravel this perplexing mystery. Any thoughts or theories would be greatly appreciated as I continue to navigate this strange and unsettling journey of unexplained occurrences in my home. Story number 1. Silly Naughty Ghost Box. I've always found the realm of ghost hunting to be a fascinating and thrilling pursuit. My wife and I, in our spare time, like to dabble in this intriguing activity. It was only recently that we began acquiring various devices to enhance our ghost hunting experiences. Among our newest acquisitions was a peculiar gadget known as a ghost box. Having previously relied on smartphone apps and other similar tools, we found the ghost box to be an interesting addition to our paranormal investigations. It was back in the chilly month of January when we received the eagerly anticipated package containing our brand new ghost box. This device operates by rapidly flipping through radio stations, with the belief that spirits or entities can harness their ethereal energy to pluck out words or sentences, enabling them to respond to our inquiries or engage in conversations with us, the investigators. During that particular week, my wife had a morning appointment at the hospital, so we made the practical decision to book a hotel nearby. Given that both of us finished work at the late hour of 2:30 a.m., and considering the hospital's distance of about an hour from our home, it made sense to secure a place of rest that was conveniently located. Thus, we found ourselves settling into the hotel room close to 3 a.m., eagerly anticipating the few precious hours of sleep that awaited us. As we entered the room, still buzzing with residual energy from our long night of work, my wife eagerly retrieved the ghost box from our belongings. She excitedly began tinkering with the device while I commenced my nightly routine of brushing my teeth. Observing her enthusiasm, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of intrigue and caution. Although I relished in exploring the supernatural, I couldn't deny that I had reservations about stirring up too much paranormal activity within the confines of our own home. Thus, being away in a hotel room provided a sense of comfort in experimenting with this ghost box. As I stood at the sink brushing away the remnants of the day from my pearly whites, my wife commenced the ghost box operation. She set it upon the bed and let it oscillate through the various radio frequencies. The device emitted a symphony of fleeting words and snippets of music, yet nothing truly caught our attention or seemed out of the ordinary. However, fate had an unexpected surprise in store for us. In a hilarious twist of events, as my wife proceeded to change into her comfortable night clothes, removing her shirt and bra, the ghost box suddenly blurted out loud and clear, "Boobs! Nice!" The sheer absurdity of the situation caused both of us to freeze momentarily, our gazes locking in mutual astonishment. But in an instant, the absurdity transformed into an uproarious laughter that echoed throughout the hotel room. We couldn't contain ourselves, the infectious mirth consuming every inch of our beings. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for any neighboring hotel guests who may have been roused from their slumber by our uncontrollable laughter. But in that moment, the hilarity of the situation outweighed any concern for our surroundings. Our ghost hunting adventures had taken an unexpected turn, diverging from the realm of spirits and otherworldly encounters to a light-hearted and amusing interlude. The ghost box's unexpected and comical response became an unforgettable memory, a cherished moment shared between my wife and me. And as we eventually settled into bed, still chuckling at the unexpected twist, we realized that sometimes, even in the midst of seeking the unknown, laughter and joy can be found in the most unexpected places. Visited by a spirit. A few years ago, I met a new friend named Leah. From the moment we crossed paths, a connection sparked between us. There was something about Leah that drew me in, an array of qualities and admirable traits. Most importantly, she became my guiding light during a desperate and sorrowful chapter of my life. We shared a common burden, the weight of depression that had haunted us for years. Together, we had weathered numerous storms and emerged stronger. Leah had endured her fair share of trauma, her own experiences intertwined with those of others. Eventually, she decided to uproot herself, seeking solace by changing every aspect of her life. Several months later, an extraordinary incident occurred at night, a peculiar encounter, not quite like any dream I've ever experienced before. It wasn't sleep paralysis either, a condition I had encountered previously. In this extraordinary occurrence, there was an absence of sights and sounds. It seems as though my senses were suspended, unnecessarily in that realm. However, I could perceive the presence of another entity, a sense of friendship and femininity emanating from it. Yet the identity remained elusive. Though it didn't trouble me, it exuded a serene and affable aura, despite conveying a peculiar message. The presence urged me to smash through. It's difficult to articulate, but the sensation resembled hurtling a car at full speed into an impenetrable concrete wall. I resisted, understanding that obeying this request would result in our demise. I attempted to communicate my dissent, persuading the spirit that it was misguiding in the course of action it was suggesting. However, the spirit remained insistently calm, compelling me to proceed. It wasn't menacing or malevolent, it merely insisted with composure. So ultimately, I acquiesced and shattered through the metaphorical barrier. Still, there was no light or sound, and yet I found myself unattached to the ground, hovering but not soaring. It wasn't heaven, nor was it hell. It felt like a void, lacking any defining characteristics. Silently, I posed a question without uttering a word. Is this dead? In response, an answer resonated within me, devoid of verbalization. Yes, this is dead. However, you don't belong here. Abruptly, I snapped back to reality, disoriented and dazed. What on earth had just occurred? I hesitated to share this bewildering experience with my husband, revealing that his wife had dreamt about colliding into the concept of dead and willingly followed through. It seemed far too strange, but the peculiarity of it all overwhelmed me, and I felt compelled to confide in him. 2 days later, a text message shattered my world. Leah had taken her own life, an inconceivable tragedy that transpired on the very night of my dream. Shock and devastation engulfed me completely. It suddenly dawned on me that the enigmatic visitor I had encountered was none other than Leah herself. She had foreseen the overwhelming anguish that would consume me. She understood the depths of my vulnerability, knowing that suicidal thoughts might haunt me. In some extraordinary way, she had reached out to me, reassuring me that dead was not my place to be. Before this profound encounter, I might have claimed to believe in spirits, but now I hold an unwavering conviction in their existence. Furthermore, a profound realization had settled within me. No matter how deep my depression may descend, suicide should never be an option for me. Leah's ethereal visitation remains etched in my memory, a poignant reminder of the enduring bond that we shared and the importance of cherishing life. An inexplicable event that happened during the anti-Sikh riots of 1984. I won't delve into the intricate details of these events as they remain a sensitive issue even today. But for context, let me provide some background. The 1984 Sikh riots, also referred to as the 1984 Sikh massacre, involved a series of organized pogroms against Sikhs in India, following the assassination of Indira Gandhi by her Sikh bodyguards. Indira Gandhi's assassination was in retaliation to her order of the Indian Army to attack the Hamanandir Sahib complex in Amritsar, Punjab, in June 1984. The ruling Indian National Congress Party was complicit in orchestrating these riots. Now, back in the 80s, when I was a teenager, my mother and I lived with my grandfather in Patna, Bihar. Our immediate neighbors were a Sikh couple who had 2 daughters around the same age as my mother. Let's call them Father F and Mother M. They were genuinely the kindest people you could ever meet. When the violence erupted, Patna largely remained unaffected. Nevertheless, for the safety of everybody in the town and other reasons, my grandfather advised F to change their house plate to a Hindu name, and he complied. F refrained from going out in broad daylight, and all phone calls were redirected to our house. However, these arose grave problems. M had been visiting Delhi for her 2 daughters during the tumultuous time, which was the epicenter of the violence. One night, my grandfather received a phone call that sent shivers down his spine. It was M on the other end of the line. M's brother, whom she had been visiting, had gone out in search of food since the rations were running low, and he hadn't returned since morning. To make matters worse, some workers affiliated with the Indian National Congress had marked their front door with the letter S. This act designated their house as belonging to a Sikh family, making them targets for the impending night attack. Removing the sign would have likely resulted in instant death had anyone witnessed it. My practical-minded grandfather instructed her to shut all the blinds, switching off the lights, and to hide the girls beneath the cupboard. M followed his instructions. After some time, she mustered the courage to peek through the window, only to witness an enraged mob breaking into houses, setting them on fire, and mercilessly murdering the residents inside. It was later discovered that the INC workers had been provided with voter lists, enabling them to identify and target Sikh individuals. Sikh spelled S-I-K-H, if that's pronounced right, I apologize. Overwhelmed by the situation, she broke down. Suddenly, a ray of moonlight pierced through the curtain partition, illuminating a framed painting of Guru Nanak Ji, the founder of Sikhism, and the first of their gurus interpreting maybe this was a sign. M wept and prayed, "Waheguru Ji, have mercy. If not me, save my children." Then she waited, holding her breath. Miraculously, nothing happened. No one came knocking on their door. For some inexplicable reason, the crowd had overlooked their house and moved on to the next one. Perhaps they couldn't see the S sign in the darkness, or maybe someone had forgotten to consult the voter list. I don't know, and neither does M. All we know is that she and her daughters were spared. Her brother returned next morning and informed her that some good Samaritans, had saved his life by hiding him in their house.
Story number 13. I'm scared I think I might be going insane. I find myself plagued by a persistent, unsettling presence that I can only describe as a ghostly entity. It's an inexplicable phenomenon that's filled me with a profound sense of fear and apprehension. The knowledge that I'm being haunted by an unknown force is enough to send shivers down my spine, for I'm constantly on edge, unsure of what might happen next. What makes this haunting particularly terrifying is the entity's uncanny ability to exploit my deepest fears. It preys upon my vulnerabilities, using them against me in the most sinister of ways. The mere thought of its malevolent intentions sends chills down my spine, and I despise the way that it revels in my discomfort. The intensity of the situation reached its peak recently when I experienced a severe panic attack triggered by one of the ghost's haunting episodes. The sheer terror and paralyzing fear that gripped me in that moment were unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. It was as if the boundaries between reality and the supernatural had blurred, and I found myself trapped in a nightmarish realm of my own creation. In a desperate attempt to rid myself of this unrelenting torment, I composed a heartfelt letter, pleading with the ghost to leave me be. I poured my emotions onto the paper, desperately hoping that my words would reach some form of understanding. However, deep down, I'm aware that my plea may fall on deaf ears. What if the ghost responds with hostility, or even worse, escalates it into haunting with even more terrifying levels? The uncertainty gnaws at my sanity, leaving me paralyzed with fear. One additional source of anxiety stems from the contemplation of confiding in my family about the ghostly encounters that have plagued me. Will they dismiss my claims as the ravings of a troubled mind? Will they perceive me as a mere vessel of delusion, subject to my own imaginative terrors? The prospect of being ridiculed or deemed mentally unstable fills me with trepidation, for I fear that they might not comprehend the gravity of my predicament. The internal struggle continues to torment me, and I find myself grappling with an overwhelming sense of sadness and nervousness. The nights stretch on endlessly as sleep eludes me, haunted not only by the ghostly presence, but also by the debilitating questions that plague my mind. Am I truly losing my grip on reality, or is there a genuine supernatural force tormenting me? Is this a manifestation of some deeper underlying issue within my own psyche? The sheer weight of the uncertainty bears down upon me, and I'm left in a state of profound confusion. I feel trapped within a labyrinth of fear and despair, unable to navigate my way to safety. Each passing moment only serves to deepen my sense of unease, further eroding my fragile resolve. In this state of perpetual distress, I'm left with no clear course of action. The ghostly presence continues to cast its ominous shadow over my life, and I am at a loss as how I might reclaim my sense of peace. All I can do is endure, hope for respite, and seek solace in the shared experiences of others who have faced similar trials. For now, I'm left to grapple with the haunting uncertainty that has become an unwelcome companion. The ghost lingers, a constant reminder of the darkness that surrounds me. I remain ever vigilant, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching darkness that threatens to consume me whole. Story number 3. Naked Running Ghost. As I reflect on my childhood, a peculiar memory resurfaces, one that has always perplexed me. I vividly recall a moment when I was lying in bed, with the door ajar, allowing a sliver of light from the hallway to seep into my room. It was during this tranquil evening that something utterly bizarre occurred, an incident that still lingers in the recesses of my mind. Out of nowhere, in a frenzy of motion, a naked man sprinted past my partially open door. Yes, I've realized how utterly peculiar this may sound, but it's the truth. What remains etched in my memory is not only the visual image of the man's naked form, but the distinct sound his feet made as they connected with the floor. Strangely enough,
The sound of his footsteps resembled that of bare feet pounding against cold, unforgiving kitchen tiles. Yet in stark contrast, our hallway boasted a carpeted floor. How could I forget such a peculiar detail? It defied all logic and reason, leaving me perplexed and questioning the very nature of that inexplicable event. Upon further contemplation, I find myself grappling with the inconsistencies of that peculiar night. You see, adjacent to my room lay the toilet, a cramped space that allowed for no significant room to maneuver, let alone embark on a full sprint. How, then, could this enigmatic figure have dashed past my door in such a reckless manner? Curiously enough, my recollection fails me after the fleeting sound of rapid footsteps. There's no memory of a door opening or closing, nor any subsequent commotion. It is possible that the passage of time has distorted the events of that evening, obscuring certain details and leaving behind only fragments of this enigmatic puzzle. Intriguingly, my quest for answers took an unexpected turn when I stumbled upon a video titled "Naked Running Ghost." This footage depicted a shaky camera recorded within a living room, capturing an abrupt apparition of a naked man dashing across the screen. The moment my eyes beheld this unexpected visual, a surge of familiarity coursed through my veins. It was as if the past had collided with the present, reigniting the long-lost memory of that surreal encounter from my childhood. The revelation was astounding, prompting a peculiar query to surface within my thoughts. Did I, in fact, bear witness to a ghostly apparition all those years ago? Am I acutely aware of how preposterous such a notion may seem, but an unshakable feeling gnaws at my core, telling me that something's amiss? Could it be that I was granted a fleeting glimpse into a realm beyond our understanding? Was that fleeting, naked figure a specter of the supernatural, crossing over from the ethereal plane into my earthly abode? The possibility seems both enthralling and terrifying, leaving me with an undeniable sense of unease. My mind continues to wrestle with the enigma presented by that vivid childhood memory. Though I cannot offer concrete answers, nor can I dismiss it as mere figments of an overactive imagination, the lingering curiosity and sense of disquiet remain. Perhaps one day, the truth will unveil itself, and the strange puzzle of that fateful night will finally find its missing pieces. Until then, I'm left to ponder the mysteries that lie hidden within the recesses of my past, forever questioning the nature of that otherworldly encounter. Weird noises and a weird light in the sky. So earlier this year, my family and I embarked on a holiday to my mom's hometown. We now reside in a different country, making it a much-needed and delightful getaway. Strange occurrences began unfolding during our stay. We lodged at the house where my mom grew up, boasting a spacious front garden and an expansive backyard. As is pretty common in that area, the back garden was flanked by a neighbor's garden on the left and right. Toward the back, there was a shared area used for cows and horses, or so I gathered. Beyond this communal space lay a massive forest. Across from the house, just outside the front, a road stretched ahead. On the other side of the road, numerous hills adorned the landscape, featuring private areas predominantly inhabited by animals. We spent slightly over 2 weeks there, adhering to the COVID isolation regulations, which kept us primarily confined to the house. Most of the time was spent outdoors, engaging in play and tending to the garden by mowing the lawn and cutting down old tree branches. Every now and then I would hear a peculiar noise, a blend of human laughter and a dog or wolf's howl. It lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds before abruptly ceasing. Sometimes it would occur in a series of 5 of these laughs, while at other times it was only 1. What made it even more peculiar was that the sound, though quite loud, seemed distant, yet everything in the vicinity echoed, from someone shouting to the sirens of ambulances and passing trains, if that's what you call them. Logically, the source of the sound had to be nearby, and yet it appeared to emanate from a great distance. Strangely enough, it seemed as if I was the only one that was reacting to the sound during the initial couple days. Seeking validation, I approached my mom and inquired if she heard the sound too. She responded in the negative, attributing it to some sort of animal. Over the following days, I remained vigilant, hoping to catch sight of the source. However, all that met my gaze were cows, horses, sheep, goats, and chickens and pigs, none of which could produce any such sound. It persisted throughout our stay, occurring randomly and sporadically. For the longest time, it seemed as though I was sole witness to it, until I realized that my brother was also responding to it. When I questioned him about his reaction, he described the exact same sound that I had been hearing. Secondly, let me share an eerie incident involving a light. We had an outdoor toilet, although renovations were underway. We had commenced the construction of an indoor one. Late that night, nature called, and I grabbed a torch before venturing outside. As I gazed skyward, I noticed a light resembling a large star, but with an L shape. Assuming it to be a figment of my drowsy state, I disregarded it and proceeded to use the toilet. After completing my business, I turned to look back at the spot where the star-like light had been, only to find it had transformed into a square-shaped U, akin maybe to an L and an inverted L positioned together. Lost in contemplation regarding the nature of this peculiar phenomenon, I heard the laughter once again, swiftly directing the torch toward the presumed origin, but the sound seemed to encircle me. Call me whatever you wish, but fear gripped me, compelling me to sprint back to the safety of the house. That's the entirety of the strange occurrences I experienced during our holiday. Story number 15. Sliders and Long Distances. Ever since I can remember, a peculiar phenomenon has plagued my existence. The streetlights have a knack for going off whenever I pass beneath them. It's a bizarre occurrence that's never failed to astound and perplex me. No matter the time of day or location, the moment I approach a streetlight, it flickers and dies, casting an eerie darkness around me. I've grown accustomed to the bewildering glances and whispers that follow, as the very fabric of reality conspires against me. But it doesn't end there. My peculiar aura seems to extend beyond mere streetlights. Computers crash inexplicably in my presence, their screens frozen in a state of digital despair. The electric currents in my house I grew up in were particularly fickle, often plunging us into darkness for no discernible reason. Batteries and light bulbs meet their untimely demise at an alarming rate, drained of their life force as soon as they come into contact with me. It's become part of my existence, the strange, unnerving phenomenon that seems to define my very being. Yet, as the years have unfolded, the nature of these occurrences has taken on an even stranger turn. It's as if the universe has devised a way to amplify its peculiar sense of humor. No longer confined to immediate proximity, the effects now extend across vast distances. I have observed this phenomenon unfold when I find myself in direct connection with another individual, be it through a phone call, an internet conversation, or even in person. In the digital realm, my presence manifests as chaos. The steady flow of data falters connections, falters the server, as if the virtual infrastructure itself quivers under the weight of my peculiar electromagnetic aura. Online chats become fraught with uncertainty, with messages vanishing into digital abyss, leaving behind a trail of confusion and frustration. It's as if the technology recoils in fear of the unforeseen consequences of my mere presence and what it might unleash. But it doesn't stop there. Even in face-to-face encounters, my strange power takes hold. The lights in the room dim inexplicably, as if cowering beneath an unseen force. Conversations falter and stutter, as if the words themselves struggle to escape the grasp of this invisible interloper. The expressions of those around me shift, ranging from curiosity to a mixture of awe and fear, as they witness the extraordinary unfolding before their eyes.
It's as if the universe itself has deemed me a conduit of chaos, an unwitting harbinger of disruption. The connections I form with others, be they intimate or remote, become intertwined with the inexplicable forces that govern my existence. There are times when I yearn for normalcy, to be free from the weight of this strange power that shapes my life, but alas, it remains an inseparable part of who I am. So I continue to navigate this extraordinary existence, ever vigilant and curious about the possibilities that lie within the realms of the unknown. Perhaps in time I will unravel the secrets behind this phenomenon, find solace in the understanding of the inexplicable. Until then, I am destined to be the conduit of chaos, forever connected to those who bear witness to the wonders and mysteries that reside within me, much like the narrator.
Update. Went ghost hunting again. Against my better judgment, my friends from the club and I decided to go ghost hunting again for Halloween. This story isn't as long, but it's still really creepy. So this time we opted to explore haunted roads near campus instead of hunting on the campus itself. The first road we ventured down was known as Crybaby Road, named after the legend that the woman hung her baby there, and you can hear her wailing. We didn't hear any crying, but something eerie happened. When we reached the end of the road, a voice whispered, "Turn left," as if urging us to leave. We couldn't help but chuckle as the ghostly interaction occurred. The second road, which I'll refer to as H Road, turned out to be the scariest and most unsettling part of the night. According to the legend, a school bus had once veered off the road, crashing into multiple trees before coming to a stop at a large tree. The bus driver died instantly, while the children on board perished when the bus burst into flames. Now their spirits haunted the road. So as we drove closer, we were all having a good time in the car, chatting and joking around. Yet, the closer we got, the more an overwhelming sense of dread began to envelop us. Personally, I felt as if I were choking back sobs, overwhelmed by the heavy atmosphere. I took out my phone and I opened my spirit box detection app, ready to see if we could pick up any ghostly signals. The app emitted an audible beep that came more frequent and louder and closer that we got to the ghostly presence. As we approached H Road, the beeping intensified, signaling something otherworldly nearby. We came to a stop, about to turn onto the haunted road, when the Spirit Box app emitted a clear and distinct message. God, no! It sent shivers down our spines, and in that moment, we collectively freaked out and hastily retreated from the scene. On our way out, one of the group members, who I'll refer to as V, decided to communicate with the spirits using tarot cards. To our dismay, she pulled the Devil card, which only added to our growing unease. Panic began to consume us. To make matters worse, our driver, K, experienced a sudden loss of signal on her Google Maps, which repeatedly instructed her to turn around. No matter what we did, the navigation refused to redirect properly and persisted in telling us to make a U-turn. So fueled with fear, we fled the area as quickly as possible. As we distanced ourselves from that dreaded road, everyone in the car started expressing relief. They spoke of a weight lifting off their shoulders and the tension suddenly dissipating. However, I couldn't share in their newfound calm. Throughout the car ride, I felt sick to my core, as if on the verge of bursting into tears. I couldn't pinpoint the exact cause, whether it was the lingering effects of fright or something else entirely, but the only time I felt better was when we finally returned to campus. Overall, it was a spine-chilling experience that reinforced my reservations about ghost hunting. The encounters on Crybaby Road and H Road were haunting reminders of the unknown and the lingering presence of spirits. Despite the fear and unease that consumed me that night, I couldn't deny the lingering intrigue for the supernatural. But perhaps next time, I'll exercise even greater caution when delving into the realm of the paranormal.
I'm fairly certain my freshman dorm was haunted. As an individual who lived in a college dormitory during my freshman year, I had the opportunity to reside in a suite that consisted of 2 rooms that housed a total of 4 people with a shared bathroom. I shared the room with my roommates and we all experienced strange events in our rooms, but most of the unusual happenings occurred in or near the bathroom. The designer of the bathroom had an unconventional idea of installing a motion sensor instead of a light switch in there. The sensor would turn off every night, minutes on the dot, which meant that showering often ended in darkness. The odd occurrences began to happen casually, halfway through the first semester, when the light in the bathroom would turn on by itself at night while no one was awake except for me. I eventually discovered that it was when the light turned itself on 3 times in a row, a total of 24 minutes, prompted me to check who was in there, but there was no one. After some time, the light turned itself on more frequently, earlier and earlier each day, until it randomly did at every given time. My roommates and I decided to address the entity responsible for the light at Casper, and began joking about asking him if he would like to join us for beverages from time to time. Secondly, the second semester rolled around, and the lights continued to wig out every now and then, eventually burning out. Interestingly, the serviceman who came to replace the bulbs mentioned that he had replaced them before the start of the school year. This struck a chord with me and my roommates, but it only made us interact with Casper more. We even set up a sheet for him to take at the poker table. One day, Casper decided he had a taste for coffee, and every 2 or 5 days around 2:30 or 3 p.m., my coffee maker would turn itself on and begin heating up. This was very odd since no one used it anyway. But this wasn't the holy shit moment for me. I was alone in the dorm, completely isolated from my roommates or suite mates. Scrolling on my phone while sitting on my bed, and out of nowhere I heard a loud, distinct clatter from the bathroom, and I knew instantly what it was. My roommates and I had bought a large trash bin and a lock on the lid that we cut a hole in for bottles and cans. We kept it in the bathroom, and when I walked in, the lights turned on and the lid of the bin was set perfectly in front of the can on its top. I was dumbfounded. The skeptic in me quickly tried to rationalize this and place the lid back on to see how easy it was to knock off. I could lift the whole bin over my head, just holding the lid, so it didn't just fall off. Then I tried settling it on top in case a roommate got lazy, probably knocking the lid off 24 times, but never did it land or even sound remotely like it had. There was no bounce when I heard it. Then I tried what I was hoping I wouldn't have to do. I took the lid and dropped it about a foot off the ground in front of the 3-foot bin. It landed and sounded exactly like it had when I originally heard it. I didn't stick around for another minute after that, and I went to the library until a roommate was there. Yes, I was willing to sacrifice them. Nothing that crazy ever escalated that much again, though the bathroom light still turned on and my coffee maker started up much less frequently. I'm still a bit of a skeptic, but this was enough to make me think otherwise. It was undoubtedly one of the most memorable experiences of my college life. My family isn't seeing the figures I'm seeing. Throughout our time in this house, my family and I have encountered a series of unsettling, consistent occurrences, as if the succession of eerie events have taken on a life of their own. Initially, we only experienced occasional sounds of footsteps or caught glimpses of peculiar shadows. However, in the past month and a half, I've started noticing figures appearing here and there within the confines of our home. Oddly enough, it seems that I'm the sole witness to these specters. A few days ago, while my family and I were engaging in cleansing the basement's laundry room, something truly unnerving transpired. As we finished our task, I caught sight of a man emerging from the storage space beneath the stairs. He moved on his stomach, making it difficult to see his entire form, yet I could discern his facial expression and the fact that he was lying down. Strangely, it felt as if he derived pleasure from my observing him, all the while exuding an air of intoxication or euphoria. Remarkably, no one else seemed to notice his presence.
Later that same day, my mother and grandmother departed to take our dog to the farm, leaving me alone in the house. Engaged in cleaning out the kitchen cupboards, I suddenly heard a loud elderly man's burp resonating from the living room. The sound was reminiscent of someone who had indulged in excessive drinking. I knew for certain that I was the only one upstairs, since the only way to reach the upper level was from the basement. And that was through the kitchen, and my brother had not passed by me at all. Almost a week ago, I left my room to feed my cat. At that time, my mother and my grandmother had left to pick my younger brother from their father's place, while my other brother remained downstairs. Upon my return to my room, a chilling sight awaited me. Down the hallway stood a headless white figure. Its appearance was far from human, resembling twisted and contorted sharp bones jutting out from an unnatural angle. The mere sight of this grotesque apparition sent shivers down my spine, especially considering I knew that I was the sole occupant of the upper floor. In the past week, my friend's birthday arrived, and I decided to make her a cake. As I ventured downstairs to retrieve some food coloring for the cake, I caught a glimpse of a figure peering at me through a gap in the door separating the main area of the basement from the laundry room. This gap was considerably wide, and what I saw terrified me to the core. A pitch-black figure stood alarmingly close to the door, close enough for me to discern the texture of his hair. Devoid of any facial features, it stood there silently. The proximity of this entity, less than a foot away from me, struck such fear in my heart that I immediately rushed to find my brother, who resided in the laundry room, urging him to stand by my side until I'd gathered everything I needed. Each time I mustered the courage to discuss these apparitions with my family, their responses remained consistently dismissive. They either claimed not to see anything or offered similar explanations. I find myself perplexed as to why no one else can perceive these figures that haunt my vision. And more importantly, why am I the only one who bears witness to these inexplicable manifestations in the first place? The mysteries surrounding our house continue to confound me, leaving me with more questions than answers. Story number 11. Why does it only happen when it rains? I, a 20-year-old male, hail from what appears to be a lineage of seers or some kind of mystical heritage. It's a peculiar generational phenomenon that's been passed down through my biological father's side of the family, granting us the ability to perceive and receive things that elude the grasp of ordinary individuals. However, I must confess that my understanding of this inherited gift remains rather murky. Not too long ago, I made the decision to relocate to a new apartment complex, believing it would offer a more favorable environment for me. You see, no matter where I've resided in the past, I've always encountered auditory or visual manifestations of people who, upon closer inspection, turn out to be figments of my unique perception. Surprisingly, I never experienced any foreboding sensations about the area I now call home until something peculiar transpired that shifted my perspective. Whenever rainfall graced the vicinity, an extraordinary phenomenon would unfold. I could distinctly hear agonized screams and the forceful pounding of fists against walls, seemingly emanating from directions leading outdoors. A truly perplexing situation considering I dwell on the top floor of the building. It was a disconcerting occurrence that compelled me to share my experiences here. I've been a resident of this complex for a mere 2 months, and rain showers have graced our vicinity on only a dozen occasions, including tonight. As I write this, the clock strikes 1:30 in the morning, a time that often finds me grappling with sleep troubles, a lifelong struggle of mine. It was during this late hour that I suddenly perceived what appeared to be a series of agonized screams right outside my apartment door. Intrigued yet apprehensive, I cautiously peered through the window, only to find an empty corridor devoid of any human presence. Determined to uncover the source of these perplexing sounds, I gingerly resumed my seat on the sofa, hastily finishing the remnants of my soda.
To my dismay, a resounding bang reverberated from the vicinity of the sliding glass door adjacent to the main entrance. My heart pounding, I promptly examined the area, scanning for any signs of life, whether it be an animal or a wayward branch. But to my bewilderment, there was naught to be found, save for an expansive patch of parched cement, soaked by the relentless downpour. This peculiar turn of events marks the first occasion in which I felt compelled to venture outside or investigate matters concerning the enigmatic screams that echo throughout the rain-soaked air. As you can imagine, the sheer weight of these experiences and the implications they hold have proven rather overwhelming, particularly since I now have a child in my care. Consequently, I find it increasingly challenging to dismiss these occurrences as mere flights of fancy. Thus, I implore you to shed some light on this conundrum that has been perplexing me. Why does this inexplicable phenomenon exclusively manifest itself during rainfall?
The time my granduncle lived with a witch, Trudale, for 3 months. I have a story to tell, a chilling encounter that happened to my granduncle many years ago. It was in the early 1970s when he landed a government job with the civic body of Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh, India. This meant that he had to leave his home in Ranchi, Jharkhand, and find a place to live near his new workplace. Being young and unmarried, he settled into a small house close to his office, embarking on a solitary life. In those days, my granduncle enjoyed taking nighttime strolls along the serene banks of the Ganges River. It was during one of these walks that he experienced something truly otherworldly. As he wandered the quiet riverside, he suddenly heard the sound of a woman crying. Intrigued and concerned, he followed the source of the weeping and discovered an elderly woman dressed in white, sitting alone beneath a tree. It felt like a scene right out of a cliché Bollywood horror movie. Approaching the woman, my granduncle asked her what was troubling her. She revealed herself as a widow, donning the white saree as per the customs, and lamented that her son had abandoned her under the influence of his wife. Touched by her plight, my granduncle, being a kind-hearted soul, offered her shelter in her home, or in his home. He suggested that she could live with him and assist with the household chores such as cooking and cleaning. The woman gratefully accepted his offer, and without delay, they went back to my granduncle's abode. However, my great-grandmother, wise and perceptive, wasn't convinced by this seemingly kind act. She warned my granduncle to keep a close watch on the woman, sensing something amiss. But for the first few days, everything seemed normal. The woman diligently carried out her household duties, although my granduncle noticed that the food she cooked had an abysmal taste. He voiced this concern about the quality of the meals, but his complaint fell on deaf ears. Driven by curiosity and a growing suspicion, my granduncle decided to investigate further. One day, instead of leaving for work as usual, he stayed hidden in a corner of the house, peering through a window to observe the woman while she prepared food. What he witnessed in that moment was beyond horrifying. The woman was making dough, but instead of using ordinary ingredients, she mixed her own excrement, which means poop, into the mixture and proceeded to knead it with a backward-facing feet. Shocked and repulsed by what he had just witnessed, my granduncle's presence was suddenly noticed by the woman. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into thin air, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. Overwhelmed by the traumatic encounter, my granduncle fell ill, plagued by a high fever that persisted for 10 to 12 agonizing days. It seemed as though he had been marked by an inexplicable event that transpired before his eyes. It was only through the intervention of an occult practitioner who performed a jada ritual, a minor exorcism, that my granduncle finally regained his health and returned to his normal self. To this day, he shudders at the memory of that fateful night, forever haunted by the encounter with this enigmatic old woman who possessed a dark and sinister secret.
think it was a woman I was destined to meet, but she died before I ever could. Let me take you back to freshman year at med school. It was a time of discovery and learning new things. One day I decided to take a very niche psychology class as my elective course. The class was small with only 5 students at most, and we were informed that the professor who used to teach the class had suddenly fallen ill and wouldn't be able to be there for the first few weeks. We were told she would return as soon as her health improved, and at the time, I had never heard of her before, so I wasn't really that disturbed. I just kept on living my freshman life, which included attending campus parties. It was at one of these parties, a couple of months later, that I met a journalism major. I found out that he was friendlier with a very close childhood friend of mine, and we exchanged numbers. We ended up never really seeing each other after that day, but we chatted for a few weeks. Eventually, we got to tell me about your family talk. He then tells me his mom was a professor at the psychology department, but wasn't teaching at the moment due to a recently diagnosed cancer. It was then that I realized that she was the professor that was supposed to teach the psychology class that I was taking. It was a sad coincidence that made the following psych class a lot more gloomy. A few months later, at the end of my freshman year, I had something completely out of my routine to do on the other side of town on a Saturday morning. Keep in mind that this all happened in the biggest city in the country, with 12.8 million inhabitants. I took the bus home, and eventually an old man got in and sat by my side. I had a fiction book by one of my favorite authors with me. The old man said he chose that seat because that was his daughter's favorite book. He said he was feeling a bit lost because she was terribly ill, and the sight of that book made him think of how she was before she got sick. He then told me he always thought he would be the one to have cancer, as he worked with chemicals at a factory in a time people didn't really care about work safety. I asked him if he worked there because my late grandpa, was also a chemist at the same factory, and turns out that they were actually co-workers for some time. As the elderly usually do, he got excited by the back in the old days talk and started telling me more about his career and his family. When I told him I went to, insert college name here, he asked me if by any chance I knew his daughter, a psychology professor there, and told me her name. It was her again, the same professor who was supposed to teach me psychology class. It was an unbelievable coincidence that left me in shock. I felt like I'd missed the opportunity to meet someone that I at least had 3 different life paths that would lead us to meet. It was a strange feeling that her life and mine had so many intersections, and yet we never got to meet. A few days later, I got the formal email that she passed away, and it felt so weird. I still can't believe that I missed the opportunity, given all the coincidences that brought us so close. It makes me wonder if there's a such thing as a coincidence, or if everything happens for a reason. Either way, this experience has taught me to cherish the people in my life and the opportunities that come my way, because we never know what they might take away from us.
Story number 6. No more monsters after cleanse. Let me tell you this incredible story that unfolded in my life recently, and I must say it left me both relieved and nervous, causing a mix of emotions that made me chuckle. You see, ever since my family and I moved into this house, my adorable 4-year-old son has been incessantly complaining about monsters lurking in every corner, but particularly in his room, the hallway, and the dreaded basement. Now, I must admit, I too experienced an overwhelming sense of unease whenever I ventured down into that basement, but I made sure never to let my son catch wind of my trepidation. It was just a day, or perhaps a month, or even 2 months ago, when my little one was spending some quality time at his father's house, an important detail, mind you, that I decided to take matters into my own hands. I embarked on a mission of utmost assertiveness, armed with bundles of sage and sticks of Palo Santo, ready to cleanse the energy in our humble abode. I went from room to room, diligently opening windows and doors, and with unwavering determination I firmly stated, "Vacate this premises."
It was as though an invisible weight in the air was suddenly lifted, and a profound sense of lightness permeated the atmosphere. At the time, I believed this newfound sensation to be a mere psychological trick of my mind, a product of wishful thinking, if you will. However, an astonishing revelation struck me recently. It dawned on me that my son hadn't uttered a single word about those frightful monsters since that fateful day of my cleansing ritual. What truly baffled me was the fact that my innocent child had no knowledge whatsoever of my endeavor. I had deliberately refrained from sharing any details about the paranormal with him, striving to shield his innocent mind from such matters. The implications of this realization were staggering. Could it be that the ritualistic cleansing I had performed had indeed banished the malevolent entities that haunted my son's imagination? Or was it simply a coincidence, an uncanny alignment of events that led to his newfound silence on the matter? The uncertainty that shrouded these questions left me both relieved, knowing that my son seemed free from his fears, and yet nervous as I grappled with the enigmatic forces that might be at play within the walls of our home. Regardless of the cause, I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and relief within me. The mere thought of my son finding solace in the absence of those monsters brought a sense of tranquility to my heart. I resolved to keep this mystical occurrence a secret, to preserve the innocence of his young mind, and continue fostering an environment of love, warmth, and protection. As I reflect on this extraordinary chapter in my life, I'm reminded of the power of belief, the enigmatic nature of the unseen world, and the lengths a parent would go to shield their child from terrors that lurk in the shadows. It's a story that I'll cherish and ponder for years to come, a testament to the strength of a mother's love and the indomitable spirit that dwells within us all. Story number 5. Hat Man, I Have a Theory. Throughout my life, I've constantly found myself utterly bewildered by the perplexing presence of what has come to be known as the enigmatic Hat Man. This mysterious figure clad in a hat and coat, reminiscent of the 20th century, would occasionally materialize before my very eyes, his appearance sometimes obscured by an impenetrable darkness. Last night, while engrossed in the hazy depths of some television program whose title eludes me, there was a passing mention of the CIA and FBI. It was during this fleeting moment of casual dialogue that a sudden realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that this elusive Hat Man is in fact an integral part of a clandestine government experiment involving the manipulation of time and astral realms? Perhaps he's a time traveler, effortlessly traversing the aeons, or an astral traveler capable of transcending physical confines and journeying to any realm his ethereal soul desires. Intriguingly enough, there is a lingering knowledge that the powers that be did engage in perplexing endeavors during the mid-20th century, particularly between the 1950s and 70s. I vaguely recall snippets of information alluding to such covert operations conducted on innocent children, though the specific names of the program and the harrowing events that unfolded within its confines elude me. Curiously, popular television series such as Stranger Things and Ghost Whisperer have seemed to draw an inspiration from these murky historical episodes, incorporating elements thereof into their enthralling narratives. Moreover, the veracity of the Hat Man's existence has been irrefutably confirmed by the unwavering witness accounts of my own children. Their genuine encounters with this spectral being lend an indisputable credence to this reality. Yet, it is the perplexing choice of attire, the distinctly anachronistic 20th century clothing, comprising his ensemble, that has persistently perplexed and occupied my thoughts. It serves as an unmistakable symbol, an undeniable clue to unravel the enigma surrounding his presence. This sartorial choice undoubtedly signifies a specific era,
effectively evoking a deep-seated curiosity at the same time, urging me to scrutinize his origin and his purpose. Alas, the answers to these profoundly perplexing questions continue to elude my grasp, their elusive nature only deepening the enigma that shrouds the Hat Man. For now I'm left to ponder the implications of this peculiar choice of temporal attire, while my mind wanders through the vast corridors of speculation and wonder. The enigmatic Hat Man, draped in his resolute silence, stands as a symbol of the great unknown, an ethereal enigma that beckons further exploration into the realms of time and space and the intricacies of the human soul.
Apparently, red eyes in a closet is not normal. Grandma's house. When I reflect upon my childhood, a chilling memory resurfaces, one that continues to haunt me to this very day. It's a peculiar tale that even my own grandfather, in his aged wisdom, confirmed as his own experience. You see, as a naive and innocent child, I held the unwavering belief that every household harbored demons with ominous red eyes lurking within their closets. It wasn't until I reached the tender age of 13 that my misconceptions were challenged. During a sleepover at a friend's house, my paranoia peaked, and I adamantly insisted on keeping her closet door tightly shut as we slept. The very thought that she, too, had a red-eyed demon dwelling within her abode plagued my mind incessantly. I remember vividly how she complied with my peculiar request, extinguishing all sources of light in the room and arranging my sleeping bag right in front of the closet. To clarify, I did not encounter any red eyes that night, but my apprehension remained steadfast. Fast forward to my 20th year when I found myself staying at my grandmother's house. I had taken it upon myself to assist her by recording precious memories and organizing old photo albums. During our time together, she disclosed an intriguing revelation. The reason she habitually inspected the closet doors in the guest room whenever I slept there was due to my persistent claims of sighting demons with crimson eyes within those very enclosures. Although she never disclosed precisely when my visions commenced, she was convinced that they had begun when I was a mere 5 or 6 years old. Years later, my sister had her own encounter with the enigmatic red eyes during her stay at our grandmother's house. She began inquiring about this peculiar phenomenon, never having asked me about it until after our grandmother's unfortunate passing. Recounting her own eerie experiences within that dwelling, she confided in our mother, who regrettably dismissed her accounts as mere figments of her imagination. To this very day, the impact of those childhood encounters linger, leaving me utterly incapable of sleeping with an open closet door during the nocturnal hours. A compulsion born out of fear that the red-eyed demons might manifest once again within the confines of my sleeping quarters. In a bid to protect myself, I strategically scattered Lego blocks across the floor, as if to serve a formidable deterrent. My youthful mind had conjured the belief that all demons were inevitably barefoot and would therefore endure agonizing pain if they dared to cross my path, a belief that, in hindsight, seems rather comical. In conclusion, this personal narrative delves into the depths of my childhood psyche, unraveling the lingering effects of the phantasmal fear that persistently haunts me. The perplexing notion that demons with fiery red eyes dwell within the closet had permeated my young mind, fostering an unwavering belief that persisted until my adolescence. Even now, as an adult, the specter of those haunting encounters compels me to keep closet doors tightly shut, with an arsenal of Lego fortifications scattered at the ready, all in a desperate attempt to ward off any lingering shadows of my vivid childhood imagination.
Shadow person or child? I've owned my octagon house for about 18 years now. It was built in 1855 and boasts equal sides a unique architectural marvel. Up until recently, I'd never experienced anything out of the ordinary in my home. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or spirits, so when strange occurrences started happening, I didn't immediately jump to conclusions or consider selling the house. About 6 months ago, my wife and I were having trouble with her 10-year-old daughter sleeping in her own bed. Like any parent can understand, she would run into our room every night. It wasn't an uncommon situation. One particular night, my daughter darted into our room and claimed the entire bed and blankets for herself. In an attempt to resolve the issue, I decided to sleep with her in her bed for the night. At around 3 a.m., I found myself lying on my side, facing my daughter's bedroom door. Without any movement, I opened my eyes, and there it was, a dark shadow of a short person or child standing right in front of me. It had no distinguishable features, just a black, cloudy, and smoky form with a sense of volume to it, not appearing flat like a mere projection. I remained still and didn't blink for what felt like 15 or 20 seconds until it dissipated and drifted away to my right. Surprisingly, I didn't leap out of bed in a panic. Instead, I rolled onto my back and questioned whether I had truly seen what I thought I did. Glancing at my phone on the floor, I noticed it was approximately 3:15 a.m. I lay there for a couple of minutes, growing increasingly scared by what I had witnessed, and eventually returned to the bedroom where my wife and daughter were sound asleep. Climbing back into bed, I eventually managed to fall asleep again. The following morning, I confided in my wife about my encounter, but I decided to keep it from my daughter. I didn't want to frighten her. I tried rationalizing the experience as sleep paralysis or something similar, but deep down I was certain that I had been fully awake during the incident. And things only grew stranger from there. Just last week during a family dinner, the topic of ghosts came up. Curious, I asked my daughter if she had ever experienced anything explicable. Mind you, I've never divulged my own encounter to her. Surprisingly, she replied that one night, while in her bed, she had woken up and seen a shadow of a girl floating near her bedroom door. Naturally, I didn't mention my own experience, but my wife and I exchanged bewildered glances. She dismissed it, convinced that we were both just imagining things. To make matters more peculiar, our electronics have started acting up recently. Phones randomly come to life in the middle of the night, playing videos, and the television switches channels without anyone touching the remote. Thankfully, we haven't witnessed any more shadow people, but her dog has been acting oddly. At times, he barks and growls at seemingly empty rooms, reacting to something that we can't see or hear. While I'm not eager to sell the house just yet, I can't deny that these events have left me with a sense of unease. As someone who never believed in the supernatural, I find myself grappling with the inexplicable and questioning the nature of the reality that I thought I once knew. Soldiers in the forest. When I was around 11 years old, we used to live in Lavus, similar to Native American teepees nestled between two mountains, with two small towns located in each fjord. Now, at the age of 60, I find myself reflecting on a particular memory from my youth. Back then, we didn't have a car to travel with, and it was a time when simplicity prevailed, and our modes of transportation consisted of our own 2 feet. One day, my mother, my grandpa's sister, approached me and asked if I would accompany her to a large marsh to cut some grass. You see, we used to gather grass from the forest marshes to insulate our fur shoes, ensuring our feet remained warm and dry. These marsh grasses were renowned for its effectiveness. We prepared some food and grabbed our sickles and embarked on our journey into the forest and marsh. Our dog, always filled with excitement, joined us as well. Throughout the day, we diligently cut and gathered a substantial amount of grass. As the midnight sun began to graze on the horizon, my mother decided that we had collected enough. Equipped with a large piece of cloth, we tied it between 2 trees, creating a shelter for the night. Beneath its protective cover, we found respite from the blood-sucking insects that populated the area. Our faithful dog curled up beside us, and we settled in for the night. Suddenly, my mother sat up. Her attention piqued. The dog perked its ears up too. I inquired about the cause of her alertness, and she urged me to remain quiet. And then I heard it, the sound of voices emanating from the woods. Both of us ventured outside to investigate, but as soon as we stepped out, the voices stopped. We surmised that perhaps it was just people engaging in fishing or revelry. Returning to the safety of our makeshift shelter, we intended to resume our slumber. Just as we were on the cusp of sleep, the voices reverberated once more, this time closer than before. We recognized the unfamiliar language they spoke. It was incomprehensible to us. Again, we ventured outside to investigate, and once more the voices abruptly ceased. Returning indoors, we prepared ourselves for sleep. However, I noticed that my mother remained wide awake, her eyes alert. Consequently, I too remained vigilant, and once again the voices broke the stillness. This time we caught a single word that sent shivers down our spines. Hitler. Without hesitation, my mother instructed me to stay inside with the dog while she went out to investigate. To our bewilderment, there was no one to be found. My mother returned assuring me that no one was present. She attributed the phenomenon to the capricious nature of the marsh and advised me that we could rest peacefully. Trusting her words, I succumbed to sleep. But when I awoke the next morning, I noticed that my mother had not slept at all. It was evident that she had spent the night in deep contemplation. We swiftly packed our belongings and made our way back home. Nowadays, where huts stand above the marsh and forest close to the road, there is a small bunker. Its origins trace back to World War II, serving a purpose long forgotten. Remarkably, it still stands to this day, a silent witness to the passage of time and the memories etched into the fabric of our lives. I'm getting increasingly spooked by my new house. Let me tell you about the house my husband and I bought. It was unlike any other house that we'd lived in before. I didn't get any weird feelings from it like I did in other houses. But there was one room that needed to be redone due to water damage. The doorknob had been removed and the latch was on the outside of the door, making it a little bit unsettling, and we called it the dungeon. On our first night in the house, my husband was with me, so I can confirm that I wasn't alone in what I experienced. We were sitting in our bedroom, which had a clear view down the hall to the two kids' rooms on either side. We heard a sound and assumed it was one of our children trying to creep out. We thought we confirmed this when we saw a shadow move on the wall and we heard another creak. I asked my husband to go investigate, but he insisted that our son was fast asleep and couldn't have gotten back to bed that fast without making more noise. Our cat was asleep in my daughter's room, sitting loaf-style with his nose touching the wall, which was very unusual for him. However, he had just moved into the house, so I let it go. Our dog also barked and growled at my bedroom ceiling for the first few nights, which was odd, but we attributed it to him maybe being a puppy, and us being in the new environment and all. Since then, I've had several moments where I see movement at the top of the stairs. The movement is always the same color, which is difficult to describe, but I can only say that it's cloud-colored. Almost every time the movement is towards one specific room, but it comes from different angles. By the time that I look, it's already gone behind the corner. However, no one is upstairs when I see these movements. The first time I saw the movement, I thought I was watching a fur tumbleweed bouncing down the stairs. We have a golden retriever, and this happens sometimes. I got up to retrieve the ball of hair, but there was nothing there. I sat and watched it slowly, softly bounce down at least 3 steps for 20 seconds before realizing it was not a fur tumbleweed. I didn't have my glasses on, so the detail wasn't all there, but it looked like a fur tumbleweed to me from that distance. It moved strangely, but we were still learning where all the drafts were coming in from, so I shrugged it off, still mentioned it to my husband because we were both still chuckle about the first night. Today was the worst. I had just come out of the bathroom, which has a direct line of sight into our bedroom. I thought I saw a dog jump off the bed, and I heard the corresponding thump. Our dog is very light, so in the dark, when the light hits him right, he can look sort of ominous. But I remembered that I had just let the dog outside. I called down to my husband and kids and asked where the cat was. My husband confirmed that the cat was perched in the window, so I knew it wasn't him. I'm not sure what made that noise, but it was definitely unsettling. Overall, there had been several strange occurrences in our new house, especially in the dungeon. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination or if there's something more to it,
Regardless, I can't wait till we finish renovating that room and we can put it behind us. Either I'm being haunted, or it's proximity. 2 years ago, I made the decision to move out of my old place and into a new house in the same town. The house I moved into was around 50 years old, and while it had some charm, it definitely needed some work. So I spent some time rebuilding parts of the house to make it more modern and functional. However, I never thought to ask the previous owners, who were still alive, to ask permission to make any of these changes. One unique feature of the house was that it was only one floor, so you could hear pretty much everything from any point in the house as long as it was mildly loud. Another interesting aspect of the house was that it was located on the outskirts of town, with the local graveyard just 300 meters away in a straight line from the house. While the graveyard was always in view, it never really bothered me or anyone else who lived there. A few months after moving in, I started seeing shadows in the corner of the house. At first, I didn't think too much of it, since I'd always seen shadows in my previous home. However, my mom and I started hearing sounds coming from the attic, a small space where all the cables and water heater and AC, all those installations were located there. We tried to blame it on rats or bats, since we had found animals in there before. But then things started to get a little bit weirder. One day I was sitting on my computer with my dog sleeping on my bed, and my mom was watching TV in the living room. Suddenly I heard a couple of knocks on the front door, and my dog started barking. My mom was surprised since she hadn't heard anything at all. This scared me because I had heard it so clearly and my dog had reacted too. I couldn't be imagining things. So over the next few days I was alone at home on 3 separate occasions. On the first one, my dog was sleeping in my bed again when I heard a strange screeching noise coming from inside the house. I panicked and quickly got up, turning on all the lights in the living room and the fireplace. The second time, my dog was in the living room on her own bed when I heard the noise again, but this time it seemed like it was trying to say my name. I freaked out and I started talking back, asking it to come face to face with me, but there was no response. The last time, it was just the primitive noise again, and I didn't react. My dog didn't seem to hear anything or react in any way. The most recent incident occurred just last week. My mom and I were both home with my dog outside. We heard a loud, malicious bang on the door, as if someone were angrily trying to get in. My mom looked at me, and I got up to check, but as expected, there was no one there. My dog was just sleeping in her bed outside. Despite all these strange occurrences, we haven't done anything to try to get rid of whatever might be in our house. We haven't tried any sort of cleaning, nor have we contacted a priest, as neither of us are Catholic. We both believe that there is something else in the house, possibly one or more spirits that have come to visit us. It's possible that these spirits have followed me from my previous home, or were already in the house before we moved in, as it was inhabited for some years before we got there. What worries me the most is that it might be attached to me in some way, since it said my name once, and nothing happened at my previous home when I wasn't there. Creature feature. Well, let me tell you a story about a creepy house at the end of my road. It used to be the home of a family whose matriarch passed away, leaving behind her grandchildren and middle-aged children who were all a bunch of morons. They were known for hunting and talking more than what they needed to, as well as for the rumors of sexual abuse. They were just plain jealous, mean people. After the old lady died, my Uncle Russell and his wife Cecilia moved in, and that's when things started to get strange. They heard growling in the backyard. Something big banging against the old cars in the back, and a feeling of being watched. To make matters worse, there was an old empty house beside the newer one they lived in, and they just couldn't bring themselves to go inside. They said that it got weird and had an awful vibe from there. This morning, Cecilia was outside when something walked into their yard. It was about 4 or 5 feet tall, walking on 2 legs, and had long black scruffy hair, and it smelled like a skunk. It growled at her and she ran inside. They have 3 dogs and 2 of them came running inside with their tail tucked between their legs. but the tiniest one went after it, and it grabbed that dog and tore it all to hell and took it to the bush. My uncle went after it with a rifle, but he couldn't find any blood or a trail or anything. He came back and went to my grandparents' place and told my grandfather what happened. When they got there, the little dog was back, but it was hurt bad. It had what looked like razor blade cuts all over it. My uncle said the wounds were like it was after the dog's wiener. It had never seen another animal's wounds like that before. And we're all avid outdoorsmen. My family's speculating that we think it's an Indian medicine. It's like kind of voodoo that bad people practice. They use it to gamble or to hurt people, but there's also good that it does too if the people that practice it are good. For example, we went to a sweat lodge because we had thought that someone put bad medicine on my dad, but that's another story. While we were in this sweat, it was pitch black, and they poured water back on these hot rocks that made it steam inside. They say you're supposed to go to the spirit world while you're in there. While we were in there, an old man's voice spoke up and wanted to talk to me, which was odd. We sat there, and this voice told me in Cree, my language that I don't speak. And someone translated that my late girlfriend was outside, and she wanted to tell me that she loved me and believed in me. No one that sweat knew anything about me. So that's just a little background on some of our culture. Now, I'm at home, and I'm going to bless my home and clean my rifle. My grandfather and I are going out back to the place where we saw some old trails and leave moose bones from our last kill. So hopefully, we catch a picture of it, which I highly doubt. I'm also going to take some pics of that dog's wounds, too. Who knows what kind of creature did that, but I'm not taking any chances. Story number 12, Childhood Encounter. When I was 4 years old, I, along with my mom and 3 brothers, moved into a house located in Oak Cliff, Texas. The house was a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom abode, which was a fairly new build. It had my own room, which was decked out in a cute girly theme, and I had my own twin bed, which was layered down a long hallway and near bathroom. My twin brothers, who were 8 years old at the time, shared a room too. The house was a rented 3-bedroom house located in a quiet and serene neighborhood. After we moved in, my mom's brothers, who were 3 brothers as well, moved into a house located in a nearby neighborhood. They were a friendly bunch, always coming over to our house and spending time with us. There was a great bond between all of us, and several times in a week we would gather in a room together, while my younger brothers, who were twins at the time, slept with each other in another room. My twin brothers were very different from me. They were more active and slept in a room together. I had sweet paradise in my own room, which was my own personal haven where I could retreat and spend hours lost in imagination. It was a place where all my dreams and fantasies could come to life, and I could be anyone I wanted to be. My bed was my little castle, and my toys were my loyal subjects. I could spend hours creating stories and playing out different scenarios. As the years went by, I started to realize that my room was more than just a place of sleep and play. It became my sanctuary, my escape from the outside world. Whenever I was feeling sad or overwhelmed, I would retreat to my room and find solace in the familiar surroundings. It was a safe space where I could be myself without any judgment or expectations. Looking back, I can vividly remember those nights when I would lie in my bed, gazing up at the glow-in-the-dark stars on my ceiling. I would imagine myself floating among them, exploring the vast expanse of the universe. It was during those moments that I felt a deep sense of peace and wonder. My room was my launch pad to infinite possibilities. My brothers, on the other hand, were always causing a ruckus. They would wrestle and play rough, sometimes knocking over furniture or breaking things. My mom would scold them and tell them to calm down, but they were just being typical boys, full of energy and mischief. Despite their antics, I loved having them around. We would have secret meetings and plan adventures together. Our imaginations knew no bounds, and we would create entire worlds within the confines of our little house. In the evenings, as the sun set and the darkness blanketed the neighborhood, Our house would come alive with laughter and chatter. My uncles would join us, and we would all gather in the living room sharing stories and jokes. It was a warm and cozy atmosphere filled with love and joy. Those moments spent with my family are etched in my memory, and I cherish them dearly. Sometimes we would have sleepovers in the living room, where we would all snuggle up with blankets and pillows. We would tell ghost, is what the text says here. And that is the end of the text. Moving on to the next story. Story number 16. Sun at Night? Last summer, I found myself reminiscing about a peculiar event that occurred during an unforgettable night when my close friend, who I'll refer to as Sammy, and I were strolling back to my humble abode, eagerly anticipating an exhilarating sleepover. As we sauntered along, tiredness weighed heavy upon our eyelids. An inexplicable occurrence captured our attention and held us spellbound beneath the darkened heavens. Gazing upwards, we were greeted by a sight that left us astounded. The firmament above us seemed to have absorbed every hint of light, rendering it an inky abyss. Yet amidst this vast obsidian canvas, the moon shone resplendently, its luminosity painting the surrounding landscape with an ethereal glow. It was a typical full moon, devoid of any ominous aura or supernatural portents. The time, according to our weary senses, was precisely 9:30 p.m., and the celestial body hovered majestically, casting its gentle radiance upon the earth. However, our attention was swiftly diverted from the moon's captivating allure to an enigmatic phenomenon that materialized within the vast expanse above. Nestled in the midst of the inky abyss, directly in the center of the sky, an enigmatic red orb of light materialized before our bewildered eyes. Its size was comparable to that of a diminutive golf ball, and though its brilliance was undeniable, it failed to cast even a faint glimmer upon the starless night. The peculiarity of the situation struck us deeply, prompting a surge of curiosity within our hearts. We embarked upon a quest for answers, pondering the possible origin and purpose of this celestial anomaly. Considering the time of night, we swiftly dismissed any associations with a lunar or solar eclipse, and an ordinary plane's presence was highly improbable, as the light emitted by the orb remained motionless, steadfast in its position. Nevertheless, perplexed but undeterred, we resolved to continue our journey home, albeit with a lingering sense of wonder. Arriving at my humble abode, it took no more than a handful of minutes for us to carry out the necessary tasks before stepping outside once more. The primal instincts of love and responsibility beckoned us to attend my canine companions, and thus we promptly let our beloved pets venture into the night. However, as we stepped back into the realm of nocturnal mysteries, the red orb that had captivated our attention just moments before had inexplicably vanished. Its sudden disappearance bewildered us further, igniting a cascade of questions within our enigmatic minds. What had we witnessed? Had we stumbled upon a celestial phenomenon yet to be explained by science? Or perhaps an ethereal entity, teasing us with its elusive nature? Our rationality struggled to provide satisfactory answers, leaving us suspended within a realm of uncertainty and speculation. When the enemy is in your own mind, I find it quite absurd to believe the curses always have to be in some ancient language or have some cursed object involved. The truth is, simple conditioning and the introduction of concepts can be just as effective. Suggestive conditioning is a powerful tool that can decide everything from your routine behavior to your moral values. It can occur unintentionally or be directed towards specific individuals intentionally. One term often used to describe any illness or condition caused by the subject's own mind or psyche is psychosomatic. In fact, psychosomatic diseases are quite common in the world, ranging from simple rashes to fatal heart diseases. It's amazing how our thoughts and beliefs can have such a profound effect on our bodies. Speaking of fatal diseases, necrosis is a condition that was quite frightening. It's the rapid death of cells and tissue, and as the cells die, your body can't keep up with the build of masses of decomposing tissue. This can result in your body becoming a walking prison of rotting flesh, shaped with dips and pits exposing muscle tissue and tendons. The scary thing about necrosis is that it can happen to almost anyone for no reason at all. A small scratch that gets a minor infection, a spider bite, your skin getting too cold, a blood clot that goes unnoticed, or even just poor circulation can all lead to necrosis. To make things even more terrifying, when one cell dies of necrosis, it can release dangerous chemicals that speed up the process for the neighboring cells. Necrosis can spread on the surface layer of your skin or subdermally, which means under the skin, where it can go unnoticed and will most likely be brushed off as a new bruise or a new ache or pain like we all get going about our day to day. Now let me introduce you to the concept of voodoo death. This term was coined by Walter Cannon in 1942, and it refers to a purely psychosomatic phenomenon. Essentially, stress or fear causes the body to release a constant, and sometimes subtle, stream of adrenaline over time, which in turn causes blood pressure and oxygen levels to drop. This gradual lack of oxygen causes cells to wither and die, creating almost spontaneous outbreaks of necrosis throughout the body. Eventually, your heart's blood circulating systems are so damaged that you fade out from consciousness and rot to death. It's amazing to think about the power of our own minds and how they can affect our bodies. The idea of psychosomatic illness and voodoo death may seem far-fetched, but they're a real phenomenon that can have serious consequences. It's important to take care of our mental health and physical health, but not underestimate the power of our own thoughts and our own beliefs. There's something behind me. As a forensic scientist working in a department dedicated to the study of death, my job is definitely not for the faint-hearted. Every day I'm surrounded by dark and scary scenes, with the looming presence of death always hovering in the background. Despite the unnerving atmosphere, I actually find my job quite fascinating. My department is the largest one in the entire building, with numerous laboratories dedicated to different things. Strangely enough, there are only 2 other people who work in this department besides me, so most of the time I find myself alone in this big, creepy space. And it was a typical Tuesday last week when I arrived at work. As usual, I was the first one there. My day started off with analyzing body fluids, such as blood from the deceased. I picked up the files of the unlucky ones and headed to the storage room where we store the body fluids. However, as I made my way there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. There was a sense of unease in the air that was unlike any other day, but I had work to do, so I pushed the feeling aside and continued with my task. I found the body fluids I needed, and I returned to the laboratory. However, I soon realized that some older files from my boss, they were scattered all over the floor. Someone had thrown them down. I picked them up and wondered if I had done it by accident. But then a strange feeling returned, stronger than before. It made me nervous, but I tried to focus on my work. And as I analyzed the body fluids, things got weirder and weirder. I heard footsteps outside the laboratory, and then behind me. I could sense that someone was standing behind me, but when I turned around, there was no one there. I closed my eyes and I tried to calm down. Over the years, I've had my fair share of creepy encounters, but I was still scared and nervous whenever something new happened. I could feel that whatever was behind me was watching me and the work I was doing. And then all of a sudden, I felt the cold breath of something on my neck. It was so close that I could almost feel its lips brush against my skin. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move my legs. The whole experience felt like hours, but eventually the thing disappeared and I was able to relax. When my colleagues finally showed up, I was relieved to have some company,
but I couldn't bring myself to tell them about what had happened. I've had too many people in the past who've made fun of me and my experiences, so I pretended like nothing had even happened. In the following days, the thing never returned, and I hoped it would stay that way. As a scientist working in a forensic medicine facility, I'm no stranger to the darker side of life. But that experience reminded me that sometimes the things that go bump in the night are more than just our imagination. Me and my friend went to a famous haunting in our country. I have great interest in the paranormal, and so does my friend. So naturally, we thought it would be a thrilling idea to visit that place. Besides, I had an EMF meter that could detect the energy in the surroundings. We made sure to go during the day because we weren't foolish enough to venture there at night. Upon arriving, we noticed that the tree had been vandalized to the point where only the stump remained. However, there were upside-down crosses painted on other trees. The tree had always been regarded as an embodiment of evil at that location, which probably explained why it had been destroyed. As we stood there, my friend started feeling a bit queasy. She's always been sensitive to paranormal phenomena. We walked around searching for the remnants of the house's foundation, which we eventually found a short distance from the road. My EMF meter showed some activity, but nothing significant. My friend and I exchanged glances, and I decided to explore the open area next to the foundation. Just as we stood there asking questions, an eerie silence fell upon us. The deafening quietness replaced the previous chirping of birds. I peered among the trees, and an unsettling sensation washed over me. It felt as if someone were watching us from within the woods. You know that feeling you get when you suspect someone, perhaps a friend, is hiding, ready to jump out and startle you? The feeling was akin to that. I was convinced that if I approached one of these trees and looked behind it, I would surely find something in there. It was an unsettling intuition. However, the reassuring daylight provided us with a sense of security. Had it been night, we might have succumbed to fear easily, as it becomes harder to discern anything at all. I glanced at my friend and suggested that we should leave. As unease crept over both of us, she hunched over, clutching her stomach, and complained of feeling unwell, describing a burning sensation in her neck. I couldn't see anything unusual, but her distress was evident. I immediately said, "Yeah, let's go." As we reached my car, and I reached for the keys, a loud bang resonated within the vehicle. It sounded as if someone had stomped forcefully on the car's floor. It had never made such a sound before. We exchanged alarmed looks. Me. "Not my car." "Friend, did you hear that? Just as we're leaving, it sounded like it came from the trunk." "No, don't tell me she's hiding in the luggage." I opened the trunk, but there was nothing there. We searched every nook and cranny, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Hastily, we jumped into the car. I glanced at my friend and said, "Watch now, it won't start." I insert the key, and although I hesitated a bit, the engine roared to life. As we drove away from the forest, an eerie feeling didn't dissipate entirely. However, once civilization came into view, we could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hat Man in New York City. About 2 years ago, my wife and 2 daughters joined me on a journey from Jersey City to Manhattan's Penn Station using the PATH train. Exiting the station, we found ourselves standing on the sidewalk, eagerly trying to hail a cab. The day was adorned with sunshine, devoid of any clouds from what I can recall. I positioned myself at the edge of the curb, raising my right hand in the air to catch a cab's attention, while my wife and girl stood behind me in a tight group on the sidewalk. As I scanned my surroundings, hoping for a taxi to come our way, something peculiar caught my attention from the corner of my eye. A tall black shadow of a man, donning a wide-brimmed hat and clad in what seemed to be a long coat, stood uncomfortably close behind my family. The proximity unsettled me, considering that we were in a bustling city of New York, and who knows what someone's intentions might be. In that moment, driven by curiosity and concern, I turned my head to the left, aiming to get a better glimpse of the situation. To my astonishment, I caught sight of a faceless black shadow, sending shivers down my spine. It was a split-second encounter, leaving me in such shock that I had to do a double take. By the time I refocused my gaze, it had vanished into thin air. My reaction was a simple exclamation of, "Wow!" My family looked at me with perplexed expressions as I scanned the street up and down, desperately seeking any sign of the mysterious figure that had startled me. I inspected the nearby buildings, carefully examining the shadows cast upon their windows, hoping to find a logical explanation for what I had witnessed. Yet, nothing appeared to have caused that chilling encounter. In the midst of my investigation, a cab pulled up beside us, ready for us to embark on our journey. We quickly got inside, leaving the perplexing incident behind us as we drove away. To say that I was disturbed would be an understatement. I found myself deeply unsettled, worrying about my eyesight and contemplating if I might be experiencing issues with blind spots or strange visions. The possibility of hallucinations crossed my mind too, causing further unease as I wondered if this would become an ongoing problem. Deciding to keep my fears to myself, I resolved to observe my surroundings for a few more days, hoping to determine if any similar sightings would occur. Thankfully, over the next few days, I encountered nothing of the sort. Relieved, I eventually mustered the courage to share my disconcerting experience with my wife. Although she found it intriguing, she didn't dwell on it too much. Weeks later, when we returned home, curiosity got the best of me, leading me to search Hat Man on Google. I had no prior knowledge of such phenomenon, nor did I realize it was something others had reported. To my astonishment, the search results revealed numerous accounts from individuals who had encountered the same eerie presence as me. The time when my astrologer friend tried to escape his destiny. While delving into the realms of the occult and palmistry, I found myself acquainted with a senior and accomplished astrologer, whom I shall refer to as M. M possessed an extraordinary gift of accurately predicting the past, present, and future. And he could do this prediction of individuals merely by analyzing their horoscope, known as Kundli in India. However, this gift seemed more like a curse than a blessing to him. M had studied his own Kundli and discovered that his fifth house was afflicted by severe misfortune. According to his astrological analysis, his firstborn child was destined to endure immense suffering throughout their life. Therefore, he reached a suitable age for marriage. He presented a condition to his parents. He would personally assess the Kundli of the woman he was going to marry. In the region of Bihar, where we resided, Kundli matching held utmost importance, especially in the context of arranged marriages. In many cases, couples didn't meet each other until their wedding night, relying solely on the compatibility of their horoscopes. M found himself in a similar situation. He had no opportunity to meet or date the prospective woman, but instead had to judge them solely based on their Kundli. After careful consideration, he eventually chose a woman whose horoscope predicted that she would give birth to the healthiest child imaginable. He hoped that her favorite Kundli would counterbalance the unfortunate fate foretold by his own. Upon finally meeting his chosen bride, M sensed a certain uneasiness, but decided to overlook these instincts as they were already married. Several years passed and she gave birth to a baby boy. Tragically, the child suffered from a birth defect that left him severely disabled. M was devastated by this unexpected turn of events. Despite his efforts to prevent such a fate, it seemed as though destiny was mocking his astrological abilities. Filled with anger, he confronted his wife, who eventually broke down and confessed the truth. It turned out that her original Kundli was also plagued by afflictions. In fact, it was so unfavorable that every family who received her horoscope had rejected her as a potential match. Consequently, her parents sought the assistance of an astrologer who fabricated a flawless Kundli for her, which was then presented to M for examination. Thus, fate, wielding its omnipotence, orchestrated the union of two individuals bound to share a common destiny. In time, M came to accept his fate and wholeheartedly devoted himself to caring for his son, whom he regarded as a manifestation of God's will. Old Primary School in Longsight, Manchester. When I was working as a music teacher at a primary school in Manchester a few years ago, I had a paranormal experience that left me quite shaken. The building where the school was located was quite old, and I had heard that it was used as a hospital during World War II, although I wasn't sure how true that was. I've always believed in the paranormal, having witnessed many strange things while growing up in my parents' house. However, despite the rumors about the school's history, I never felt or sensed anything unusual in the building, at least not until the incident I'm about to describe. To avoid traffic, I used to leave my house at around 5:45 and arrive at my school by 6:30 a.m. I was usually the first person to arrive, apart from the cleaners, and it was usually dark in the morning, but I never felt scared or sensed anything out of the ordinary. My music equipment room was located in the basement, down 2 flights of stairs. The basement was pitch black, so I had to switch on the lights before going down. At the bottom of the stairs, there was an old toilet room to the left that was mostly used for storage. To the right, there was a small corridor leading to my room halfway down, and an art store room at the end. In the mornings, I used to go down to my room and play the drums before getting my equipment for the first lesson. I never heard or saw anything strange during that time. However, one lunchtime, when I was in the music room and needed to use the toilet, I heard high-heeled shoes walking down the stairs. I was washing my hands when I saw a woman with her hair in a bun, wearing a 2-piece tweed-type jacket and skirt, walking toward my room. I thought she was the deputy head and went to see what she wanted. When I got to my room, there was no one there. I looked around, but no one was in sight. I thought the woman might have gone to the art room, so I walked down the short distance to check, but again, nobody was there. I felt a little scared and went upstairs to the deputy head's office. I asked her if she'd been down to the basement, but she had not, and she certainly was not wearing a tweed jacket or had her hair in a bun. Feeling a bit spooked, I went to the staff room and told a colleague and friend, and thought maybe I had seen a ghost. I described what I had seen, and my friend told me to go tell a specific member of staff. This teacher immediately asked me if the woman was wearing a 2-piece tweed jacket and a skirt and had her hair up in a bun. I was shocked when she said that she had seen her on several occasions. That he had seen her on several occasions on the second-floor hall outside his classroom when he was working late. The caretaker and some of the cleaners had also reported seeing her. After that incident, it took me a while to venture down to the basement in the mornings to play the drums. I've had many other paranormal experiences at my parents' and friends' houses, but this was the only time I saw a full apparition to date. It still gives me chills when I think about it. Was I saved by Hermes? When I was just 12, I experienced something that would change my life forever. It happened in my home country, Guyana, which at the time was plagued by poverty and violence. Small villages like mine were often targeted by gangs and bandits looking for money and resources and gold. Unfortunately, my village was located near the outskirts of Georgetown, making it an easy target for these criminals. On that fateful day, things quickly spiraled out of control. The village leaders refused to give in to the demands of the gang, and as a result, they began shooting up the village. Innocent people lost their lives, and I could have been one of them myself. My family and I heard the first shots and immediately decided to flee. However, in the chaos, we got separated from each other, and I found myself running for my life with a group of adults, one of whom happened to be the village leader who initiated the argument with the bandits. As we ran, I watched in horror as people fell on either side of me. It was the longest I had ever run at full speed, and as a child with chronic asthma, I thought my body would give out at any moment. However, I was determined to survive. Suddenly, the sun became incredibly bright to the point that I could barely see. I panicked, thinking that I was about to collapse. That's when I saw a man running at my side, wearing a golden half helmet, metal boots that went up to his knees, and a white and gold leather vest. He had an intense glow that emanated confidence, and I felt safe and powerful in his presence. As we ran, he looked at me and smiled, saying, Just keep running, we're almost there and you're doing great. I couldn't believe it. Who was this man who appeared out of nowhere to help me? Suddenly I heard a shot very close behind me and he gently pushed my arm. The next thing I knew, I blacked out. When I woke up, I was in Georgetown General Hospital and everybody kept asking me how I managed to make it there all by myself. I had no logical answer because I didn't remember anything after the man pushed my arm. It was a mystery that haunted me for years. After my family and I moved to the United States, I became interested in the mythology, especially Greek and Norse mythology. One day as I was reading about Hermes, the messenger of the gods, I saw depictions of him in books that looked strikingly similar to the man who had helped me on that day. I couldn't believe it. Was it possible that I had been aided by a deity? The idea sent shivers down my spine. Years have passed since that day, and I still think about it often, especially because I've taken up running competitively. I want to represent my Guyana in the Olympics for track. I can't help but wonder if it wasn't Hermes who helped me that day, then who was it? The mystery continues to fascinate and inspire me. Cell Site Field Technician's Nightmare. About 8 years ago, I worked as a field technician for one of America's largest cellular carriers. Every month, I had to be on call for network issues after business hours, usually for a week, and it just so happened that this particular on-call week fell on Halloween night. It sounds like the beginning of a made-up story, but I assure you every detail is 100% true without any exaggerations. Being on call often meant that I would receive a call about an issue just as I was getting into bed for the night. And true to form, on that Halloween night, around 12 a.m., as I was preparing to sleep, I mentioned to my wife that the one place I really didn't want to be called out to was the old church not far from our town. This church, built in the 1820s, was an eerie wooden colonial New England structure, and it even housed a grave inside the chapel, containing the remains of the original minister from the early 1800s. Our cellular equipment was located in a small locked room in the steeple, just below the bell. Only employees of my company knew the combination to access it. Wouldn't you know, just as I finished mentioning the church to my wife and was about to lay my head in the pillow, my phone rang. It was the National Operations Center, the NOC, calling to inform me that one of the radios was down and they wanted me to go to the site as soon as possible to troubleshoot the issue. To put that into perspective, there were approximately 2,000 cell sites in the network that I was responsible for during my on-week call. I asked them which site was having the problem, and to my dismay, they told me it was the site located in the old wooden church. My heart sank and my pulse began to race. Curiosity compelled me to ask what they suspected the issue might be, as they usually had access to the alarm information prior to dispatching technicians. The NOC responded, saying that they had never seen this particular issue occur without someone being physically present at the site. Apparently, the radio had somehow switched itself into local mode, a setting that can only be changed by pressing a button on the face of the radio while at the site. It was impossible to perform this action remotely. I remained calm and assured the NOC that I would take care of it. I hung up on the phone and decided to stay in bed, waiting for an hour before calling them back. I informed them that the key to the equipment room was missing and the issue would need to be resolved in the morning. There was no way I was going out in the middle of the night to investigate who or what had tampered with the equipment. When morning came, I arrived to the site, and sure enough, the radio was powered on. All I had to do was press the button to take it out of local mode and restore the equipment to its normal functioning state. The Screaming Fox. Among our Sami people, we possess numerous sayings that serve as omens for forthcoming events. For instance, if one's nose itches, it foretells an impending bout of anger. When a reindeer scampers about, we know a storm is on its way. And if summer brings a surplus of insects, we anticipate a bountiful berry season. Yet one particular adage revolves around a fox and its piercing cry. In a quaint Sami village, our lives revolve around lavvus, Lavvus, structures similar to Native American teepees. We roam the tundra, accompanying our beloved reindeer herds as they migrate across the vast landscape. Within this village dwelled a family consisting of 3 brothers and their respective families. Time had weathered on them, and they all entered their 60s. On a fateful day, as I, Johann, the eldest brother, labored outside, fashioning skis for my grandson, an unexpected sight caught my eye. Emerging from the nearby forest was a fox. The spectacle struck me as peculiar, since foxes seldomly ventured into the daylight. Yet there it sat, fixedly gazing at me. Suddenly an ear-splitting scream erupted from its throat, its echoes reverberating ceaselessly. And just then my son emerged, his ire ready to release our dog upon the fox. Sensing something more profound, I intervened, halting my son in his tracks. "Do not chase away the fox," I advised him. "It has arrived to forewarn me of my impending demise." My son paused, a flicker of concern crossing his features. The fox vanished into the woods, leaving us perplexed and curious. As we congregated within my lavvu, questions poured forth, seeking clarity on the fox's significance. Serenely I spoke. "The fox has committed no transgressions. It simply came to herald my journey's end. So do not be surprised when I cease to awaken in the coming days." True to my words, 3 days later, I succumbed peacefully in my sleep. In accordance with tradition, we laid me to rest amidst the forest, near a gentle river where I had often sought solace. While preparing my final resting place, we glimpsed movement among the trees. It was the fox, poised and observant. Every day for a week, as we visited the grave, the fox silently watched over us, a steadfast presence.
One night haunting. I remember this incident like it was yesterday, even though it happened a while back. It was a late night around 1:30 a.m. or maybe even 2, when I was driving my friend home. We were on a road that I traveled almost every single day, and usually there was nothing creepy about it. However, that night, as I was driving down a small hill, something strange happened. I saw a skinny guy, looked to be maybe a teenager or a young adult based on the build, in a black hoodie with the hood pulled up. He was on the side of the road that would be near my passenger side, and he walked out in front of my car, and then he stopped on the yellow lines dividing the road. As I had just seen a person in the road, I slowed my car, and when I got closer to him, it was like I blinked and he was gone. I was a little creeped out, so before I got home, I called my mom to have her come watch me in front of the car and tell her about it. She's not one to get freaked out about things like this, so she basically just brushed off my story. Now this is where things get really weird. Let me describe my dog's demeanor to you first. She's super easygoing. The only time she ever barks is when we vacuum the house because she's scared of it. She loves people, and when people and even strangers show up, she never barks. She just wants attention from them, and she's not particularly in tune with us or our moods for a dog, and that's been the way since she was a puppy. So when my mom came to see me, the dog greeted me as usual. Nothing weird. However, a couple of minutes after, my mom and the dog headed back to bed, and something strange happened. My dog turned the corner of my mom's room when there was nothing and started barking and growling like crazy. It was so unlike her to behave like this that we couldn't figure out what had gotten into her. We finally got her settled down, but after this, my mom became creeped out and decided that we would all sleep in the living room together. When we got settled in the living room, our printer in the next room turned on out of nowhere and started making noise like it was getting ready to print. But it did never print anything at all. It was spooky. We couldn't figure out what was going on. This was a couple of years ago, and since then, we've had a couple of small weird occurrences. But nothing as crazy as that night, and nothing that affected the dog. I've been trying to figure out why something may have followed me home, and why it was haunting us for one night. I've been looking for answers and insights from anyone who's experienced something similar or who knows anything about the paranormal activity, but to this day I still haven't found any answers. I think my nephew is seeing a shadow man that he calls the Black Man. Lately, my nephew has developed a fondness for a game he calls Ghosts, and this involves me playing with these small Halloween-themed toys. It's an innocent and imaginative game, but occasionally he asks me questions about what ghosts really are. Given that he's only 4 years old, I haven't gone into great detail about it, opting instead to provide a vague explanation that won't frighten him. But I must mention that there have been some peculiar incidents in the past that have left me somewhat unsettled. For instance, he would occasionally point at a corner of the room and inquire about the identity of the man standing there, even though there was no one visible to me. At other times, I would find him engaged in animated conversations with someone who, to my eyes, simply wasn't there. But back to our recent game of Ghosts. As we began playing again, I posed a question to him, asking if he remembered what ghosts were. In response, he nodded thoughtfully, and then much to my surprise, he asked if I could be the Black Man ghost. I was taken aback by his words, not only because we don't raise him to be in a racist household, but also because he's too young to comprehend what the complexities of racism are. Upon realizing this, I gently told him, "Wow, nephew, I never expected you to say something like that. How about we play a different game for now?" However, he persisted, pleading with me, saying, "Please be the Black Man. The Black Man scares me." I was at a loss for words, grappling with how to process his request and struggling to formulate an appropriate response. In an attempt to divert his attention and alleviate the tension, I suggested, "Hey, let's go for a drive. You always enjoy that, right?" Hoping a change of scenery would clear his mind. I took him for a drive while he eventually drifted off to sleep. Reflecting on the incident, I can't help but feel a sense of curiosity and concern. When we play Ghosts again, perhaps I should take on the role of this Black Man and inquire about his appearance. I could ask him questions like, what does he look like? How does he talk? Does he wear a hat? By exploring these details in a way that he can comprehend, maybe it will shed light on his perception and reveal more about his experiences. Recalling my own childhood, I remember being visited by shadow people at his age. I can't help but pray that he isn't going through a similar ordeal, although I remain determined to support and understand him, whatever he may be facing. My house was haunted by 3 spirits. 2 years ago, I moved to a new place to pursue my studies. Initially, everything seemed fine, but after a while, strange things began to happen. My neighbors would often ask me if everything was all right, and they would stare at me weirdly whenever I went out. At first, they were just being nice to me because I was new to the area, but I started feeling uncomfortable with the atmosphere around me. I began to feel an unknown presence in the house, especially during the night. It was definitely unsettling, but then things got even creepier when I saw a ghostly reflection in the mirror. At first, I thought I was just hallucinating because I was so disturbed by the strange occurrences in the house. But I saw the figure twice, and I realized that I wasn't hallucinating after all after that. The reflection was that of a child, but the face disappeared in a flash. I was scared and frozen at that moment because I'd never seen anything abnormal like this before. I started looking for a new house, but unfortunately, no houses were available for rent. I felt helpless and disturbed by the fact that I had no option but to stay in that same haunted house. So I decided to cleanse the house, hoping that everything would be fine after that. The house seemed normal for a few days, but suddenly, even more paranormal activity began to happen. Lights would flicker and objects would move, photo frames would break, and I would hear whispering and knocking sounds from the window, especially during the night. All these happenings led me to develop insomnia. I could barely sleep because whenever I tried, I would dream about the kid, and my body would become paralyzed. My health condition deteriorated day by day, and my parents got concerned. My mom even started noticing shadow figures moving around the house during the night. She clicked a few pictures too. Luckily, one of the pictures captured an abnormally long figure with only 4 fingers on its hand. It was terrifying enough to scare someone to death. Finally, a neighbor told me the truth about the house. Before I moved in, 3 families lived there, and 3 people died in that same house. A kid died mysteriously, a man died in a sudden road accident, and an old man died due to a heart attack. After hearing that, I was sure that the house was definitely haunted by multiple spirits. Although they never harmed us, we were still frightened and disturbed by the strange occurrences in that house. We had no choice but to continue living there until we found a new place to move into. Benevolent spirit. As a 31-year-old man, I've experienced some strange occurrences throughout my younger life, starting from my earliest memories up until my college years at the age of 20. My grandparents lived in a beautiful house in a small town located in the mountains of North Carolina. They had hand-painted portraits of themselves hanging in their house, which they had commissioned before my grandfather's death. The portrait depicted my grandfather wearing a short-sleeved blue shirt with his glasses on, and it remained hanging in their house for decades after his passing. It's interesting to note that my grandfather passed away just 3 days before I was born, and was buried on the day of my birth. As a result, my middle name is his, even though I never got the chance to meet him. The strange occurrences began not long after I was born, and they continued for decades, even after I started college. Although I assume they still happen today, my grandmother's passed away for over 12 years now, and my uncle owns the house. To keep things brief, many members of my family have seen a man with big glasses, a blue shirt, and an old look walking up the front door of my grandmother's house. The description of the man is just like my grandfather's portrait, which had hung in their house for years. Almost everyone on my dad's side of the family has seen this man. He would walk up the driveway, past the windows of the front of the house, and disappear just before getting to the door. The figure is also spotted downstairs, either standing at the bottom of the steps or walking through one of the rooms down there. Even when the house was empty, while I was in college, I would see him walking into the kitchen. However, the figure always disappeared upon investigation. It was always brief glimpses of the figure, lasting a few seconds at most. There was no harm coming from the figure, and no one was ever frightened by it. The most memorable occurrence happened on the day my grandmother passed away. She was sick and wanted to pass away in her own house. She passed during the day, and for the first time, I saw the figure walking away from the house into the night. It was a surreal moment for me, and it gave me a sense of comfort, as if my grandfather was there to take my grandmother's hand and guide her into the afterlife. It's a mystery that nobody in my family has ever been able to explain. And even though we all have seen this figure, we've come to accept its presence in the house. It's a reminder that our loved ones who have passed away are still with us, watching over us, and guiding us in ways that we may never understand. Weird warning. It was just a few nights ago, on Friday, October 23rd, when I had one of the strangest experiences of my life. It was around 9 a.m. and I was laying in bed, trying to wake up for the day, and I was drifting in and out of doze, feeling comfortable and cozy in my warm bed, and suddenly I heard a loud beeping sound. It was just one single second tone, but it was extremely high-pitched and it made me jump out of my skin. At first I couldn't figure out what was going on. The sound reminded me of an intercom, the kind you hear before someone speaks into it. But it was different somehow, more urgent, more ominous. And then I heard a voice. It was a man's voice, unfamiliar to me, and it said just 2 words. "Something is coming." I was completely freaked out and I looked around my room in a panic, trying to see if there was anything out of place. I was alone in the house, and my fiancé had left for work a few hours earlier. I couldn't see anything unusual, so I lay back down in bed, trying to listen for other sounds. And then I heard it. The tapping of raindrops on my roof. It was the telltale sound of a storm about to hit. I realized that I had left my 2 pups outside when my fiancé left for work, and I knew I had to go get them inside before the rain started pouring down. Thankfully, when I went outside to get them, they were both 100% dry, and this was a huge relief for me as I had just come home from the hospital the night before, and I was still recovering from pneumonia and a punctured lung, so drying off 2 wet dogs would have been almost impossible for me to do in the time. I could barely walk to the door, let alone wash them and bend over and take care of them. Once the dogs were safely inside, I checked my phone to see if I had any messages or alarms that could have made the beeping sound that I had heard earlier. But there was nothing at all. My phone was on vibrate, so it couldn't have even made a sound, and there were no other sounds in the house that could have the source of that noise. In my opinion, something or someone had warned me that the storm was coming. I don't know who or what it could have been, or if it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but I am grateful that it happened, as it allowed me to get my dogs inside before they got soaked in the rain. It was a strange and unsettling experience, but it also reminded me of the mysterious ways that life can surprise us. Old Hotel had me feeling spooked. During my time working in Cheshire, England, I had to spend a night in a hotel with a couple of work colleagues. The hotel, the Crabwell Manor, apparently dates back to the 1600s, though I didn't know this at the time. Nevertheless, we liked the place for its size and location, and the pictures looked great, so we quickly booked our stay. Things were going smoothly until that fateful night when I kept feeling and seeing a tapping on my back, as if I was turned on my left side. At first I thought it was my workmate messing around, but when I turned around, he was fast asleep in a separate bed a few feet away from me. I didn't think much of it and I tried to go back to sleep, but the tapping continued after a couple of minutes. I turned around again, this time saying, "What?" But he was still asleep. It was then that I started to get a little bit freaked out. I knew that he couldn't tap me and return to a still position without me noticing. I lie there still, hoping to catch my workmate in the act. But when I felt the blanket start to tap against my back, I turned around almost instantly, only to see him fast asleep. I said even louder this time, "What?" But he didn't budge. In fact, he didn't move from the position he was in when I turned around previously. I was now getting seriously freaked out, but thankfully the tapping stopped and I eventually drifted off to sleep. The next thing I remember was feeling like someone was around me and wouldn't let me out of their sight. No matter how much I wanted to be released, I couldn't. I remember feeling distressed and I woke up sweating and panicked. It was a terrifying experience and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. When it was time to get up for work, I noticed that the tap in the bathroom was slightly turned and a small amount of water was leaking out. The door was also ajar, which it wasn't before we went to bed. I couldn't explain what had happened, but it was clear that something strange had occurred. After reading up on the history of the Crabwell Manor and learning about all the other disturbances, I believe that this experience should be looked into. I don't know if it was a paranormal experience or just my mind playing tricks on me, but it was enough to make me feel uneasy about staying in that hotel again. Crabwell Manor may have a rich history, but I'm not sure I want to experience any more of its ghostly past. UFO sighting from June. It's been almost 6 months since I saw it, but it's still fresh in my mind. I feel a bit silly for sharing it now, but I want to get other people's thoughts on it. This is the only thing in my life that I can say without a doubt that I saw a UFO. It was around 2:30 a.m. on Monday, June 14th, 2020, and I was in Indianapolis, Indiana, in a Bates Hendricks neighborhood. I remember the date so vividly because it was only 5 days before I was set to move. As I had the next 2 days off from work, I decided to take a walk around my neighborhood as a way to say goodbye to the place I had called home for some time now. As I was only inches away from my apartment, I saw it flying over. It looked like every textbook description of a flying saucer, and yet it also looked like a ball of fire floating across the sky before disappearing behind the trees in the alley on my block. I still remember the feeling of my heart beating fast and my hands shaking as I tried to make sense of what I had just witnessed. My first thought was that it could have been a meteor, but it seemed too low to the ground to be one of those. It also didn't make any sound whatsoever, which ruled out the possibility of being a radio-controlled drone. I had seen kids in the neighborhood playing with them after dark, and I knew how they worked. What really creeped me out was how low it was to the ground. There was no way that it couldn't see me, I remember thinking. I'm moving in 5 days, please don't abduct me tonight. It continued its trajectory in a southwestern course from what I could tell, and I watched it until it disappeared from sight. As a guy who's skeptical of extraterrestrial life and the existence of UFOs, this particular experience shook me to my core. I couldn't stop and think about it for days, and I was even considering reaching out to local authorities to see if anyone else had reported seeing something similar. In the end, I decided not to, but I did mention it to a few friends and family members who were equally intrigued and curious about what I had seen. All in all, it was pretty uneventful, but it was an experience that I'll never forget. I still wonder what it was that I saw that night and if anyone else had seen it. I'm open to any explanation or theories about what it could have been. Two mini encounters in one. It was a while back, around the year 2008 or so. I remember waking up one morning feeling completely normal, but as I yawned, I realized that no noise was coming out of my mouth. Panic set in as I ran to the bathroom, careful not to wake up my parents, who were still sleeping. I closed the door behind me and attempted to speak, but nothing came out. I tried to scream, but still nothing. I quickly ran to my bed, feeling very uneasy, and under the covers I closed my eyes, trying to calm myself down. After a while, I opened my eyes again, and to my relief, I could speak. My parents woke up a bit later, and I asked them if I had woken them up by screaming. But they seemed confused, and I disregarded it. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I felt like something otherworldly had played with me. I felt lethargic and short of breath even after waking up, which was very unusual. Fast forward to a year ago, I was still living in the same apartment on the 15th floor of a cheap old building downtown. It was a normal night and I was trying to fall asleep, but for some reason I just couldn't. It was probably around 3 a.m. when suddenly I heard a loud voice shouting, "Get down on the ground," followed by 3 gunshots. My heart was pounding as I jumped out of bed and looked down through my window, and sure enough, I saw the red and blue lights and 3 cop cars. I was curious and started looking around to see if anyone else was watching, but to my surprise, there was absolutely nobody. I looked for a solid minute until everything became silent and the lights disappeared. That's when I heard 3 loud and fast knocks on my door, and then I could see an ominous white light around the door frame. I was terrified, but somehow I managed to fall asleep. The morning after was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I tried my best to find the news of the police reports on the shooting incident, but no matter how hard I looked, I found absolutely nothing. It was as if nothing had even happened. I couldn't explain what I'd witnessed that night, and it left me feeling very uneasy. To this day, I still think about that encounter, and I wonder if it was just my imagination or if something truly otherworldly happened that night.
Something kind of weird happened this morning. Both of my siblings are still in school, and every morning it's my responsibility to help them get ready. My mom and I work together, making sure that everything they need before my brother heads off to school with my mom driving with him while my sister takes the bus. This particular morning was like any other. As my siblings were getting ready, my mom decided to bake some half-baked mini baguettes. We placed them in the oven and eagerly waited for them to be ready. Once they were done, my sister turned off the oven, and my mom and I both double-checked to ensure that it was indeed switched off. With everyone out of the house, I thought it was a good time to tidy up a bit. I I took a quick break to use the toilet and switched off the kitchen light as I left the room. As I sat there, attending to my own business, I suddenly heard a peculiar noise echoing from downstairs. It was difficult to describe, but it resembled the sound of a sheet of paper being forcefully ripped apart. Without wasting any time, I rushed downstairs to investigate the source of the noise. To my surprise, I discovered that the kitchen light was inexplicably switched on, even though I was certain I had turned it off. Moreover, the oven was also on, despite the fact that my sister had turned it off earlier, and both my mom and I had confirmed its status. Nothing else seemed out of place or disturbed in any way. Bewildered, I recounted the strange incident to my mom when she returned home. However, instead of taking it seriously, she simply laughed it off. I understand that she might think I just forgot to switch off the light, although I'm positive I did. But the oven? It's difficult to comprehend how 3 people could be so sure it was turned off, especially considering the type of oven that we have, where you need to twist the knob to set to, the desired temperature. It's particularly impossible to accidentally turn it on or off without realizing it. The mystery of what transpired that morning continues to puzzle me, although my mom found it amusing. I can't help but wonder if there's something more to it. Perhaps there's a logical explanation that eludes us, or maybe there's a hidden presence in our home playing tricks on us. Whatever the case may be, I can't shake off the eerie feeling that lingers whenever I recall that incident in the kitchen. Interdimensional Great Black Dog. During my teenage years, I had a strange encounter with 2 friends of mine while we were helping my mom bring in groceries. It was a late summer evening, and the sky was getting darker by the minute, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive black dog appeared in front of us. It was so big that it looked like a very, very large wolf, but it was clear that it was a black dog of some sort. Its appearance reminded me a lot of the Grimm from the Harry Potter series. It was the closest thing I could really describe it as. We all froze and stared at it, just completely taken aback by its sudden appearance. The dog just stood there, in between us and the car, looking at us with its piercing eyes. It all happened so quickly that we couldn't even react. What made this experience supernatural was that the dog appeared to be a holograph or something similar. The outline of its body seemed to glow and shift, almost like a computer glitch. Its eyes, too, seemed to glow with a yellow light from within. Suddenly, the dog ran straight into the side of the house and disappeared into thin air. My friends and I looked at each other, completely bewildered by what had just happened. We were left wondering if we had all seen the same thing, or if it was just our imagination playing tricks on us. After the incident, I couldn't help but wonder what this black dog meant, or perhaps represented. I knew that it was a popular omen in European folklore, but I was in the United States, so it seems kind of out of place. I began to research more about the creature and found out that it had many meanings and interpretations in different cultures. Some believed it was the harbinger of death, while others saw it as a protector or guide. Despite my research, I still can't find a clear answer about what this encounter actually meant. It remains a mystery to me, and I'm not sure if I'll ever know about what this great black dog truly represented, or why it chose to reveal itself to us on that day. Nevertheless, the memory of that strange encounter will always stay with me, and I can't help but wonder if anyone else has ever had a similar experience. Potential haunting? As a resident of Savannah, I've always been aware of the city's reputation for being haunted. I live in a split-level house built in 1900, along with 2 roommates and a cat. I moved in here just over a year ago, in January 2020, and everything had been perfectly normal until recently. About a month ago, I began to notice that the cabinets in the kitchen were frequently left open. I would shut them only to find them open again later in the day. It was strange because my roommates had never done this before, but they just brushed it off when I asked them about it. I began to get a little bit uneasy. Around the same time, our usual docile cat started acting strange. She was constantly meowing at nothing and seemed skittish and nervous. She would run away from me and pounce on nothing. It was weird because she had never acted this way before. Even my roommate noticed the change in her behavior. Then my lamp in my room started turning on and off on its own. It was touch activated, and I had tried changing the light bulb and plugging it into different outlets, but it kept happening. I knew there must be a logical explanation, but it still made me uneasy. Things only got weirder from there. One night, I had a nightmare that left me feeling incredibly anxious and scared. When I mentioned it to my roommate, she revealed that she had experienced the exact same thing on the same night. We were both completely freaked out, but the scariest experience happened just recently. One night after my roommate had gone to bed, I heard a loud noise coming from the downstairs foyer. I tried to brush it off as the house settling, but then I heard my doorknob rattling as if someone was trying to come into my room. I was so scared that I locked my door and texted my roommate and asked if she tried to come in. She said no and that it was probably just the cat. But I knew what I had heard, and I felt like someone had tried to break into my room. I'm not sure what's happening in this house, but I can't really shake that feeling that something was just off. The combination of open cabinets, our cat's strange behavior, and the lamp, the nightmare, and the attempted break-in is all too unsettling. And I'm not sure how much longer I can live in this house without feeling constantly on edge. Witch, ghost, IT. When I was living alone in Bhopal, India, my parents were far away in Delhi, and I was studying in my bachelor's degree. I had a fascination with the paranormal and all things ghostly. My friend who lived across my flat also shared my interest. Together we would venture out in his motorcycle late at night around 12 a.m. or so, hoping to experience something paranormal. We had been going out for more than a week and hadn't experienced anything unusual, but that soon changed. One night we set out around 1 or 1:30 a.m., and as usual, I was driving my motorcycle and my friend was sitting behind me. The road we were on was desolate and ran along the boundary of a lake, with fencing all along it. On the right side of the road there was a pond, and about 200 or 300 meters down the road there was a right turn. It was a chilly night and there was a fog all around us, but there was a patch of around 100 or 150 meters that was clear fog. At the end of the clear path, there was a tree on the right side of the road next to the pond. It was clearly visible as there was no fog in that particular patch. Halfway through the patch, I saw someone sitting on one of the branches of a tree, and I stopped my bike. I was terrified and I told my friend to see it. As soon as I said it, someone jumped on the road. It had long hair and wearing dirty white clothes. It jumped on the road and started running toward the lake, which had a fence all around it. It went through the fence, and we could only hear the sound of water splashing. I drove my motorcycle as fast as I could and recited prayers. When we crossed the place where it had jumped into the lake, we could see that it was properly fenced without any gaps, or certainly not gaps big enough in which a person could pass through. I asked my friend what he saw, and if he saw what I saw, and he said he saw someone jump and could only hear the water splashing. From that day onwards, we stopped going on such rides. I still believe that we saw a witch that night. The memory still sends shivers down my spine, and I'm not sure if I'd ever want to experience anything like that ever again. We aren't sure what happened that night. I remember one night vividly. It was around 2 years ago when me and a friend of mine were playing video games in the early morning, something that we usually did up until this day. We were playing a video game called The Hunter, Call of the Wild. And we were just chilling and playing the game. As anyone familiar with this game knows, it's pretty silent up until the point where an animal makes a call sign or maybe makes a mating noise. On some occasions, you can get scared from elks making these mating sounds. But this particular night, it was around 4 in the morning, and we were at the peak of our game when we were playing it every single day. We were hunting for deer, silently waiting for them to pass by, when all of a sudden, I heard a loud screaming from a woman in my headphones, as if it was coming from my friend's house. At first, it scared the crap out of me because I wasn't expecting it, and immediately I asked, "Is everything okay?" My friend remained silent until I called his name. Then he said, "Wait, that wasn't you?" I answered, "No, I thought that was over at your house." He proceeded to describe the exact experience I had to me. For a moment, we remained silent, looking at each other inside the game, but no other noise or anything else happened. The incident left us both puzzled and scared. We kept wondering about what it could be, but we never found any explanation. We even checked the nearby houses to see if something terrible had happened, but everything was quiet and we couldn't find anything unusual. Since that night, I'd been trying to understand what happened. I've gone over the incident in my mind over and over again, but I can't seem to find any logical explanation. The fact that my friend experienced the same thing at the same time as I did only adds to the mystery. 2 weeks ago, I decided to ask him about that night again. I wanted to see if he had any new ideas or theories about what had happened. But he denied pulling a prank on me, and he seemed as puzzled as I was, so it seems we both had the same experience, even over time. We shared with our group of 5 friends, and no one could give us a logical explanation for what had happened. It remains a mystery to this day, and I often wonder if we'll ever get to know what it is that we experienced. The night I almost didn't sleep. The night of May 11th, 2020 was a night that changed my life forever. My dear grandfather, a Korean War veteran, had lost his battle to cancer a few days before, and I was asked to spend the night with my grandmother to keep her company. As a family, we were all still grieving, and the thought of spending the night alone in that house with my grandmother was daunting. As the night progressed, everything seemed to be going well. We watched some TV and talked about my grandfather, and we had dinner. But as it got later, my grandmother and we decided to go to bed. As the taller member of the family, I was used to sleeping in the Davenport whenever I stayed over. I was just about to drift off when I glanced at the clock on the wall. It read 11:10 p.m., and that's when it happened. A creepy voice interrupted the silence, and both my grandmother and I heard it. It was a woman's voice, and it sounded like she was saying Barb or Bud. At first, I thought it was my grandmother speaking, but the voice was unfamiliar. We were the only ones in the house, so I couldn't have been a family member either. I tried to brush it off and get some sleep. The next morning during breakfast, I asked my grandmother if she had heard the voice. To my surprise, she confirmed that she had. We both knew that we had heard the same thing. There were a few possible guesses as to who the woman could have been. The first possibility was my grandmother's mom, who had passed away on my first birthday from a stroke. She was 103 years old. The second possibility was my granddad's mom, who had passed away in the early 90s. The third possibility was an aunt that I had seen as a child in my granddad's bedroom. She had passed away long before I was born. The experience was both eerie and comforting at the same time. It felt like my grandfather was still with us in some way, trying to comfort us in our time of grief. It was a moment that I'll never forget, and it made me realize that there are some things in life that are beyond our understanding. The White Face Ghost Mask. When I was around 8 or 9 years old, something happened to me that I'll never forget. Even though it's been years, I still remember it vividly like it happened yesterday. I was sleeping in bed with my door shut and the covers over my face, just like I always did. However, when I woke up, I had this strange feeling that I was not alone in the room. At first, I ignored it and tried to go back to sleep, but the sensation never went away. Eventually, my curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to see what was going on. I slowly pulled the covers away from my face, and that's when I saw it, right in front of me, hovering above my bed. It was a white mask that resembled an opera mask. It had no facial features except for its eyes, which were pitch black and seemed to stare right through me. I was paralyzed with fear. It was like I couldn't move, scream, or even cry. I just lie there, staring at that mask for what felt like an eternity, till I eventually regained my senses and covered my face again. I lay there in shock, trying to comprehend what I'd just seen. After a few minutes, I felt a sense of calmness wash over me, and the feeling that something there disappeared. I sat up and looked around my room, but the mask was gone. Years passed. I never saw the mask again. That is, until I was in high school, and I'd occasionally spend the night at my friend's house. One weekend, I stayed at a friend's place, and when I got home, I was carrying my stuff back to my room. I saw it again. This time, it was in the hallway, and I had to turn the corner to go down my hall. As soon as I saw it, I jumped back, and when I looked back again, it was gone. To this day, I still can't explain what the mask was or what it wanted. Every time I think about it, I get chills down my spine. It's like it's haunting me or trying to send me a message. I don't know what to do, but I hope that one day I'll be able to find out the truth behind the white mask. Death Knocks Experience, TW:suicide. A few years back, my family decided to celebrate my then boyfriend's birthday by taking him to the mortuary in New Orleans to do an escape room. I've always been sensitive to spirits, and I was hesitant about going there because the mortuary used to be a morgue and it's surrounded by cemeteries. However, my love for the creepy stuff made me go anyway. Surprisingly, I didn't feel any eerie vibes while I was in there, and we had a lot of fun. After we returned home, things started to get weird. I began to feel like someone was watching me when I was home, and one time I was taking a bath and decided to pull up the front camera on my phone when I saw something behind me that quickly ran out of view. Although I turned around instantly, there was nothing there. Another night I woke up because I could hear music playing, but I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. However, the most unusual incident occurred a few days later, and it still has me shaken up. One night at around 2 or 3 a.m., I suddenly shot up straight in bed out of a dead sleep, feeling extremely anxious. I couldn't remember if I had a nightmare or not, or why I even woke up. Suddenly I heard 3 loud bangs on our front door. My first thought was that someone was breaking in. We lived in the hood at the time, and it wasn't uncommon. Without wasting any time, I ran to the front door. The porch light was on. I walked up to the glass to peer out, but I saw no one. However, the hair on the back of my neck stood up and I felt like someone was right behind me. I turned around and to my surprise, there was no one. I was so creeped out that I texted my divorced, estranged parents in a group chat, begging them to come over. In the end, I made my roommate let me sleep in her room. However, a few weeks later, my aunt passed away unexpectedly from suicide. Whether the knocks on the door and her death coincided, I guess I'll never know, but I often wonder about it. Story number 9. I remember a paranormal activity from my childhood. When I was between the ages of 4 and 5, I had a small room all to myself. It was a cozy space with a table that held an old-style television and a comfortable mattress placed on the floor. On this particular day, my mother and aunt joined me in my room as we settled down to watch TV together, sitting on the mattress. Being a young child, I wasn't particularly interested in adult shows. My eyes were fixed on the colorful and entertaining world of cartoons. As I sat there engrossed in the animated characters, my attention gradually shifted towards the environment surrounding me. That's when it happened. I froze. It felt as if time stood still, and I was rendered motionless in that moment. Through the window, I caught a glimpse of a man, standing outside with a peculiar smile on his face. His eyes were fixated on me, and it sent shivers down my spine. Panic overcame me, and I desperately tried to alert my mother about the presence of this man. I stammered and stumbled over my words, attempting to convey that there was someone outside the window. But to my dismay, my mother reassured me that no one was there, yet I could clearly see him, his eerie smile haunting my thoughts. He wore a blue shirt and had a white beard that contrasted sharply against his pale complexion. What troubled me the most were his eyes, deep red, almost glowing with an unsettling intensity. Then, as abruptly as he had appeared, the man vanished into thin air. The memory of that moment still lingers vividly in my mind, etched into my consciousness. The image of his strange smile and those piercing red eyes continue to haunt me. Even as I recall this story now, it remains a perplexing mystery, a chilling encounter from my childhood that I can never forget. A ghost that was living in my curtains. When I was only 2 years old, my family moved to a new house. As a young child, I slept in my own room, in a crib with a few check-ins from my parents every night. I remember my room had a big window right beside my bed, and my parents had to put up a new black curtain to block out the sunlight. My first encounter with the ghost, or at least that's what I started calling him, was when I was still a baby in my crib. I remember seeing him a few meters away from me, but I wasn't scared. It's my first memory of him, and it always stuck with me. I don't remember much about my early childhood, so I can't say for sure if I saw the ghost more often when I was a toddler. But my next memory of him is when I had my own new bed. Every night I touched the black curtains, I would see him and almost always shift to a dreamlike place where the ghost was with me. I did this for about 3 or 4 years until I was 7. At the time, I didn't really think much of it, but as I got older, this one thing that always happened started to stick in my mind. I always kept my door locked and the black curtains down. Whenever I was in this dreamlike state, I'd instantly wake up from it if my parents were about to open my door, and this happened every single time. When I was about 11 years old, touching the black curtains started to scare me. I began to avoid them. I never told anyone about my experience with the ghost, and eventually I convinced my mom to take the curtains off and throw them away completely. As I got older, I couldn't help but wonder if there was an explanation for what I had experienced. Was there a reason why this was happening to me? And had it happened to other people before? I doubted that so many memories with the ghost were just my imagination running wild. To this day, I still think about the ghost from time to time, and I wonder if anyone else has had similar experiences. It's a mystery that'll always intrigue me, and one that I may never fully understand. Story number 1. Unknown Cloaked Being. So it happened last night around 1 a.m., or at least I think it was around that time. I have a habit of keeping my dog in my room while I sleep, but sometimes during the late hours, she insists on going outside. This time was no different. I distinctly remember opening the door to my bedroom, ready to let her out, when something strange caught my attention. For some inexplicable reason, my gaze shifted toward the right, and what I saw sent chills down my spine. There, reaching up to the ceiling, stood a towering figure. It was unlike anything I'd ever encountered before. Its body was covered in a thin layer of long black hair, and its face, its face. It resembled that of a doll, but there was something eerie about it, something that defied explanation. The texture seemed to be a bizarre combination of skin and porcelain. What added to the enigma was the figure's attire. It donned a flowing black robe that extended all the way to the ground, complete with a hood that concealed everything except its haunting face and a few strands of hair. The moment my eyes met its gaze, panic surged through me. Instinctively, I blurted out, "Hell no," and hastily shut the door, making sure my dog stayed inside the room with me. After a while, I mustered up the courage to lay down and attempt to sleep. However, an indescribable feeling of being watched washed over me, causing unease to settle deep within my bones. The logical part of my mind wanted to discuss it as mere hallucinations. I had been awake late into the night and the previous day, after all. But this encounter was so unsettling, so vividly real, that I knew deep down it couldn't be explained away so easily. The Lone Children. 60 years ago, when I was just a child, my family and I would migrate to the tundra with our reindeer during the summer. I lived there with my parents, 3 older brothers, and 1 older sister. Being the youngest of the sisters, we loved running and playing among the hills all day long. One day, a friend of my father, my great-grandpa, came to visit us. He was a city man who wanted a break from the urban life. He stayed with us for about a week, and during that time, we fished and gathered berries and had a wondrous time. He was a kind-hearted man who showered us children with candy and treats. On the last day of his visit, he decided to take a stroll among the hills. He walked for a while before noticing something peculiar. 2 girls were playing on a small hilltop. Chuckling to himself, he remarked, "Those sisters are so delightful, they spend their days running and playing among the hills. I wish my children could experience the same joy." With a smile, he returned to our camp and informed my great-grandpa, "I just saw your daughters running around a little bit south of our camp." To his surprise, his words were met with silence. My great-grandma spoke up, "That can't be right. Our daughters have been here all day." A chill ran down the man's spine as he hurried back to the spot where he had seen the girls. To his dismay, no one was there. Thusly, worry consumed him as he rushed back to the camp. My great-grandma comforted him and said, "Don't fret, it's just the Ulda coming out to play. They mean no harm, but take this needle with you just in case you encounter an Ulda woman. They might try to kidnap you if you're unable to defend yourself." With those words lingering in my mind, the man hastened his return. Thanksgiving Guest. I've been living in this octagon house built back in 1855 for over 20 years now. Throughout the years, I've encountered some rather peculiar occurrences, which I've shared in the past, but the most recent incident took place during our Thanksgiving dinner, while my family and I were gathered in the kitchen on the first floor of our 2-story single-family home. Just as we all settled down and took our seats, I distinctly heard unmistakable footsteps coming from the second floor directly above the kitchen. The strange thing was, no one was up there at the time. The footsteps continued as if someone was moving around the room upstairs, and then descended the stairs just outside the open doorway leading into the kitchen. The footsteps seemed to be approaching me from behind, although I didn't dare to turn around. As it all happened so quickly, the thumping of the floorboards grew stronger and the footsteps grew nearer. Before I had the chance to say anything, my youngest daughter, who was sitting beside me, looked under the table and said, "Oh, you're doing that, Dad?" I immediately replied, "No, it's not me. You heard it and felt it too, right?" The whole situation gave me an eerie feeling, to say the least. What made it even weirder was that only my youngest daughter and I heard or felt anything. My other daughter and my wife seemed completely oblivious to what we had just experienced. It's strange how these occurrences seem to be exclusive to my youngest daughter and me. Neither my wife nor my older daughter have ever encountered anything unusual in the house. It makes me wonder if somehow we're more attuned or receptive to these experiences than they are. My first unexplained experience. It was summertime and I was excited to hang out with my friends and swim at the river just like every day in the summer. However, my sister got invited to a sleepover at her friend's house, which my parents agreed to. I thought it was only fair that I got to have a sleepover too, so I warily called my mom to ask her, knowing that she wasn't the biggest fan of people coming over to that house at the last minute, but she surprisingly agreed. As soon as my friend and I arrived at my house, we went straight to the bedroom and started to get ready while my parents were making dinner. That's when we saw him. A stranger was standing in my doorway, dressed in white, a wife-beater tank top and baggy jeans that didn't fit. He had a scary demeanor with yellow teeth, a creepy smile, and greasy hair. He was what I would call the epitome of white trash. My friend and I were terrified and screamed when we saw him. The man just laughed and turned around and walked away. I followed him. He walked down the hallway and turned the corner which led right toward the kitchen where my parents were cooking dinner. I turned the corner just a moment after him and he was gone. My parents were asking why we were screaming, and I explained everything. My dad, being protective, went to go check the house. This was so strange because there was no way that this man could have gotten past my parents to get out of the house. And my protective dogs didn't even sense something was in the house. My dad checked the whole house and even the perimeter of the outside, but there was no trace of anything. To this day, I still don't know what to make of it. I think it was probably a spirit, but I really have no idea. The unexplainable experience still sticks with me and everyone who remembers it. Just another day or night at work. During my time working the night shift at a central prep center for a large funeral home group, I was tasked with various duties, including delivering casketed remains, touching up cosmetics, and delivering intercompany mail. It was an interesting job to say the least, and I encountered my fair share of strange occurrences. One particular night, I was working alongside a female coworker. We had just delivered a casket to a location across town, and we were in the process of touching up some cosmetics on another case. I remember leaning on the casket with my left arm, holding the cosmetic in my left hand, and using my right hand with the cosmetic sponge. My coworker and I were chatting idly about nothing in particular when the Toshier floor lamp on the head end of the casket suddenly cut out. We both paused, unsure of what to do. Still leaning on the casket, I looked up at the light and simply said, "Excuse me, I was using that." And just like that, the light turned back on. My coworker, clearly unnerved by the strange occurrence, fled to the van in the parking lot, but I didn't feel threatened or in any danger. In fact, I felt quite calm and collected. So I simply replied, "Thank you, now I can finish." And I continued touching up the cosmetics on the casket until I was satisfied with the result. When I finished, I turned the light back off, saying, "Good night and thank you," to whoever or whatever had turned it back on for me. It was a strange experience, to be sure, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards the mysterious force that had helped me finish my task.